After Qin Shu traversed into a book, she discovered that she was an impostor who had taken her half-sister's place to pursue immortality. After 8 years of cultivation, her half-sister, with mere mortal aptitude, entered the path of cultivation, exposing Qin Shu's facade before the public. Cast out mercilessly by the sect for only having reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, she faced a dire fate. Endowed with extraordinary beauty, she found herself transformed into a furnace for alchemical practices, destined to perish within 3 years. Gazing out at the dim light of dawn, Qin Shu fell into deep contemplation. She resolved to cultivate diligently. She must elevate her prowess before her half-sister advanced. She would strive to survive. Could meditation enhance her cultivation? Sleep was no longer an option, a meal taking a quarter of an hour? That, too, she would forego. It was said that the senior disciple of the neighboring sword sect practiced his sword strikes 1,000 times each morning. Qin Shu declared, 2,000 times. People began to murmur that Qin Shu of the Dan sect had gone mad. A mere alchemist was more fervent than a sword immortal, and thus, the Eni. Xiantian sect descended into chaos. 8 years later, as her half-sister made a grand entrance, Qin Shu voluntarily rolled up her bedding and departed. The Xiantian sect was once again in turmoil. Who has abducted our senior sister? The fearsome demon lord, Xiaxuan, known for his ruthless nature, declared, "Whoever dares to lay a hand on my beloved Qin Shu shall be my enemy." This proclamation sent shockwaves throughout the realm of cultivation. While fleeing, Qin Shu, ever the pragmatist, kept updating her jade slips, her mind swirling with questions. Unexpectedly, the demon lord sent her a secret message. "Fairy, do you still remember the little black snake beneath the flowers and moonlight?" 8 years prior, in a moment of compassion, she had saved a small black snake, never imagining she would become entwined with it. Chapter 1. If life were to last only 8 years, suffocation. It felt as though an endless torrent of water surged into her chest, rendering her face crimson as she gasped for breath. She instinctively raised her hand to swat at something, only to grasp at empty air, awakening from her slumber. A haughty voice pierced the air. "A waste is but a waste. After a month in the sect, you have yet to even achieve the basic skill of channeling energy into your body. I am no delicate flower like those insipid men. Do not weep and wail before me." With that, the young girl suddenly covered her mouth and laughed in a feigned manner. "Oh, I almost forgot. You are already an eyesore. Even men would turn their backs on you." Seemingly in high spirits, she addressed her entourage of followers. "Let us depart. Conversing with an ugly duckling might tarnish our beauty. Ha ha ha." Through her misty, tear-laden eyes, Qin Shu discerned the speaker. A child, appearing no older than 11 or 12, donned a flamboyant outfit of vibrant feathers, crowned with a tuft of deep crimson. The ensemble resembled nothing so much as the proud rooster kept at her grandmother's home. As the young girl turned to leave, the crowd that had encircled Qin Shu dispersed like a receding tide, leaving her solitary. She raised her hand to touch the tear glistening on her cheek, and as she gazed at her diminished hand, she fell into a stupor. In an instant, a torrent of memories flooded her mind. Her half-brother had ventured forth to rescue the young son of an elder from the Xiantian sect, and in gratitude, the sect aired a place for him. He had requested a spot for his sister, Qin Mian, yet the matriarch of the Qin family, bypassing the family head, had sent forth her legitimate daughter instead. An unexpected twist of fate, Qin Shu found herself entering the Xiantian sect. Yet, a month had elapsed, and she had yet to grasp even the threshold of channeling energy into her body. Today, she was deceived into a leisurely stroll by the riverside, only to be confronted and taught a lesson by a young lady of the Fire Spirit Bird clan who had taken offense at Qin Shu's beauty, claiming it overshadowed that of the Fire Spirit Bird itself. In retaliation, her visage was forcibly marked with the innate fire seed of the Fire Spirit Bird, which quelled her burgeoning anger. Qin Shu haphazardly wiped her face with her sleeve, inadvertently brushing against the scar, eliciting a sharp pain. Chapter 2. The Unforeseen Assault of High School Mathematics. At this moment, Qin Shu remained unaware that, based on the density of spiritual energy within her dantian, she had already achieved the first level of Qi cultivation. She opened her eyes to gaze out the window, where the horizon was beginning to show a hint of dawn, accompanied by a delicate veil of purple mist, reminiscent of the energy within. Dantian. Attempting to absorb the ethereal purple aura yielded no success. Instead, she inadvertently diminished her own meager reserves. Upon realizing this, Qin Shu swiftly ceased her efforts, leaping from her bed in fury, and defiantly gestured at the clouds in the sky. She sensed that both the mist and her internal energy were akin, yet she lacked the requisite strength to harness them. The morning bell chimed, a sound designated for the newly initiated disciples. Qin Shu rose, stretching her limbs, feeling invigorated rather than fatigued from a sleepless night. A sense of elation filled her heart as she mused, how delightful it is to pursue the path of immortality. If one were to forgo sleep for an entire night in modern times, one would surely be utterly exhausted by now. Qin Shu filled a basin with spiritual spring water, cleansing herself thoroughly. She gazed at her disheveled hair in the mirror and swiftly fashioned it into a neat bun. The hairstyle of the original owner, despite inheriting her memories, remained unmanageable. However, this bun, which had accompanied her for over a decade, had been perfected to an artful degree. She then glanced at the scar on her face and noticed that the surrounding redness had diminished somewhat. Qin Shu raised an eyebrow, silently marveling at the unexpected benefit of merely drawing energy into her body. The fire spirit bird had implanted a spark upon her face, and given her own affinity for fire, could it be that she could absorb it? With this thought, she summoned a thread of spiritual energy to surge towards her forehead, encircling the scar. Yet, the spark clung stubbornly to her cheekbone, searing her flesh and spiritual essence like a tenacious plaster. Watching her spiritual energy merely circle the scar and subsequently dwindle further, she felt a surge of frustration. Indeed, this fire spirit bird was no benign creature. The meager spiritual energy she had painstakingly cultivated over the night had evaporated just like that. Her heart ached with both anger and sorrow as she turned her gaze to the ethereal violet hue in her dantian, only to find her brow furrowing once more. It seemed the violet had deepened somewhat. What, then, had become of the scar? She grasped the mirror on the table. The scar remained unchanged, yet the incessant searing sensation had diminished considerably the color of the scar's edges had notably faded. Perhaps it had some effect after all? Qin Shu, let's go, a youthful voice echoed from the doorway. Coming, Qin Shu responded, adjusting her voluminous sleeves, and skipped joyfully out of the room. At the entrance stood a round-faced girl with big eyes, her neatly arranged bangs adding to her charm. Qin Shu felt an irresistible urge to reach out and give her a playful tug. The girl was named Xian, having traveled together with Qin Shu from Fanning City on a flying vessel, which naturally fostered a closer bond between them. However, upon seeing Qin Shu today, Xian was so taken aback that she jumped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Qin Shu, your face, what they said was true? Ningyang was so brutal." Ningyang was the name of the fire spirit bird. Qin Shu let out a bitter smile, and before she could respond, Xian continued, "No, we must seek the immortal master. He must have a solution." Qin Shu, reminded by her, turned to meet a pair of sparkling eyes that, despite being on the face marred by disfigurement, still retained their beauty. Chapter 3. Encountering a serpent. Fighting is strictly prohibited within Xiantian sect. A commanding voice resonated from an unknown source, enveloping everyone as if echoing from all directions, reverberating in their ears. Qin Shu involuntarily stood upright, her muscles tensing, brows furrowing, lips pressed tightly together, while a faint ringing echoed in her ears. This feeling is indeed quite unpleasant. Since fighting is prohibited within the Xiantian sect, why did no one intervene when Ningyang bullied her yesterday? As Qin Shu furrowed her brow in turmoil, a figure clad in white descended from the heavens, landing gracefully before the crowd. This individual was none other than the esteemed instructor, Wen Qi, the foremost disciple among the outer sect. It is said that Brother Wen Qi has attained the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage and is poised to advance to the foundation establishment stage, at which point he shall enter the inner sect. Qin Shu cast a discreet glance at him. Though his appearance was rather unremarkable, his aura was undeniably impressive. It is said that these celestial beings possess extraordinary senses, and today's encounter confirmed this notion. Ningyang, you have contravened the sect's regulations. I hereby sentence you to reflect upon your actions at the foot of Silent Contemplation Mountain for 1 day. Do you accept your punishment? When Qi spoke, his voice warm yet firm. I accept my punishment, Ningyang replied. Qin Shu's brows knitted together in frustration, and unable to contain herself, she raised her hand and exclaimed, "Instructor, Ningyang marred my appearance yesterday the scar on my face serves as evidence. I implore you to uphold justice for me." Though this action bore the semblance of a child reporting a grievance, Qin Shu found herself beyond caring at that moment. When Kai's consciousness swept across Qin Shu's face before he turned his attention to Ningyang. "Is this true?" Ningyang stammered, unable to articulate a response. After a moment of contemplation, when she declared, "Then I shall extend your punishment to 3 days of reflection." This leniency ignited a fire within Qin Shu, and she was about to voice her demand for justice when Xian, who had been closely observing her, swiftly tugged at her sleeve, signally. Ing her to remain silent, Qin Shu cast a puzzled glance at Xian, who returned a look of confusion. Qin Shu hesitated to inquire further, fearing that the perceptive immortal master might overhear, yet she ultimately parted her lips without uttering another word. Instead, it was Xian who implored, "Immortal master, I beseech you to assist with the scar on Qin Shu's face." Qin Shu reflected on this. If the scar could be eradicated, dealing with the fire spirit bird could wait until later. When Qi raised his hand, casting a spell upon Qin Shu's visage, a chill washed over her face, prompting her to swiftly turn to Xian, asking, "Is my face better now?" Xian shook her head, and before she could respond, when she continued, "That scar is a result of the fire spirit bird's innate flame. It has become permanent. I cannot eradicate it, but I can only alleviate the pain temporarily. In the future, should you acquire a snow spirit herb, it will enable complete removal." Qin Shu's frustration mounted. She would have to bear such a prominent scar, while Ningyang only needed to contemplate his actions for 3 days. Was there no justice in the Xuantian Gate? Noticing her discontent, Xian grasped her wrist firmly, whispering, "Do not act impulsively." Qin Shu watched as when Qi led a group into the hall of transmission, then shook off Xian's grip and demanded, "Why didn't you let me speak just now?" Xian looked at her with increased bewilderment. "I was about to ask you the same. Why are you so rash today?" The Fire Spirit Bird clan is a prominent family in the realm of cultivation. Brother Wen is merely an outer disciple. How could he dare to impose severe penalties? Chapter 4. My body leaks air. Qin Shu felt a deep sense of responsibility for the tragic fate of the little snake, as it was her actions that had led to this unfortunate outcome. After all, the creature had been peacefully slumbering in the tree, and it was her own impulsive decision to shake the branches that caused it to fall and become so battered. Now, she could only hope that this small black serpent had gained some wisdom and would not lash out in fear. Qin Shu dipped her hands into the cold spring water, gently cleansing the blood from the snake's scaly body as the basin gradually turned crimson. She couldn't help but ponder how such a diminutive creature could bleed so profusely. It must have endured significant injuries. Madame Qin was well aware of the treacherous nature of the cultivation world and, fearing for her daughter's safety, had prepared a fine supply of healing ointment, along with some precious gold and silver trinkets. With trembling hands, Qin Shu cradled 2 lumps of gold. Her emotions at that moment were beyond description. It was the first time in her 2 lifetimes that she had encountered such wealth, yet it was of no use. In the realm of cultivation, what was truly valued were spirit stones, and she remained utterly destitute. Feeling dejected, she retrieved a vial of healing ointment from within, disregarding whether it was an ordinary item or not, as long as it could mend wounds. At present, she had no other miraculous healing treasures to offer. Sprinkling the powder of the ointment delicately on the little black snake, she noticed it flinch slightly, perhaps in pain. Qin Shu's brow furrowed. The serpent's body was already slick, and it wriggled restlessly. This simply would not do. She raised her gaze and scanned the room, eventually resting her eyes on a piece of fabric draped nearby. A spark of inspiration ignited within her. After a flurry of activity, she clapped her hands in satisfaction, and before her appeared a stick adorned with a delicate bow. Qin Shu gazed at her masterpiece, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. This was undoubtedly the most impeccable bow she had ever tied in her lifetime. "I have done my utmost. Life and death are fated. If you truly cannot overcome this hurdle, you cannot blame me." Qin Shu clasped her hands together, murmuring towards the snake's staff. Before her point 10 days prior, Xie Shiwan was undergoing the Great Ascension Thunder Tribulation. Unexpectedly, A traitor among his ranks leaked information, resulting in an ambush by the 8 venerable ancestors of the righteous sect during his tribulation. He, possessing a formidable true form, managed to endure the onslaught of the thunder while retaliating. Ultimately, although he escaped, he suffered severe injuries, unable to maintain his true form and thus had to diminish in size, plummeting from the celestial mountain. The golden wound medicine, remarkable in the mortal realm, held little efficacy for Xie Shiwan, who had endured 81 bolts of lightning. Its benefits were but a mere fraction. Yet, even that scant benefit was better than none. At this moment, Xie Shiwan's body resembled a withered branch, with only his heart meridian preserved, allowing him to cling to life. The golden wound medicine, generously applied by Qin Shu, fell upon him like a gentle spring rain, silently nourishing his spirit. Xie Shiwan's slumbering consciousness sensed this subtle shift. Just as he intended to send forth a fragment of his awareness to investigate, he was bewildered to find how had he become a mere stick. He was wrapped in tattered rags. And this bow? How unsightly! Who possessed such audacity? To think they could confine him with a piece of rag. A flicker of murderous intent surged within his heart. Chapter 5. This is truly a marvel of transformation. Even so, after a night had passed, a wisp of ethereal purple energy continued to gather within Qin Shu's dantian. As she delved into her dantian with her consciousness, she could sense the warmth of that purple aura. This must be considered as her initial stage of energy absorption, right? At this moment, Qin Shu remained unaware that, given the density of spiritual energy within her dantian, she had already touched upon the first realm of energy cultivation. Should this pace of advancement be placed within the realm of immortality, anyone would undoubtedly bestow upon her the title of genius. Qin Shu opened her eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Glancing outside, she noticed the horizon was graced with a hint of dawn's light, accompanied by a delicate veil of purple mists, reminiscent of the energy within her dantian. She endeavored to absorb that shade of purple, but to no avail. Instead, she found herself unwittingly sacrificing a bit of her own meager energy. Upon realizing this, Qin Shu hastily withdrew her efforts, her heart aching as she inspected the spiritual energy within her dantian, and in a fit of anger, she leapt from her bed and gestured an obscene gesture toward the clouds on the horizon. She felt that both the spiritual energy within her dantian and the purple mist above were fundamentally the same, merely hindered by her current lack of capability. She vowed that when her cultivation reached maturity, she would undoubtedly refine that purple energy. Rising, she stretched her limbs, feeling no discomfort from the sleepless night. Rather, she felt invigorated. A thought crossed her mind. How delightful it is to cultivate. If she were in the modern world, a night without sleep would have left her utterly exhausted by now. Her gaze fell upon the pink snake staff casually placed on her desk, which remained motionless, appearing almost lifeless. She furrowed her brow, uncertain whether it was truly dead. If it were not dead, it would surely be hungry, wouldn't it? Yesterday, it rested upon the golden pomegranate tree, which likely served as its sustenance. Qin Shu grasped the serpent staff and pried its mouth open, attempting to squeeze the juice from the golden pomegranate into its mouth. After extracting juice from half of the fruit, she considered that given the snake's size, a pomegranate the size of her fist would be more than it could consume. With that thought, she ceased her efforts, pleased to have saved the other half for herself. She devoured 1.5 pomegranates, feeling warmth radiate through her body, as though she were basking in sunlight. The energy coursing through her meridians flowed more freely than before. The coldness that had invaded her body after she fell into the icy pool now seeped from her bones, eliciting an instinctive urge to moan in relief. The golden pomegranate, which grew on the celestial mountain, must be considered a divine fruit, distinct from the ordinary fruits of the mortal realm. However, unbeknownst to her, within the territory of Xuantianguan, even a simple fruit tree or a common celestial herb possesses an owner. The fruit belonging to the senior brother of Dan Feng had been given away by the second brother as a favor, who felt no remorse in doing so. As Qin Shu stepped outside, she brushed her identity token against the runes on the door, reactivating the protective enchantment of her abode. Even in her absence, her dwelling would remain secure from intruders. This mechanism bore some resemblance to modern access cards, appearing rather user-friendly. Upon her exit, the mist outside had yet to dissipate. and the distant celestial mountains loomed like ethereal shadows. Sunbeams filtered through the fog, creating a mesmerizing interplay of light and shadow. How beautiful it is! She inhaled the ethereal essence and was about to step over the fence when she noticed that the previously barren nursery had sprouted tender green leaves overnight. Qin Shu felt an overwhelming joy as she crouched down to examine the new growth, pondering what it could possibly be. Could it be flowers? Who wouldn't desire a quaint wooden cottage adorned with blooming flowers at its entrance? Today marked the first day of their entry into the sect. And, according to the guide to joining, after absorbing qi into their bodies, they would be able to learn the rudiments of spellcasting in the transmission hall. Chapter 6. The transmission hall. When it comes to lofty ambitions, she had never been bested. If she truly became a master alchemist, a mere handful of elixirs would seem trivial. However, if she were to perish before even surviving 8 years, it would not be deemed a betrayal of her heart's resolve. Rui Ming bid her farewell with a call of the crane, transforming back into his original form and vanishing in the blink of an eye. He circled Dream Camel Peak several times before Elder Fu Qing could no longer bear to watch and summoned him down. "What is all this early morning excitement about?" Fu Qing asked, seated cross-legged in his cave abode, addressing the bewildered crane that had entered. Rui Ming, now in human form, sported a single, comically upright feather atop his head. He eagerly stepped forward, his tone noticeably elevated. "Master, someone called me senior brother. She even said that once she masters alchemy, she will take care of all the elixirs I need for my cultivation." Fu Qing regarded the foolish lad with a glance. Had it not been for Rui Ming's good fortune in finding him, the lad might have had his heart plucked out by others while still extolling their virtues. Nevertheless, he was curious to see who dared to fool his naive crane within the alchemy sect. With a raised eyebrow, he inquired, "Oh, and who might that be?" "Her name is Qin Shu, and judging by her bone age, she appears to be merely 10 years old. This morning, as fate would have it, I encountered her on the mountain path, where she inquired about the way to the transmission hall. She referred to me as her senior brother, and seemed to think highly of my abilities. I felt an immediate connection with her, and gifted her a crane feather. Wei Ming, with her innocent and straightforward disposition, did not hesitate to recount the entire morning's events to Elder Fu Qing. Elder Wei Ming nodded earnestly, recalling that there had been a test at the mountain gate yesterday, which Xiao Lu and the others had attended. It had been quite lively. However, Elder Fu Qing paused mid-nod, a look of disbelief crossing his face as he turned to Wei Ming and asked, "Yesterday?" "Indeed, just yesterday. Everyone knows about it," Wei Ming replied, implying that only the elder was unaware. "If you don't believe me, you can summon Brother Wen Qi to confirm." Elder Fu Qing waved his hand dismissively, pondering the young girl who had joined the sect yesterday and was now seeking the practice hall. Could it be that she had already entered the Qi realm overnight? If such a prodigy existed, it would be imperative to take her under his wing without delay, lest someone else seize her away. Yet, Wei Ming scratched her head and quietly suggested, "Master, perhaps she had already entered the Qi realm before coming here? When you found me, I had already reached the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation." As she spoke, her pride swelled, her chest puffing up with satisfaction. Elder Fu Qing considered this possibility and realized it could indeed be true. Perhaps she was a scion of a noble family who had attained her skills prior to joining the sect, and he felt a sense of relief. If Qin Shu knew that with just a few words from Wei Ming, her status as an inner disciple could be stripped away, she would likely be so enraged that she would pull out every hair from her head in frustration. However, at this moment, Qin Shu remained oblivious to such matters. Following the path indicated by Wei Ming, she soon encountered a corridor adorned with ornate carvings. At the end of this corridor stood a magnificent wooden hall, more impressive than the 3 main halls of the Forbidden City in later times. At the foot of the 9-tiered white jade steps loomed 2 ebony pillars, the beams intricately carved, with leisurely clouds swirling above. Chapter 7. Why learn swordsmanship in alchemy? Following the instructions in the transmission guide, she placed the guide before her, adopting a meditative posture with her eyes closed, channeling her spiritual energy. A faint lavender energy coursed through her meridians, and she felt as though her soul had transcended into another realm. Before her sat a figure of radiant crimson and gold, mirroring her posture. It repeatedly formed hand seals, initially at a leisurely pace, which gradually quickened. Noticing her struggle to keep up, the figure rose, revealing a golden longsword in its grasp. Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't she an alchemist? Why must she learn swordplay? Was swordsmanship a compulsory subject at Xiantian sect? Yet, her dilemma deepened. She had just begun her journey and possessed no sword. As this thought crossed her mind, a violet longsword materialized in her hand, its hue reminiscent of the spiritual energy within her dantian. The luminous figure commenced its movements, executing strikes and thrusts repeatedly. This marked the first time Qin Shu wielded a sword, and she endeavored to imitate the figure's actions. She focused all her attention on her sword arm, sensing her strength. And suddenly, an epiphany dawned upon her. The sword serves merely as an extension of the arm, its force not driven by the wrist alone. Just as she was becoming increasingly immersed in her practice, her movements came to an abrupt halt. Upon reopening her eyes, she realized she had been ejected from the illusion. Surrounding her was the same resplendent scenery, and before her lay a blue manual titled Transmission of Skills. A sense of discomfort emanated from her dantian, and upon investigation, she discovered that only a minuscule amount of spiritual energy remained, akin to a mere grain of mung bean. Remaining there held little purpose. With a sigh, she placed the book aside, retrieved a handkerchief from her possession, and meticulously wiped down the cushion she had just occupied. After offering a respectful bow to the air, she quietly retreated. Outside, the sun had risen, yet the transmission hall remained eerily deserted. Qin Shu mused to herself how peculiar it was that individuals in the realm of cultivation seemed so unambitious. With such advanced 3D visual teaching methods available, wouldn't it be beneficial for them to seize the opportunity to learn and progress at an astonishing pace? If libraries in the future could employ such technology, one might have to secure a seat the night before. Despite her musings, she gave it little further thought and descended the mountain. The path was clear, and as she approached the foot of the mountain, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Qin Shu halted a passerby to inquire about the location of the alchemy sect's dining hall. After receiving directions, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, the sect provided meals, sparing a 10-year-old the burden of self-sustenance. Otherwise, even with the presence of that golden rainbow pomegranate tree, she would struggle to survive for long. Upon entering the dining hall, Qin Shu finally felt a sense of belonging. As the room was filled with children of similar age, bustling with energy and chatter. As Qin Shu stepped inside, she was immediately called out, "Qin Shu, over here." She turned to see that the caller was He Xian, a 12-year-old girl who could be considered a half-hometown acquaintance. As they both hailed from the same city of Fanyin and had arrived together on the same flying vessel. What a coincidence that you are also at the Dan sect. Where have you chosen to reside? He Xian was quite the extrovert. Her round, expressive eyes sparkled with delight as she spoke to Qin Shu, rendering the latter unable to utter a word of refusal. Chapter 8. Something is amiss with her dantian. Was it possible that last night's events were merely a confluence of fortuitous circumstances, a once-in-a-century occurrence, and that today would reveal her true aptitude? Reflecting on the original text, which stated that the protagonist had toiled for 8 years to barely ascend to the 3rd stage of Qi refinement, Qin Shu felt a chill wash over her heart. She closed her eyes once more, seeking tranquility and focusing her breath, cycling her spiritual energy through a full circuit. As she beheld the distinctly delineated 3 colors of spiritual energy within her dantian, confusion overwhelmed her. Her mind was a tangled mess, filled with uncertainty, and she lacked a mentor to guide her through the complexities. In the Xiantian sect, one could only seek the guidance of the elder disciples by entering the inner sect. Most outer disciples were merely there to make up the numbers, with no one available to clarify their doubts at any moment. Although they could raise questions during their time at the transmission hall, where senior brothers and sisters would assist them in finding answers, Qin Shu had evidently ventured to the wrong place. The transmission hall was devoid of any presence, leaving her utterly bewildered. With a grave expression, Qin Shu scrutinized the faint remnant of purple spiritual energy lingering in her dantian. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that her originally tranquil violet spiritual energy was now restless, gradually consuming the nearby crimson fire energy. Qin Shu watched as it expanded, devouring all the spiritual energy within her dantian. ultimately condensing into a small orb the size of a peanut. A sense of silence enveloped her, and an overwhelming feeling of crisis surged within her heart. At this rate, when could she possibly cultivate to the foundational level? Initially, Qin Shu had intended to venture out and explore the wonders of this celestial mountain, but now, her enthusiasm had waned. As the old adage wisely states, haste makes waste, yet it also proclaims that the slowest bird must take flight first. Given her current aptitude, it seemed she would have to persistently strive to keep pace. Qin Shu remained in a meditative position, performing a full circulation of her energy, which took approximately 30 minutes. Yet each cycle barely yielded an orb the size of a peanut, with an hour comprising 8 quarters and a day encompassing 12 hours. It meant that if she abstained from food, drink, and sleep, dedicating herself solely to cultivation throughout the day, she could amass a total of 96 peanut-sized orbs. Qin Shu oscillated on the brink of frustration, yet gradually resigned herself to her fate. In the realm of cultivation, meditation could indeed replace sleep. She could simply forego slumber. With an additional 4 hours of cultivation each day compared to her previous self, her cultivation level should rise above the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Upon reaching the 3rd layer, she would be eligible for missions and outdoor training, and should fortune favor her, the prospect of reaching the foundational level would not be entirely out of reach. It was only when the sun dipped below the horizon and her stomach rumbled in protest that Qin Shu realized the day was drawing to a close, and it was time to break her fast. She walked along the morning path to the cafeteria, only to find the doors had long since closed. Qin Shu, feeling the pangs of hunger in her belly, sighed, realizing she would have to search for the golden pomegranate tree on Shishan again. Earlier, she had moved 2 stones, contemplating whether they could serve as a platform to reach the fruits. Just as she managed to pluck one, a chilling voice echoed from behind her, revealing that someone indeed had taken notice of her trespass. The voice was hauntingly familiar, causing Qin Shu to freeze in place, unable to shake off the memory. "Aren't you coming down soon?" The voice, noticing her immobility, urged her once more. Reluctantly, Qin Shu jumped down from the stone and turned to face the man. He was clad in a flowing white robe, with a dark jade waist token hanging at his side, signifying his status as an inner disciple of the Xuantian Gate. His sharp brows and bright eyes, coupled with long, flowing black hair, gave him an ethereal presence, as if he could vanish into the wind at any moment. Chapter 9. Gradually realizing her worthlessness, Qin Shu obediently acknowledged him, well aware that the fruit belonged to someone else, even with 2 lifetimes of courage. She wouldn't dare to pluck it. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed that when Qi, who had stood before her, had vanished without a trace. Gazing at the empty valley, she couldn't help but marvel at the skill of such stealth. When would she ever acquire such an ability? Relying solely on her 2 legs for movement was indeed exhausting. Taking a few steps forward, she suddenly glanced down at the 5 fruits she cradled in her arms. A thought striking her. In the realm of cultivation, all abilities stemmed from spiritual energy. She attempted to channel this energy into her legs as she moved forward, and to her surprise, it made the journey considerably easier. She felt a surge of joy and dashed down the mountain, excitedly reveling in her newly acquired skills. She suddenly noticed that the few peanuts she had painstakingly cultivated that afternoon had dwindled to merely 2. Uncertain if her progress was uniquely slow or if it was a universal experience among practitioners, Qin Shu felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have inquired with Wen Qi when they had crossed paths earlier. Although the original text portrayed Wen Qi as somewhat irascible, a reprimand from him would have been preferable to her current state of utter confusion. The day was overcast, and the wind outside howled against the windows, while the crescent moon, which should have graced the sky, was concealed behind thick clouds, casting shadows both inside and out. Qin Shu rose to secure the windows and then illuminated a lamp. The lamp's function was a mystery. It contained no oil, merely adorned with an intricate design. Gradually acclimating to the realm of cultivation, Qin Shu mused that existence itself justified reason, and any absurdity merely reflected her own lack of experience. She reluctantly consumed a fruit forcibly thrust upon her by Wen Qi, fed half to the little snake, and removed the pink wrapping from the creature to administer fresh medicine. As she unwrapped it, a foul stench assaulted her senses, prompting a frown as an ominous premonition began to surface. Could the snake be dead? While contemplating this, she gently cleansed the medicinal powder from the snake's body, revealing the gaping wound, which had even shed 2 black scales. Fortunately, the little black snake stirred slightly in her palm, or else Qin Shu might have resigned herself to the belief that it had perished. She retrieved the wound ointment once more, dispensing it liberally as if it were of no cost, and then found a clean piece of silk to wrap the little black snake, placing it gently upon the bed. Her delicate fingers tapped lightly upon the serpent's head as she whispered softly, "You are fortunate. Rest well. Good night." For the past 8 years, she had relied solely on meditation to sustain herself, rendering the bed unnecessary. Thus, she allowed the snake to take her place. Yet, with every touch upon Xie Shiwan, he was acutely aware of her presence. The serpent, being cold-blooded, felt frigid to the touch, and her warm fingertip upon its brow seemed to stir ripples in the depths of his consciousness, as if a gentle hand were caressing his mind's sea. Naturally, Xie Shiwan awoke, realizing that the source of his disturbance was this young human child, and he wrinkled his nose in discontent. Fortunately, her intentions were harmless, so he chose to turn a blind eye. The fruits she offered were quite delectable, although they contained little spiritual essence. Acquiring the golden rainbow pomegranate must have been no small feat for her. Thankfully, this particular fruit, while not abundant in spiritual energy, possessed a purifying capability. Chapter 10. A most delightful misunderstanding. On the 3rd day of their initiation, new disciples from various sects could visit the task hall to receive their benefits. Disciples who had been initiated for a year were required to accept tasks in exchange for points, which could be redeemed for spirit stones and various resources. This year served as a period of growth granted by the sect to its disciples. It was Qin Shu's first visit to the task hall, and she pointed towards another building nearby, saying, "The task hall is adjacent to the transmission hall. Once you have drawn the energy into your body, you can head directly there." Qin Shu. This is a completely unfamiliar place, and she is certain that she has never set foot here. But if this is indeed the hall of transmission, then where did she go yesterday? Qin Shu is filled with perplexity. If she has gone to the wrong place, how can she explain the hand seals and basic sword techniques she has acquired? Despite the myriad of questions swirling in her mind, she can only suppress them for now. The book states that those who are overly candid and speak without reservation seldom survive beyond 3 episodes. Following Hexian, Qin Shu entered the task hall, where the senior sister instructed them to place their tokens upon the rune. Before them, a tray automatically revealed their rewards: 10 low-grade spirit stones, a vial of spirit replenishing elixir, and another vial of cleansing elixir. Hexian picked up her share and exclaimed in surprise, "Senior sister, why is there an extra vial?" Shuing smiled and explained, "The additional vial is the cleansing elixir, which is not available in other sections. It is a privilege granted by our alchemical ancestors to new disciples. Consuming this cleansing elixir before establishing a foundation can refine one's essence and marrow, thus aiding your future cultivation. Only the alchemy sect would be so generous. This porcelain vial contains 3 cleansing elixirs, each of which could be exchanged for 20 low-grade spirit stones. However, as outer disciples with less than stellar qualifications, such treasures are typically unattainable, and only a fool would trade them for spirit stones." Qin Shu mimicked Hexian's earlier actions and claimed her own share, clutching the porcelain vase tightly in her hands. A thrill of excitement surged within her. At that moment, her companion, Hsien, inquired, "Senior sister, after we consume this cleansing pill, will our spiritual root values increase?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shu immediately perked up her ears in curiosity. Shuang shook her head, explaining that it was not possible. The spiritual root values would remain unchanged. However, she continued, "The impurities within your bodies accumulated from consuming grains and cereals in the mortal realm hinder your connection with the celestial energies. The purpose of the cleansing pill is merely to eliminate these impurities, thereby assisting you in absorbing spiritual energy." Hsien head drooped in disappointment, and Qin Shu silently sighed within. Yet, she quickly came to a realization. If there truly existed a pill that could cleanse spiritual roots, even if it only granted a single point increase, it would be worth its weight in gold, and certainly not distributed so casually. For disciples with relatively low spiritual root attributes like themselves, An increase of 1 or 2 points might seem insignificant. However, for that prodigious disciple with a fire spiritual root value of 99 at the time of initiation, an additional point would elevate them to a heavenly spiritual root, allowing them to cultivate at an astonishing pace. Qin Shu acknowledged a twinge of envy and silently vowed to seek out a cleansing pill for herself one day. Since fate had granted her a second chance at life, she could not remain a waste. She must strive for something greater. After receiving their benefits, the two proceeded for breakfast, where Qin Shu even took 2 extra buns and a spiritual fruit. Noticing this, Hsien curiously asked, "Aren't you full?" Being just a young girl, she could hardly fathom that someone would go to such lengths, even foregoing a meal. Chapter 11. It turns out to be moonlight before her lay the cold pond water, meticulously prepared by Qin Shu. She removed her garments and lowered herself into the wooden tub. Despite having sat for a while, the icy water still sent shivers through her. Gritting her teeth, she circulated her spiritual energy a couple of times before the chill gradually dissipated. As Qin Shu rubbed her somewhat stiff face, she used a handkerchief to wash away the dust clinging to her, all the while feeling grateful that her original self was merely 10 years old. Otherwise, she would not have fit into the tub at all. Once she had cleansed herself, she donned the clothes she had arrived in, taking the opportunity to wash the uniform provided by her sect. After completing her tasks, she eagerly settled onto the meditation cushion, eager to explore the effects of the 3 dust cleansing pills and whether they might indeed enhance her cultivation speed. Her previous rate of progress had been rather lamentable. Sitting cross-legged, Qin Shu focused her mind and attuned her senses to the surrounding spiritual energy. As soon as she closed her eyes, they flew open again in astonishment. The effect of the dust cleansing pills was so remarkably pronounced. The spiritual energy she sensed now was far more abundant than during her initial cultivation, an array of luminous energy points swirling around her, as if a single breath could equate to an entire day's worth of practice. No, it couldn't solely be attributed to the dust cleansing pills. Her sect could not be so extravagant. She had been cultivating within her room these past few days. What could possibly be different? As she pondered, her gaze landed on a sliver of moonlight illuminating her arm. And suddenly, the realization struck her. Could it be the moonlight? In order to validate her hypothesis, she took a mat and opened the door, stepping into the courtyard. There, she sat cross-legged beneath the moonlight, entering a state of deep meditation once more. The spiritual energy surrounding her thickened, reaching a viscous quality. Suddenly, Xie Shiwan, who had been lost in slumber within the house, opened his eyes, not merely with his divine sense, but truly opened his eyes. Observing the density of the spiritual energy outside, he utilized his divine sense to investigate the situation beyond. To his astonishment, the commotion was caused by that little girl outside. How could a mere child with 3 spiritual roots incite such a tumult of spiritual energy? What kind of innate spiritual body was she? Xie Shiwan had no time for further contemplation. He expelled his inner Dan and, with the last vestige of his strength, cast a spell to conceal the anomaly in their vicinity. Having arranged everything, he succumbed once more to slumber, utterly depleting the scant spiritual energy he had painstakingly regained. In that fleeting moment before unconsciousness enveloped him, he harbored the hope that the little girl would refrain from causing any further disturbances that might attract the attention of those old men from Xiantian sect, for both of them would be unable to bear the consequences. However, Qin Shu was oblivious to these concerns. Despite the abundance of spiritual energy she had summoned, she was merely at the beginning of her cultivation journey and could absorb only a fraction of it. She felt each pore and cell brimming with spiritual energy, which flowed through her meridians and gathered in her dantian. After being purified by the Sichuan Dan, her meridians transformed from mere dirt paths into smooth asphalt roads, allowing the spiritual energy to circulate with greater ease. This time, the 3 distinct colors of spiritual energy that entered her dantian did not remain separate as before, but instead merged seamlessly into a vibrant purple. However, as the spiritual energy circulated through a complete cycle, it continued to diminish. Qin Shu found herself perplexed by the inexplicable loss of energy. Yet, given her current pace of cultivation, she could only resign herself to the situation. If it leaks, so be it. As long as there remains a sufficient amount, what does a little loss matter? After several complete cycles, The spiritual energy within Qin Shu's dantian had coalesced into a deep shade of purple. Chapter 12. Her little snake has awakened. Qin Shu contemplated learning the fireball technique, as her fire affinity was the most potent. Starting with this should prove considerably simpler. Thus, she sought the assistance of her senior sister. Shuing taught her the incantation for the fireball technique and meticulously explained how to form the hand seals to draw forth the fire essence. Qin Shu understood the instructions. Yet her confusion only deepened. Drawing forth the fire essence? But her 3 types of spiritual energy were intertwined as one. How could she possibly separate them? Seeing Qin Shu's round, doe-like eyes filled with bewilderment, Shuing couldn't help but pinch her cheek, smiling gently. You might find it a bit challenging to comprehend, but that's perfectly fine. Just give it a try. You will gradually find your rhythm. Qin Shu blinked, feeling somewhat awkward as her 10-year-old self was pinched. Encouraged by Shu Ying's warm smile, she slowly mimicked her movements to form the seals. Eventually, she watched as Shu Ying summoned the fire essence, a vibrant flame dancing atop her fingertips. Unsure of how to separate the fire essence, Qin Shu decided to draw forth a hint of her own purple energy. A small spark flickered in her palm, only to vanish in an instant. In Shu Ying's eyes, there was a glimmer of surprise. Indeed, it was remarkable to witness the flicker of flame on the very first attempt. Do give it another try, she encouraged. Qin Shu understood well that the fire had only sparked for an instant, merely due to her insufficient manipulation of spiritual energy. However, upon encountering the unfriendly gaze of the boy beside her, the long-dormant vigilance within Qin Shu was swiftly rekindled. It dawned on her that the one who stands out is often the target. Having awakened her innate spiritual energy with a mixed 3-element root in merely 4 days was already noteworthy. If word spread of her astonishing comprehension, she feared that her days of tranquility would soon be over. Resolute in her decision, Qin Shu boldly attempted to form the seals once more before them. Yet this time, not even a flicker of flame emerged. After several more attempts, she was met with failure, her demeanor growing increasingly agitated. The slender boy scoffed derisively, his words laced with scorn. You were merely fortunate before. In the realm of cultivation, luck cannot be relied upon. A true genius capable of conjuring a fireball in just 1 or 2 tries would have long since ascended to the inner sanctum, not linger here. Qin Shu's shoulders slumped in defeat, prompting Shu Ying to furrow her brow in discontent. Turning to comfort Qin Shu, she remarked, the girl with a fire root value of 99, who entered alongside you, took 2 days to conjure her first fireball. Little sister, do not despair. Practice a few more times, and you may yet succeed. With that, she turned away, her demeanor reflecting a profound sense of despondence. Shu Ying sighed, recognizing that the young girl was still too tender in years. Such setbacks were but trifles in the arduous journey of cultivation, where challenges abound at every turn. As Qin Shu stepped outside and moved beyond their line of sight, she reverted to her usual demeanor. The boy, it seemed, was destined to be nothing more than collateral damage, meddlesome and petty. He could not bear to see others thrive. Following the teachings imparted by Shu Ying, she began to form seals with her hands, drawing spiritual energy from her dantian. The size of the fireball in her palm fluctuated according to the amount of energy she summoned. Chapter 13. The Demon Lord Xie Shiyuan, you've come back to life. How wonderful! Qin Shu exclaimed, excitedly lifting the little snake. At that moment, Xie Shiyuan distinctly felt his fate being grasped at the throat, and instinctively coiled his tail around Qin Shu's wrist. The tone of concern in her voice, however, took on a different flavor in Xie Shiyuan's ears. He had emerged from his egg into the world entirely alone, without parents or anyone to care for his existence. It was the first time someone had shown such regard for him. A sense of joy welled up within him, causing him to unconsciously flick his tongue. Are you hungry? If so, just nod, Qin Shu inquired. Xie Shiyuan, having transcended the tribulations of ascension, had long since ceased to require sustenance. He shook his head, and to Qin Shu's delight, her eyes sparkled with excitement. You truly understand human speech. You must be a spiritual beast. How marvelous! Xie Shiyuan privately scoffed at the naivety of human children. Qin Shu then retrieved a Jiling fruit from her bag, addressing Xie Shiyuan. I'll give you this fruit. But please don't bite me, all right? Xie Shiwan glanced at the low-grade spiritual fruit that ordinarily would not have crossed his path, and his eyes momentarily transformed into slits. Noticing his prolonged silence, Qin Shu pursed her lips, her expression grave. Xie Shiwan cast a glance at her, his head once again resting upon her arm. She exuded a remarkable aura, and the nature of her spirit was a mystery, yet it seemed to possess a modicum of efficacy in mending his wounds. So he resolved to keep her close for the time being. Qin Shu distinctly perceived the disdain reflected in his gaze. Wrinkling her nose, she took a bite of the Jiling fruit, pouting as she muttered, "You're not even pleased to receive a fruit, yet you relished it when you were unconscious." Xie Shiwan. This woman, taking advantage of his vulnerable state, had the audacity to bring it up. Were it not for her usefulness, he would have surely swallowed her whole. Noticing the little black snake nestled on her wrist had closed its eyes once more, evidently disinterested in her. However, she was unwilling to let it be, tugging at its tail to dislodge it from her wrist. Just as Xie Shiwan had finally drifted into slumber, he was roused again by her antics. Though his heart channels had been partially healed, he remained gravely injured, with nearly all his meridians severed. And he was still exceedingly weak. He needed to sleep. He needed to recuperate. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard a female voice beside him say, "Don't cling to me. Sleep on your own." Xie Shiwan's irritation flared, and he once again laid his head upon her wrist. Just as Qin Shu intended to pull him away, she noticed a flash of dark light upon him, and suddenly, a black serpent-like tattoo adorned her delicate wrist. Wild and untamed, Qin Shu felt a surge of anger, yet found herself powerless against him, so she reluctantly allowed him to remain on her wrist for the time being. The following day marked the long-awaited rendezvous between Qin Shu and Xian. Rising from her mat, she freshened up and set out with her prepared Qianquan bag in hand. Upon arriving at the designated location, Xian had yet to appear. Qin Shu waited for less than a quarter of an hour before Xian hurriedly approached, breathless with excitement. "Qin Shu, I have successfully cultivated my qi," she exclaimed, eager to share this delightful news. "Congratulations. It's truly impressive, especially since it has only been 8 days," Qin Shu praised sincerely. Had it not been for the unforeseen complications during her reincarnation, she estimated that, based on her original capabilities, it might have taken her a month to achieve such a feat. Xian's talents surpassed those of the original owner significantly. In her memories, Xian was supposed to possess both fire and wood spiritual roots, destined for alchemy. Chapter 14. Just let her die. Upon looking up again, Qin Shu noticed that Xian had already mingled with 2 other disciples, animatedly discussing matters with them. Qin Shu fell silent, contemplating whether this was what they referred to as social anxiety. No wonder she seemed to possess knowledge of every piece of news. Her ability to engage in conversation with anyone was truly remarkable. "Sister, I've learned that Xie Shiwan is quite the rogue. Just a few days ago, he was gravely injured during a thunder tribulation, and the 8 great sects are eager to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate him." Xian spoke with fervor, her enthusiasm for the gossip of the cultivation world far surpassing the mundane affairs of their Fanning city. Qin Shu noted the discrepancies between her account and what she had read in the original text, yet she found it understandable. After all, standing on the territory of the righteous path, how could these so-called virtuous individuals allow their disciples to be aware of their predatory intentions? What was the jade slip they were using? In contrast to the gossip, Qin Shu was evidently far more intrigued by the apparatus they employed. Xian indeed did not disappoint her. It was a communication jade slip, which allowed them to contact one another by leaving a trace of spiritual essence. Any news from the realm of cultivation could be posted, visible to all. Qin Shu understood. It was akin to a mobile phone for cultivators. This revelation piqued her interest further. In order to better integrate into the world of cultivation, she resolved to acquire one for herself. Truth be told, it was primarily the internet-addicted girl yearning for a miniature version of a cultivation phone. There were vendors selling them in Qijin City, and they planned to take a look shortly. Many disciples were heading to Qijin City for the market, and Qin Shu and her companions did not have to wait long before gathering a group of 10. The overseer of the teleportation array advised these novices embarking on their first outing to keep their eyes closed during the transit, as it might induce a sense of dizziness, urging them to prepare mentally. The journey lasted approximately 15 minutes. Following the overseer's instructions, Qin Shu closed her eyes. The sensation of using the teleportation array was somewhat reminiscent of motion sickness. Having taken the bus to school daily in her previous life, she adapted quite well. However, Hee-sun struggled a bit. Upon arrival, her complexion turned pale. A senior sister, who had just been gossiping with her, skillfully produced a porcelain vial and tossed it to Hee-sun, saying, "Here, this is the snuff bottle I bought earlier. Give it a vigorous sniff." Hee-sun, her face still ashen, uncorked the vial and inhaled deeply. A refreshing burst of minty aroma surged to her senses. She squinted, her features contorted momentarily, but she quickly recovered. Watching their figures recede into the distance, Hee-sun suddenly realized she hadn't even inquired which sect the senior sister belonged to. Qin Shu gazed at her with a sense of wistfulness and remarked, "We shall procure a communication jade slip shortly. Next time you encounter your senior sister, you can leave a trace of your spiritual essence." He-Xian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of such a jade slip for future correspondences. It would undoubtedly simplify matters significantly, or perhaps it was merely for the convenience of gossip, Qin Shu mused, yet she refrained from exposing her friend's intentions. Before them lay a bustling thoroughfare, steeped in antiquity, where the majority of disciples donned the garments bestowed by their sect. It was said that certain shops offered a discount for the disciples of Xuantiangate. Preoccupied with the thought of acquiring the communication jade slip, He-Xian eagerly tugged at Qin Shu, inquiring about its whereabouts as they made their way toward the designated shop. The communication jade slip was an indispensable item in the realm of cultivation, considered essential equipment, and its price was quite reasonable. Upon reaching a store specializing in jade slips, He-Xian pulled Qin Shu inside and promptly inquired, "Shopkeeper, do you have any communication jade slips available?" Chapter 15. I no longer desire it naturally. Qin Shu coveted such a fine item as the communication jade slip. However, at this moment, the need for a fasting elixir outweighed her desire. With the fasting elixir in hand, she could forego the daily ritual of meals, allowing her to ascend to the second level of Qi training sooner and venture forth from the sect to undertake missions. He-Xian glanced at the palm-sized communication jade slip she held, ultimately deciding to put it away. They were still young, and their cultivation could progress gradually. Yet the fleeting nature of time was undeniable. Moreover, as she departed from home, her father had bestowed upon her a small pouch of spiritual stones, estimated to contain 7 or 8 pieces, the origin of which remained a mystery. If she truly encounters a suitable fasting pill later, she would certainly contemplate purchasing a few. As the two of them emerged from the shop, they beheld 2 rows of small stalls lining the roadside. Some vendors even donned in the attire of their sect. He-Xian and Qin Shu, having not witnessed much of the world, curiously gazed at the various wares: flying wooden birds, talking vases, celestial swords, cultivation techniques, sword manuals, and elixirs. Everything imaginable was present. Qin Shu ultimately paused at a stall selling elixirs. He-Xian, aware of her intention to buy a fasting pill, also halted. She held high hopes for Qin Shu's bargaining skills. Perhaps she could also procure a few. "Do you have fasting pills?" Qin Shu inquired directly. The disciple manning the stall, clad in the garb of the Xiantian sect, lifted his gaze upon hearing her question and was greeted by the sight of the 2 young maidens before him. "Indeed, I have them. 5 low-grade spirit stones for a vial, with 10 pills per vial. Each pill sustains for 3 days. The high-grade fasting pill could last a month. Yet due to his limited skills, he could only refine these low-grade elixirs." Qin Shu mused that 5 low-grade spirit stones for a month was not exorbitant, and continued, "May I take a look?" The stall owner produced a porcelain vial and handed it to her. "Feel free to examine. These elixirs are all crafted by me and are guaranteed to be flawless." Qin Shu accepted it, uncorked the vial, and brought it to her nose for a gentle sniff. Immediately, her brows furrowed in confusion. The scent was oddly familiar. "Thank you, brother." He-Xian, witnessing her turn to leave, was momentarily taken aback before asking, "What's the matter? Why don't you want it anymore?" "For the moment, I feel it is unnecessary. I shall purchase a communication jade slip instead." He-Xian, in a moment of silence, decided to buy a bottle. After all, isn't it merely a scroll? She is capable as well. While retrieving spirit stones, she instinctively inquired, Could it be a bit cheaper? We are disciples of the pill sect, albeit still unversed in alchemy. The senior brother, taken aback by her words, soon broke into a smile and replied, "Very well, let it be 4 spirit stones for you." Xian joyfully paid the spirit stones, accepted the porcelain vial, and used the newly acquired jade slip to record the senior brother's spiritual essence for future purchases. She intended to share a few with Qin Shu, but was met with a refusal. "No need, I do not require this for now." Xian was perplexed by her fluctuating thoughts. Hardly had they taken a few steps when Qin Shu's gaze fell upon a dull gray iron sword. Remembering her fundamental sword techniques and lacking a suitable weapon, she turned to the stall owner and inquired, "How much for the sword?" The stall owner, seeing a young girl before him, responded with indifference, "This is a treasure I unearthed in the small world of the spirit realm. I won't part with it for less than 30 low-grade spirit stones." Qin Shu frowned. Such an item was beyond her means. Chapter 16. Sister, you have become famous. Truly, it comes without effort. The fragrance and hue of this elixir, even she, no matter how dim-witted, could discern. This bottle of fasting pills far surpasses the quality of what the senior brother in Qijin City had sold. Qin Shu secretly believed she had deduced the answer correctly, feeling a flicker of joy within her, while simultaneously being grateful for her earlier decisiveness and swift escape. She consumed a medicinal pill, closing her eyes to meditate for a moment. Only when the gnawing hunger in her abdomen gradually subsided did she reopen her eyes, her face radiant with delight. It appeared that this pill was indeed a fasting elixir. One could only commend the alchemical sect for their meticulous foresight. She retrieved the communication jade slip she had purchased from her spatial pouch. The shopkeeper had mentioned that the jade slip required a drop of blood to establish ownership. Thus, should it be lost and fall into another's hands, it would remain useless to them. Qin Shu gazed at her finger, lost in contemplation, acutely aware of the challenges inherent in the cultivation world. Inflicting a wound upon oneself required considerable courage. After much internal deliberation, the memory of Qin Mion's blade piercing her heart made her heart flutter involuntarily. Enough of this. If I do not descend into the abyss, who will? She first took a cloth to meticulously clean the newly acquired iron sword, glancing at her delicate, fair fingers. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself and drew a swift cut across her skin. Just as she was about to let her blood drip onto the jade slip, before she could lay down the iron sword, a layer of dusty glaze upon the blade shattered like eggshell, gradually revealing a sword of white jade. A groove ran along the blade, and Qin Shu's blood flowed into it, illuminating the white jade sword as if it had been awakened, radiating a soft crimson glow. She attempted to infuse her spiritual energy into the weapon, and it transformed into a delicate shade of violet. This delighted Qin Shu immensely. Who could have anticipated that she would discover such a treasure for merely 8 low-grade spirit stones? With a trace of blood still lingering on her fingertips, she hastily applied it to the communication jade slip. Upon activating the jade slip and infusing it with her spiritual essence, a message materialized before her. Qin Shu, Qin Shu. It is Xian. The young master of the fire spirit bird clan, Qiyu, has entered the Xiantian sword sect. After 2 days of absorbing qi into his body, he has achieved the second layer of qi refinement in merely 8 days. A prodigious talent has emerged. Qin Shu could not help but click her tongue in amazement. Ever since she realized the exceptional effects of her cultivation under the moonlight, she had indeed grown somewhat complacent. This news served as a jarring wake-up call, reminding her that many individuals possessed greater talent than she, not to mention the advantages of their familial backgrounds, which spared them countless detours. The information section of the jade slip was inundated with incoming messages. Qin Shu noticed a bounty board where individuals were offering substantial rewards for others' heads, alongside others seeking to purchase rare treasures. There were gossip columns revealing that a certain elder's concubine had betrayed him and that a disciple from the Hehuan sect had succeeded in captivating a guest. Additionally, there were rumors about the Tianji Pavilion's departure from the Xiantian sect, with no notable reactions from the sect itself. The news regarding the demon lord Xie Shiyuan at Xiantian sect was deemed inaccurate, prompting the friends of Tianji Pavilion to investigate further. Qin Shu briefly skimmed through the information and recognized it as an intriguing source of gossip. However, she lamented that this was not the time for frivolity. Chapter 17. Rejuvenation of Essence. After meticulously reviewing all the messages sent by He Xian, Qin Shu finally grasped the situation. She felt somewhat speechless. Her sole desire was to survive. She had no intention of trampling others in her pursuit. Upon reflection, it seems that the collective effort of everyone is indeed commendable. Currently, they do not perceive any imminent danger within the sect, yet when the time arrives for external training, each increment in one's cultivation diminishes the peril faced. Qin Shu chuckled lightly. That one to be the case. I know you still care for your sisters. He Xian felt a twinge of emotion. However, before she could dwell on it, Qin Shu's next remark arrived. It's time to claim this month's benefits. He Xian, momentarily speechless, let her smile falter. Her irritation evident as she tugged at the handkerchief in her grasp. What a troublesome woman. Qin Shu was blissfully unaware of He Xian's feelings. She was solely focused on the necessity of securing the benefits she so desperately needed given her financial constraints. After a brief bout of vexation, He Xian relented. When shall we go to collect them? Let us set a time. There's no time like the present. Let us go now. Very well. I shall meet you at the entrance of the task hall. Jiangya was meditating when she sensed some commotion outside, prompting her to swiftly rise from her bed and hurry to the door. This was her first glimpse of Qin Shu's true appearance. Previously, she had only caught a distant shadow practicing swordplay. However, upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. She was, indeed, a diminutive girl. Junior sister, wait. Jiangya called out as she noticed Qin Shu about to leave. Jiangya nodded and stepped forward, inquiring, Are you Qin Shu? Upon hearing her name, Qin Shu was intrigued. Since her arrival at the Xiantian sect, she had seldom engaged with others, especially someone she had never met before who could accurately call her by name. You? Do you know me? Qin Shu retorted. Jiangya, feeling somewhat embarrassed, fidgeted with her hands. News has spread throughout the Xiantian sect that Qin Shu, the newly initiated outer disciple of the Dan sect, has been diligently cultivating day and night, without rest. Qin Shu furrowed her brow, and upon observing Jiangya's expression, a sudden thought emerged in her mind. She inquired, This. Could it be that you are the one who spread the word? Jiangya cleared her throat. I merely inquired about you with a couple of acquaintances. And somehow, it became common knowledge across the entire sect. Noticing Qin Shu's silence, Jiangya felt a pang of guilt and quickly whispered an apology. I truly did not anticipate this outcome. However, don't you find it exhausting, cultivating without a break? Feigning profoundness, Qin Shu shook her head. You wouldn't understand. She longed to ascend in an instant. With such a relentless pace of cultivation, each day felt like an eternity. Man speechless. Before she could further inquire, Qin Shu declared, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Chapter 18. We must enter the inner sect. Qin Shu sighed silently. Even if she were to truly become a disciple under Elder Lingshu, there was no guarantee that the esteemed elder would bestow upon them the precious Shisui Huanjin. Of course, although Xian had mentioned that this was a low-probability event, there remained a faint glimmer of hope. Moreover, even if she failed to obtain the Shisui Huanjin, being under Elder Lingshu's tutelage would mean she was no longer left to her own devices. 8 years hence, even if Qin Mian were to attain enlightenment through martial prowess and make a grand entrance, the sect would not so easily cast her aside. Upon contemplating this possibility, Qin Shu was suddenly filled with fervor. With determination, she thought, let us take a chance. A bicycle can become a motorcycle. We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Han Xian observed the radiant excitement on Qin Shu's face and realized she too was stirred by the prospect. Indeed, Qin Shu leaned in closer and inquired, how will the disciples be selected? Surely, it cannot be solely based on talent and cultivation level? If that were the case, there would be no need to select from the entire sect. We could simply choose from among the top few disciples. If this question were posed to others, they might truly be at a loss. However, I have managed to gather information. Qin Shu's expression conveyed her eagerness for details, and Han Xian cleared her throat. Elaborating on the assessment criteria, Elder Lingshu, an esteemed 8th grade alchemist, is quite renowned within the cultivation realm. His primary aim in recruiting disciples is to pass on his legacy. Consequently, the main focus of the assessment is the sensitivity to the properties of medicinal herbs and the depth of understanding regarding them. Once Qin Shu absorbed this information, she grasped the essence of the selection process. If she was not mistaken, Elder Ling Shu's recruitment primarily involved rote memorization, with perhaps an emphasis on practical application. This was her forte. While she might falter in other areas, memorization was her strength. When will the selection take place? How much time do we have to prepare? 3 months, came the reply. That is ample time. After receiving their benefits from the task hall, Qin Shu eagerly pulled Han Xian towards the library. Upon reaching the first layer of Qi cultivation, they would be able to borrow from the sect's library, which abounds with texts on medicinal herbs. At first, Hsien was unaware of her destination. It was only after discerning the direction she was headed that she was thoroughly astonished. What on earth are you doing heading to the library? We can't even enter. Noticing that Qin Shu's pace did not falter, an unusual thought suddenly sprang to her mind. She widened her eyes and, in an exaggerated tone, asked, "Could it be that you've already reached the first level of Qi cultivation?" Only then did Qin Shu release her grip, adjust her sleeves with a composed demeanor, and nod lightly. Indeed. Hsien was repeatedly taken aback and felt compelled to inquire further. How did you manage that? Your cultivation speed is astonishing. Even those prodigies can't compare, can they? Qin Shu shrugged nonchalantly, sister. There's no need for such pretenses between us. Qiu reached the second level of Qi cultivation in just 8 days. I've been tirelessly practicing for a month and have only attained this level. Our pace is akin to that of a tortoise. Upon mentioning Qiu, Hsien fell silent. Some individuals are destined to be forever out of reach. Perhaps in a couple of years, they might not even glimpse his shadow. Let's proceed inside and select a couple of reference materials. Hsien's expression turned awkward as she struggled to utter. I have yet to reach the first level of Qi cultivation, so I cannot enter. Chapter 19. This technique is settled. Qin Shu gazed at the unadorned jade pendant in Hsien hand, genuinely surprised. It was brought from home by the original owner, and it surprisingly still contained spiritual energy. Qin Shu suddenly began to comprehend the profound intentions of Madame Qin. Whether it was sending her daughter to the realm of cultivation or bestowing upon her gold, silver, and jade pendants, she had reached the limits of her capabilities. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Qin Mian had actually embarked on the path of martial arts, and meticulous calculations ultimately succumbed to the whims of fate. After pondering for a moment, Qin Shu finally spoke. Then let us not exchange it. We shall keep it for now. In her previous life, she had been an orphan, raised in a welfare institution. The fervent maternal love was something she had never experienced. In this regard, she found herself somewhat envious of her original self. Beside her, Xian observed her with a hint of envy, but then recalled that her own father had quietly bestowed upon her spirit stones, though not in abundance. It was a gesture filled with sincere affection. Qin Shu agreed to transcribe these contents for her in 3 days, and the two parted ways. Upon returning to her dwelling, Qin Shu retrieved the jade pendant brought by her original self. The patterns on the pendant were exceedingly simple, resembling a cloud sketch hastily drawn by someone. She attempted to channel a bit of spiritual energy into the pendant, but it seemed to have little effect. The pendant remained unremarkable. Contemplating further, she drew forth her iron sword. No, it should now be referred to as the white jade sword, and made a cut on her hand. As the blood droplets fell onto the pendant, she watched in delight as the blood was absorbed entirely. It is well known that treasures capable of blood recognition are generally of exceptional quality, either crafted by formidable beings or possessing a lineage. Closing her eyes, Qin Shu gradually felt a connection forming between her heart and the jade pendant. With a mere thought, she found herself within the pendant. The jade pendant seems to contain a modest storage space, roughly the size of a small restroom, a mere 4 to 5 square units. Within the pendant, it is not entirely empty. In one corner, 2 boxes lie scattered. The material of the boxes is indiscernible to Qin Shu. Crouching down, she opened one of the boxes and discovered its contents. Inside, it was filled to the brim with jade slips. She picked one up casually and noticed it was inscribed with a detailed explanation of alchemy. Qin Shu raised her eyebrows, intrigued, and then seized another slip, titled Fusion Techniques of Various Plant Species. She grabbed a handful, examining each one. 3 uses in one mind, a compilation of experiences from 100 explosions, and on the possibility of refining spiritual roots. As she perused these, it dawned on her, albeit slowly, that she had stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. She discarded the assorted jade slips in her hands, cradling only the one titled on the possibility of refining spiritual roots, as if it were a priceless gem. Pressing the jade slip against her forehead, she dedicated nearly half an hour to digest its content, finally grasping the theoretical foundation it presented. The esteemed individual who proposed this theory posited that, fundamentally, spiritual roots, much like medicinal herbs, are influenced by the impurities within them. If one could refine spiritual roots as one would with herbs, eliminating the impurities, it is likely that the properties of the spiritual roots would be enhanced. Chapter 20. Senior brother, have you again consulted the oracle? As Xian conversed, she casually picked up a piece of paper that lay on the table. Upon a fleeting glance, she couldn't help but flinch at the corner of her eye. Did you transcribe all of this? Qin Shu understood what she wished to convey and preemptively declared. Though my handwriting may be unsightly, it does not impede your learning. If you find my writing distasteful, you can always transcribe it yourself. Before Hashin had the chance to respond, she had already exited the room. Hashin opened her mouth, her brows furrowing in discontent. She had yet to share the delightful news of her attainment of the first level of Qi cultivation, and already Qin Shu had dashed away. How vexatious. Everyone else managed their time within the same 12 hours, yet she appeared to be busier than all. Indeed, she did not disappoint. She received 3 private messages. Upon opening one, an exuberant voice echoed, "For the best information, head to the 7 Kills Pavilion. Authentic news at an affordable price. You cannot go wrong with your purchase." Truly, in any realm, one cannot escape the relentless tide of advertisements. As she opened the second message, another lively voice proclaimed, "Baixiaoxing knows everything about the heavens and the earth. Still troubled about acquiring the news you desire? Look no further than Baixiaoxing." Qin Shu sighed. Just as she resigned herself to the notion that the third message would hold no promise, a deep male voice resonated. What price? She possessed a mere 11 low-grade spiritual stones and 2 bottles of the most rudimentary spiritual recovery pills. What price could she possibly quote? She feared that uttering a figure would lead to immediate ostracism. Perhaps she could craft an enticing offer and maybe deceive an unsuspecting soul. "I am Sui Han from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Qin Shu. After a brief interval, Qin Shu awaited further communication, and the transmission jade slip illuminated once more. Upon her perusal, she discerned a message from Sui Han, revealing that the remnant sun ice was an object of extreme cold. It was rumored that, at the northernmost reaches of the eastern continent, there lay a fragment at the bottom of the Wuhai Sea. Qin Shu was taken aback that he would actually divulge such information to her. However, considering the vastness of the sea, where could she possibly search for such a diminutive piece of remnant sun ice? Meanwhile, on the other end of the transmission jade slip, Sui Han set it aside and proceeded to conceal the tortoise shell before him. Just then, a junior sister crossed the threshold and entered, her curiosity piqued by his actions. "Senior brother, have you cast a divination?" she inquired. Sui Han, maintaining his composure, tucked away the transmission jade slip and responded with a noncommittal hum. Lu Jin, observing this interaction, approached eagerly and pressed on. "Senior brother, whom did you divine for? What was the outcome?" Sui Han lifted his gaze to meet hers, his dark pupils reminiscent of glacial ice. Lu Jin was momentarily taken aback, only to hear him reply in a measured tone, "The secrets of heaven must not be revealed." Lu Jin pouted slightly and retorted, "Then you must cast a divination for me as well. Will my romantic endeavors flourish?" Sui Han shook his head, asserting, "1 divination per month. The rules are not to be broken." Frustrated, Lu Jin stamped her foot and with a huff of indignation, declared, "I shall ignore you henceforth." Yet, Sui Han remained unfazed, his thoughts still lingering on the divination he had just witnessed. Chapter 21. Silence is golden. Each time Qin Shu identified a medicinal herb, it took her approximately a minute. At this pace, distinguishing the towering pile of Luohan Shenghua would take her an entire day, an insurmountable task. When Ma Qingtai returned from collecting herbs outside and observed the minuscule amount Qin Shu had sorted, his forehead unconsciously began to throb, despite his mental preparation. Little one, your performance in accumulating sect points is rather conspicuous. Isn't it? He remarked, his tone light yet pointed. Qin Shu offered an embarrassed smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. How about you take a look and see if I've sorted them correctly? The smile on Ma Qingtai's face faded as he quickly approached, grasping several Qianquan bags to probe with his spiritual awareness. Qin Shu exhaled a sigh of relief, lowering her head with a pitiful expression. Master Ma, I'm still just getting the hang of it. As long as I don't make errors, that's sufficient. Once I gain more experience, I'll surely improve my speed. Upon hearing her words, Qin Shu felt a sense of reassurance. While she knew a single day would not suffice, perhaps with 3 days, she could manage to make some progress. Gratefully, she clasped her hands in front of her and said, "Thank you, Master. I will certainly perform my duties well and not let you down." Ma Qingtai chuckled at her earnestness. What is there to be disappointed about? If, after 3 days, you have not completed this task and earned any sect points, it will be you who feels disheartened. With a swift motion, he waved his sleeve and collected half of the pile of Luohan Xinghua, instructing, for now, focus on sorting these. Seeing his actions, Qin Shu realized that Master Ma, beneath his sharp tongue, possessed a kind heart. She sported a bun atop her head, her sweet smile radiating gratitude as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Master Uncle. I shall strive diligently." Ma Qingtai nearly lost his stern facade, yet he endeavored to maintain his aloof demeanor, nodding slightly before turning to depart. Qin Shu watched him leave, then resumed her task of sorting the spiritual herbs. This endeavor was one that could be mastered through practice, and Qin Shu grew increasingly adept. Eventually, she could grasp a handful of herbs and expertly select those with similar spiritual attributes. This greatly enhanced her efficiency, and she also discovered that her finesse in wielding spiritual energy was becoming increasingly refined. She was capable of dividing her spiritual energy into numerous streams, simultaneously perceiving multiple spiritual plants. Sitting cross-legged on her mat, she controlled the spiritual energy to filter the herbs, her pace accelerating. That night, Ma Qingtai had intended to assist her in sorting while the young girl rested, but to his surprise, the lights in the pharmacy remained aglow. Curious, he discreetly extended his spiritual sense and beheld the petite figure of the girl, seated in meditation, appearing almost in a trance. Her movements were remarkably swift, and her control over the spiritual energy was exceptionally precise. Before her lay the remnants of the Arhut sacred flower, now reduced to half, leading him to surmise that by dawn she would have completed her sorting. Stroking his beard, Ma Qingtai smiled with satisfaction. These novice disciples were often quite young and not accustomed to hardship. This little girl, seemingly delicate and fragile, exhibited an admirable resilience to toil and fatigue. Such tenacity would surely enable her to traverse further along the path of cultivation. Chapter 22. Senior Brother, your assistance is appreciated. Gathering herbs also took place within the pharmacy, albeit at the opposite end. As Qin Shu approached to report in, she noticed several other young disciples, seemingly of similar age, likely initiated into the sect alongside her. Upon her arrival, the expressions of these individuals shifted to one of discomfort. Presenting her identity token to the elder sister in charge of registration, she was promptly escorted to a large cabinet. You are fortunate. Master Ma has assigned you to gather the materials for the spirit restoration pills, which require the least amount of ingredients. Be diligent. Your task is to prepare 100 portions today, as disciples will begin to collect them starting tomorrow. There can be no delays. Qin Shu, having overheard the slender elder sister being referred to as Lingxi, discreetly noted the name. Thank you, Sister Lingxi, for your guidance, she expressed with a cupped fist in gratitude. Lingxi raised an eyebrow at her words, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. You are quite clever. Now, off you go. Sorting spiritual herbs was indeed a simpler task compared to gathering the medicinal ingredients, provided one adhered to the prescribed ratios. By the time Qin Shu had completed the 100 portions, it was just past noon. Lingxi, appreciating her efficiency, credited her with the points accumulated over the past 2 days. Qin Shu cast a spell on her token, and to her delight, She discovered it had accumulated 20 points, a truly commendable achievement. With a heart full of joy, she collected her 10 portions of spirit restoration pills materials and hurried towards the transmission hall. However, as she crossed the threshold, a wave of regret washed over her, compelling her to turn back, her smile fading and her expression growing increasingly complex. Cheng Yan, having noticed her, recognized this junior sister. His memory of her was not solely due to her interaction with his golden rainbow pomegranate, but also because when she had chosen to protect her, his consciousness swept over Qin Shu, causing her to break into a cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she had been completely seen through. An unwelcome thought crept into her mind, recalling the sword that had been thrust towards her. Although it was not he who wielded it, the memory sent a shiver down her spine. Her complexion turned pallid, and her limbs felt rigid. The air hung heavy with an eerie stillness, and suddenly, the small black serpent coiled around her wrist came to life, moving slowly to imprint an ancient symbol upon her brow. None noticed this occurrence. Not even Qin Shu herself felt the slightest discomfort. Yet, this symbol ensured that others would remain oblivious to her unique constitution and her cultivation level. For Qin Shu, it was akin to donning a disguise. After a long pause, Cheng Yan finally inquired, "What do you wish to learn?" The chill that had enveloped Qin Shu began to dissipate as she suppressed her unease, reassuring herself that nothing had transpired yet, and that she would remain vigilant against Cheng Yan in the future. With her head bowed, she replied softly, "I wish to learn alchemy." Cheng Yan had already discerned her cultivation level. This junior sister was lacking in innate talent yet progressed surprisingly quickly, which explained why when she regarded her with such favor. Cheng Yan tossed her a jade slip nonchalantly, saying, "Study this first, and ask questions if you do not understand." Qin Shu quickly caught the slip, pressing it to her forehead, closing her eyes, and immersing herself completely in its contents. After a considerable time, she finally processed the information. When she opened her eyes, Cheng Yan asked, "How is it? Do you have any questions?" Qin Shu pondered for a moment. She realized that asking questions could empower her, making her less fearful of him in the future. Her eyes were strikingly dark and bright, with an inexplicable restraint that hardly resembled those of a 10-year-old girl. "What? Are you afraid of me?" Cheng Yan inquired. Chapter 23. You lied. Even after Qin Shu left the transmission hall, her mind remained in a whirl. How could she have dared to request the eldest senior brother's assistance in alchemy? What puzzled her even more was that he had actually acquiesced. He gazed at the 10 sets of materials for the spirit-nourishing pill laid before him, lost in contemplation. These ingredients were hardly worth a handful of spirit stones, yet he had agreed to a 3-7 split with her. Very well, let it be a means of mentoring his junior sister. The following day, Cheng Yan was not required to visit the transmission hall. He sat in the grass hut, pondering for half the day, before ultimately deciding to commence alchemy. "Oh? The eldest senior brother has taken to undertaking sect tasks?" When Qi's voice drifted in and out, Cheng Yan chose to ignore him, prompting Wen Qi to find his own amusement as he gradually manifested in the courtyard. He wrinkled his nose, clicking his tongue twice. "Indeed, it is the spirit-nourishing pill. Eldest senior brother, you have neglected your alchemical duties for 60 years. Since you are finally igniting the furnace today, why not concoct mine alongside?" Cheng Yan continued his actions without interruption, raising his hand to cast a spell and cover the furnace, casually replying, "What brings you here?" No sooner had he spoken than a scroll flew towards him, which he caught deftly. When she remarked, "In the second half of the year, you will lead the disciples' trials. Here is the scroll of names. Write the names of those who meet the conditions, and they will gain entry qualifications." A golden light flickered at the center of Cheng Yan's forehead, and in an instant, the scroll halted before him. He frowned in contemplation for a moment before lifting his hand to stow the scroll away. Meanwhile, the alchemical furnace before him exuded a captivating fragrance, enchanting to the senses. He performed a series of intricate gestures, lifting the lid and activating the furnace. With a swift motion, he cast forth a jade vial, filling it with 10 exquisite elixirs. He tirelessly refined 10 batches, culminating in a total of 100 flawless pills, each a paragon of excellence. By the time he completed the alchemical process, the sun had already ascended to its zenith. Cheng Yan squinted, lost in contemplation, suddenly beset by an inexplicable sensation of being ensnared by a spell. Why had he willingly squandered a precious morning assisting a junior sister with whom he shared but a fleeting acquaintance? The image of her Taoist bun, coupled with her facade of feigned bravery despite evident trepidation, flitted through his mind. At that moment, an epiphany dawned upon him. Perhaps it was precisely her distinctiveness from other women that had compelled him. Rising from his seat, Cheng Yen vanished from the courtyard in a blink. He reappeared before the abode of the esteemed Master Ling Shu. "Master, your disciple Cheng Yen seeks an audience." His words barely left his lips when the protective wards of the dwelling dissolved. Upon entering, he heard Master Ling Shu inquire, "I have heard from Wen Qi that you are concocting a spirit-replenishing elixir?" Cheng Yen responded with a subdued acknowledgement. With a sidelong glance, Ling Shu probed further. "Are you on a mission?" "Yes," Cheng Yen replied. Ling Shu scoffed lightly. "Cheng Yen, you are not being entirely truthful." Cheng Yen did not refute this. An agreement made with another could hardly be deemed a lie. He was indeed on a mission, albeit not solely his own. Intrigued by this admission, Ling Shu inquired, "Oh, who possesses such capability?" Cheng Yen chose not to indulge his curiosity further. Instead, with a flick of his wrist, he produced a scroll. "Master, I kindly request that you assign someone else to lead the trial." Ling Shu effortlessly cast him out with a flick of his sleeve, not even granting him the courtesy of a door. In the blink of an eye, the stone door of the cave dwelling swung shut. Cheng Yen, witnessing this, understood that his master had made up his mind. He must partake in this trial. Chapter 24. Striking gold, she extracted 2 bottles from a collection of 10 vials of elixirs and, from another bottle, carefully procured a single pill to place into one of the vials before presenting them to him. "Here, this is for you." A promise kept. As Cheng Yen accepted the vials, a hearty laugh echoed, revealing the identity of the speaker. He wondered why his senior brother would concern himself with crafting such low-level pills. It turned out he was doing so for his junior sister. Qin Shu followed the sound and beheld Wen Qi, clad in azure robes, gracefully wielding a jade-boned folding fan as he floated in midair. A frown creased her brow. She had only just expressed her contentment with their collaboration and planned to seek her brother's assistance next month, only to be interrupted by Wen Qi's untimely arrival. Her expression was laid bare before him, prompting Wen Qi to inquire directly, "Little Taoist, what do you mean by this? When I crafted elixirs for you, I do not recall such gratitude being shown." Qin Shu, taken aback, raised her gaze to him and, with a forced smile, retorted, "Perhaps my senior brother has mistaken my intentions? I have never troubled you to refine pills for me." Wen Qi, with delicate fingers, lightly tapped his forehead with the fan's handle, momentarily dazzling Qin Shu. She could not discern whether it was the elegance of the fan, the beauty of his hands, or the allure of his face that captivated her. Before her stood the charming figure, who smirked lightly and admitted, "It seems I was mistaken, indeed. Performing good deeds without seeking recognition is no longer feasible. Sister, think carefully. On the day you first arrived at the Dan sect, did you not find a bottle of purifying pills within your Qinquan pouch?" He observed with satisfaction as the young girl before him gradually widened her eyes, a look of astonishment adorning her face, before he playfully inquired, "So, do you remember?" At that time, he merely found this little junior sister amusing and casually tossed her a bottle of purifying pills. He had hoped to remain inconspicuous, avoiding any unwanted romantic entanglements. Although Qin Shu was unaware of his motivations for bestowing such a gift upon her, she now understood the gesture and felt a sense of obligation. "So, it was a gift for my senior brother." "Thank you, senior brother. I will remember this, and when my cultivation reaches a certain level, I shall certainly repay you with a bottle." As soon as her words left her lips, Wen Qi erupted into laughter, his expression softening as he smiled. "You little Taoist are quite entertaining." "Senior brother, my name is Qin Shu, not Little Taoist," she corrected him with a frown, disliking the moniker. Upon hearing this, Wen Qi raised an eyebrow, his gaze gentle as he replied, "With your Taoist bun, what else could one call you?" Qin Shu, looking at his expression, nearly succumbed to temptation. Yet she quickly restrained the stirring emotions within her and replied with composure, "This is not a Taoist bun, it is a bun of roundness." Cheng Yen, observing their conversation, furrowed his brow at Wen Qi's audacity in using illusion magic on such a young girl. To his surprise, the little one proved to be steadfast, impervious to his charms. He scoffed and said, "I have taken what I needed, so I shall not disturb you too in your reminiscing," concerned that he might vanish without a trace. Qin Shu hastily inquired before he disappeared, "Senior brother, shall we meet again at the same time next month?" Wen Qi observed from the side, his expression a blend of amusement and intrigue as he regarded Cheng Yan. Cheng Yan appeared oblivious to Wen Qi's gaze, calmly nodding in response, "Yes." Wen Qi found himself increasingly perplexed by his senior brother. The jade vial containing the elixir was far more precious than the elixir itself. Typically, such vials were reserved for high-grade elixirs to prevent the loss of their medicinal properties. Yet he had nonchalantly gifted it to this young female practitioner without a flicker of hesitation. Chapter 25. Unwavering Focus Fairy. Do you intend to sell this elixir? It is said that the spirit replenishing pill is a low-grade elixir of little monetary value. However, the rarity of an exceptional item like yours makes it uniquely valuable. If you could provide a substantial quantity, the price would indeed be significantly higher. The shopkeeper seemed to be probing for information. Qin Shu shook her small head vigorously. No, as a mere novice disciple, how could I provide a large quantity? I was simply fortunate to receive one from my senior brother and thought to exchange it for some spirit stones as pocket money. She was not naive and understood the principle that possessing something valuable could invite trouble. If she were to reveal all 79 exceptional spirit replenishing pills, she would likely attract unwanted attention. Though somewhat disappointed by her response, the shopkeeper had anticipated such an answer. He sighed and casually inquired, "Is there anything else you wish for, fairy?" Qin Shu nodded. "I would like another 100 low-grade spirit replenishing pills, and please convert the remaining into spirit stones for me." As it was her first attempt at concocting elixirs, a certain margin of failure was permissible. All she needed to submit were 10 spiritual recovery pills. The remainder of the pills she intended to retain for her own use. 100 inferior-grade spiritual recovery pills were merely worth 10 inferior-grade spirit stones. Yet the shop assistant demanded that for one superior-grade spiritual recovery pill, she must receive 90 inferior-grade spirit stones in return. Stepping out of the alchemist alliance, Qin Shu felt somewhat surreal, pondering whether this sensation was akin to sudden wealth. She felt a sense of elation, reminiscent of a child proclaiming her place in the hierarchy of the universe. However, this very exhilaration made her hesitant to collaborate further with her senior brother. Although such a gesture might be trivial for Cheng Yan, she felt an unsettling discomfort in receiving benefits without merit. The value of the elixirs he provided had long surpassed that of the herbs themselves. It was not that she was particularly vain. Rather, after embarking on her cultivation journey over the past couple of months, she had unexpectedly experienced growth. And the garments from the original owner were of mundane quality and now appeared somewhat short. Upon entering the shop, the assistant eagerly promoted an array of enchanting garments. There were shimmering silk gowns and fluffy ethereal dresses, each more exquisite than the last. Qin Shu touched her spatial pouch and pointed at one of the lighter garments, inquiring about its price in spirit stones. With a stoic expression, she coldly diverted her gaze from the beautiful attire and addressed the shop assistant with a commanding tone, "Bring forth your least expensive item." Her tone and manner were such that one might mistakenly believe she was prepared to spend lavishly. The shopkeeper's eyes twitched momentarily before he managed to pull the corners of his mouth into a semblance of a smile, gesturing towards a vibrant array of garments in the corner. "My lady, these outfits are last year's designs and are quite affordable. If your budget is limited, do feel free to peruse them." Qin Shu, satisfied, approached and pulled aside the fabric, only to find garments hastily assembled from just a few pieces of cloth, which caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Chapter 26. The application of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. Qin Shu fell silent, pondering whether she could admit that her choice to wear men's clothing stemmed from its economical nature. She couldn't fathom how this exceptionally capable fairy had managed to procure men's attire overnight. Xian observed her expression, which was fraught with unspoken complexities, and furrowed her brows in confusion. "What is it? Do you not find them appealing?" Qin Shu hastily shook her head, regaining her composure and earnestly complimenting, "They are exquisite. Only then did He Xian's lips curl into a satisfied smile as she remarked, "Sister, I have just finished reading the comprehensive guide to medicinal herbs in the cultivation realm. Early this morning, I ventured to the mission hall to accept a task. You are right. I must strive harder from now on. I aspire to ascend on my own." Qin Shu gracefully clasped her hands together and replied, "In pursuit of wealth and honor, let us not forget each other." He Xian smiled in agreement, and the two entered the apothecary, where they immersed themselves for an entire 2.5 months. During this period, Qin Shu diligently self-studied texts such as The Art of Multitasking, 100 Experiences with Explosive Furnaces, and the perfect fusion of opposing attributes in medicinal materials. Although she was still a novice with zero experience in alchemy, she was well-versed in theoretical knowledge. Not only did she study independently, but she also engaged He Xian in discussions, thereby opening the door to a new world for her as well. In the past 2 months, Qin Shu had refrained from delivering the medicinal herbs to her senior brother, opting instead to keep them for herself, intending to refine them into elixirs once her cultivation reached a higher level. For the time being, the elixirs she offered were of lesser quality, purchased by her own means. One afternoon, Qin Shu and He Xian ventured to the western mountains and caught a wild rabbit. They ignited a fire using spiritual energy and roasted it, then sprinkled it with spiritual herbs, savoring a long-awaited indulgence. He Xian eagerly accepted the rabbit leg handed to her by Qin Shu, disregarding its scalding heat, and took a hasty bite. Upon tasting it, her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Sister, when did you acquire such culinary prowess?" Qin Shu chuckled, revealing that her skills were far more extensive. However, the lack of diverse seasonings in the realm of cultivation meant that the barbecue could have tasted even more authentic. "If you wish to indulge again, simply call for me," she said. After exchanging a few more light-hearted words, Qin Shu sighed and turned to He Xian, asking, "Sister, if you are not chosen by the esteemed Ling Su, what are your plans?" He Xian, astonished, stared at her with wide eyes, still clutching the rabbit leg. "Sister, you seem to be drifting away from reality." Confused, Qin Shu listened as He Xian continued, "You should not inquire about my plans in case of not being selected, but rather what I would do if I were chosen. After all, for us, not being chosen is the exception, and being selected would be a sign of ancestral blessings." With He Xian's reminder, Qin Shu paused for a moment, slowly coming to realize that she may have been overthinking the situation. She laughed heartily and declared, "Let us do our best and leave the rest to fate. Wherever one may find oneself, one must strive diligently in their practice." The following day marked the significant occasion when Ling Shu Jinren would select disciples, a day foretold by the esteemed Xingqian Jinren of Tianji Pavilion, who had divined that only on this day could Ling Shu Jinren find his true apprentice. Should he miss this opportunity, any future selections would be fraught with misfortune. Early in the morning, Qin Shu arose and hurried to the cold pool to wash her hair, a gesture of her sincere respect for the impending examination. Once she had arranged her high ponytail and met with He Xian, who had styled her hair into a bun, the two exchanged smiles before proceeding to register. The first examination was a written test, reportedly crafted by the senior brother Qingyan, which elicited wry smiles from the participants. The last time the alchemy master had set the questions, only 6 out of 167 candidates had succeeded in advancing to the second tier of alchemists, a dishearteningly low figure. Chapter 27. Talent. Qingyan, both curious and impressed, turned to the front of the examination paper, where the name Qin Shu was inscribed in flourishing characters. He was utterly taken aback, taking some time to regain his composure. Were the youth of today truly this remarkable? The 8 trigrams calculation she had penned was so intricate that even he struggled to comprehend it. Nevertheless, while the young lady was undoubtedly intelligent, her handwriting left much to be desired, lacking any aesthetic grace. Contemplating this, he set Qin Shu's paper aside, awaiting the completion of his review of others. While some submissions were indeed commendable, none could rival the refreshing theoretical insights presented by Qin Shu. With a few selected papers in hand, he made his way to Ling Shu Jinren's abode, secretly placing Qin Shu's paper at the forefront. At merely 10 years of age, her ability to compose such works warrants the title of genius without hesitation. Her sole shortcoming lies in her still nascent cultivation and somewhat limited talent. leaving one to ponder if her master will truly recognize her potential. As Ling Shu Jinren received the examination paper handed over by Cheng Yan, he instinctively intended to turn the page upon glancing at the handwriting on the first sheet. However, he was promptly halted by Cheng Yan's timely interjection, "Master." Ling Shu Jinren looked up briefly, only to hear Cheng Yan, with a furrowed brow and an expression of peculiar intrigue, inquire, "Master, won't you take a closer look?" Understanding Cheng Yan's disposition, Ling Shu Jinren knew that such insistence was not without reason. After perusing the content, he cast aside the remaining sheets and directed a question at Cheng Yan. "This paper carries some intriguing responses. Which peak does this disciple named Qin Shu belong to? The ideas presented are commendable, though the handwriting leaves much to be desired." Chapter 28. Fire Spirit. Upon hearing this, Ling Shu Jinren breathed a sigh of relief. No matter. While the foundational cultivation of 71 may be challenging, it suffices for alchemical practice. As the master and disciple conversed, a commotion arose outside the cave abode. "Ling Shu, it has been a long time. I trust you are well." Ling Shu Jinren's brows knitted in concern. What could prompt the sudden visit of Wang Jianjinren? Wang Jianjinren, an elder of the sword sect, was rarely seen within the sect's confines, often engaged in combat or on the hunt for adversaries. 3 years prior, he had returned abruptly and remained reclusive. Could it be that he has come seeking his master's assistance in alchemy? Cheng Yan speculated. Ling Shu Jinren gently shook his head, deeming it unlikely. The path of the wandering sword is one of slaughter, traditionally seeking breakthroughs through combat. He consumes only spirit-replenishing elixirs, eschewing all others. Very well. I shall inquire upon his arrival. He lifted his hand to dispel the restrictions and personally welcomed the guest. How is it that the wandering sword master has emerged from his seclusion? Has he achieved something significant? He stroked his beard, inquiring with a smile. The wandering sword appeared as a middle-aged man, with his life-bound sword slung across his back. His broad shoulders exuded strength, suggesting he had also made considerable progress in physical cultivation. Upon hearing the question from the Ling Shu master, he shook his head, indicating a lack of advancement. Perhaps the time had not yet come. His expression remained indifferent, seemingly unperturbed by the matter, reflecting the solidity of his heart. Just as the Ling Shu master was about to clarify the purpose of his visit, the wandering sword preempted him, saying, "Ling Shu master, I have heard that you are considering accepting a disciple." This declaration only added to Ling Shu's confusion. What concern was it of his if the wandering sword sought to take on a disciple? Surely, he would not be so bold as to wish to become one at his age. Even if he did, Ling Shu would not accept him. As he possessed no fire attribute spirit root, what worth would a singular gold spirit root hold? Yet he seemed to have such intentions. Ling Shu furrowed his brow, nodding slightly. The wandering sword continued, "Ling Shu master, we have a disciple in our sword sect who possesses a fire spirit root of 99. How about making her your disciple?" Upon hearing of the disciple's exceptional fire spirit root, the wandering sword furrowed his brow, raising his voice slightly. "Such a talent. Are you truly willing to allow her to join our alchemy sect? Everyone is not a mere child. Unless they are harboring some ulterior motives, they would undoubtedly wish to keep such a prodigy well concealed." Wang Jian, aware that he could not easily deceive them, sighed and explained, "To be frank, we are indeed concerned with the cleansing essence you possess. Moreover, that girl Qi Yu has expressed an interest in alchemy. Should she purify her spiritual roots, she would possess a prime spiritual root of utmost quality. At that point, both alchemy and swordsmanship would yield remarkable results with minimal effort. Naturally, he could not bear to relinquish such an exceptional disciple, yet he would respect Qi Yu's choice. Furthermore, there was the matter of their own financial constraints. Compared to the affluent alchemists, they had little to offer that might entice her. Ling Su, upon hearing his words, scoffed derisively, placing his hands behind his back and coolly remarked, "You truly have a clever scheme in mind. This is nothing short of attempting to catch a wolf with empty hands." Wang Jian rubbed his nose, offering an awkward smile, retorting, "It isn't entirely empty-handed, for we have indeed offered you a disciple with a prime spiritual root." Ling Su, with a flourish of his sleeve, turned away, signaling the end of the discussion. Chapter 29. I am most likely a companion learner. Qin Shu was taken aback. Was there no need for comparison? This was preferable, as she could not hold her own in terms of talent or cultivation. She was simply left wondering who the chosen disciple designated by her master might be. It was said that not only external disciples were participating in the selection, but also many internal disciples and even individuals from the neighboring sword sect, tool sect, and talisman sect had come to participate. It can be said that the place is brimming with talent. She had encountered many geniuses, but she was still familiar with Qi Yu from the sword sect. Could it be that a disciple is allowed to join multiple sects, akin to elective courses in modern universities? Does this mean she might someday learn the art of swordsmanship? Qin Shu never considered herself the chosen one until, as evening approached, the protective barrier outside was unexpectedly triggered. She opened the door to investigate, yet saw nothing. Instinctively, she sidestepped and beheld a jade token floating before her. Was it the token of an inner sect disciple? He supported himself lightly against the wooden beams of the roof, one foot on the eaves and the other dangling in midair, with the setting sun casting a warm glow behind him. At that moment, the breeze was perfectly timed, lifting his long hair and billowing his garments, resembling a celestial being. However, the smile on his face was rather casual. Little Taoist, I trust you are well. Qin Shu's features scrunched in discontent. Surely, he was still single? With that mouth of his, not even a divine visage could redeem him. I am not a little Taoist. Wen Qi's gaze swept over her high ponytail, giving a slight nod. Oh, a new hairstyle? He chuckled. Even with a new hairstyle, you still look like a little Taoist. Qin Shu did not wish to engage in a war of words with him, so she composed herself and asked, Second senior brother. Attacking from behind is not the behavior of a gentleman. Upon hearing her suppressed indignation, Wen Qi chuckled, This is not a sneak attack. I have come here with great effort to deliver your token. Furthermore, you may have some misconceptions about your senior brother. I am hardly a gentleman myself. Qin Shu cast a sidelong glance at the token suspended in midair and then looked up at Wen Qi's senior brother. Is this token meant for me? But it signifies the status of an inner sect disciple, does it not? It cannot be anyone else's but yours. Go ahead and take a look. Your name is inscribed upon it, Wen Qi replied. Only then did Qin Shu muster the courage to reach out and accept the token, which obediently settled into her palm. Its surface was warm to the touch, and as the luminous green light faded away, the characters Xuantiangmen appeared prominently on the token. Flipping it over, she observed the reverse side, which bore no markings, utterly unremarkable. She scratched the back of her head, her expression a canvas of confusion. Wen Qi, witnessing her bewilderment, couldn't help but chuckle and remarked, Junior sister, you must drop blood to acknowledge your ownership. Qin Shu's features contorted once more. Why must the realm of cultivation always require a blood acknowledgement? With her tender 10-year-old body, she wondered how many drops she could spare. Just as she was resolved to draw blood from her finger with her white jade sword, when she interjected once more. Wait a moment. Qin Shu opened her eyes to regard him, her sword hovering perilously close to her fingertip, a mere millimeter away. Wen Qi's gaze turned even more perplexed as he curiously inquired, Are you not capable of drawing blood? Without answering, Qin Shu retorted, Am I not in the process of doing so? Wen Qi fell silent. Chapter 30. Beautiful maidens hold grudges. Qin Shu followed Wen Qi as they explored his cave dwelling. It was, at the very least, a 2-room suite, complete with a training chamber. This place is inscribed with a spirit-gathering array, which will aid you in your cultivation, he explained. Qin Shu sensed the rich spiritual energy in the air, nearly moved to tears. The inner sect was already situated close to the spiritual vein. And with the presence of the gathering formation, even someone with her trifling 3-spirit root constitution no longer needed to consume spirit pills during the day. When she noticed the fluctuation in her emotions and chuckled, All right, take a look around for now. Remember to visit our esteemed master tomorrow at dawn. Qin Shu nodded, and when she raised an eyebrow, adding, Surely, our master has prepared a welcoming gift for you. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu felt her bloodline surge with excitement. A hint of exhilaration coursing through her. The casual gifts from those esteemed figures would be more than enough for someone of her humble status to strike it rich. She looked up at Wen Qi, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, for the reminder. I will certainly arrive early tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Wen Qi, Qin Shu opened the restrictions of her cave abode and began to organize her personal belongings from her Qianquan pouch. She then took out a communication jade slip and sent a message to Hexian. Sister, I have entered the service of Master Ling Su. She was startled when a flurry of messages came rushing in from Hexian, as if poured from a bamboo tube. Is this true? How incredible. Wasn't it said that Master Ling Su accepted the sword sect SGU? Where are you now? Could it be that your spot was taken? After a moment, Hexian finally sighed in relief. Well, being an attendant is still better than being in the outer sect. The prospect of our future encounters seems rather inconvenient now. Sighed Qin Shu, sensing a hint of melancholy in her voice. She gently advised, Isn't there a sect competition in a year? Your talent surpasses mine by leaps and bounds, and you're already among the elite in the outer sect. With diligent practice, entering the inner sect is merely a matter of time. Hearing her youthful tone articulate such mature sentiments was somewhat amusing to Hexian. I know you, little girl. Take good care of yourself in the inner sect. In truth, Hexian had been striving earnestly, yet she remained a genuine 12-year-old girl, occasionally indulging in childish whims. However, this experience had indeed spurred her on, instilling a resolute determination to focus on her cultivation. Qin Shu tucked away the jade slip and stepped outside her cave dwelling, where a profusion of roses bloomed vibrantly, nourished by the spiritual energy of the surroundings. Behind the cave lay a pond, and upon closer inspection, Qin Shu discovered it was a spring. What a delightful opportunity for a bath. Encircling the cave were intricate formations etched by the sect, and upon activating the restrictions, this would become her own little world. Qin Shu felt immensely satisfied. Her cultivation had afforded her a 2-room apartment, complete with a small pond and garden. She pondered how long it would take her in her past life to afford even a modest dwelling after graduating from university. Settling into the spirit-gathering array, she meditated, and the night swiftly passed. As the first rays of sunlight streamed in the following morning, Qin Shu had already completed her morning routine and set off towards the neighboring peak. Chapter 31. Little Junior Sister. The commotion outside the cave soon captured the attention of those within, and upon their arrival in the courtyard, they beheld Qin Shu emerging from the pond. At this moment, Qin Shu bore a lotus leaf atop her head, her hair and garments clinging to her form, her face a tapestry of disarray, embodying the very essence of distress. Originally envious of Qin Shu being personally greeted by the second senior brother, Qi found herself suddenly at ease upon witnessing her comical predicament. Master Ling Su's countenance was also ablaze with fury. When Qi, a flash of golden light flickered, and when Qi reappeared before the gathering. With a flick of his wrist, the folding fan in his hand opened, gently stirring the air, his face adorned with a charming smile, exuding an air of debonair grace. Master, you called for me? Master Ling Su, his face darkened, puffed and glared as he inquired, Is this how you choose to welcome our junior sister? Just moments ago, he had felt a sense of relief that when Qi had finally learned to be amiable towards his fellow disciples, only for him to create such a scene. Glancing at the drenched Qin Shu, when Qi casually cast a cleansing spell in her direction and explained, Junior sister was exhausted from climbing the mountain. I merely assisted her in freshening up. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu lowered her head and rolled her eyes dramatically, gritting her teeth as she replied, I truly appreciate your help. Her garments had dried, and the marks on her face had vanished, though a scar remained from where a branch had scraped her skin. And her formerly neatly tied hair was now somewhat tousled. Observing this petite girl, who barely reached his waist, Master Ling Su produced a porcelain vial and tossed it to her, saying, This is jade beauty balm. It is preferable for a young lady to avoid scars on her face. Qin Shu, being one who cherished her beauty, raised her hand to receive it, only to see Chengyan beckon and seize the vial for himself. He then approached her, applying the medicinal ointment to her face with gentle care. At the moment his fingertips brushed against her face, Qin Shu felt as though she had been struck by lightning, a shiver coursing through her, leaving her disoriented. Instinctively, her body recoiled a step back. Cheng Yen furrowed his brow, expressing his discontent. Do not move about. You cannot see the wound on your face. Allow me to assist you. Qin Shu restrained the urge to flee, firmly anchoring herself in place. The scar was not extensive, and Cheng Yen swiftly applied the ointment. As she experienced the coolness on her face and the gradually fading pain, she stepped forward, clasping her fists in gratitude towards Master Ling Su. Disciple Qin Shu sincerely thanks you for your generous gift of medicine. Master Ling Su regarded the young girl before him, dressed in male attire with a high ponytail, finding it difficult to reconcile her with the one who had penned the intricate algorithm. While Master Ling Su scrutinized Qin Shu, she found herself lost in thought. She had just realized that the little black snake, which had always rested on her wrist, was inexplicably absent. A sense of emptiness washed over her. Not that she held any profound affection for the creature, but rather, she had diligently treated it daily, and it had left without so much as a farewell. Humph! When she ascended to prominence in the realm of cultivation, she would undoubtedly capture that little wretched snake and turn it into a sumptuous snake soup. As Qin Shu pondered these thoughts, Master Ling Su inquired, "Did you climb up from the foot of the mountain?" Qin Shu met his slightly bewildered gaze, which bore a hint of curiosity. Nodding in affirmation, she replied, "Indeed, Master. There are no paths upon the celestial mountain. I forged my own way." Chapter 32. The Flying Artifact. Suddenly, the indifferent Wen Qi interjected, "Master, with two junior sisters. You must grant me one, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it be too burdensome for the eldest senior brother?" Realizing the implication, the esteemed Ling Su turned to him in surprise. "Oh, you possess such awareness?" Wen Qi smiled, suggesting, "Master, why not allow me to take the junior sister along for training?" Cheng Yan furrowed his brow, and soon Ling Su had already turned his attention to Qin Shu, inquiring, "Sure, what do you think?" Qin Shu nodded eagerly. Despite Wen Qi's unreliability, the shadow left by the eldest senior brother loomed too large for her, and she feared that training alongside him would be too overwhelming for her heart. Upon seeing Qin Shu's agreement, Cheng Yan felt a tinge of disappointment. Ling Su, however, found amusement in the situation and countered, "You're not angered by the second senior brother's antics?" At this, even Wen Qi looked on with intrigue. With gritted teeth, Qin Shu managed to squeeze out two words, "not angry." Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, she boldly fabricated a reason, because the second senior brother is handsome. Ling Su, stroking his beard, erupted into hearty laughter. Qiyu gazed at Qin Shu in astonishment, seemingly unable to comprehend her audacity. As for Wen Qi, he felt quite pleased with her response, while Cheng Yan's expression remained inscrutable. Observing the situation, Ling Su proclaimed, "In that case, Shu shall train with Wen Qi, and Qi will accompany Cheng Yan. If I am not in seclusion, I shall clarify your doubts on the 15th of each month. Now, you may all take your leave." Cheng Yan and Wen Qi exchanged formal greetings before stepping back, and Qin Shu eagerly followed suit. Once outside, she quietly inquired of Wen Qi, second senior brother, "Did you not mention that Master would bestow us with gifts upon our meeting?" Although her words were meant to be discreet, they were uttered within the domain of the esteemed Ling Su, who certainly could not have missed her inquiry. He was momentarily taken aback, his forehead throbbing. This young girl, having just entered the sect, was already coveting his treasured possessions. He had indeed prepared gifts for his two disciples, however, he had simply forgotten. Suddenly, a storage ring materialized before her eyes, and similarly, one appeared before Qiyu, yet she was spared any reprimand. Qin Shu offered an awkward smile, her face tinged with embarrassment, realizing that her covert conversation had been overheard by her master. Qiyu accepted the storage ring and glanced at Qin Shu, who was already joyfully adorning her finger with the ring. She even bowed in the direction of the cave dwelling, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master, for your generous gift." She had secretly observed that within her storage ring lay a small turtle, though its purpose was unknown to her. She had no doubt that her master's offerings were of exceptional quality. She wondered if Qiyu had received something as well, but refrained from voicing her curiosity. As she watched Wen Qi soar into the sky, Qiyu transformed into his original form and departed from the peak of Lingshao. A sense of trepidation washed over Qin Shu, her expression revealing her inner turmoil. Cheng Yan furrowed his brow and coldly admonished her, "If you dawdle any longer, you may find yourself walking down alone." Qin Shu hastily shook her head, a pained expression crossing her face as she explained, "Senior brother, the two of us. With your sword, can it bear the weight?" Cheng Yan suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and urged her, "Hurry up." Chapter 33. The Serpent Man. Upon the tortoise's back lay a serpent. Could this be the legendary Xuanwu? Yet, upon closer inspection, this little black snake bore an uncanny resemblance to the one she had misplaced. Qin Shu tilted her head in contemplation, pondering whether it was not that the creature had fled, but rather that she had simply forgotten to bring it along when she ventured outside. However, this reasoning felt flawed. The little black snake clinging to her hand was seemingly impossible to dislodge, suggesting it had descended of its own volition. The black snake remained silent and motionless, sprawled lazily across her hand, as if disinterested in her presence. Yet, Qin Shu refused to indulge its indifference. She extended her other hand, scooped up the little turtle, and made her way toward the door. If you choose not to speak, I shall take you to meet my master. No sooner had she spoken than she felt the lethargic little black snake vanish from her hand. Stopping abruptly, she scanned her surroundings in a flurry, only to discover the serpent lounging on her bed. Qin Shu's frustration simmered. With such low cultivation, did she truly possess no rights? Even a mere black snake dared to toy with her. Xie Shiyuan, however, was oblivious to notions of rights and privileges. He merely recognized that the energy emanating from this human child could aid in healing his wounds. His body was poisoned, rendering ordinary healing techniques ineffectual. He was uncertain of her innate spiritual constitution, yet it possessed a remarkable efficacy. He had also discerned that this human child was tenacious, tirelessly devoted to her practice, surpassing even his own dedication in years gone by. In the future, as she matured, she would undoubtedly become a formidable figure. Realizing she could not capture the elusive little black snake, Qin Shu ultimately relinquished her efforts. Grasping her white jade sword, she stepped outside to practice her fundamental sword techniques in the expansive courtyard. She closed her eyes, immersed in the delightful sensation of spiritual energy cleansing her meridians. Feeling her body transform gradually, a sensation she relished. It must be said that this spirit-gathering array was remarkably effective, accelerating her cultivation speed to at least double that of her previous efforts in the outer sect. However, midway through, she suddenly sensed a slight diminishment of spiritual energy surrounding her. Groggily, she opened her eyes and beheld a tall figure reclining on her bed. The person rested one hand on his head, his bare torso exposed, with dark hair cascading unadorned over his body, winding downwards. His lower half was a dark serpent tail, emanating a chilling sheen. Little black. She pointed at Xie Shiyuan from a distance, her pupils constricting as her fingertips trembled. Xie Shiyuan also opened his eyes, his piercing gaze palpable, sending a shiver down Qin Shu's neck as if she were being scrutinized by a cold-blooded creature. This sensation was not unfounded. Serpents are indeed cold-blooded animals. She took a step back, only to see the man part his thin lips, his sharp voice resonating through the night as he turned away. Instinctively, Qin Shu complied, turning as well, only to realize that this was her own cave abode, with her master residing on the neighboring peak. Why should she heed a serpent's words? She turned back again, only to find the man donning a dark robe, the wide sleeves concealing half of his serpentine tail. Chapter 34. She actually entered Dream Camel Peak? Qin Shu pondered, where was this place? Fortunately, the warm pool had not become so unreliable. The sound transmission talisman burned to ashes, gradually outlining a golden pattern in the air. Qin Shu gazed at the map for quite some time before comprehending its significance. It was indeed the map of Xiantian Gate. Instinctively, she reached for her phone to take a photograph, only to realize, as her hand brushed against her waist, that she was now within the realm of cultivation. In this world, one required a recording stone for such purposes, but lacking one, she had no choice but to commit the information to memory. Each sect of Xiantian Gate comprised numerous peaks, with each main peak surrounded by several subsidiary summits. Given the map's rapid dissolution, she understood that it was utterly unrealistic to memorize everything. She could only focus on remembering the route to Dream Camel Peak. As the faint golden point vanished completely, Qin Shu sighed, acknowledging that she would need to check for a sect map during her next visit to the task hall. She retrieved a small turtle from her storage ring, infusing it with spiritual energy until it grew to the size of her palm, then stepped onto its back. Having a fear of heights, she found the turtle rather diminutive and worried about falling off. Thus, She firmly adhered herself to the turtle using spiritual energy while cautiously guiding it to fly just above the ground. The moment she took off, a thrill surged within her.
She was truly flying.
In later generations, people devised countless methods to combat gravity, yet in the realm of cultivation, one merely needed spiritual energy to achieve flight. Although she was soaring at a low altitude and at a sluggish pace, she was indeed airborne. However, as soon as she descended the mountain, her spiritual energy began to wane. With a resigned sigh, Qin Shu dismounted the turtle, stowed it back into her storage ring, and commenced her journey on foot towards the transmission hall of Dream Camel Peak. Yet, after only a short distance, she suddenly sensed an unsettling familiarity. Had she not been here before? This tranquil forest, shaded by lush trees, seemed eerily reminiscent of the place that Rui Ming had taken her to previously. If at this moment she still held some uncertainty, a few steps further revealed a towering hall that pierced the clouds. The Hall of Transmission? The last time she visited, she hadn't even glanced upwards, mistakenly believing it to be merely a hall of instruction. Little did she realize that a single character could denote such a vast difference. In comparison, the outer sect's hall seemed almost trivial. No wonder so many were eager to squeeze into the inner sect. There was a stark disparity in resources. This time, having descended from the inner gate, she encountered no obstacles and smoothly reached the steps of the grand hall. As the doors opened automatically once more, she stepped inside without hesitation. Meanwhile, when she suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to inform Qin Shu of the entry incantation and hurried after her. To his dismay, he arrived only to catch a glimpse of Qin Shu's retreating figure. Confounded, when she could not fathom how she had managed to enter. With newfound experience on her second visit, Qin Shu knelt before the portrait, bowing 3 times, the familiar scene shifting to reveal the resplendent chamber once again. She adeptly grasped the transmission guide, closed her eyes, and assumed a meditative posture as a golden silhouette materialized within her consciousness. In her hands appeared a delicate violet sword, once more embodying the fundamental sword techniques: horizontal thrust, upward thrust, downward thrust, probing thrust. At this moment, Qin Shu had yet to awaken her sea of consciousness. Although her mental strength surpassed that of a typical 10-year-old, it was still insufficient to endure for long. Chapter 35. He made the young girl cry when she let out a derisive laugh upon hearing his words. Turning to look at Qin Shu with a hint of surprise in his expression. Fell from the sky? Little Taoist, you truly possess remarkable abilities. Qin Shu, incensed by his remarks, felt a surge of indignation. She was aware of her limited cultivation, but his words struck a nerve. Indeed, I lack prowess. Next time, I shall make my own way without troubling you. Ling Shao Peak had its merits, yet these 2 senior brothers were truly insufferable. When Qi, at over 120 years of age, was perceptive enough to detect her displeasure, he chuckled softly, remarking on her youthful yet fiery temperament. He casually produced a small trinket and tossed it to Qin Shu. Here, this is a little item I used when my cultivation was low. Take it and enjoy. Instinctively, she raised her hand to catch it and, upon inspection, discovered it to be a vibrant green leaf. She pouted, her emotions swirling within her, at a loss for how to express them. Was this not akin to being struck with a stick only to receive a date in return? Qin Shu's eyes lit up, her anger towards when Qi dissipated in an instant. This must be the age-old adage about accepting gifts from others. It was likely an enchanted artifact requiring just 5 low-grade spirit stones, neither too many nor too few, yet who could withstand such a cost over time? If only it didn't require spirit stones, she murmured softly, yet when she caught her words. With a swift motion, he tapped her head with his fan. You wish to have the best of both worlds? Such fortune is rare indeed. Do not think I am unaware that last month, the senior brother refined 10 batches of elixirs for you. Qin Shu coughed lightly and fell silent. After bidding farewell to Wen Qi, Rui Ming discreetly retrieved a bag of holding from his storage space and handed it to Qin Shu. Junior sister, you might find this useful. Meeting his bright, clear eyes, Qin Shu glanced at the bag in his hand. Curiously, she accepted it and opened it, only to be rendered speechless. The bag was brimming with colorful stones. Not just spirit stones, but surpassing them in quality. Typically, Everyone can absorb the spiritual energy contained within ordinary spirit stones, but not entirely.
Yet,
There exists another kind known as the five elements spirit stones. For instance, the fire spirit stone facilitates rapid recovery for fire attribute users. Certain formations demand these five elements spirit stones even more, often allowing one stone of comparable quality to be exchanged for three ordinary spirit stones of the same grade. This bag of holding was nearly filled with such five-element spirit stones, and she wondered where he had acquired them. At that moment, Qin Shu felt akin to a dubious figure deceiving an unsuspecting maiden, and facing the innocent Rui Ming, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Brother, I can't accept these." Rui Ming's shoulders drooped. "Not even one?" Qin Shu nodded but couldn't resist asking further. "Brother, where did you find so many five-elements spirit stones?" Rui Ming furrowed his brow, pondering for a long time before slowly shaking his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. "I can't quite recall." Noticing that his expression seemed somewhat troubled, Qin Shu decided not to press further, saying, "Brother, I plan to focus on breaking through to the third level of Qi training. So, I may not have time to play with you for a while. Wait for me to break through. I will surely seek you out." Chapter 36. Snakes do not weep. What troubled Xie Shiyuan the most was the searing sensation of her tears upon his scales, a discomfort that spread from his tail to his heart. He was at a loss as to how to express the turmoil within him, compelled by instinct to raise his tail and draw Qin Shu closer. In the throes of her sorrow, Qin Shu was suddenly lifted into the air. Upon looking up, she was met with a pair of slitted pupils. His exquisite features were mere inches away, and within his elongated gaze, she saw her own reflection, nearly forgetting to breathe. He raised his distinctly defined hand and gently brushed her cheek. His fingertips were icy, causing Qin Shu to instinctively lean back, her lower back resting against his tail. Then, his chilling voice echoed through the cave. "Is this what tears are like?" Tears brimmed in Qin Shu's eyes, her throat tightening, rendering her speechless. She managed a faint smile, and in a moment of spontaneity, she replied, "You are truly remarkable." Startled, Qin Shu cleared her throat and hastily clarified, I'm complimenting your prowess." A smile broke across Xie Shiyuan's face, his brow relaxing as he tilted his chin slightly, letting out a soft scoff. "You little one, possess a sweet tongue." Qin Shu had been quietly observing his expressions. With his extraordinary abilities, Xie Shiyuan's senses had long transcended the ordinary. He let out a cold snort and continued, "A sweet tongue is of no use. Healing must still be addressed." Qin Shu. After his antics, the grievances that once burdened Qin Shu's heart momentarily faded away. Observing that Xie Shiyuan had not harmed her, she felt a surge of courage. The cost of healing was merely 10 low-grade spirit stones. The price was inconsequential. It was a matter of gradual accumulation. Xie Shiyuan raised an eyebrow. Before he could utter a word, Qin Shu hastily interjected, "My cultivation is limited, and my absorption of spiritual energy is rather slow. After each healing session, I require considerable time to recuperate. Charging you 10 low-grade spirit stones is undoubtedly a fair price." Xie Shiyuan regarded the diminutive figure before him. In his true form, even a mere segment of his tail could easily crush her. She was clearly terrified, yet she mustered her courage to negotiate with him. He found it somewhat amusing. Throughout his extensive existence, he had been accompanied by blood, carnage, and death. Perhaps it was due to her fragility that he could not entertain thoughts of harming her. Very well, he decided to keep this little creature around for amusement. Qin Shu watched as he slowly nodded, her inky hair cascading over her chest with his motion. He had consented. A smile illuminated her face as she placed her hands upon his tail, twisting it twice before extricating herself from the circle formed by it. Xie Shiyuan did not impede her. She saw herself sliding down his tail. The sensation of the fabric was peculiar, akin to a gentle tickle. Rising from the stone bed, Qin Shu clasped her fists before Xie Shiyuan and declared, "Since you have given your word, you must not renege. I shall commence your treatment now. Remember all the previous sessions. Do not attempt to evade your debts." She gazed at Xie Shiyuan's tail, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she rubbed her hands together, as though she beheld a vast treasure of spirit stones. Placing her small hand against Xie Shiyuan's icy scales, she realized with a jolt that each of his scales dwarfed her hand. What is this? A voice inquired nearby. She felt her skull was imperfect as the thought crossed her mind. Was this truly a jawline possessed by humanity? Just as this notion emerged, she promptly dismissed it. After all, she had nearly forgotten that he was not human. Xie Shiyuan felt no pain. As a beast of supernatural origin, his physique was revered, and even the finest of treasures could not breach his scaled armor. Otherwise, the 8 great sects would not have dared to strike at him during the Thunder Tribulation. When Qin Shu touched him, he barely registered it, but he noticed the human child seemed on the verge of tears. Xie Shiyuan had merely spoken casually, yet Qin Shu, captivated by his words, eagerly inquired, "Body refinement?
Can you teach me?"
Xie Shiyuan scrutinized her from head to toe, finally responding with a half-smile. "You are not of my kind. The Serpent Clan's body refinement techniques are ill-suited for you." Qin Shu sighed, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Observing her reaction, Xie Shiyuan continued, "If you can tell me what you just used, I could grant you a tome of human body refinement techniques." Upon hearing the term techniques, Qin Shu's eyes lit up, and she produced a communication jade slip, asking, "Is this what you mean?" Xie Shiyuan nodded, and Qin Shu explained, "This is a communication jade slip, imbued with the essence of the other party. No matter where they may be, they can send messages to him. It also allows one to see conversations from other practitioners in the cultivation world, and there are even bounties and tasks available." After speaking, she tilted her head to glance at Xie Shiyuan and inquired, "Haven't you ever used this?" Xie Shiyuan shook his head. Throughout his life, he had neither friends nor anyone he needed to contact at any moment. Though this item was somewhat intriguing, he found it unnecessary. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu assumed he was merely a Na'vi rustic who had just descended from some demon mountain. Considering the jade slip was not particularly expensive, she casually remarked, "Next time I go to Qijin City, I'll bring you one." At her words, Xie Shiyuan felt a slight flutter in his otherwise steady heartbeat. Others had always sought something from him. Never had anyone offered him a gift without ulterior motives, even if it was merely a trinket of little value. He took out a jade slip and tossed it to Qin Shu, explaining that this body refinement technique had been acquired from a cultivator. Qin Shu received it, pressing the jade slip to her forehead to sense its contents, and her understanding deepened. She leaped off the stone bed and cupped her hands in gratitude towards Xie Shiyuan, exclaiming, "Thank you, great serpent." Noticing his slight nod, she continued, "I have exhausted my spiritual energy and cannot heal you further today. I shall practice my swordsmanship now." As she stepped out of the stone door, a delicate misty rain enveloped her. The rain had lessened, thus not hindering her sword practice. According to reason, she should have harbored a fear of snakes. However, when confronted with the large serpent, whose body was partially visible, she felt less trepidation. Qin Shu was acutely aware of her own disposition. Had he not possessed such an extraordinary visage, would she have remained unafraid? This exemplifies the notion that courage often aligns with one's appearance. A striking countenance can render her oblivious to her fear of cold-blooded creatures. Chapter 38. Selecting a cultivation technique. Qin Shu found the warmth of the pool to be unreliable, so she settled cross-legged on the wooden floor and retrieved the communication jade slip to inquire further. How should one select a cultivation technique? Once chosen, can it be modified? The selection of a technique is reciprocal. While you choose it, it also chooses you. Are you a novice? To change techniques, you must first disperse your previous cultivation and start anew. Qin Shu scanned the information. Although she grasped some aspects, she remained somewhat perplexed. What did it mean that while one selects a technique, it simultaneously selects the individual? Unable to comprehend fully, she decided that experimentation would yield answers. Among the myriad of techniques, she casually selected one titled Great Leaf Technique. The name suggested it was related to the wood element. Upon opening the cover, a layer of ethereal green light emanated from within. Given her low affinity for the wood element, the technique appeared shrouded in a veil of mist, making it difficult for her to discern the written content. Is this truly how one selects a technique? Qin Shu murmured to herself. She believed she had discovered her destined technique, yet upon attempting to activate her spiritual energy according to the incantation, it barely coalesced before dissipating explosively in the next moment. Qin Shu furrowed her brow. Was the fire element also ineffective, or was it merely this particular volume that proved unworkable? She reluctantly settled for another option, picking up a different fire-based cultivation manual to attempt once more. To her dismay, she found that several successive attempts with various texts yielded the same fruitless results. Qin Shu recalled her possession of an earth affinity and sought out an earth-based manual, yet still could not harness its energies. Must she delve into a metal or water cultivation method instead? She sat cross-legged in the grand hall, and as the twilight deepened outside, no one came to her aid. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a neat square of illumination upon the floor. To acquire 5 low-grade spirit stones seemed less appealing than simply residing here, biding her time until her cultivation reached a satisfactory level. Surely, the sect's transmission hall offered greater safety than her own cave abode, now claimed by that formidable serpent. Here, she could remain undisturbed. She repositioned herself by the window, ensuring the moonlight bathed her in its glow before she commenced her meditation. Although devoid of a spirit-gathering array, the absence of the serpent competing for spiritual energy allowed her to absorb it at a commendable pace. That night, she thoroughly refined her meridians and successfully advanced to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Reveling in the abundant power coursing through her, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At this moment, it seemed that utilizing green leaves for flight would require no more than 5 low-grade spirit stones. However, upon reopening her eyes, she found herself inexplicably back in that resplendent golden chamber. She glanced down at her legs and discovered a transmission guide resting upon them. Qin Shu mused that since foundational techniques were adequate until the 5th layer of Qi refinement, there was no need for haste. She simply needed to finalize her chosen method before reaching that stage. Chapter 39. The Sovereign never seeks help. Qin Shu was increasingly irritable. Is this how one seeks assistance? As her words escaped her lips, the temperature around her plummeted, effectively stifling the remainder of her unspoken thoughts. She stood there, mouth agape, as she beheld his serpentine tail supporting his approach, rendered utterly speechless by fear. Xie Shiwan regarded her from a lofty vantage, his hair cascading down to brush against Qin Shu's face. She attempted to retreat, but he firmly grasped her chin, his flickering serpent tongue betraying an icy gaze that sent a shiver down her spine. Seeking help? Qin Shu sensed that he could extinguish her life in an instant, panic rising within her. How could she have thought herself strong after merely a few days away? This formidable serpent had managed to remain undetected beneath the watchful eye of her master for so long, unless he possessed some artifact to conceal his presence. Perhaps even her master was no match for him. Please, my lord, let bygones be bygones. Do not hold my shortcomings against me, she conceded, bowing to the reality of her situation, devoid of shame. Observing her pallor, Xie Shiwan lost interest and released his grip. I have never sought aid in my life. Allowing you to treat me is merely granting you a reason to survive. His hands remained concealed within the voluminous folds of his black robe. She sat on the ground, gazing up at him, internally warning herself once more. This is a serpent that could end her life at any moment. Come forth and tend to my wounds, Xie Shiwan commanded. Qin Shu silently cursed him 100 times in her heart, yet dared not defy his order. She leaned closer, pressing her small hands against him, channeling her with spirit energy to heal his wounds. However, as soon as her energy entered his tail, he suddenly inquired, "Have you broken through?" Qin Shu was not surprised by his question and nodded, yes. Her complexion was not particularly good, and Xie Shiwan fell silent. After Qin Shu completed her healing, he closed his eyes to assess the changes in his injuries, extending his hand to reveal a jade pendant in his palm. A gift for you. During his confrontation with the heavenly tribulation, he had used many valuable items to withstand it, leaving only these smaller treasures behind. Upon examining the pendant, Qin Shu realized it was a miniature gathering spirit array. She felt it intently, her astonishment growing. This miniature array was even more effective than the one in her cave abode. With this gathering array, she could cultivate anywhere in the future. He sent her a sound transmission talisman, instructing her to visit the main peak. Qin Shu did not hesitate and hurriedly rode over on her little green leaf. Upon arriving at the main peak, she discovered that everyone was present except for her 3rd senior brother. After 3 months apart, everyone's gaze turned to her. Ling Su was the first to notice her cultivation advancement, exclaiming, "You have reached the third level of Qi training." In less than 5 months since her entry, she had achieved the third level of Qi training. Qi swiftly turned to look at Qin Shu, his eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 40. The Innate Moon Spirit Body. Qin Shu glanced at the cultivation method in her hand, Du Igongfa. The booklet exuded a faint, ethereal glow, with dark golden patterns occasionally sweeping across its cover. Even someone as naive and inexperienced as she was could easily discern that this cultivation technique was no ordinary treasure. Listening to the conversation between her master and Wen Qi, she could surmise that this technique was a treasured heirloom of the Wen family. Each family's cultivation method is the foundation upon which their reputation in the realm of immortality stands, and such secrets are rarely shared. Yet here was Wen Qi, casually presenting his family's technique to her. Setting aside whether she could even cultivate it, the very act left her profoundly astonished. Of course, she was not the only one surprised. Cheng Yan and Qiyu exchanged incredulous glances, with when Qiyu lowered her head in contemplation for a moment, then bit her lip and retrieved another technique from her storage ring, offering it to Qin Shu. "Junior sister, you should give this one a try." Qin Shu gazed in astonishment at the technique now placed before her, even more surprised than when Qi had gifted her his. "Senior sister, what is this?" Qiyu raised her chin, her expression still imbued with an innate pride. "Senior brother is correct. If a technique chooses you, it signifies a fateful connection. Our family's methods are also non-attribute based. You should give it a try." Qin Shu stared intently at her seemingly contradictory senior sister, causing Qiyu to feel a bit bashful. She turned her face away and insisted, "Just try it." Ling Su observed the interaction among his disciples, a smile playing on his lips as he stroked his graying beard. It appeared that his disciples possessed commendable character.
Yeah.
You should graciously accept the goodwill of your senior brother and sister. If you truly possess the ability to cultivate the techniques of their family, then it is evident that you share a connection with them, and I shall certainly provide them with an explanation. You need not worry. The words of Master Ling Xiu made Qin Shu acutely aware of the comfort found beneath a great tree. Her heart was genuinely touched, to the extent that she temporarily forgot the earlier antics of when she stepped forward respectfully, bowing to her senior brothers and sisters, as well as her master. Expressing her heartfelt gratitude, "The kindness shown by all of you, Qin Shu shall never forget." What was initially a profoundly moving scene, however, was interrupted by Wen Qi's dismissive scoff. "Even if you remember, what good does it do? It would be more practical to focus on your cultivation. Once you attain significant progress, you can catch a couple of sea dragons from the cloud sea to pull your senior brother's cart." Qin Shu, though inexperienced and naive, was not foolish. The mere mention of cloud sea and dragon together underscored the absurdity of his request. She solemnly clasped her fists in front of Wen Qi, and just as everyone anticipated a boastful agreement from her, she instead declared, "Relying on others, fate, or even junior sisters does not make one a true hero. If my senior brother wishes for sea dragons to pull his cart, tomorrow I shall urge him to diligently cultivate, hoping that when he achieves mastery, he might also procure a couple of these dragons for me, so that this inept junior sister may experience the thrill of traversing heaven and earth." Wen Qi. Hearing this, Master Ling Xiu's face contorted with disdain. "How is it that my disciple lacks even such ambition? As long as you brothers remain steadfast in your resolve and diligently practice, you shall surely achieve great accomplishments. At that time, my 5 disciples will each harness 2 cloud sea dragons to pull my chariot, allowing me to visit the 8 major sects daily." Chapter 41. You will not be cared for even in death. Upon returning to her cave abode, a foul stench assailed her senses the moment she stepped inside. Qin Shu furrowed her brow, instinctively glancing towards the large serpent sprawled upon the stone bed. Xie Shiwan reclined on the stone bed, a pool of blood staining the ground beside him, his head dangling over the edge, eyes closed in a portrait of stillness, with a trace of crimson lingering at the corner of his lips. A cascade of dark hair draped over the edge of the bed, intertwining with the bloodstains. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a murder site. Without a moment to ponder further, Qin Shu, her legs feeling weak, staggered to the bedside and reached out to touch the carotid artery at Xie Shiwan's neck. However, her fingertips had barely grazed him, not yet finding his pulse. when a sudden force overturned her, flinging her away with great strength. As Qin Shu found herself pressed against the stone wall, rubbing her flat chest, her features contorted in anguish. "Damn it! Next time, if you truly die, I shall not care for you at all." She seethed, her teeth clenched, wishing she could pounce upon him and devour him whole in that very moment. Xie Shiwan propped himself up on the edge of the stone bed, slowly rising. Who could possibly connect this version of him to the ruthless individual who had just acted with such ferocity? Xie Shiwan narrowed his eyes, concealing his emotions from view. A fleeting flicker of guilt darted through his dark golden pupils, but alas, it was swiftly masked the next moment, leaving Qin Shu completely oblivious. He had heard her words and understood that her concern was genuine, yet for him, defensiveness had become second nature. Moreover, the spot where her fingers had brushed against was the serpent's vulnerable point. Qin Shu, noticing his silence, was further incensed, storming off to the training chamber. Just as she settled cross-legged, preparing to cultivate, a deep and resonant voice drifted into her ear. Cultivating while emotionally unsettled often leads to perilous missteps. Qin Shu had resolved in her heart to disregard him entirely, yet upon hearing his words, she could not help but leap from her mat. She wondered if the realm of cultivation even acknowledged the existence of breast cancer, but the frustration she felt was unbearable. What if she fell into madness? It would be far better than being struck down by you. Are all beastly creatures so ungrateful? Xie Shiwan observed the furious girl before him, her cheeks puffed in indignation, and retorted. Just as Qin Shu was about to speak again, she noticed a slight curve at the corner of Xie Shiwan's lips, yet it was all an act. Qin Shu thought, I have encountered the thick-skinned before, but never one so utterly shameless. You can never rouse one who feigns sleep, nor can you compel a brazen individual to adhere to principles of propriety. As Qin Shu organized her thoughts, Xie Shiwan cast a cleansing spell, tidying the mess within the cave. Little girl, come and tend to my wounds, he commanded once more. Qin Shu crossed her arms and pouted, letting out a cold huff as she turned her face away. He lowered his gaze and murmured softly, I just spat blood. Chapter 42. Swallowed the inner pill of the great serpent. Qin Shu attempted to utilize her spiritual energy to halt her descent, but to no avail. Tears streamed down the corners of her eyes, merging with the frigid waters of the lake. This great serpent. What grievances did it hold against her that it sought her life in such a manner? Xie Shiwan had cast Qin Shu into the lake and, noticing that she had yet to surface, paid her no mind. However, after a while, he suddenly sensed the aura in the water dwindling, prompting a sense of unease. Qin Shu felt her hand brush against something icy, and in the next moment, her slender waist was hoisted upwards. Opening her eyes, she looked back only to meet the gaze of a serpent's head, its tongue flickering. Her willpower finally gave way, and she rolled her eyes back, succumbing to unconsciousness. Xie Shiwan could hardly fathom that someone could drown. Their clan was inherently fond of moisture, and he had been swimming since birth, raised in the water. It was precisely due to this affinity that he had escaped the clutches of enemies countless times in his youth. His upper body transformed back into human form, and he used his tail to lift Qin Shu, turning her chest downwards to expel the water. Seeing that she remained unresponsive, Xie Shiwan's brows knitted together once more. A venomous serpent, possessed no skills in healing, and given the frail constitution of this young girl, he feared she might not survive. Xie Shiwan's expression darkened. His thin lips pressed tightly together as he grappled with the dilemma of whether this child was worth saving. Countless lives have perished at his hands. How could he possibly concern himself with such trivial consequences? Yet, when his gaze fell upon the innocent child clinging to his tail in the air, his resolve began to waver. A closer inspection would reveal faint cracks upon the surface of the inner alchemical core. With a mere gesture, he levitated the core above Qin Shu, enveloping her in a radiant golden light. Xie Shiwan was utilizing the inner core to assist her in channeling the spiritual energy within her. In the next moment, he opened his eyes and directed his gaze toward the stone slab. To his horror, he witnessed his inner core being consumed by her. Xie Shiwan's expression darkened, and in an instant he seized her by the throat. It was a rare act of kindness to save her life, yet she dared to devour his inner core. Humanity, it seems, is indeed treacherous, Even a mere child harbors such profound intentions. In her dream, it felt as though a cord was constricting her neck, causing her great discomfort. Instinctively, she raised her hand to free herself from the constraint. In her struggle, the cord that had lodged itself around her neck was indeed swallowed. Xie Shiwan was taken aback. Though his inner core had sustained damage, it was not something a mere child at the third level of Qi cultivation could consume. The violent spiritual energy within would soon rupture her meridians and dantian. Swiftly, he hoisted Qin Shu up, pressing his fingers 3 inches above her navel, attempting to extract the core. However, after numerous futile attempts, Qin Shu suddenly coughed twice, her eyes fluttering open to find herself suspended in midair, gripped by a colossal serpent. As she locked eyes with Xie Shiwan, she discerned a hint of sorrow within his gaze. Struggling to descend, she caused him to loosen his grip, and she tumbled to the ground. "Are you out of your mind? Cast me into the frigid pool. I cannot swim. You nearly brought about my demise." Qin Shu pressed her palms against the ground, just managing to rise, yet unable to suppress her grievances against him. Chapter 43. Can you swim? Xie Shiwan's handsome brows slightly furrowed as he raised his hand, poised to place it upon Qin Shu's lower abdomen. However, he noticed her hastily retreating a few steps, clutching her belly and eyeing him warily, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" Xie Shiwan's expression remained unchanged as he replied in a low voice, "Silence. Sit cross-legged. I shall assist you in stabilizing your realm." Though the fall from a realm might seem inconsequential, the subsequent breakthrough would demand considerably more effort than the first. Qin Shu's heart wavered for but a moment before she acquiesced. Her fate, whether to live or die, hinged precariously on the whims of the serpent. What if she provoked his ire by refusing his guidance? With a face full of reluctance, she settled cross-legged upon the stone bed. Observing as Xie Shiwan took his place opposite her, his hand resting upon her abdomen as he closed his eyes. The oppressive sensation of his golden slit pupils was absent, leaving her to confront his exquisite countenance. Even with the addition of several dark lines upon his face, his beauty remained undiminished. Imbued instead with an air of restraint and peril. "Return to the essence." A voice resonated above her head, prompting Qin Shu to swiftly gather her focus and comply. Xie Shiwan's spiritual energy delved into her dantian, seeking to commune with his inner core. Yet his inner core appeared to possess its own inclinations, merely swaying amidst the faint purple aura before subsiding into silence once more. Xie Shiwan was well aware of the state of his inner core. The surface was adorned with delicate, fragmented lines, 2 of which had been mended, and the larger fissures seemed to have improved slightly. He was somewhat taken aback. After slumbering for such an extended period and nurturing his spirit energy for half a year, it was astonishing that he still could not match the effects achieved within this young child's dantian in such a short time. Xie Shiwan found himself perplexed, and even attempted to see if he could summon the spirit energy from his inner elixir. Upon discovering that it bore no significant impact, he felt a sense of relief. Well then, if it proves beneficial to this child, let it remain with her for the time being. Xie Shiwan drew forth a wisp of spirit energy from his inner elixir, first eradicating the fire poison within Qin Shu's meridians. Yet, even this minuscule fragment of his spirit energy was somewhat overwhelming for Qin Shu. Moreover, given that his spirit energy inherently carried a corrosive miasma, despite Xie Shiwan's careful control, it still inflicted slight burns upon her meridians. Qin Shu felt a degree of discomfort. Almost instinctively, she summoned her own spirit energy, enveloping her delicate meridians in a fine layer of protection. Subsequently, her body began to operate the spirit energy according to muscle memory, incorporating the wisp of Xie Shiwan's energy. As Xie Shiwan sensed her reclaiming control over the spirit energy from his grasp, he contemplated briefly before relinquishing it. Gradually, a subtle cycle appeared to form within her body. Qin Shu then opened her eyes, and upon doing so, she was met with a face of striking visual impact, her gaze flickering uncertainly. "For now, the inner elixir cannot be extracted, so I shall leave it with you," Xie Shiwan stated. Qin Shu was momentarily stunned, raising her eyes to meet his. "Does that mean I will not die?" Xie Shiwan nodded slightly. "For the time being, your life is spared." Qin Shu let out a sigh of relief, her entire being collapsing onto the stone bed. Xie Shiwan observed her demeanor and chuckled, reiterating, "Do not rejoice too soon. The technique bestowed upon you by the fire spirit bird is ill-suited for your practice. As for the other one, it may be worth a try." Perhaps bolstered by the support of the great serpent's inner core, Qin Shu's healing this time endured longer than before. The serpent's condition, however, had deteriorated significantly, to the point where it struggled to maintain its human form, likely due to the loss of its inner core. Qin Shu wrinkled her nose, realizing why it had been so intent on nearly suffocating her moments ago. She raised a hand to touch her throat, still haunted by the memory. Her gaze returned to the serpent's glossy black scales, noticing that it seemed to have succumbed to slumber. With great care, she rose and made her way to the training chamber. She remained unaware of the serpent's true origins, yet it was evident that it possessed far greater strength than she. Since it suggested that the technique from Wen Qi might be worth attempting, she decided to give it a try. Indeed, she had no other path before her. First, she settled into a meditative posture to restore her state to its peak before reaching for her storage ring, from which a tome materialized in her hand, the Du-Yi technique. The original text did not elaborate on Wen Qi's family background, yet Qin Shu was convinced that a technique bearing the term Du-Yi was certainly not of inferior quality. She opened the manuscript, and the first page revealed a line of text: "Each life encounters its own calamities. Those who can dispel them and escape are said to have transcended their misfortunes." Qin Shu was instantly filled with enthusiasm. Could anyone be more unfortunate than her? First, she drowned right after being accepted into a prestigious university. Then, upon entering a novel, she was stabbed to death by a sword. Following her rebirth, she stumbled upon yet another stroke of misfortune, teetering daily on the precipice of life and death. If only there existed a method to alleviate her misfortunes, allowing her to navigate her path smoothly, despite her somewhat inferior aptitude. She ought to at least secure a place within the realm of cultivation. With determination, she turned to the next page, where a detailed anatomical diagram was sketched, elucidating how spiritual energy circulates within the body and which acupoints to prioritize in the process. Having finished reading the book, Qin Shu closed her eyes to absorb the knowledge she had gleaned before putting away the cultivation technique. She assumed the position of the 5 hearts facing upwards and commenced her first attempt at running the technique as instructed in the text. The Du-Yi technique was indeed an advanced method, as she attempted to harness spiritual energy with her cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi training. She felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. After the spiritual energy circulated through the designated acupoints, her heart raced with anticipation. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, and she struggled to persevere, even biting her gums until they bled. However, the golden-green inner pill within her dantian seemed to contest her spiritual energy, leaving her unable to complete the final step. She felt utterly devastated by this predicament. The edges of the violet smoke-like energy she had gathered began to show signs of dissipating, and despair washed over her, causing her facial muscles to tremble. Could it be that all her efforts would be in vain once more? Perhaps if she persisted just a little longer, success might be within her grasp? Persevere. Her complexion was pallid, as she was entirely expending her mental energy to control the swirling spiritual essence. Chapter 45. The Rainbow Pavilion. Qiu pondered for a moment before retrieving a healing elixir. Although Qin Shu appeared to be relatively unscathed at that moment, the possibility of internal injuries was a cause for concern. She extended a white porcelain vial towards Qin Shu and said, "Junior sister, this is a potion to dispel the fire poison. You must consume it promptly. Do not allow the fire poison to linger in your meridians for too long, as it would be detrimental to your cultivation." Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback by the vial she was offered, her heart filled with regret. "Oh, my dear junior sister, had you delivered this elixir sooner, I would not have had to endure such torment." Of course, she maintained a semblance of composure, though her outward demeanor betrayed none of her inner turmoil. With heartfelt gratitude, she clasped her hands in salute towards Qiyu and exclaimed, "Junior sister, you are indeed my timely savior." Qiyu felt a blush rise to her cheeks, a sense of guilt surging within her. In truth, she had forgotten. Due to the nature of their bloodline, mishaps were almost unheard of within their family. It was only then that she hastily brought the elixir to Qin Shu, not realizing how opportune her actions would prove to be. She retained her proud demeanor, Even the words of comfort she offered sounded almost like commands. Qin Shu found it amusing, yet recognized the sincerity behind her intentions and responded, "Thank you, senior sister, for your reassurance. I shall endeavor to try second senior brother's techniques once more, and if that proves ineffective, I will contemplate alternative solutions." With the elixir delivered, Qiu took her leave. As Qin Shu observed the figure of the little bird transforming and soaring away, she felt an unexpected fondness for the creature. The advanced elixir dissolved instantly upon entering her mouth, devoid of any gritty residue. A wave of refreshing coolness enveloped her entire being, nourishing her meridians. The sensation was akin to the invigorating rush one experiences after unexpectedly savoring a mint candy while intoxicated. She carefully stored the remaining elixirs, etching the favor from Qiyu deep within her heart. In the future, should she find herself in need, she would undoubtedly extend her assistance. The following morning, Qin Shu's communication jade slip illuminated, rousing her from slumber. Upon opening it, the familiar voice of He Xian resonated forth. "Sister, let us depart. We should head out early today. I have heard that the Rainbow Pavilion is hosting an event. Buy one, get one free for the second item. First come, first served." Qin Shu's heart thumped with excitement. No one could resist the allure of a complimentary item, herself included. She swiftly rose, performing a cleansing spell, and deftly arranged her hair before descending the mountain upon verdant leaves. He Xian, in the meantime, idly kicked at the stones beneath her feet, sighing for the 100th time. The distance from the inner door to the outer gate was considerable, and she feared they would miss the second item promotion by the time Qin Shu emerged. Had she known, she would have sent a message the previous day, urging Qin Shu to come out and sleep alongside her. Yet now, no matter how reluctant she felt, it was of no consequence. Just then, a familiar voice called from above, "Sister, hurry up here." He Xian looked up in an instant to see a green leaf floating above her, upon which sat the very girl she had been eagerly anticipating, Qin Shu. Chapter 46. Zhang San and Li see how many spirit stones for this exquisite ornament. Qin Shu pointed at the items in the display case, tilting her head as she inquired with the shop assistant. The string of ornaments was quite simple, featuring a series of Eastern pearls adorned with a piece of Xianyang glass, which bore an intricate array, serving as the key to the entire ornament. Before Qin Shu could utter a word, He Xian gasped in astonishment. She nearly exclaimed in surprise but recalled that times had changed. Her sister was now an inner disciple under the esteemed Ling Su. Perhaps her master had gifted her some wealth. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu felt a jolt of astonishment as well. Indeed, mid-grade spiritual artifacts were extraordinary, their prices skyrocketing exponentially. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a demon beast core from her storage pouch and asked the shop assistant, "How much can this demon beast core cover?" Being out in the world, she was wary of attracting unnecessary trouble and dared not carry her storage ring openly. The Rainbow Pavilion had established its presence throughout the Eastern continent, and with the advent of message jade slips, they were cautious about engaging in any clandestine actions that could tarnish the shop's esteemed reputation, for they could not bear the wrath of the proprietor. Without further deliberation, Qin Shu tossed the demon beast core to the assistant, instructing him to inquire about its value. The shop assistant clutched the demon beast core and retreated, while Qin Shu and He Xian casually perused the shop. After a few moments, He Xian noticed that Qin Shu was no longer by her side. She quickly scanned the surroundings and eventually spotted Qin Shu standing in front of a counter selling elixirs, intently examining the items on display. Approaching her, He Xian asked, "What catches your eye?" Qin Shu extended her finger and tapped on the counter, indicating this one. As he and Xian approached, they beheld a peculiar item known as the 5 Elements Blood. The very name of this elixir suggested it was a healing remedy, prompting Qin Shu to ponder its significance. Curiosity piqued, she glanced at Qin Shu, who was already straightening her back to inquire of the attendant, "How much for this elixir?" 36 medium-grade spirit stones, the attendant replied with a warm smile. However, a hint of rigidity crossed Qin Shu's features as she pursed her lips, asking, "Is that for a bottle?" The attendant's smile broadened. "Dear fairy, you jest. The 5 Elements Blood is a 3rd-grade elixir. It cannot possibly be so inexpensive. It is 36 medium-grade spirit stones for each piece." Qin Shu was momentarily speechless. She attempted to muster a nonchalant smile, dismissing the cost, yet found herself unable to do so. A spark ignited in her eyes, realizing that the item handed to her by the large serpent was, astonishingly, of considerable value. He stood beside her, equally astounded, feeling a profound impact within her heart. When they first entered the sect, she and her companions were equally impoverished. Now, even the smallest trinket seemed to hold such worth. At this moment, Qin Shu was unconcerned with his thoughts and directly inquired, "Is the purchase of the elixir also eligible for the second item free offer?" Chapter 47. I wish to cultivate here. Upon hearing Qin Shu's words, the expression of the burly man darkened even further. He paused his writing, lifting his gaze to the two young girls before him. "Are you jesting with me?"
Yet,
Qin Shu showed no sign of fear. Instead, her expression grew even more earnest. "Her surname is Zhang, and she is the third in her family. My surname is Li, and I am the fourth. We both hail from the mortal realm. And as for the girls, what names do they possess? Uncle. Even if you find this hard to believe, please do not be angered. We truly do not deceive you." As she spoke, she sighed, her expression tinged with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Hashin promptly drew out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. The uncle, taken aback by the scene, quickly waved his hand and said, "Enough, enough. I shall make a note of it. Why all this weeping? Do you think I am bullying the young ones?" Qin Shu observed as he inscribed the characters Zhang San and Li Si onto two wooden tokens. She then reached out to receive them and respectfully bowed to the uncle, saying, "You are truly a good person." With the tokens in hand, the two young girls smoothly boarded a nearby flying vessel. It is said that the spiritual vein lies near Qijin City, yet even this short distance requires a foundational cultivator 3 days of flight. By the time Qin Shu and her companions arrive, it is uncertain when that will be. Being young, the two girls attracted quite a number of gazes upon boarding the vessel. Some even approached them enthusiastically to engage in conversation. Initially, Qin Shu worried that Hashin might inadvertently reveal their true identities. However, as she listened to Hashin, who explained that they were merely outer disciples in the realm of cultivation, having come from a home where no one cared for them, she could hardly afford even a change of clothes. Qin Shu inwardly mused. This sister certainly knows how to craft her persona. The others around them remained uncertain about their beliefs, yet at the very least, the two of them had established a persona of utter destitution, lacking any valuables. Qin Shu found a corner of the flying vessel to sit on the floor, while her companion Xian rummaged through her storage bag to retrieve a coarse steamed bun. After considerable effort, she managed to break off a piece and placed it into Qin Shu's hand. "Sister, have a bite to stave off your hunger." Qin Shu gazed down at the unremarkable bun devoid of any spiritual energy and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for herself, marveling at how she could still find such a thing in the realm of cultivation. She took a bite, nearly choking on the dry bread. Xian was not much better off. They patted each other on the back, trying to ease the discomfort. They exchanged glances filled with bitter smiles. After approximately an hour of flight, the vessel descended into a valley. This valley brimmed with abundant spiritual energy, and the trees and vegetation thrived remarkably well, suggesting that the beasts within were likely formidable. The steward of the Zhong family gathered them together and conveyed, "We have dispatched personnel to clear 3 mines. The larger beasts have been driven away. However, it is inevitable that some subterranean creatures remain, so you must exercise caution." Qin Shu took note of this in her mind, realizing that mining for spiritual stones was not as safe as she had initially envisioned. The steward continued, "You are permitted to keep 1/10 of the spiritual stones you extract as your wages. The remainder must be surrendered. Should anyone attempt to hoard, the Zhong family will no longer employ you." Qin Shu was uncertain how to detect whether any of her companions harbored ulterior motives, yet she presumed they possessed their own methods. Together with Xian, they formed a line to receive a pickaxe and proceeded toward the depths of the mine amidst the throng. In the 48th chapter, titled The Moving Treasure Basin, it was mandated that cultivators at the first level of Qi refinement must submit no less than 10 low-grade spirit stones each day to exit the mine. For those at the second level, the requirement doubled to 20 stones and so forth. Due to their youth, neither Qin Shu nor Xian had their cultivation levels assessed, and the stern-faced elder merely recorded them as first-level cultivators. For Qin Shu, this was indeed a stroke of good fortune, as the spirit stones saved could be allocated toward He Xian's share, allowing her to cultivate diligently. He Xian had already approached the threshold of the second level. If she could achieve a breakthrough here, it would be fortuitous. Casting a glance at He Xian, who was seated in deep meditation, Qin Shu distanced herself slightly, aiming to prevent her mining efforts from causing any disturbance. Utilizing her spiritual energy, she sensed the environment within the cavern and was suddenly struck with inspiration as her gaze fell upon the stone wall nearby. The spiritual energy here was exceptionally abundant, suggesting the presence of high-grade spirit stones. Should she unearth a top-tier spirit stone, it would be an extraordinary gain. Upon entering the mine, the barrier employed by the Zhong family for surveillance had failed to detect the jade pendant adorning Qin Shu, which surprised her greatly. According to her senior, Xu Ying, this pendant was merely a low-grade spiritual artifact. Little did she expect it could evade detection. This turn of events presented her with an opportunity to discreetly enrich herself. With excitement, Qin Shu rubbed her hands together, pinpointed her target, and began to excavate with her small pickaxe. Under the influence of ethereal energy, the hard rock felt as malleable as tofu beneath the strokes of the mysterious iron pickaxe. With minimal effort, a sizable chunk was unearthed after merely 7 or 8 strikes. However, the pick's point soon encountered an exceptionally resilient substance. Drawing from her experience of excavating spiritual stones, Qin Shu realized her intuition was correct. There indeed lay spiritual stones beneath. Furthermore, based on the density of the spiritual energy, it was estimated that at least a middle-grade spiritual stone awaited her. This thought invigorated Qin Shu, fueling her determination. As she cleared away the rubble surrounding the stone, its true form finally emerged before her eyes. The fist-sized spiritual stone radiated an exceptionally pure luster, even more pristine than the high-grade spiritual stones she had previously encountered at the Rainbow Pavilion. Her heart raced uncontrollably. This must be a top-tier spiritual stone. Such a sizable gem appeared capable of being sliced into 6 or 7 pieces of standard size. With a deft motion, Qin Shu concealed the stone within her jade pendant. Fueled by newfound zeal, she continued her efforts, yet she was unable to unearth any more high-quality spiritual stones. Instead, she only obtained 3 middle-grade stones and around 20 low-grade ones. Once her spiritual energy was depleted, she consumed a replenishing elixir, as low-grade recovery pills were of little worth in their alchemy sect. As she toiled, He Xian concluded her own work and began excavating with her small pickaxe. Without pausing her movements, she remarked, "If I break through, I shall have to remit 20 low-grade spiritual stones daily, which is hardly advantageous." Qin Shu couldn't help but chuckle, while He Xian resolved to continue digging for another 10 days before calculating her gains and then attempting to break through. In the dimly lit cavern, she had finally unearthed a piece of mid-grade spirit stone, only to be interrupted by a sudden shadow that lunged forth and devoured her treasure in one swift motion. He Xian was startled, letting out a shriek. Almost immediately, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the alleyway. Qin Shu halted her actions and looked up to see 3 figures approaching. At the forefront was a young man, strikingly handsome, yet his gaze bore a hint of condescension upon recognizing the 2 young girls. "Little girls, have you seen a frostfire skin rat?" Chapter 49. The earth trembles. Qin Shu gripped her sword firmly, appearing as though she could contend with the elusive frostfire skin rat. However, deep down, she was acutely aware that she was utterly incapable of breaching the creature's defenses. Should her spiritual energy deplete, both she and He Xian would find themselves in grave peril. The frostfire skin rat seemed to sense the challenge posed by Qin Shu. It halted a distance away, its beady eyes darting with an unsettling brightness in the shadowy mine. Qin Shu remained vigilant. The second-tier demon beast had already developed a semblance of intelligence, and this particular species was renowned for its cunning. The rat emitted a series of high-pitched squeaks, its forepaws scratching the ground, sending sparks flying in all directions. Observing this, Qin Shu wished she could extend her senses to the utmost, her wariness piquing. A mere scratch from those claws could inflict grievous wounds. Yet in an unexpected turn, the rat began to cautiously retreat. He Xian, witnessing this, felt a weight lift from her heart. It seemed the creature was preparing to flee. In the next instant, the beast lunged toward her with astonishing swiftness, leaving no time for any reaction. Its crimson eyes were already upon her. At that very moment, Qin Shu hurled her purple jade sword, which struck the ground before her, causing the beast to evade to the side. Instinctively, Xian began to counter and defend herself, conjuring her only learned attack spell, the fireball technique, and launched it at the creature. However, the speed of the frostfire flame rat was formidable. It was uncertain whether she could even hit it, and even if she did, given the creature's second-tier fire attribute resistance, it was likely that she would not even breach its fur. Nonetheless, her missed strike successfully delayed the frostfire flame rat momentarily. In that fleeting moment, the seal in Qin Shu's hands was completed. She thrust her hands forward, marking her first use of this sealing technique. The golden imprint seemed to drift down lightly, yet it reverberated throughout the entire cavern. The frostfire flame rat was embedded directly into the stone wall, its little legs thrashing in a feeble struggle before falling limp. The crimson in its eyes extinguished. Xian paused, her breath caught, eyes wide with disbelief as she glanced at Qin Shu. What kind of technique was this? A single strike to slay the beast? A second-tier monster was at least comparable to a human cultivator at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and the 3 cultivators had only dared to confront it together. Only Qin Shu understood that she was now at her last gasp, and that sealing technique was indeed not one to be used lightly. She felt as though all the vitality had been drained from her body, and now even a mere child could easily topple her with a single finger. Hastily, she consumed a vitality-replenishing elixir, and upon noticing that the demon rat had fallen silent, she approached and pried it from the stone wall, storing it within her storage jade pendant. Let us depart from this place. The commotion we just caused is bound to attract others. I will keep this demon rat for now, and we shall divide it once we are outside, she said, turning to Xian. Xian quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, "No, no, no. I do not wish for it. You were the one who slew the demon rat. I did not assist in any way." Qin Shu, wielding a dark iron pickaxe, was chipping away at the marks on the wall when she heard Xian's protest. Grasping her hand, she urged, "We must leave now. People will be arriving shortly." The two had scarcely begun their retreat when, indeed, the 3 individuals pursued them once more. They drew forth a lantern, illuminating the dark stone wall in a sweeping arc, ultimately discovering a trace of residual blood beneath the marks that Qin Shu had intentionally marred. Chapter 50. The beast tide approaches with Xian on her back. Qin Shu exerted her utmost efforts in channeling her technique, as the tortoise beneath her soared swiftly through the air, leaving behind a refreshing green glow. She consumed vitality-replenishing elixirs as if they were mere trifles, and just after fleeing a distance of 10 miles, a peculiar roar suddenly pierced the heavens behind them. The force of the sound wave nearly dislodged Qin Shu from the tortoise's back, causing her ears to throb with pain. Nevertheless, she had little time to dwell on it. After soaring an additional 20 miles, her body could endure no more, and she shakily guided the small tortoise to descend. As they descended from a height of 2 zhang above the ground, the last vestige of spiritual energy within Qin Shu was utterly drained. The 2 of them, along with the turtle, plummeted from the sky. Xiu, with her low cultivation, hung precariously behind Qin Shu, suffering from the sonic assault, and was in a dire state. Yet, in that fleeting moment of weightlessness, she summoned her remaining strength, instinctively wrapping her arms around Qin Shu, pivoting her body to cushion the fall with her meager spiritual energy. Hissing in pain, Xiu inhaled sharply, rolling over to massage her coccyx. "Sister, are you alright?" she inquired. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she disregarded her throbbing head and hastily propped herself up, peering at Qin Shu in her embrace. Qin Shu lay motionless against her, the hairband atop her head having snapped at some point, dark tresses cascading around her. Xiu's heart tightened with urgency as she scrambled to turn Qin Shu over, cradling her in her arms, her fingers trembling as they brushed against her nose. Noticing the faint breath still escaping Qin Shu, Xiu's shoulders relaxed ever so slightly. Lacking any healing elixirs, she could only administer 2 spirit-replenishing pills to Qin Shu. At this moment, Qin Shu's condition was grave, Her dantian was nearly desiccated, yet the inner core within continued to slowly emit a golden-green spiritual energy. The serpent's spiritual power was inherently toxic, and previously, Qin Shu's dantian meridians had contained their own energy to counteract it, but now they could only confront the poison head-on. It was only after he Xiu fed her the 2 spirit-replenishing pills that a faint trickle of spiritual energy re-emerged in Qin Shu's dantian. She gradually opened her eyes, meeting he Xiu's anxious gaze. Qin Shu, how do you feel? Do you still need the elixir? I have some here. Qin Shu shook her head, retrieving a porcelain vial from her jade pendant. She took out one of the 5 elements blood condensation pills she had previously purchased. This pill, indeed a 3rd-grade elixir, quickly released a soothing and refreshing sensation that spread from her dantian and flowed through her meridians. The dull pain in her body dissipated, allowing Qin Shu to rise and offer another pill to He Xian. He Xian hesitated, recalling that she had purchased this pill with 36 mid-grade spirit stones. No. There's no need. I'm perfectly fine. Just a slight earache, nothing serious. However, before He Xian could finish her protest, Qin Shu swiftly placed the pill into her mouth. He Xian covered her lips in disbelief as she watched Qin Shu calmly seal the vial. Consider it a treat from the Rainbow Pavilion. What is the harm in a buy one get one free? Let us take care of ourselves first to avoid any lingering side effects. Just moments ago, there had been indications of high-level beasts emerging from the nearby mine. The roar they had heard had echoed painfully in their eardrums and affected their internal organs. Chapter 51. Thankfully, they ran fast. He Xian's momentary relief was quickly replaced with anxiety as she processed Qin Shu's words. Her eyes widened in alarm. A beast tide? Qin Shu nodded affirmatively. In the mountain where we were, there are numerous beasts, and their presence is unmistakable. If we had delayed our departure any longer, those beasts would have descended the mountain. He Xian inhaled sharply, her heart racing as she patted her chest, exclaiming, Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise, given our petite frames, we would surely have been devoured to the last crumb. Upon finishing her words, as if recalling something, she suddenly turned to Qin Shu and inquired, Qin Shu, do you think the number of people dispatched by our sect for support is sufficient? What if they encounter the beast tide? Wouldn't being attacked from both sides pose a grave danger? Qin Shu found herself at a loss for a moment. She quickly retrieved a jade slip, intending to send a message to her master, but then remembered she had no means to contact him. She reluctantly opted for a secondary choice. Perhaps her second senior brother would suffice. Second senior brother, she began, it seems there is a beast tide near the mountain by the Zhong family mine. Are the reinforcements from our sect adequate? Meanwhile, there was no response from Wenqi, which left Qin Shu anxious. She wished fervently that her green leaves could traverse vast distances in an instant. Given the gravity of the situation, even though she harbored a lingering fear of her senior brother, she resolved to send him a message. However, to her surprise, her communication to him also vanished into silence. How peculiar. Could it be that both her senior brother and second senior brother were simultaneously in seclusion? It was one thing for her senior brother, but hadn't he, the second senior brother, just emerged from his retreat? Were they perhaps inadvertently ensnaring one another? Qin Shu had no time to ponder further. She hastily sent a message to her junior sister, Qi Yu, hoping fervently that she was not also in seclusion. They were in a perilous predicament, surrounded by threats on all sides. How did you know? Junior sister, are you perchance over there as well? Qi Yu's voice rose in pitch, tinged with sharpness. I have just escaped from there, senior sister. There's no time. Hurry, and send word. Qin Shu urged. At this moment, Wenqi and Chengyan had already arrived at the Zhong family mine, situated within the depths of the Huangshi Valley. They brought with them a formation plate and promptly sealed the area. The beast, resembling both a leopard and a dog, incessantly assaulted the formation. Each impact sent tremors through the golden barrier. Quickly organized the other low-ranking cultivators to retreat. This formation cannot withstand for long. We must act swiftly. Chengyan commanded while channeling his spiritual energy into the formation. The Zhong family hastily complied, gathering the low-ranking cultivators who had survived the beast's onslaught to facilitate their escape. When she glanced at the retreating low-ranking cultivators and inquired, Are there any disciples from our Xiantian sect here for mining? The steward of the Zhong family pondered for a moment before replying. There seemed to be. I recall 2 young girls around their teens arrived as well. Chapter 52. I fear you cannot breach its defense. Qin Shu contemplated for a while, scribbling on her jade slip for an extended period, suddenly feeling nostalgic for the various input methods of the modern world. Immortal Master. I find your calculations quite accurate. Could you perhaps assist me in discerning whether my 2 senior brothers are in danger this time? Although Qi Yu had already sought help from their master, she could not shake off her unease. The beast's strength was unknown to her. Her prior knowledge stemmed primarily from the protagonist's perspective 8 years hence in the original narrative. Thus, even though Qin Shu had traversed into the story, she felt rather isolated. The ability to foresee the future was something she yearned for, yet given the current circumstances, she could only rely on her own audacity. As the sound resonated, Qin Shu instinctively covered the jade slip with her hand, her ears tinged with warmth. Isolated from the broader context, his voice, coupled with that phrase, indeed possessed a somewhat predatory undertone. Meanwhile, He Xian leaned in closer, inquiring, Qin Shu, who are you conversing with? The word netizen nearly escaped her lips, but she quickly swallowed it, composing herself before responding honestly, a fortune teller. Almost forgetting, she reminded herself that she was no longer that 18-year-old maiden, and should not indulge in fanciful thoughts. A fortune teller? From Tianji Pavilion? He Xian's interest piqued. Qin Shu nodded, affirming yes. So, how accurate are his predictions? Could he perhaps divine my fate as well? I'm curious if I can break through to the golden core stage. Qin Shu shrugged. He mentioned his fees are quite steep. He Xian, stroking her modestly sized bag of holding, fell silent, conceding, perhaps I am unworthy. Qin Shu chuckled, don't be hasty, dear sister. Allow me to establish a rapport with him. She then penned another line to Sui Han. My alchemy is also rather costly. Do you intend to measure the value of friendship with a future alchemist in terms of spirit stones? The moment she sent the message, regret washed over her. If he could foresee her relatively uneventful matters, what secrets could he possibly be unaware of? Would he not realize that she, a mere alchemist, had yet to master the art of potion-making? Yet, upon further reflection, she found herself puzzled. If he possessed such remarkable insight, why had he so readily divulged the whereabouts of the elusive sun's dusk ice? Could it be that he was merely guessing? While Qin Shu spiraled into her thoughts, Sui Han had already received her message. His pale lips curled slightly upward as he let out a soft chuckle, shaking his head with unabashed confidence. Regardless of the truth behind his words, they served as a comforting reassurance for Qin Shu. She exhaled in relief and tentatively inquired, then could you assist me in discerning my sister's fortune? Yuhan, I have only heard tales of people taking advantage of others, and now I truly witness it. Your camaraderie as a future alchemist is no longer desired. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu was utterly incensed. Was this not a game beyond her means? If he refused to provide assistance, so be it. Yet, to threaten her was simply outrageous. In her fury, she tossed the jade slip into her bag of holding and turned to He Xian, sighing, Sister, my efforts to bond have failed. Once I earn some wealth, we shall seek a master to comprehensively assess your fortune. He Xian burst into laughter, dismissing the matter as mere jest. If he chooses not to read it, then so be it. Besides, such readings are unnecessary. I am destined to achieve the golden elixir. In her excitement, she rose to her feet, exuding an air of determination. Chapter 53. One must guard against others. He Xian fell into a contemplative silence, for she found herself unable to counter Qin Shu's statement. The second-tier demon beasts possess tough hides and resilient flesh, lacking a spiritual tool and sufficient spiritual power. She could not breach its defenses even if the demon rat lay dead. She seated herself on the grass, supporting her weight with her hands behind her, gazing skyward as she lamented, I truly feel so inadequate. Yet Qin Shu responded earnestly, Not at all. It is your presence that alleviates my fears. Do not despair. Once I have vanquished this demon rat, we shall divide the spiritual stones it concealed. Qin Shu infused spiritual energy into the white jade sword and made a precise incision at the location she had initially deemed most favorable. Having previously assisted the dean's mother in the slaughter of chickens, She found this level of bloodshed well within her tolerable limits. She meticulously skinned the frostfire rat, removing both its fur and flesh, while its bones were also considered a form of medicinal material. Since she would soon be heading into the city, she contemplated the possibility of selling these remnants. Within the frostfire rat's pouch, she discovered it was filled to the brim with spirit stones. Upon inspection, she found approximately 80 superior-grade spirit stones, around 300 mid-grade spirit stones, and 11 premium-grade spirit stones. Additionally, there were 2 yellow crystalline stones that neither Qin Shu nor He Xian recognized. Without hesitation, Qin Shu divided all the spirit stones in half, offering one portion to He Xian. However, He Xian insisted on declining, stating, "I have contributed nothing. You are the one who defeated this beast single-handedly. How could I possibly accept such a generous share? To do so would surely compromise my integrity." Her determination was unwavering. After much contemplation, Qin Shu replied, "You attracted its attention and provided protection. You have indeed played a crucial role, and thus you are entitled to a portion of these spirit stones. If you feel uneasy about accepting them, then simply take 2 of the smallest ones." After a bit of negotiation, Qin Shu eventually handed over 10 mid-grade spirit stones to He Xian. Overjoyed, He Xian exclaimed, "This will last me for quite some time." With a flick of her hand, Qin Shu cast a cleansing spell, erasing the traces of blood and dust that clung to both herself and He Xian, before tying her hair back into a high ponytail. "Let us proceed into the city," she declared. After approximately half an hour, the two arrived at the city gates. Great cities were surrounded by anti-flying barriers, necessitating that all arrivals dismount and enter on foot. Tai Lai City. Qin Shu glanced upwards. He Xian, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I know. Tai Lai City, one of the 5 major cities of the eastern continent. In matters of gossip, Qin Shu could not quite compare to He Xian. They had been in the cultivation realm for half a year, yet Qin Shu had yet to grasp the number of continents within this realm. Which direction is Tai Lai City in relation to our Xian Tian sect? Qin Shu inquired. He Xian's smile abruptly faded. She grasped Qin Shu's hand and began walking towards Tai Lai City, muttering, In this vast world, life is paramount. One must not have the fortune to earn yet lack the fortune to spend. The two proceeded to the Merchant Association to sell the pelts of the flying frost flame rat, followed by visiting various shops to sell inner cores and bones. Chapter 54. He resembled a valiant warrior rushing towards Tai Lai City. When Qi furrowed his brows and remarked, Something is amiss, Cheng Yan's expression changed at once. This is bad. I just heard someone mention that Tai Lai City is facing a beast tide. Upon hearing this, Wen Qi, disregarding the need to replenish his spiritual energy, stood up and quickly consumed a premium recovery pill. How can this little girl, so young, possess a physique that attracts disasters? Wherever she goes, calamity follows. With her meager cultivation level, how can she face a beast tide? A demonic beast could easily devour her whole. As he lamented, he retrieved his flying artifact. Upon uttering these words, he vanished from the sight of the crowd. Chang Yan gazed thoughtfully at the spot he had disappeared from, pondering how he had never realized before that Wen Qi possessed such a warm-hearted nature. Furthermore, it appeared he was quite invested in Qin Shu's affairs, which struck Xing Yan as rather peculiar. Will this great demon emerge again? Inquired the steward of the Zhong family, standing by his side, his expression laden with concern. The steward's anxiety was palpable, his features contorted in distress. This cannot be allowed to happen. We invested a considerable sum to acquire this spiritual vein. Cheng Yan, with his hands clasped behind his back, let out a cold snort. If you wish to mine it, let your family head deal with the demon. The steward fell silent. The people from Xuantiangmen had expended immense resources, employing a 7th-tier array and countless high-grade talismans, yet they had only managed to temporarily seal the great demon in this location. For the Zhong family to subdue this creature, the cost would likely be equivalent to purchasing another spiritual vein. Cheng Yan continued. This spiritual vein was originally cultivated here specifically to reinforce the seal on this demon. Your reckless mining has caused the seal to weaken. The steward of the Zhong family murmured to himself, and as he attempted to raise his head to inquire further, he found that Cheng Yan had already vanished from his sight. With a frustrated stomp, he retrieved his flying artifact and set off towards the family estate. Their family head had likely been deceived into spending a fortune on this spiritual vein, unaware of the peril that lay hidden behind it. The malefactor behind this must be punished. As when Qi sent a message to Qin Shu, instructing her not to wander and to remain in Tai Lai City, he skillfully wielded the exquisite flowing fan in his hand to its utmost potential. The distance from Tai Lai City to the illusory valley was not particularly great. Utilizing Wen Qi's method of travel, he swiftly arrived at the outskirts of the grand formation surrounding Tai Lai City. Observing the city, intact and unscathed, Wen Qi finally exhaled a sigh of relief after a tense journey. The aquamarine barrier enveloped Tai Lai City like a fragile eggshell, while hordes of demon beasts relentlessly assailed the protective array. In the air above the city, several practitioners continuously supplied spiritual energy to the formation. Chapter 55. You shall not complain. Qin Shu gazed outward at the flower peacock, or rather, her second senior brother, feeling a twinge of concern. With so many demon beasts outside, despite his high cultivation and considerable worth, there would inevitably come a time when his resources would be exhausted, rendering him a mere target. However, at that moment, a figure faintly appeared on the horizon. Even in ashes, Qin Shu would recognize him. To her astonishment, the eldest senior brother had also arrived. He soon felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that the demon beasts of the illusory valley were bound to be dealt with. Qin Shu pondered, stroking her chin. With both the eldest and second senior brothers of the Dan sect personally involved, a mere minor demon would surely pose no challenge. He soon spoke with unrestrained enthusiasm. Listening to her words, Qin Shu found her own spirits lifting, much to her chagrin, this irksome sense of pride among peers. Conversely, upon seeing the eldest senior brother arrive to lend his sword, Wen Qi's expression darkened. What brings you here? She is not only your junior sister, but also mine. Do you wonder why I have come? Cheng Yan calmly gazed at the ethereal spectacle created by Wen Qi and posed a question. Despite a slight discord between them, Wen Qi, upon seeing Cheng Yan's arrival, formulated a different plan. He tucked away the talisman in his hand and addressed Cheng Yan, requesting his protection. Observing his current hand seals and the formidable power gradually manifesting within him, it was evident that the second form of the purity formation had become one of Wen Qi's lethal techniques. After a prolonged moment, Wen Qi slowly opened his eyes, revealing a faint golden sheen in his gaze. His expression was devoid of joy or sorrow, resembling a deity poised to rescue the world. He thrust forth the formation he had crafted, and an explosion of golden light erupted instantaneously. Qin Shu, who had been seated on the rooftop, instinctively slapped her thigh and sprang to her feet. My goodness, what is this? Her eyes widened in disbelief and exhilaration. Exine, not comprehending her delight, assumed it was mere admiration for her senior brother and joined her in standing up, grinning foolishly. Qin Shu, captivated by the distant golden radiance, glanced at the Navi and sweet Exine beside her. Fortunately, this girl was not astute enough to discern the subtle connections. Otherwise, she might have realized that her own technique, which had felled the frostfire rat, was akin to the one wielded by her second senior brother. It dawned on Qin Shu that she was not the only one capable of performing hand seals. This technique of Wen Qi's must have been acquired from the Hall of Transmission. A sense of relief washed over her as her burdens lightened. Since everyone possessed such abilities, there was no need for her to conceal her own talents. After all, should a trace of spiritual energy attract the vengeance of a great serpent, it would truly be a case of losing more than she gained. What transpired? Has the beast tied outside dissipated? Qin Shu inquired. Exine lifted her arm to wipe the tears from her face, then remarked, the golden light is excessively blinding. Qin Shu breathed a sigh of relief. In the time they spent conversing, the golden radiance had gradually diminished, allowing Qin Shu to glimpse the landscape beyond the city walls. Chapter 56. The Path of Simplicity. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Yan and the others were taken aback, astonished by such an admirable mindset. The beast tide had surrounded the city, yet she could still remain in a meditative state to cultivate. He turned his head in disbelief to gaze at Cheng Yan, asking, has junior sister Qin Shu always been this diligent? Before Chang Yen could respond, when she proudly lifted her chin and declared, "Indeed. Otherwise how could she, with her mediocre talent, achieve such rapid progress?" Chang Yen nodded in rare agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, the junior sister has always been quite industrious." As soon as Chang Yen finished speaking, when she had already ascended the stairs to the pavilion, stating, "I shall go see her," the others followed closely behind. However, when they reached the rooftop and beheld Qin Shu, her eyes closed, seemingly merging with the essence of the cosmos, they were once again rendered speechless. At that moment, she was indistinguishable from the very bricks and tiles of the roof, her spiritual energy imperceptible, even her pulse and breath eluded detection. The notion of simplicity in the Great Path implies that the more unadorned it is, the more extraordinary her comprehension of the way must be. Shu He forced a smile filled with envy and bitterness, looking at He Xian and asking, "Junior sister, is this what you call entering a meditative state?" He Xian, unable to decipher the expression on his face, tilted her head in confusion and replied, "Is it not?" When she gracefully unfurled the folding fan in her hand, a smile dancing on her lips as she proudly declared, "Naturally not. In her current state, she must have achieved enlightenment. My esteemed master truly possesses unparalleled talent." Upon hearing Wen Qi's words, Hashin's face lit up with excitement, her chest swelling with pride. If even senior brother Wen Qi extols her sister's extraordinary abilities, then her sister must indeed be formidable. With such an impressive sibling, how could she not feel a sense of pride? Beside them, Chang Yen observed Hashin's animated gestures and inquired, when did she attain this enlightenment? What did she witness? Shuhe, perplexed, thought to himself. He too had witnessed it. Why had he not experienced such epiphany? Clearing his throat, he ventured, "May I ask, is junior sister Qin Shu from the Sword Peak?" As soon as he spoke, he caught Wen Qi's meaningful glance, which seemed to convey, "Junior brother, your understanding is rather superficial." What could that possibly mean? Shuhe was left in a state of confusion. In the next moment, Hashin's innocent yet somewhat boastful voice rang out, "My sister is destined to become a master alchemist." How could she possibly belong to the Sword Peak? With such assertions, were they leaving him any room to breathe? Two alchemists seemed to possess more innate talent in swordsmanship than he, a mere swordsman. A sudden feeling akin to why should one live while another flourishes blossomed within Shuhe's heart. Cheng Yan noticed that Shuhe appeared somewhat unsettled and raised his gaze to him, calling out, "Shuhe." This utterance, laced with a hint of the Buddhist heart-cleansing mantra, resonated in Shuhe's ears with a jarring clarity. He merely offered a casual suggestion, and He also realized that he had nearly wavered in his resolve moments ago. With a look of embarrassment, he bowed to Cheng Yan, expressing his gratitude for the guidance. Wen Qi chuckled softly, remarking, "Come, let us not disturb our junior sister's moment of enlightenment. We shall allow the senior brother to guard her here." Cheng Yan replied, "You certainly know how to delegate." With a furrowed brow, he spoke in a low voice. Chapter 57. No merit, no reward. Cheng Yan fell into silence, just as several individuals descended from the floor below and happened to overhear Qin Shu's remark. He soon could not contain her laughter, prompting Qin Shu to awkwardly straighten her back and glance at them. Little did they know that after spending so long on the rooftop, she was covered in dust, and with every slight movement, it fell away. Unable to hold back, Qin Shu sneezed loudly, and Cheng Yan, unable to bear the sight any longer, casually cast a cleaning spell on her. Only then did her nose feel somewhat better, and she raised her hand in a salute to Cheng Yan, expressing her thanks. To her surprise, upon lifting her hand, she found that her sleeves had become noticeably shorter. She paused in bewilderment and tugged at her garment, looking down to ponder, "Have I somehow grown taller? At that age, it is only natural to grow taller. Isn't that a good thing?" He Sun replied with a smile. "Yes, indeed," Qin Shu murmured softly. However, she soon fell into deep thought. When she had purchased the outfit, the shopkeeper had assured her that it would adjust to fit perfectly. Why then did it feel short now? Listening to her lament, He chuckled jovially, suggesting, "Perhaps the clothing was merely imbued with a temporary enchantment, which has now expired." Qin Shu wrinkled her nose, realizing that indeed, one gets what one pays for. After a moment of contemplation, Shu raised her hand and retrieved a set of garments from her storage ring, offering them to Qin Shu. Junior sister, I possess a garment that has never been worn. I hope you will not disdain it. Before Qin Shu could respond, Cheng Yan interjected, there is no need for that. Qin Shu's gaze fell upon the clothing in his hand, which belonged to Dongfeng Jibai, and then she glanced at his long robe. She found herself utterly perplexed. How could her senior brother so nonchalantly utter such absurdities without a hint of embarrassment? No reward without effort, she thought. Such fine items were not something she could accept lightly. Pressing her lips together, she clasped her fists in respect and said, 60 years? I am utterly astounded. In 2 lifetimes, I have not even accumulated half of that. Did he truly expect her to compensate him with 60 years' worth of effort for a mere garment? She clasped her fists once more, her tone earnest as she stated, Senior brother, I have suddenly realized that although this garment is a tad short, it is quite pleasing to wear. I shall accept it for now. Cheng Yan's brows furrowed, and before he could respond, Xian excitedly pulled Qin Shu aside to share hushed whispers. Shu, your moment of enlightenment seems to have lasted quite some time. What have you comprehended? Being fellow disciples, Qin Shu did not hide her thoughts and casually replied, I have grasped a fragment of the essence of harnessing the power of the heavens for oneself. She lifted her gaze to meet Xian's sparkling eyes, who eagerly urged, What is it? Quickly show me a move. Qin Shu displayed a look of hesitation. Are you truly insistent on witnessing this?
She asked.
Xian nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. With a resigned sigh, Qin Shu acquiesced. Very well then. Upon her words, Shu He turned to her with eager anticipation, eager to witness the fruits of her 6 months of dedication. Qin Shu extended her hand, and with a mere thought, a tender green leaf floated down from a grand willow tree beside the loft, landing delicately in her palm. A spark of excitement illuminated her features as she showcased the leaf to them, exclaiming, How about that? Impressive, isn't it? Xian, somewhat bewildered, mimicked her actions, channeling her energy to pluck a leaf from the tree. She gazed at Qin Shu, inquiring, Is this how it's done? Qin Shu paused, glancing between the 2 leaves, then scratched the back of her head, lost in contemplation. Chapter 58. The return of the belongings. The righteous expression on Qin Shu's face began to crumble gradually, until she could only mutter meekly, Did you not say I could borrow it temporarily? Would it suffice if I paid rent? When she observed her bowed head, only catching sight of her high ponytail, amusement bubbled within him. He had never encountered a child quite like her. At times, she seemed overly clever, while at others, her charming naivety shone through. All right then, he responded readily. Seeing this, Qin Shu felt a pang in her heart as she touched her small storage ring and inquired of Wenqi, May I ask how the rent is calculated here? With one hand clasped behind his back and the other gently tapping his jade fan, Wenqi replied alternatively, You could complete the alchemy task owed to the sect on my behalf. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu was suddenly overwhelmed by an ominous premonition. She cautiously inquired, Senior brother, how many years of tasks do you still owe? Wenqi's lips curled into a subtle smile, his fair visage adorned with a hint of jest as he replied, Not a year more or less, just 60 years. Qin Shu was left speechless. Her suspicions ignited that these 2 senior brothers had conspired together, each owing 60 years? Why had the sect's master not expelled them? Could I refuse? Qin Shu attempted to resist. Alternatively, perhaps you would prefer to undertake another task on my behalf? Wenqi observed her expression with the gaze of one watching a fish about to be ensnared. Clutching her garments, Qin Shu looked up at him, bewildered.
What?
Wenqi tilted his head, his laughter carefree, the gentle breeze tousling his hair. He spoke with a playful tone, How about capturing 2 cloud sea dragons? Instantly, the glimmer of hope faded from Qin Shu's face. Never mind. I choose to refine alchemy instead. Ah, and she still owed half a year herself, 60.5 years in total. Nevertheless, since she had yet to practice alchemy, she would consider it a chance to hone her skills. Once these debts were settled, her alchemical techniques would surely reach a level of mastery, and she might even be regarded as a future alchemy master. Qin Shu tucked away the indefinable fabric of her garments into her storage ring and leisurely retrieved a green leaf, soaring towards her cave abode. Passing by the small wooden house where she had previously resided, she noticed that a year had elapsed, and the plants in the nursery had blossomed. The flowers here seemed to bloom with extraordinary vitality, stirring a sense of nostalgia within Qin Shu. The midday sun shone brilliantly, casting a radiant glow upon the flowers, making them appear vibrant and dripping with color. She guided her flying apparatus to descend, and a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Qin Shu inhaled deeply, a look of sheer bliss on her face, her gaze fixating on a particularly crimson blossom whose vivid hue resembled that of blood. Rubbing her hands together, she contemplated plucking the flower, but ultimately decided against it, opting instead to uproot it entirely. Chapter 59. It is time to depart. Upon hearing these words, Qin Shu's expression soured. Even if you were to perish, I would not, she retorted through gritted teeth. Xie Shiwan nodded slightly, acknowledging her sentiment. Indeed, calamities can endure for millennia. Qin Shu was taken aback. Is a snake devoid of shame? Can it truly lack self-awareness? How can you utter such shameless words? Who is the real calamity here? Are you not aware? She glared at him. Xie Shiwan raised an eyebrow, unfazed, and replied, I lack that awareness. All I know is that my inner core has been consumed by a certain little one. Qin Shu, exasperated, stamped her foot. Hurry and retrieve your inner core. Then leave this place. Xie Shiwan glanced at her and replied with a soft murmur. Qin Shu thought she might have imagined it, but soon heard him say, It is indeed time to go. My inner core cannot be extracted for now, so it shall remain with you. Qin Shu was taken aback. You want to take your inner core with you? Xie Shiwan, hearing this, cast her a nonchalant look. Do you think I desire to leave it behind? Having uttered these words, Qin Shu presented 2 bottles of 5 elements blood-condensing pills, which she had exchanged at the Yichang Pavilion, to Xie Shiwan. I have traded the inner pill you provided for these 2 elixirs. Afterward, she handed him a communication jade slip, saying, This is the communication jade slip. I also procured one for you. Once you have dripped your blood on it, it will be operational. After delivering these items to Xie Shiwan, Qin Shu turned and made her way toward the training chamber. Make sure to close the door behind you. I am off to practice. Xie Shiwan gazed down at the items in his hands before shifting his gaze toward Qin Shu's departing figure, a tempest of thoughts swirling within his eyes. The majority of demonic beasts grow ferociously, with few possessing the capability to concoct elixirs. The 5 elements blood-condensing pill is at least a 3rd-tier elixir, undoubtedly holding considerable value among the demon clan. How could she so readily bestow such a gift upon him? Humans have always been cunning and selfish. Why does this young girl seem to differ from that norm? His consciousness scrutinized her, noting the exquisite ornament adorning her neck. It was capable of obscuring the probing of spiritual senses below the foundation establishment stage, while the spell imprint he had placed upon her could conceal detection beneath the mid-core formation stage. How redundant that seemed. Xie Shiwan lingered at the entrance for a considerable time, casting one last glance at Qin Shu before the porcelain vial in his grasp vanished into thin air. Qin Shu had been acutely aware of his movements and let out a quiet sigh of relief only after he had completely exited the cave dwelling. The great serpent would not be detected even under the watchful gaze of her master. He must be a formidable individual, one she could not afford to offend. With such a serpent nearby, how could she find peace in her cultivation? Perhaps it was for the best that he had departed. If she does not take it out, the great serpent will inevitably seek her out for the sake of this inner elixir. During the past 6 months of enlightenment, her cultivation has made no tangible progress. However, she has discernibly felt that her state of mind has advanced significantly, suggesting that her subsequent training will be considerably more efficient. As the moon hangs delicately upon the willow branches, Qin Shu closes her eyes, fully absorbed in her thoughts. Suddenly, Xie Shiwan, who had vanished for over half a day, reappears in the courtyard. He raises his hand and lets a drop of his essence fall upon the petal of the flower. The originally vibrant snake blood flower now glows with an even deeper crimson hue. Chapter 60. Cultivation must not be corrupted. Qin Shu's thoughts drifted back to the bustling food stall at the high school gate, recalling the day of their graduation when they joyfully indulged in barbecued meats and shared 2 bottles of beer. They laughed and cried, promising to gather whenever possible. Yet little did they know that day would mark their final farewell. A sigh escaped her lips, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Unexpectedly, a voice pierced through her reverie, forbidding her from drinking. Qin Shu was taken aback and instinctively looked up to see Qing Yan, whose hands were clasped behind his back, head bowed, and expression solemn as he admonished her. A young girl yearning for alcohol? If master were to find out, you would surely be punished with cleaning the mountain path. Hearing his words, Qin Shu felt a strange sensation stir within her. Noticing her downcast gaze and somewhat listless demeanor, Cheng Yan assumed she had taken his words to heart. He then turned to inquire, "What exactly is this little barbecue you mentioned?" Qin Shu was astonished that he was unfamiliar with the concept of little barbecue. She couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, marveling at her senior brother. Truly a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Cheng Yan wrinkled his nose and remarked, "Your words do not seem to carry a pleasant connotation." Qin Shu chuckled and inquired, "So, shall we still go for some barbecue?" "Indeed," Cheng Yan replied. While he had no particular appetite, he found himself genuinely intrigued by the barbecue that Qin Shu had mentioned. On the possibility of transplanting the strongest traits of demonic beasts to humanity, Cheng Yan exclaimed. While cultivation methods may vary widely, they must not stray into the realm of the sinister. Concerned for Qin Shu's tender age, he seized the opportunity to impart a cautionary lesson. Qin Shu was taken aback and quickly asked Senior, "Brother, I haven't misplaced any books, have I?" Cheng Yan furrowed his brow and shook his head. Noticing the young girl discreetly patting her chest in relief, he continued, "You may read, but in the future, I advise you to steer clear of those chaotic texts. The path of cultivation has no shortcuts. One must diligently tread the path through hard work." After listening to him for a considerable time, Qin Shu gradually grasped the situation. It turned out he had merely noticed the title of the book. She had no intention of seeking the strongest traits of any demonic beast. She merely wished to extract the inner core residing within her. Once Cheng Yan finished speaking, he did not forget to ask, "Have you taken note of this?" Qin Shu then realized that her senior brother could be quite verbose when admonishing others. How could she dare to express any dissent? She promptly nodded, assuring him she had remembered. Seeing her resolute demeanor, Cheng Yan led her out of the library and summoned his flying sword, inviting her to ascend with him. As Qin Shu reminisced about a rather unpleasant flying experience from her youth, she resolutely shook her head, declining the offer. "Please, Master Brother, proceed without me. I will catch up shortly," she stated, deftly retrieving her green leaf, a reward earned after 6 decades of arduous tasks. It would indeed be a pity not to utilize it. Cheng Yan flew ahead at a leisurely pace, occasionally using his spiritual sense to check on Qin Shu, who was lagging behind like a turtle. Fortunately, the territory of their Dan sect was limited. Otherwise, they might end up having dinner at midnight. Upon Qin Shu landing on her mountain peak, she was surprised to find Wen Qi already there. Chapter 61. The trial begins. Qin Shu smiled. "I've taken note of everything. Since both of you have come today, why don't we invite junior sister to join us for some roasted meat?" Wen Qi scoffed at her suggestion. "Do you want to feed a fire spirit bird meat?" Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure and replied with a grin, "No matter. I can roast some spirit fruits for junior sister instead." Wen Qi and Cheng Yan exchanged puzzled glances, yet seeing her earnest expression, they too felt a surge of eagerness. At that moment, Qin Shu thought of her younger brother and added, "Since we're roasting spirit fruits, I shall summon brother Wei Ming to join us, along with my dear sister and Xian." Even Cheng Yan himself could not fathom how what began as a simple meal of gratitude from his junior sister had transformed into a gathering of many. When Qin Shu sent a message inviting Qiyu, he hesitated momentarily before agreeing. However, when it came to Xian and Wei Ming, they accepted enthusiastically without any hesitation. Unfortunately, Xian could not enter the inner gate, so Wei Ming had to find a way to assist her. The 2 senior brothers, who had long since mastered fasting, accompanied the 4 younger ones, who still had appetites, as they watched Qin Shu ignite a fire with her bare hands. The wood she used was gathered from the golden pomegranate trees on Shishan, and the meat was freshly hunted from the mountain. After cleansing the meat with the fresh water from the backyard, she skewered it onto branches and seasoned it with salt and various other ingredients. During the marination, Qin Shu also prepared many spiritual fruits in the same manner. Remarkably, a rich and enticing aroma began to waft through the air. Qin Shu casually handed 2 skewers of roasted spiritual fruits to Wei Ming and Qiyu, who gazed longingly at her meat skewers. Qin Shu chuckled. "What's the matter? Are you tempted to break your fast?" The two shook their heads, merely curious. Cheng Yan, who had been invited by Qin Shu for a meal, was the last to receive the perfectly roasted meat. The fragrance was so intense that it was hard to resist tasting it. At this moment, when Qi had already taken a bite of the roasted meat, he had tasted it before, yet this flavor was incomparably superior. Could the difference lie in the seasoning sprinkled by the junior sister? Once they had nearly finished eating, Cheng Yan reminded the younger ones that the trials would commence tomorrow, and they were to arrive at the sect square by the hour of Qin. It was imperative not to be late. As he spoke, he gazed at Qin Shu, who nodded obediently, asserting, "I am never late." Though she appeared somewhat unreliable, she was, in fact, a remarkably punctual child. Cheng Yan cast a glance at the other two junior sisters, who also nodded in agreement. After bidding them farewell, Qin Shu employed a cleansing spell to tidy up the area outside the cave dwelling. She then glanced at the flower she had transplanted beside the rose bush. There was nothing overtly amiss with the flower, yet Qin Shu couldn't shake the feeling that it seemed even more beautiful than before. Had its colors become more vivid? What kind of flower was this? Despite having perused numerous encyclopedias on the flora of the cultivation realm, she had yet to encounter it. Chapter 62. The beasts here are timid. Chi Yu and He Xian stood beside her, momentarily taken aback upon her entrance, before hastily following suit and rushing toward the exposed, swirling doorway. The others, witnessing their entry, suddenly became agitated. "Don't push. Who stepped on my shoe? Help! Stop pulling, or I'll go bald." Cheng Yan observed the throng jamming the entrance and, unable to contain himself, waved his sleeve, sending a multitude of individuals tumbling inside. The surrounding noise instantly quieted as he casually cast a spell. The swirling doorway gradually shrank until it eventually vanished entirely. He settled into a cross-legged position, knowing that these junior brothers and sisters would take another 10 days to emerge, allowing him a peaceful respite for that duration. As Qin Shu stepped through the swirling doorway, she felt a sudden pull, followed by an unsettling sensation of spinning, reminiscent of the dizzying thrill from riding a pendulum at an amusement park. The sensation was fleeting, soon replaced by a disorienting feeling of weightlessness. Ouch! She clasped her backside and rose from the thicket, surveying her surroundings, only to find herself utterly bewildered. She now stood amidst a marsh, surrounded by muck and puddles, with the only dry patch beneath her feet. Retrieving a Bodhi leaf, she endeavored to soar above the mire. But to her dismay, the verdant leaf merely fluttered before plummeting back down. Wasn't the premise of the sect's trial supposed to involve collecting treasures? How was it that she found herself ensnared the moment she stepped inside? It seemed she truly was a chosen one. Qin Shu pondered the survival videos she had watched in a bygone era, recalling that to navigate a swamp successfully, one might bind wooden planks to their soles to increase surface area. Yet, she had no planks at her disposal, only 2 scales. She produced the scales belonging to Xia Shiyuan, feeling they were rather diminutive. Furrowing her brow, she stroked her chin, contemplating. If a great serpent could alter its size, why couldn't these scales do the same? With this thought, she raised her hand, eager to test whether infusing them with spiritual energy might enlarge them. However, when she attempted to channel her own energy, there was no discernible reaction. But that was of little concern. She still possessed the serpent's inner core. Cautiously, she enveloped the golden-green energy with her own, coaxing a small portion into the scales cradled in her hand. With a sudden pop, Qin Shu beheld the scales expanding before her eyes, akin to a balloon inflating, growing 2 to 3 times their original size. A sense of joy welled within her as she continued to infuse them with energy, halting only when the scales reached the size of a basin. It seems that the scales of the serpent are indeed a remarkable treasure, comparable to a spiritual artifact. If Xia Shiyuan were to discover Qin Shu's true thoughts, he would likely scoff, deeming her a naive and sheltered individual. She channeled her spiritual energy into her feet and stepped onto the scales, testing their stability, and finding that they held firm, she ventured into the marsh. At the precise moment her foot made contact with the serpent's scales and entered the swamp, a series of bubbles erupted nearby, drifting away into the distance. However, Qin Shu, completely engrossed in her footing, failed to notice this occurrence. Upon realizing that she had not sunk, her spirits lifted, and as she gazed into the distance towards the forest, she had just taken a couple of steps when she abruptly halted, turning back to examine the patch of grass where she had previously stood. Why was there a solid ground in the very center of the marsh? Chapter 63. The packed Qin Shu concentrated her spiritual energy in her legs. Her gaze fixated on the small brown figure. With a swift motion, she pursued it. The creature, though diminutive, moved with surprising speed. Yet, equipped with her swift shoes and the assistance of spiritual energy, Qin Shu glided effortlessly. After a considerable chase, the little being suddenly vanished from her sight. Stopping in her tracks, she furrowed her brow and scanned the surroundings. This creature would not have disappeared without reason. It must surely have a nest in the vicinity. With meticulous observation, she eventually discerned a clue on a tree large enough to be embraced by a single person. The little creature was clever enough to employ a diversionary tactic. Qin Shu clicked her tongue in amusement. Yet this ruse was rather clumsy. Which tree would bear a cluster of grass? She found it utterly amusing, believing that a few tendrils of vine would be far more dependable. She stepped forward, gradually approaching the tree, yet the entrance remained eerily still. Without hesitation, Qin Shu formed a quick incantation and tossed a clump of mud into the opening.
Suddenly,
A small creature within the tree hole seemed startled and sprang out, catching Qin Shu off guard. To her delight, the little creature did not disappoint. From within, she extracted an abundance of spiritual fruits and plants, among which were 2 rare white flame root specimens. These were essential for crafting body-refining pills, a favored elixir among body cultivators. Given that Qin Shu was on the verge of becoming one herself, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Unceremoniously, she cleared the creature's nest, but after a moment's contemplation, she placed 3 of the Ji-Ling fruits she had brought from her sect back into the nest. Just as she was about to depart, she noticed a small brown squirrel perched on a branch, clutching a Ji-Ling fruit, its doe-like eyes glistening as if on the verge of tears. A sudden pang of discomfort washed over Qin Shu, yet she quickly steeled her heart. This was a world governed by the law of the jungle. Cuteness was futile. You were the one who initiated this. With a stern expression, she admonished the creature. The squirrel responded with a couple of pitiful chirps, but they were nonsensical, as neither could comprehend the other. If you continue to whine, I shall turn you into squirrel jerky, she warned. The squirrel merely chirped again. As Qin Shu turned to leave, she had barely taken 2 steps when the little creature leapt down from the tree, landing gracefully on the ground and then scampering up her pant leg. Qin Shu instinctively reached out to embrace the small creature, which was no larger than the span of her 2 hands. Its diminutive body was topped with a large tail, and it gazed up at her with bright, shiny eyes. Unwavering and utterly adorable. I shall not return you, she declared with righteous firmness. If you insist on causing trouble, you must learn to be a mouse once more. The little squirrel's pitch rose in response. Since Qin Shu could not comprehend its utterances, she chose to ignore it and continued on her path. If you do not move along, you may very well become my dinner, she warned. Upon hearing this, the little squirrel became frantic, biting her hand lightly.
Ouch.
Qin Shu winced at the sudden pain and looked down. She noticed an ancient pattern emerging in the squirrel's eyes, and instinctively thought it might be seeking to form a bond with her. However, the pattern lingered for a moment before dissipating from its gaze. Can a binding contract really be dissolved at any time? Qin Shu inquired. The little creature nodded eagerly, responding cheerfully, indeed. Just as joy began to surface on Qin Shu's cheeks, she then heard the squirrel's exuberant voice, the one with greater cultivation can. Qin Shu was taken aback, realizing that she had unwittingly become the unfortunate soul bound by a servitude contract. She had merely believed she was a mere guardian of the great serpent's inner essence, unaware that the little creature had yet to disclose the full truth. The latter part of the revelation was that the more powerful party could indeed dissolve the contract, but it would cost them half of their own cultivation. If I am injured, will it affect the great demon bound by the contract? Indeed, there is. I have been injured, and you will inevitably be affected as well. We share a sacred bond of souls. Should I be wounded, my spirit shall suffer. Therefore, you must protect me. The little one seems quite delighted, her pair of ebony eyes sparkling brightly. Qin Shu clicked her tongue twice, remarking how this little creature clings on, revealing her true intentions. After inquiring further, Qin Shu dismissed such disheartening thoughts and led the little one forward, inquiring as they walked, "Did you grow up here? Are you aware of any extraordinary treasures hidden in this place?" Perched on her shoulder, the fluffy tail of the little one swayed gently. "Of course I know," she replied. "However, such treasures are guarded by formidable beasts. You cannot defeat them. But if I can't, then you are here, right? Together, we shall prevail." At that moment, Qin Shu suddenly realized she was entirely ignorant of this little squirrel's circumstances. Thus, she asked, "What is your cultivation level? What innate abilities do you possess? Are you capable of learning techniques?" The little one was taken aback by the weight of Qin Shu's expectations, tasked with seizing treasures from those mighty beasts. Wasn't that akin to asking for her life? The Ling fruit she had been nibbling on now lay untouched, her tiny ears drooping. "But I am merely at the first level." This level of cultivation fell within Qin Shu's expectations, and she felt no disappointment. To her, a pet is simply a pet. If it could assist her, that would be splendid, but if not, it mattered not. The path of cultivation is one where the strong prevail. Whether it be a pet or a magical artifact, they are merely embellishments. The true strength of an individual is the foundation upon which one establishes their existence in this world. Qin Shu took a step forward, retrieving a jade slip to consult the map, while a small head peeked over to observe. Shu, are you truly going?" The voice trembled. "That wolf is ferocious." Without lifting her gaze, Qin Shu responded with a simple, adding, "Did you not claim to be swift? Can you not outrun a mere wolf?" The little one nearly wept at this remark, yet the gale wolf, being of the wind element, was indeed swifter. "But you possess illusion magic, do not? If you cannot flee, then conceal yourself," Qin Shu advised. Suddenly recalling something, she added, "Just remember this. Grass grows upon the earth." The little one, both timid and fearful, endeavored to dissuade Qin Shu from her intent. "What if I cannot hide? You may never see Xiao again." Qin Shu raised an eyebrow, her small hands toying with her fluffy tail. "No wonder everyone says you are as timid as a mouse. Your courage is truly minuscule. I wonder how such a timid creature dared to confront me initially?" Xiao felt a pang of regret. Her desire was merely to have this child lead her away from the secret realm. Who could have foreseen that not only would she refuse to leave, but she would also willingly court danger? Chapter 65. The death of the rabbit and the grief of the fox. Upon witnessing the situation, Qin Shu silently cursed her misfortune. She once again transformed her spiritual energy into earth energy, pressing her palm against the ground. The spot where the gale wolf stood suddenly collapsed, eliciting a howl from it. When it raised its head to glare at the bothersome child, it found she had already fled 2 miles away. In her contest with this wolf, compared to her previous encounter with a frostfire-skinned squirrel, she found herself more adept, perhaps due to having ascended to a minor realm. Adorned in her swift shoes, she dashed into the depths of the forest, her mind remarkably clear. Although she bore a small spirit convergence formation given by the Great Serpent, the rate of her spiritual energy recovery could hardly keep pace with its consumption. Renowned for their stamina, the wolf could easily strike her down even if they both exhausted their energies simultaneously. A swift resolution was imperative. Grasping her sword with one hand, she recalled the technique she had mastered, leveraging the environment. Positioned within the heart of the forest, abundant in wood elemental energy, she intended to harness the very essence of the wilderness. She yearned to witness how this so-called forest wolf could evade her. The pitch she had previously conjured was insufficient to ensnare the gale wolf. She was acutely aware of her limitations. Closing her eyes, she melded into the surroundings, becoming one with the forest. Suddenly, her ears twitched. She sensed the rush of wind. It was coming. With a swift motion, she executed a simple thrust.
Howl.
Qin Shu opened her eyes to behold the gale wolf baring its teeth at her. Unfazed, she beckoned, "Come again." Raising her sword with both hands, the wolf arched its back, propelling itself forward with powerful hind legs. Qin Shu deftly countered the wind blade it unleashed, her white jade sword splitting into two with remarkable speed, blocking the wolf's advance. "Little creature, you must try harder," she quipped with a smile. Had she encountered such a fierce beast upon her arrival, it would have undoubtedly terrified her to her core. However, after the encounter with the giant serpent, these matters seemed to lose some of their grandeur and terror. Her swordsmanship became increasingly fluid, allowing her to instinctively raise her weapon in defense the moment the wolf stirred. It is no wonder that the cultivators of the sword sect spend their days in combat. For them, it must serve as a form of training. Qin Shu regarded her confrontation with the Gale Wolf as an opportunity to refine her sword skills. When she felt the time was right, she employed her familiar technique, ensnaring the wolf with vines and smearing mud on the crescent shape on its forehead. A precise strike. She must flee.
Indeed.
She possessed the strength to slay the wolf now, yet it had accompanied her in honing her swordplay for so long. Its efforts, though not recognized, were not without merit. Furthermore, they had taken the treasure it had guarded for so long, and to slay it now would be excessively cruel. Qin Shu dashed towards the direction agreed upon with Xiao Xiao, but halfway there, she heard an enraged howl from the Gale Wolf behind her. Likely realizing its belongings had been taken. Hastily, she retrieved the small turtle and scooped up Xiao Xiao, who was hopping and frantically waving at her. Then swallowed a spirit-replenishing pill and directed the turtle to soar into the distance. As Xiao Xiao noticed that the Gale Wolf had vanished from sight, she let out a sigh of relief, only to see Qin Shu charge into a grove filled solely with silver spirit trees. Startled, she screamed, her fur standing on end. "How did you get in here?" "Quickly, flee." "Flee." Uncertain of the situation, Qin Shu paused to inquire, "What is happening?" Chapter 66. The pitiful one without a heroine's halo. As the flames flickered and faded, the pink mist that enveloped the air seemed to diminish considerably. Qin Shu stood at the edge of the deep pit, gazing downwards, and to her astonishment, she could see the bottom of the chasm. The lake shimmered with a peculiar pink hue, both enchanting and strange. Instinctively, Qin Shu felt that the answers concealed within this pink mist lay beneath, compelling her to descend and investigate. According to the law of transmigration, the more absurd the place, the greater the likelihood of treasures. However, she was not the protagonist of this narrative. She lacked the heroine's halo, yet there was no harm in trying. Qin Shu consumed a recovery elixir, replenishing her spiritual energy to its fullest, and then summoned the wood element to encourage the growth of the surrounding vines. It was only when the vines reached the bottom of the cliff that she grasped one with her hand, enveloping her feet in earth energy. As she carefully made her descent down the sheer wall, the closer she drew to the lake's surface, the denser the pink mist became. To clear her vision, she cast 2 small fireballs into the murk. However, as her feet finally touched the ground, a sudden disturbance rippled through Xie Shiyuan, who had just stepped into the illusory valley. Damn it, this little girl truly overestimates herself. Before he could finish his thought, he vanished from his spot. The ethereal night spirit, agitated, hurriedly sent him a message, questioning if he was toying with her. Xie Shiyuan snorted softly, his calm voice resonating within the night spirit's consciousness. "What of it if I toy with you? Merely a sealed waste. How dare a mere serpent display such arrogance before me?"
Ah!
Before he could complete his sentence, he felt an additional layer of the barrier enveloping him, the noxious mist within it proving far more troublesome than the formations conjured by the members of the Xuantian Gate. The greenish toxins seeped into his wounds, gradually eroding the precious spiritual energy he had painstakingly restored. During this time, he had been discreetly emitting a universal distress signal for the Beast Clan, yet to his dismay, only a single serpent had arrived after such a long duration. To make matters worse, this serpent was a minion of the Xuantian Gate. "You collude with the wicked. May you meet a wretched end."
Ah!
Xie Shiyuan tore open a rift in space, stepping through it, thus silencing the cacophony of wails and howls. When seeking assistance, one must adopt a humble demeanor. Despite past glories, he was merely a prisoner now. He had failed his ascension, yet had successfully endured the thunder tribulation. A mere dog dared to bark before him. It was time for retribution. Xie Shiyuan reappeared within the small secret realm of Qin Shu's trial. Amidst the very mire he had left behind, the previously tranquil swamp erupted into turmoil, akin to a pot of porridge boiling over, surging violently within the murky depths. Initially, the faintest hint of his presence had instilled terror in them, but now that he had arrived in person, Who among them would dare linger? The creatures that had spent their entire lives submerged in water longed to sprout wings and flee. However, Xie Shiyuan had no inclination to concern himself with these lowly beasts. That little creature intended to take his inner core to its demise, and any delay could spell disaster. His serpentine tail sliced through the mire with remarkable swiftness. Qin Shu had traversed nearly 12 hours of arduous journey, yet she reached the shore in but a fleeting moment. The serpent's tail left a lengthy trace through the thicket, only to be concealed beneath a heavy layer of fallen leaves with a mere gust of wind. A sense of trepidation washed over Qin Shu as she stepped upon the chilling white bones. However, these bones exuded a soft pink luminescence, starkly contrasting with the silver-hued woods above. Chapter 67. Committing malfeasance with one's own body. Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback when suddenly an enchanting fragrance enveloped her senses. It was as though a pink filter had been cast over her vision, transforming the black serpent before her into a shade of rosy hue. Her body felt as though it had lost all rigidity, and she plummeted headlong into the depths of the pit. Observing her unusually rosy complexion, Xie Shiyuan's brow furrowed even tighter. How was she even weaker than he had imagined? Could she not withstand even the fragrance of the flowers? He extended his hand, pressing it against her dantian, channeling the vital energy from his inner elixir to assist Qin Shu in purging the toxins from her body. Her impulsive foray into danger was likely linked to his inner elixir, as this ancient strain of toxin possessed an irresistible allure for it. Gradually, darkness descended, and the bright moon hung like a mirror, casting an infinite silvery glow. The moment the moonlight touched her, she was enveloped in a tricolored aura. Even the lingering pink mist in the air was compelled to retreat from her brilliance. Witnessing her remarkable absorption of spiritual energy, even Xie Shiyuan could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Had he possessed such a pace of cultivation during his time as a small serpent, he would not have suffered the indignity of having his tail bitten off by others. Certainly, the beasts that had once tormented him have long since perished. Were it not for Qin Shu's insufficient cultivation at that moment, the ethereal pink mist would have had no bearing on her. As her vibrant spiritual energy coursed through her meridians, with each complete cycle, the remnants of the pink mist within her diminished significantly. At last, Qin Shu awoke once more. Xie Shiyuan, transformed into a black serpent, pondered when he had become pink. Noticing the indifference of the large serpent, Qin Shu finally sat up, tousling her slightly disheveled hair. Murmuring softly, it was clearly pink just now. Xie Shiyuan, unable to contain himself, clarified, "You were poisoned." Qin Shu gasped, recalling the large pink flower she had glimpsed before losing consciousness, which resembled a lotus. "Are you attempting to poison me to exploit my body for nefarious purposes?" Her lips pressed into a straight line, her demeanor unusually grave. Xie Shiyuan was momentarily amused by her accusation, bemused by her delicate frame. In the hushed silver spirit forest, only his low, mocking laughter echoed. In the next instant, Qin Shu found herself ensnared by his tail, drawn before his gaze. His dark golden slit pupils locked onto her clear black ones, and she distinctly observed the corners of his thin lips curve into a smirk as his teasing voice reached her ears. "Isn't it preferable to employ one's own body for wicked deeds?" Qin Shu retorted. "Serpent, do exercise some restraint. Your forked tongue is nearly in my face." Xie Shiyuan instinctively felt the urge to flick his tongue like a serpent. However, upon hearing her words, he restrained himself with great effort. As the tip of his tail relaxed, Qin Shu fell onto the thick carpet of fallen leaves. With her hands propping her up behind her, she gazed at the great serpent before her, whose expression remained unchanged yet clearly displayed some displeasure. Hastily, she shifted the topic, inquiring about the flower. Chapter 68. Utilizing one's own cultivation without hesitation. Xie Shiyuan observed the myriad expressions flitting across her face, pondering the thoughts swirling in her mind. He glanced up at the sky and remarked, "These 2 petals can aid in the restoration of my inner core. Once it is healed, I shall no longer linger within your dantian." Qin Shu was overjoyed. "Excellent." Xie Shiyuan watched as she promptly picked up the petal and stuffed it into her mouth. Unable to contain himself, he finally posed a question. "Have you forgotten that you are an alchemist?" Any alchemist, upon acquiring a plant, would naturally contemplate refining it into a potion, would they not? who would resort to consuming it raw. As Qin Shu was reminded of her identity, she suddenly realized that she indeed was an alchemist, albeit one who had yet to refine a single batch of elixirs. She was far from a competent alchemist, and she began to understand why her senior brothers had accumulated such a substantial backlog of alchemical tasks owed to the sect over the years. It seemed the sect could only allow for a maximum of 60 years' worth of tasks owed. If they could extend it to 120 years, it was highly probable they would manage to fulfill enough of those obligations. With a sheepish smile, Qin Shu expelled the bitten lotus petal from her mouth and stowed it back into her storage ring. Xie Shiwan responded with a non-committal sound and stated, "It is time to depart. Although the lotus below has been plucked by the great serpent, as long as this formation remains, one cannot guarantee that other malevolent strains will not emerge to wreak havoc." Understanding her thoughts, Xie Shiwan raised an eyebrow, suggesting that perhaps that would be even better. Qin Shu was taken aback. The skull of a certain beast she had unconsciously clutched in her hand was now hurled at him. How many lives would such a poisonous entity claim? How could you so casually utter such words? Xie Shiwan slightly turned aside, evading the bone, and from his elevated vantage, he regarded Qin Shu with a gaze filled with indifference, the dark golden slits of his pupils devoid of concern for the lives of others. Qin Shu was astonished that he could utter such callous words, yet upon reflection, he was, after all, a venomous serpent. How could she expect him to empathize? Observing her expression gradually chill, Xie Shiwan spoke again. "Let us depart." Qin Shu shook her head, gazing deeply at him before solemnly stating, "Our paths do not align. Thus we shall not conspire together." She turned and descended once more along the vines she had previously left behind. Xie Shiwan watched her actions, perplexed yet again. Was it not said that humans are selfish and treacherous? Why was she so infuriated? Even knowing the formation lay below, she still chose to descend. Standing at the edge of the precipice, he observed her diminutive figure inching downward along the vines. With her meager cultivation, did she truly believe she could dismantle the formation? It was rather naive. However, soon after, he noticed her halt just as she approached the bottom of the pit. With her feet firmly planted upon the cliff, the earthy spirit energy clung tenaciously to the surface. Observing her deft hand seals, Xie Shiwan could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. It appeared that this little creature was somewhat more formidable than he had initially anticipated. Qin Shu's movements quickened, yet her spiritual energy began to wane. In a decisive moment, she opted to draw directly from the essence contained within the great serpent's inner elixir. Although she was uncertain of the serpent's profound cultivation, she sensed an inexhaustible flow of energy emanating from it. Chapter 69. How did you manage to emerge so effortlessly? I wandered for ages yesterday with Xiao Xiao, and could not find my way out, Qin Shu remarked, puzzled. This place was a natural formation, and it was through this very array that the flower cultivator had managed to deceive the world. Xie Shiwan explained to the small being perched on his shoulder. Were it not for this array concealing their presence, the Xiantian sect would not have allowed this malevolent entity to persist until today. Despite its perilous nature, he recognized the lotus flower as a valuable treasure. At that moment, Qin Shu noticed her communication jade slip was fervently alerting her, indicating that she could indeed connect with the outside world. She retrieved the slip and was met with a dazzling radiance, a cascade of unread messages overwhelming her to the point that she did not know where to begin. 2 senior brothers had sent her trial strategies, and a message from Qiyu warned her of a troublesome beast nearby, advising her to take a detour. Yet, the majority of the messages were from Xian. "Sister, I have just emerged from the purple bamboo forest. The bamboo there has become sentient, and it hurts so much when they strike. Sister, why have you been silent? Shuju, where are you? Have you encountered any danger?" As her messages progressed, her tone grew increasingly anxious. In the final message, she inquired, "Are you by the marsh? I am coming to find you." Her sister, fully aware of the perilous circumstances, had nonetheless rushed over without a second thought. One might wonder whether to admire her innocence or chastise her folly. A warmth enveloped Qin Shu's heart. However, having extricated herself from danger, she felt no need to summon her sister for another arduous trek. Yet, in the next moment, her jade tablet illuminated once more. "Ah, help!" Qin Shu's heart sank as she swiftly queried, "Where are you?" "I will come immediately." Just as she prepared to retrieve her small turtle to meet Hishin, she suddenly realized she was still perched upon the great serpent's shoulder. Upon raising her gaze, she encountered the serpent's inquisitive stare, not directed at her, but rather at the jade tablet in her grasp. "Why is there silence on my communication tablet?" Xie Shiwan asked, his handsome brow furrowing in confusion. Qin Shu remained speechless. Xie Shiwan, grasping Qin Shu by her collar, unceremoniously tossed her to the ground, declaring, "No more lessons." Qin Shu was at a loss for words. With arms crossed, Xie Shiwan turned away, stating, "You've just utilized my cultivation. I have yet to settle accounts with you, yet you dare to bargain with me?" Chapter 70. Sister. Lend me a flame. Qin Shu resolutely abandoned her defenses, launching a flurry of swordplay and initiating her assault. The rabbit, confronted by her fierce assault, was utterly defenseless and swiftly fell beneath her blade. With one adversary eliminated, the remaining ones posed little challenge. Once the two of them had thoroughly vanquished the rabbit, they collapsed onto the ground, their foreheads touching. Compared to Qin Shu, He Xian appeared significantly worse for wear. Prior to Qin Shu's arrival, she had been relentlessly pursued by the rabbit for quite some time, leaving her in a rather disheveled state, with visible scars adorning her face and body. Qin Shu chuckled, remarking, "See, I told you mastering swordsmanship is exceptionally beneficial." As they conversed, the jade slip of communication in Qin Shu's possession suddenly reacted. Upon inspection, she discovered it was a message from Qiyu. In the next moment, He Xian received an identical notification. "Qiyu is calling for us to gather mushrooms. Is the rabbit meat still suitable for roasting?" He Xian inquired, rising from the grass to look at Qin Shu. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shu shook her head. "Let us first collect the mushrooms. We can roast the meat later. We might as well prepare a few mushrooms for Qiyu too." Qiyu had found a vast expanse of azure-glowing xianlin mushrooms within the ghostly wood forest, a species exclusive to that locale, which served as a primary ingredient in the concoction of cooling pills. For practitioners with fire spirit roots, during significant breakthroughs, the intense fire's spiritual energy could scorch their meridians, making the timely consumption of a cooling pill quite essential. Naturally, cultivators like Qin Shu, who had concurrently refined their meridians during practice, had little need for such remedies. After some reflection, Qin Shu decided to inform He Xian about her own meridian refinement. "Consider your cultivation pace judiciously. Do not allow the meridian refinement to hinder your breakthrough," she advised, adding a note of caution. "If one cannot establish a foundation before the age of 60, and barring any extraordinary encounters thereafter, it is likely that one's progress will be halted at the golden core stage." He Xian pondered Qin Shu's words carefully. "Sister, I've made up my mind. I shall cultivate at night just like you. This way, I can gain at least 3 additional hours for my practice, all devoted to refining my meridians." The ghostly wood forest truly lived up to its ominous reputation. As they stepped inside, a chilling aura assailed them. Fortunately, both possessed fire attributes in their spiritual roots, allowing the fire's spiritual energy to circulate around them, dissipating the bone-chilling cold. Following Qiyu's guidance, they traversed southwest and soon found themselves among a grove adorned with the azure-glowing xianlin mushrooms. Qiyu, noticing their presence, placed the mushrooms he had gathered into a storage ring and approached them. "I cannot possibly harvest all of these alone. I thought you might find them useful, so I called you over to join me," Qiyu remarked. Qin Shu smiled at him. "Thank you. Later, I will roast a couple of mushrooms for you." Qiyu was momentarily taken aback and then laughed. "All right." While other cultivators would surely hesitate to consume such frigid mushrooms, Qiyu, with his fire attribute spiritual root, had little to fear. "Why couldn't I reach you yesterday?" Qiyu inquired casually. Chapter 71. My knees seemed to have taken an arrow. Qin Shu exchanged glances with He Xian and could not help but burst into laughter. He Xian, flustered with indignation, stamped her foot and shot her a reproachful glance. "Wasn't that just to bolster my courage? You cannot fathom the terror of being pursued by 3 rabbits alone." Akabane raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips. Qin Shu retrieved a jade slip from her storage ring and glanced at the map of the secret realm before declaring, "Let us head south. There lies a river. Second senior brother mentioned that it is home to a fish known as silver white, which would be delightful to roast alongside the rabbits. By the time the trio arrived at the riverbank, twilight had descended. The luminous moon cast its reflection upon the meandering waters, while lush green grass adorned the riverbank, where vibrant fireflies danced. Occasionally, small fish, gleaming with silver, leaped from the water, tracing arcs of silver in the air. Setting aside the attacking prowess of these fish, the scene was enchanting enough to evoke a sense of stepping into a fairy tale. Yet, in the next instant, Xian was unexpectedly knocked down by a jet of water shot forth by the silver white. She gasped in shock, rubbing her knee, which felt as if it had been pierced by an arrow. Qin Shu hurried over to assess the situation, raising her hand to channel the gathered wood spirit energy onto Xian's knee. Gradually, the pain dissipated, and Xian lifted her head, her large eyes sparkling with delight as she looked at Qin Shu, filled with joy and excitement. Sister, I had no idea that wood spirit energy could be utilized in such a manner. I've learned something new. Her wood spirit affinity was slightly higher than Qin Shu's, boasting a value exceeding 60. Imitating Qin Shu, she concentrated the wood spirit energy in her palm and applied it to the wound inflicted by a bamboo strike. As she witnessed the wound healing, her joy surged. Indeed, it was effective. Qin Shu smiled and reminded her, Sister, perhaps you might as well channel your spiritual energy directly to the injured area. Qiu observed the two of them chatting and laughing, a sudden pang of envy stirring within her. Why did she suddenly feel that her celestial root was rather mediocre? If only she had a wood elemental root as well. Qin Shu retrieved rabbit meat and mushrooms from her storage ring, preparing to wash them by the riverside, when Xian called out to her, Sister, be careful of that fish. She winked, saying, the mountain man has his own clever tricks. Xian's eyes widened in anticipation of her ingenious method, only to witness, in the next moment, a layer of earthy yellow protective shield materialize around Qin Shu. The lingering scent of blood from the rabbit meat attracted a multitude of demonic beasts from the river. Qin Shu paused in her washing, swiftly raising a hand to conjure a reinforced earthy shield. In the next instant, numerous jets of water erupted from the river. After a brief struggle, the shield she conjured shattered, and her protective aura wavered after enduring that wave of assault. Quickly retreating beyond the range of danger, she turned around to find Xian regarding her disheveled appearance. Her once pristine clothing was now speckled with mud, prompting Xian to stifle a laugh. Imitating her earlier gesture and teasing, the mountain man has his own clever tricks. With her face smeared with dirt, Qin Shu casually cast a cleaning spell and said to Xian, as long as I'm not injured, it's fine. Dirt is just dirt. Observing this, Qiyu inquired, so, what about the fish? Will you still eat it? Chapter 72, A Fire That Burns Within. When Xian awoke, she found Qin Shu and Qiyu standing by the riverbank, each grasping a handmade fishing net woven from grass. The net, infused with Qin Shu's wood spirit energy, was resilient enough to withstand the bites of the silver white fish. Is this truly feasible? Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Sensing that the time was right, Qin Shu gathered the net and had indeed managed to catch several small fish. Qiyu produced a small vial, carefully placing the fish within. Before fetching some water from the river, Qin Shu repeated the process of casting the net 2 more times, confident that they had gathered enough for their sword practice, which could be accommodated in the small pond behind her cave. Once they had tidied up the traces they left behind, the trio unanimously decided to make their way towards the central palace depicted on the map. With only 4 days remaining until the closure of the trial's secret realm, Qin Shu and her companions had already spent 2 days traveling. As they approached the central palace, they gradually encountered other disciples from their sect. Hand over the rainbow orchid. On what grounds? Why should I relinquish what I have plucked? I discovered it first. It was I who lured the rabbits away. What you possess is yours alone. Your naivety is astounding. Merely seeing it does not equate to ownership. Upon hearing the word rabbits, Xian's ears instinctively perked up. Rabbits? She had diverted so many. Yet she had seen no trace of the rainbow orchid. Lost in her thoughts, she realized that Qin Shu and Qiyu had already distanced themselves significantly. Akabane remained silent. But Qin Shu glanced at her and chuckled. If you go over there now, they certainly won't think you're intervening. They might even assume you wish to partake in the spoils. He Xian furrowed her brows, remarking, I heard them mention a rabbit. We've already taken down 3 of those, yet we haven't spotted the rainbow orchid. Observing her troubled expression, Qin Shu gently patted her shoulder, saying, Sister, let go of your worries. What is meant to be will be, what is not meant to be, do not force. He Xian understood. Yet in the next breath, she heard Qin Shu continue, it seems that in the realm of cultivation, one requires not only good fortune but also keen perception. He Xian thought. Could it be that she truly did not see? Just as they were about to depart, the 2 disputants inexplicably aligned themselves, shouting, Halt! However, no one heeded their words, and a spiritual talisman soared through the air. Qin Shu summoned an earthen spirit barrier, and He Xian was startled upon seeing the talisman. Yet her disappointment quickly followed as it merely emitted a flicker of flame. The power it displayed was far inferior to the firecrackers they set off during the New Year celebrations. Second senior brother is truly formidable. That is what one calls a talisman, capable of vanquishing a horde of demonic beasts. This talisman is hardly worth my attention. Even if tossed out as a firecracker during the festival, Qin Shu could not suppress her laughter upon hearing her sister's complaints, surmising that the new disciples of the talisman sect had yet to hone their skills to perfection. As she spoke, the 2 individuals across from them immediately became wary, one clutching a piece of talisman paper while the other brandished a sword. The insignia on their waists indicated they were disciples of the sword sect's inner circle. To harm one's own sect is to be stripped of cultivation and expelled from the clan. One of them shouted loudly. Chapter 73. The Frog Statue, Cultivation. Qin Shu swiftly stepped on a small turtle, making her escape with great speed, while Qi Yu seized the opportunity to flee as well. The enraged bull furiously pawed the ground, steam billowing from its nostrils, and the lightning crackling from its horns intensified. Just as Qin Shu exhaled in relief, she heard He Xian's urgent voice behind her. Run. The bull is about to unleash its skill. Qin Shu's cultivation technique reached its pinnacle as He Xian gasped in alarm. However, before the bolt of lightning could strike, Qin Shu adeptly dodged it. A nearby maple tree was charred black by the strike, leaving both Qin Shu and He Xian shaken. The fiery bird that had been soaring above them suddenly transformed into human form, perching on a nearby treetop. A spiritual talisman materialized in her hand, and with a surge of spiritual energy, she deftly hurled it at the bull, invoking the spell. Qin Shu observed her actions and quickly looked up at the azure bull. She saw the talisman morph into a golden cage, ensnaring the beast securely within. The bull bellowed, attempting to ram its horns against the golden bars, the resounding clash echoing loudly, yet it remained trapped. At that moment, Qin Shu understood why Qi Yu had urged them to leave first. The young master of the Fire Spirit Bird clan naturally possessed more hidden cards than they did. With a visible sigh of relief, Qi Yu turned to Qin Shu and He Xian, saying, We must hurry. This talisman won't hold for long. Let us make our way to the central palace, where the formation is active and these ferocious beasts cannot enter. Qin Shu consented, and the small turtle she had been using to escape was replaced with a Bodhi leaf. Was it not said that this secluded realm had already been cleansed by the sect? How could there still be a third-tier beast present? Given the existence of such a creature, it indeed posed a significant danger for the junior disciples venturing here for trials. Along the way, they also spotted the disciple of the sword sect who had just fled, while the disciples of the talismans seemed to have vanished, perhaps having utilized the teleportation talismans provided by their sect. At that moment, the disciple from the sword peak was confronting a silvery glimmering soul bee. Seeing this, He Xian indignantly remarked, Humph. We offered them our assistance, yet he abandoned us to flee alone. Qin Shu smiled and replied, Those who engage in such conduct must eventually face the consequences. Look, trouble has found him once more. Such individuals were hardly worthy of their repeated assistance. After flying for about an hour, they finally emerged from the dense forest. Before them stood an ancient and dilapidated palace, constructed from large blocks of white stone, now partially collapsed, with only the southwestern corner remaining intact. This palace is quite different from those we have encountered before. He Xian exclaimed with excitement. Qin Shu, however, accepted it with composure. She had seen many structures of this architectural style in her past life, reminiscent of Western designs. It seemed this secluded realm did not belong to the Eastern continent, she silently speculated. As the green leaves flew into the palace's vicinity, they uncontrollably plummeted toward the ground. Chapter 74. Such a large spirit stone. Qin Shu bent down to pick up the frog statue, examining it from every angle but finding nothing remarkable. She casually tossed it into her storage ring, unaware that the statue rolled around and mingled with the spirit stones contained within. After wandering through the garden without noticing anything unusual, she was about to leave when the peculiar sensations from the dewy technique halted her steps once more. Frustrated, she wished for the technique to articulate its secrets instead of merely hinting at something concealed. Resolutely, she sat cross-legged in the center of the broken pavilion, focusing her mind and calming her spirit to delve deeper into her understanding. Where, indeed, lay the source of that elusive anomaly within her heart. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Shu opened her eyes and gazed at the broken pillars. They bore no distinction from ordinary stone. After a moment of contemplation, she directed a surge of spiritual energy towards them. A beam of light illuminated her path, revealing two figures against the backdrop of the pavilion, which appeared intact in this vision. It dawned on her that one of the pillars was, in fact, a memory stone. Seated alone, hidden beneath the lush foliage, she found herself watching an intimate romantic film. The protagonists, a golden-haired couple, embraced tenderly, whispering sweet nothings to one another. Their affection was palpable until a group of intruders abruptly interrupted their tender moment. The beautiful young woman, with a look of terror on her face, spread her arms to shield her beloved from harm. A middle-aged woman, oblivious to her own words, found herself embroiled in a fierce argument. Suddenly, the beautiful young lady began reciting incantations or perhaps a spell, and a colossal fire dragon gradually materialized behind her. Astonished, Qin Shu could no longer remain seated. Her eyes widened as she scrutinized the young lady's lips, eager to decipher the mechanics of this formidable display. However, in the next instant, the fire dragon lunged towards Qin Shu. Instinctively, she rolled away, only to realize that the dragon had merely passed through her, charging towards the group behind her. The woman raised her hand, conjuring a water-based shield that enveloped everyone. Once the fire dragon dissipated completely, she lowered the shield and commanded that the man be apprehended. To her surprise, the man seized the beautiful lady into his embrace, a dagger pressed against her throat. The expression in the young lady's eyes was truly heart-wrenching, evoking sorrow in onlookers and tears in listeners alike. The recording stone abruptly ceased at this juncture, prompting Qin Shu to click her tongue in disbelief. This romantic short was far from a happy ending and was indeed rather melodramatic. Nonetheless, the fire dragon piqued her interest. After a moment of contemplation, she raised her hand and struck the pillar. As she withdrew her hand from the pillar, the inexplicable sense of attraction within her faded. She chuckled softly, realizing that this particular technique was rather whimsical, becoming entranced by the short film. Finally, she surveyed the area one last time, confirming that there was nothing further of interest before turning to walk towards the rendezvous point she had arranged with He Exine and the others. Chapter 75. The apparent lack of alchemical talent. Initially, Qin Shu was skeptical of her misfortune. She emptied the contents of her storage ring, meticulously sifting through every item, yet to no avail. It seemed implausible. The storage ring was designed to respond intuitively, retrieving only what was necessary. How could anything possibly go missing? Puzzled, she furrowed her brow until her gaze fell upon the frog statue she had carelessly tossed aside. Suddenly, she froze. Lifting the statue, she scrutinized it closely for a moment. Was the frog a shade greener than before? It had certainly not appeared this way when she first picked it up. These two observations quickly intertwined in her mind. Once more, she employed her spiritual energy to scan the frog statue, demanding, "What exactly are you? Spit out my spirit stones." In her frustration, she turned the frog upside down, shaking it vigorously, yet still found nothing. The frog seemed to be nothing more than a lifeless object, offering no response. Exasperated, Qin Shu cast the frog aside, crossing her arms in a huff. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved another low-grade spirit stone and tossed it into the frog's mouth. Gritting her teeth as she declared, You'd better be of some use after consuming this spirit stone. Otherwise, I shall toss you into the alchemical furnace. Whether it was her threat that provoked a reaction or not, a flash of white light enveloped the frog. When Qin Shu looked again, she was astonished to see it expelling a seed, a green seed, to be precise. Squatting down, she picked up the verdant seed and examined it closely. Yet she could not discern its species. She pondered for quite some time, contemplating that since she did not know the creature, she might as well plant the seeds and see what would grow. After a moment's thought, Qin Shu retrieved 4 inferior spirit stones and fed them to the frog, which indeed regurgitated 4 seeds in return. Based on her limited knowledge and keen observations, she noted that the seeds appeared distinct from one another, indicating that the frog provided them at random. She cordoned off a patch of earth in the corner of her yard to serve as an experimental plot, hoping that whatever flourished would be worth at least 1 spirit stone. Otherwise, she would have no choice but to refine the frog. Before planting the seeds, Qin Shu nurtured them for half a day with wooden spirit energy to enhance their chances of survival. Living a solitary life while watching a film was indeed lonely, but if it was for the sake of learning, it became exhilarating. Qin Shu repeatedly mimicked the lip movements of a beautiful blonde girl in the film. Since the recording stone lacked the functionality to pause or rewind, she had no choice but to watch from the beginning over and over again. By the end, she could almost visualize the film in her mind with her eyes closed, unconsciously imitating the movements. Days passed outside and finally, on this particular day, she managed to replicate the esoteric and profound sound of the Sanskrit. A faint outline, aglow with fire, began to materialize behind her.
Success.
Qin Shu opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. She let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens, feeling an exhilarating rush within her heart. She was truly a genius. With a casual flick of her hand, she cast a cleansing spell and tidied her hair, planning to visit the task hall to exchange her points for a vial of fasting elixir, while also converting the spirit plants she had acquired in the secret realm into points. Chapter 76. The most reliable man is the second senior brother. I remarked to my junior sister, "Dear disciple, your commotion seems rather excessive, does it not?" When Qi supported his forehead with his hand, Qin Shu's shoulders drooped, and she replied, "I am unsure. I merely followed the teachings I had learned previously, but I cannot discern what went awry." When Qi sighed and addressed the young attendant in the alchemy room behind him, "Please arrange a different alchemy chamber for my junior sister. It appears the feng shui of this place is unfavorable." Upon hearing this, Qin Shu lifted her gaze towards him, a spark of realization illuminating her expression. "Why did I not think of that?" She looked at him, utterly moved.
Can you believe it?
After over a year in the sect, I am finally no longer left to my own devices. Previously, it was often said, the master leads you to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. Yet, for her, after a year of apprenticeship, her master had been in seclusion for the better part of half a year. She had barely glimpsed her master's visage. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Qin Shu expressed her gratitude with heartfelt sincerity. The new alchemy chamber faced south, with a cauldron placed at its center, the craftsmanship unknown, perhaps belonging to some disciple of the artifact sect. She paused, following the direction of his hand, only to behold a countenance so stunning it could evoke the ire of both gods and men.
Yet,
the expression on that face bore a somewhat mischievous quality as he spoke. Such misfortune cannot simply be dismissed with a farewell. One must be sincere. Light some incense. Catching him discerning her inner thoughts, Qin Shu pressed her lips into a straight line, her face taking on a wooden expression as she acquiesced. With a snap of her fingers, the incense in her hand was ignited, and she performed a proper bow. When she raised her head again, she met his contemplative gaze. "Junior sister, to whom do you offer your prayers?" Qin Shu's expression was calm as she lightly remarked, "Ah, the ways of heaven." When Qi appeared momentarily taken aback, before responding with a profound tone, "Junior sister, you truly possess remarkable courage." Qin Shu, perplexed by his words, clapped her hands, causing the incense in her grasp to burn almost entirely away. "Brother, I am fully prepared. May I begin the alchemy process?" When Qi settled into the farthest corner, nodding slightly, "Let us commence." Qin Shu, even with her eyes closed, could effortlessly perform the preliminary tasks, including the removal of impurities from the spiritual herbs, until she heightened the fire spirit energy to amalgamate several liquids.
Suddenly, bang.
With a blank expression, Qin Shu was not at all surprised. This explosion marked the fourth she had encountered that day. She glanced up at Wen Qi, who had enveloped himself in a protective barrier, while the room, cloaked in alchemical dust, remained immaculate beneath his feet. Exhaling a long breath, she inquired, "Brother, can you discern the issue?" If she could identify the problem, it would not render her alchemical furnace's explosions entirely futile. However, when she merely clenched his fist, coughed lightly into it, and slowly replied, "I did not catch it clearly. Perhaps you should try again?" Qin Shu nearly lost her breath at that suggestion. If she continued to experience such explosions, she might as well pen a sequel titled Reflections on Explosive Furnaces, Volume 2. "Brother, can I truly rely on you? Perhaps I should summon the eldest brother instead." Although she harbored some psychological reservations about the eldest brother, there remained a distinction in her mind between him and the individual from her previous life, suggesting a complex web of familiarity and distance. Chapter 77. Perfect alchemy. Could merely changing the furnace truly lead to success? Qin Shu remained perplexed in her heart, yet her hands did not falter. Thanks to her previous 5 failures, her proficiency in refining herbs had greatly improved. As she merged all the materials into a liquid state, a sudden intuition blossomed within her. This time, it should succeed. Her spiritual energy gradually enveloped the entire interior of the alchemical furnace, carefully wrapping the purified liquid, as if her spirit were a great hand gently tightening its grip. With unwavering focus, Qin Shu remained attuned to the condition of the spiritual plants within the furnace. At last, under the impetus of her incantations, the various spiritual plants began to exhibit signs of fusion. A surge of joy filled her heart, prompting her to execute her movements with even greater caution. After approximately the duration of a fragrant stick of incense, her gestures shifted dramatically, a thrill coursing through her. Finally, she was about to employ the mark for alchemical success. At this juncture, the likelihood of success had soared to 99%. Even in the event of failure, the remnants would still possess some efficacy. Watching her intently, when she relaxed, a subtle smile gracing his features. Indeed, how could his junior sister lack talent in alchemy? It wasn't that she was devoid of ability. Rather, her talent was exceptionally profound. Qin Shu's movements quickened with each passing moment until the final incantation was cast, causing the temperature of the furnace to gradually decrease. She opened her eyes, glancing at Wen Qi, her voice brimming with excitement. "Brother, have I succeeded?" Wen Qi nodded slightly, affirming her success. "Yes, you have. Let us unveil the results." However, Qin Shu remained seated cross-legged, motionless for quite some time. When she cast a puzzled glance her way and noticed a bead of perspiration trickle down her forehead. "What's the matter?" Qin Shu rubbed her hands nervously. "Senior brother, I'm feeling a bit anxious. Could you take a look for me first?" When Qi, without a word, flicked his fan nonchalantly, causing the lid of the alchemical furnace to fly off. "Look at your lack of composure." As soon as he finished speaking, the fragrant aroma of the elixir wafted out from the furnace. When Qi was taken aback and quickly rose to his feet, extending his hand as the elixir soared from the furnace. There were a total of 9, each adorned with intricate patterns, all of superior quality. He turned his gaze towards Qin Shu, who was looking up at him with an anxious expression on her face. "Second senior brother, is it acceptable?" When Qi found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. He had once been regarded as exceptionally gifted, yet his first batch had yielded only 6 intermediate-grade elixirs. Seeing Wen Qi's hesitant demeanor, Qin Shu felt an increasing sense of unease. This shouldn't be the case. She could already smell the fragrance of the elixirs. Pondering in confusion, she decided to push herself up from the floor and approached the alchemical furnace, raising her hand to cast a spell to retrieve one of the elixirs from the sky. At that moment, Wen Qi had already reconciled his complex emotions and calmly opened his folding fan, giving it a gentle wave. "Not bad. I'm quite impressive myself." Qin Shu, filled with joy, took out a porcelain bottle she had prepared in advance and carefully stored the 9 superior-grade replenishing elixirs within. Hearing her boast, Wen Qi laughed heartily. "Very well. In that case, I shall lend you this alchemical outfit for now. Chapter 78. The Concealed Spirit Pill. On the 30th day of Qin Shu's closed-door alchemy training, Master Ling Su finally emerged from his seclusion. During this period, he had comprehended an ancient alchemical formula. In ancient times, the world of cultivation was rich in spiritual energy, allowing practitioners to advance at an accelerated pace. This era was characterized by a flourishing of diverse methodologies and techniques, with many powerful figures creating various cultivation practices that surged forth in abundance. The formula he had deciphered was a relic from that epoch, devised by those who sought to enhance their cultivation speed by concealing inferior spiritual roots, focusing solely on those with superior attributes. This approach minimized the diversion of their energies during cultivation and proved to be an effective method. The concoction they formulated was named the Concealed Spirit Pill. Master Ling Su clicked his tongue in admiration, pondering the brilliance of ancient minds. Stretching his limbs, he recalled that he had taken on 2 young disciples before his retreat and wondered how they had fared in their development. Just then, he sensed a sound transmission talisman at the entrance. Raising his hand, he dispelled the protective barrier of his cave and summoned the talisman, which ignited spontaneously upon entering. Immediately, the voice of Wen Qi resonated from within. Master, the junior sister is now capable of igniting the furnace for alchemy, but has encountered a minor issue. Once you emerge, I shall elaborate further. Upon hearing that Qin Shu faced a small predicament, Master Ling Su felt a surge of urgency. He swiftly performed a hand gesture, summoning Wen Qi to his side. Responding to her master's call, Wen Qi set aside her own training and hastily made her way to the peak where he awaited. Master. Before Wen Qi could pay his respects, he heard Ling Shu Jinren inquire, "What minor issue has Shu'er encountered?" "I entrusted my little junior sister to your care. And this is how you look after her?" Wen Qi hastily defended himself. "Master, this minor issue is not as dire as it seems. Rather, we may have underestimated my junior sister's innate talent." Only then did Ling Shu Jinren calm himself and ask, "Oh?
What do you mean by that?"
1 month ago, Qin Shu attempted alchemy for the first time and caused 5 furnaces to explode. Upon hearing this, Ling Shu Jinren's expression grew solemn. Generally, when disciples first begin their alchemical endeavors, they may struggle to produce pills, but experiencing furnace explosions is quite rare. However, are the alchemical furnaces provided by the Qi sect truly defective? Ling Shu Jinren inquired. Wen Qi shook his head, clarifying that this was not the case. Rather, the fire spiritual energy of my junior sister is somewhat exceptional. From my observations, although her fire spiritual energy attribute is not particularly high, its temperature is remarkably elevated, which ordinary alchemical furnaces cannot withstand. The high temperature of her fire spiritual energy is indeed beneficial for us alchemists, as some spiritual plants have high melting points. If our fire spiritual energy is insufficient, we must rely on external forces. While it is advantageous to borrow such support, the lack thereof can indeed impose limitations. Typically, the temperature of fire spiritual energy corresponds with a root value. The higher the root value, the greater the temperature of the fire spiritual energy. Yet Wen Qi, with a root value of 91, never experienced furnace explosions when he first delved into alchemy. Why, then, has Qin Shu, with a root value of 73, encountered such mishaps? The master and disciple were both perplexed, yet within the heart of the esteemed Ling Su, a faint suspicion began to emerge. Perhaps it was related to Qin Shu's unique constitution. He chuckled softly. Was this not a fortuitous circumstance? It indicated that his young apprentice was indeed a natural-born alchemist. This notion found approval in Wen Qi as well. Chapter 79. This must be the life of immortals. Qin Shu wished to express that in her realm. Summarizing one's studies was merely a mundane skill requisite for every examinee. With an awkward smile, she felt fortunate that her classmates had not all materialized here. Otherwise, this group of languid individuals in the realm of cultivation would have long been swept away by the currents of fate. Master, this hardly constitutes any remarkable ability. Ling Su perceived her modesty as an indication of humility, which only heightened his fondness for the young girl. Stroking his beard, he gazed at Qin Shu with a benevolent smile and inquired, "My dear Shu'er, what is your success rate in perfectly refining the spirit-replenishing pill?" Ling Su was taken aback at first, but then a smile of gratification spread across his face. Indeed, indeed.
Shia.
You have now adeptly grasped the essence of crafting the spirit-replenishing pill. As your master, I believe it is time for you to learn to concoct other elixirs. However, as soon as he uttered these words, Qin Shu let out a wry laugh and replied, Master, I wish to, but I have yet to settle my debts. Ling Su was even more astonished upon hearing this. What debts? Have you not yet repaid the debts incurred from refining the exquisite spirit-replenishing pill for half a month? How could 1 year into your apprenticeship lead to such overwhelming liabilities? Qin Shu sighed and explained, My second senior brother once bestowed upon me a flying artifact. In return, I promised to assist him in fulfilling his 60-year alchemical duties owed to the sect. Recently, my second senior brother rented me this alchemical furnace. I agreed that for every batch of elixirs I successfully concoct, one of the pills shall serve as his rent. Ling Su, the esteemed master, remarked, This one Qi. Truly, the wealthier one becomes, the more frugal they tend to be. Even with a fellow disciple, he calculates so meticulously. Understanding her predicament, Ling Su casually retrieved an alchemical furnace from his storage ring and handed it to Qin Shu. Return your brother's furnace to him. Utilize this one instead. Our alchemy sect is never lacking in furnaces. As Qin Shu gazed at the furnace he had placed in her arms, she noticed the intricate runes etched upon its resplendent purple-gold surface. Momentarily taken aback, she soon grew concerned. Master, my spiritual energy seems rather peculiar. Prior to using my second brother's furnace, I had already caused 5 furnaces to explode. What if? Before she could finish her thought, Ling Su anticipated her worries and reassured her, Fear not, this furnace is robust. You need not be apprehensive. Qin Shu's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. She promptly stored away the previous furnace and positioned the purple gold furnace, poised to commence her alchemical work. To her surprise, after completing one batch, she seamlessly continued to concoct another, absorbed in her task. Ling Su stood by, observing as she skillfully produced 5 batches of elixirs, her spiritual energy nearly depleted. Without hesitation, she consumed a spirit-replenishing pill and prepared to begin yet another round of alchemy. The overlooked Ling Su Jinren could no longer restrain himself and called out to her, Shuer, why have you not yet departed? The last sentence lingered unspoken, yet Ling Su Jinren discerned her unvoiced thoughts. Have you always practiced alchemy in this manner? He inquired. In Chapter 80, Drawing Boundaries, Qin Shu recalled the 3rd-grade plant that had caused her such distress, sending a shiver down her spine. Burdened with an overwhelming amount of debt at such a young age, she truly wished to escape her obligations. As she stood hesitantly at the threshold, torn between entering and turning away, when Qi's voice resonated once more, Junior sister, you wouldn't be contemplating leaving, would you? Qin Shu felt exposed, as if he had seen through her thoughts. Realizing that one could flee the monk but not the temple, she let out a sigh and steeled herself to cross the threshold. Clad in a moon-white robe of indeterminate fabric that seemed to shimmer with a soft lunar glow, when Qi's visage radiated an ethereal quality. On his lap lay a small squirrel, sprawled in an ungainly manner. Qin Shu's attention was immediately drawn to it, prompting her to take a couple of hurried steps forward. What has happened to Xiao Xiao? Bound by a master-servant contract that tethered their souls, she would undoubtedly sense if anything befell the little creature. When she lifted the squirrel by its tail, revealing its 4 tiny paws dangling helplessly, a sight that tugged at her heartstrings. What could have possibly happened to it? Qin Shu thought, anxiety gripping her. When she cradled the squirrel once more in his arms and approached her. As he drew near, Qin Shu felt an uncanny sense of pressure, akin to the arrival of a creditor, instinctively retreating a step. When Qi observed her subtle movements, a faint smile gracing his lips, as a glimmer of brilliance seemed to flicker in his eyes. Such is the fate of gluttony, an initial-tier phantom mouse daring to pilfer a 3rd-tier golden feather orchid. TSK, 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 if she does not suffer, then who shall? Senior brother, I notice that your cave abode is replete with prohibitions. How could a mere 1st-tier squirrel possibly enter? Qin Shu inquired, her face a mask of confusion. No sooner had she uttered these words than she looked up to find her second senior brother regarding her with an expression laden with unspoken complexities. What? is the matter? Qin Shu's gaze fell upon the tome, wherein she discerned the bold title on the cover, a comprehensive guide to the beasts of the immortal realm. Qin Shu. She conceded that she was somewhat uninformed in this regard, yet she dared not accept the book from her second senior brother's hands. What if he casually lent her a volume, and she inadvertently incurred a debt lasting decades? What then of her aspirations to cultivate immortality? Even the most diligent of laborers could not compare to her plight. She shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattledrum, resolving to visit the library later to peruse a volume of her own. When she discerned her thoughts with ease and let out a soft laugh. Look at you. So lacking in ambition, this book is for your perusal, free of charge. At this, Qin Shu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, beaming at Wen Qi's senior brother.
I shall not be modest then.
Wen Qi, witnessing her excitement as she embraced a tome nearly her height, found the sight rather amusing. Out of kindness, he offered her a brief explanation. The innate skill of a first-tier phantom mouse is immunity to any prohibitions. Thus, this little creature effortlessly made its way to its peak. And upon witnessing Qin Shu's look of sudden realization, when she continued, "You should be grateful she came to me. Had she ventured to a more perilous place, you might find yourself ensnared by her." Qin Shu's brow furrowed, her expression gravely serious. "Thank you, senior brother, for keeping her safe. I shall compensate for that golden feather orchid," she stated earnestly. In truth, when she did not dwell on the matter. His courtyard was filled with an abundance of various spiritual plants, and merely stepping on the ground could easily crush several third-tier spiritual flora. Chapter 81. The Elusive Race Unknown? Qin Shu felt a sense of confusion. Typically, the term unknown indicated two extremes, either extraordinarily powerful or difficult to articulate. She dared not ponder further, for it was wise not to harbor excessive expectations of a creature capable of planting grass upon trees. The tome in her possession felt unwieldy, prompting her to gently lift the sleeping little one from her lap and place it upon her shoulder, all the while spreading the book across her legs as she turned another page. This page meticulously detailed the specific habits and skills of the illusory mouse, which fed on nuts and spiritual fruits, displaying both timidity and cleverness. There had been sightings of such creatures in the dense forests of the eastern continent, but they were fleeting glimpses, vanishing before one could grasp their presence. Qin Shu reread the line thoughtfully, then glanced at the little creature, which lay defenseless with its 4 tiny paws dangling and its tail drooping, lost in slumber. She fell silent. Timid yet clever? Could it be that the only reckless one was the one she had encountered? Qin Shu contemplated that since she had already borrowed the book, she might as well delve deeper into the realm of demonic beasts within the world of cultivation. However, to her bewilderment, she could not find any mention of the great serpent species despite thoroughly perusing the entire volume. Its scales were a lustrous black with a metallic sheen, its eyes were dark golden slits, and its spiritual energy radiated a toxic gold-green hue. The book did contain numerous entries on various serpentine creatures, yet after meticulous comparison, she realized that these serpents were quite distinct from the large snake she had cared for. Perhaps it was a hybrid? Or had it undergone some form of mutation? Qin Shu closed the book, resting her chin on her hand, and mused aloud. With no clear direction in mind, she decided to abandon her thoughts and return to her second senior brother's cave to return the large tome and his alchemical furnace. When she received them, casting a half-smile as he glanced at Qin Shu and casually inquired, "Are you truly not renting it? What kind of furnace did Master bestow upon you? Can it withstand your mischief?" Qin Shu, however, resolutely shook her head and presented her newly acquired small furnace for his inspection. "No need. Brother, look. Master's gift of the alchemical furnace is quite excellent, and I find it very convenient to use, so you need not concern yourself." When Qi had just let out a scoff, but when his gaze fell upon the purple gold furnace in Qin Shu's hands, he could no longer manage a smile. "Is Master truly this biased? He even bestowed upon you the purple gold furnace."
Wen Qi lamented.
While the purple gold furnace could not compare to his own devouring furnace, it was indeed a far cry from the rudimentary alchemical furnace that Master had granted him when he first entered the sect, marking a significant disparity. Qin Shu carefully stored the small golden furnace and retrieved 96 vials of elixirs from her storage ring, arranging them neatly on the jade table of the warming pool. "Senior brother, I have settled the rent," she announced. Initially, when Qi watched with keen interest as she produced the vials, but as the number of containers increased, he found himself momentarily speechless. Is this the rent? Qin Shu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the rent for one furnace is a single elixir. Junior sister, you must calculate precisely. Should you miscount, I shall not refund you. A smile danced in his eyes as he swept his gaze over the array of vials before resting it on Qin Shu. With a serious nod, Qin Shu clarified, I have refined a total of 960 furnaces. Thus I owe you 960 elixirs as rent, neatly packaged in 96 vials, 10 elixirs per vial. Chapter 82. Remember this feeling? A red shadow streaked across the sky, descending outside the alchemy chamber and striding purposefully towards the room where Qin Shu was located, catching the attention of many onlookers. Upon seeing Qiyu enter, Qin Shu glanced at the vanishing emblem above her head and recalled her own broken hairpin, instantly understanding the situation. Noticing Qin Shu scrutinizing her head, Qiyu felt a twinge of discomfort, as though exposing her vulnerabilities. Who would have imagined that her alchemical endeavors had cost her feathers? Observing the gleam of admiration in Qin Shu's eyes, she momentarily froze, only to see Qin Shu approach her warmly, whispering, Senior sister, did you also experience a furnace explosion? Akabane astutely grasped the key words and suddenly realized something. She looked up at Qin Shu in disbelief and asked, Junior sister, could it be that you too? Qin Shu subtly nodded, sighing, I've already lost 5 furnaces. Upon hearing this, Akabane felt as though she was reunited with a long-lost relative and grasped her hand tightly. Shu, what did you do afterward? I have also lost 3 furnaces. All the alchemical furnaces I brought from home have been destroyed. I even sent an anonymous message through the communication jade slip, yet I still couldn't uncover any information. Qin Shu replied, That day, I consulted with senior brother. He said it was an issue with the alchemical furnace. After a moment's contemplation, she urged Akabane to sit in her place and continued, Senior sister, why not try my furnace? Perhaps the issue lies with your alchemical furnace as well? Hearing this, Akabane felt a sense of reassurance and settled down in front of Qin Shu's alchemical furnace. Just as she closed her eyes to circulate her spiritual energy, a thought struck her, and she said to Qin Shu, Little junior sister, do not worry. If my attempt results in another explosion, I shall surely provide you with an even better one. Qin Shu chuckled, Senior sister, fret not. If it truly explodes, we shall seek guidance from our master. Akabane closed her eyes, circulating her spiritual energy as the blazing fire energy surged into the alchemical furnace, its temperature surpassing even that of Qin Shu's. Even Qin Shu, sitting beside her, began to perspire lightly. However, Qin Shu remained undeterred, her focus unwavering as she gazed intently at the alchemical furnace, sensing the spiritual pearls within gradually dissipating into nothingness under the intense heat. Qiyu slowly opened her eyes, and as Qin Shu pondered how to console her, she was taken aback when Qiyu turned to her, excitement radiating from her expression, exclaiming, Junior sister, I didn't blow up the furnace this time. Qin Shu responded, Well, that could be considered a slight improvement, I suppose. Through her observations, she surmised that Qiyu's chances of successfully refining elixirs were quite slim. This was not due to a deficiency in her fire's intensity, but rather the absence of a wood's spiritual root, making it difficult for her to grasp the delicate balance required. Yet, this did not render the endeavor entirely futile. Akin to their school days when confronted with less gifted peers, the solution was singular, rote memorization. There exists no formula that cannot be mastered, only children who lack diligence. Qin Shu smiled encouragingly at Qiyu, Senior sister, do not be anxious. I have already discerned the issue. This time, you should gradually infuse your fire's spiritual energy. Just follow my instructions. Chapter 83. Modeling experiment. Qiyu gazed at Qin Shu's smiling face, a sudden sense of confusion washing over her. She had always considered herself quite intelligent, yet the insights her junior sister shared left her feeling somewhat lost. Junior sister, is it sufficient to merely remember the time required to refine the spiritual plants? Should I attempt again? Qin Shu contemplated for a moment before replying, Senior sister, if you wish to enhance your success rate in alchemy, we must conduct several more experiments. Experiments? Qiyu queried, puzzled. What could this possibly entail? For a student of the sciences, modeling experiments hardly seemed daunting. However, for the native demon clan member, Chiyu, it was a novel term. Qin Shu guided her to a nearby mat to sit down. Senior sister, the age of the medicinal herbs varies, and so does their potency. The time required for refinement is also different. Although you lack the wood spirit root and cannot accurately perceive the most suitable duration, we can assist in estimating a general time frame. This way, even if the elixir produced is not of the highest grade, it should still result in a successful concoction. Upon hearing this, Chiyu's spirits lifted. Even if it was not a premier elixir, if I learn the art of alchemy, I would be the sole alchemist of the Fire Spirit Bird clan. Qin Shu detected her excitement, her tone rising in pitch as she smiled. Senior sister, you truly are remarkable. Chiyu, biting her lip, smiled shyly and said, shall we give it a try now? In order to assist her second senior brother with his task, Qin Shu had gathered numerous spiritual plants. Now, to aid Chiyu, she procured spiritual herbs aged 10, 20, 30, and 50 years. Senior sister, let us begin with the 10-year herb. You must remember this sensation. Those in the cultivation realm possess good memories, and I have faith in you. Chiyu nodded solemnly, watching as Qin Shu tossed the spiritual herb into the alchemical furnace. She quickly focused her mind, drawing forth a rich essence of fire spirit energy and infusing it into the furnace. The process of experimentation requires patience. In the realm of cultivation, the boundaries of time are rather nebulous. Qin Shu even mused that if she had a stopwatch at that moment, it might prove more beneficial for enhancing her junior sister's alchemical skills. Yet, even after countless experiments conducted by the two of them, they have finally begun to see some results. Akabane's mastery over the fire spirit energy has progressed significantly compared to before. Qin Shu once again took out a spirit plant and handed it to her. Senior sister, this time you shall refine the elixir yourself. You should be capable of doing it alone now. The fire spirit energy that Akabane had previously gathered dissipated as she looked up at Qin Shu, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Junior sister, I. However, Qin Shu resolutely pressed the spirit plant into her hands. Senior sister, we have refined over 100 batches of elixirs together. You can certainly succeed. With that, she shifted her tone and continued, even if it fails, it is merely a spirit plant. There is no harm done. Upon hearing this, Akabane found some solace in her words and regained her composure. Once the spirit plant was out, she quickly discerned its age and casually tossed it into the alchemy furnace. Before she began, she felt a tinge of apprehension, but as she immersed herself in the task, tranquility enveloped her. If one were to inquire about the reason, it could only be summed up in one phrase: practice makes perfect. She infused her spirit energy to a certain level, paused automatically, and then added the next ingredient, her movements flowing as smoothly as a gentle stream. At last, her actions came to a halt, and in a moment of intuition, she sensed that she had successfully refined an elixir. Chapter 84. Immortal Master. Shall we divine? Chengyan, those two little ones are vying for favor over the temperature of the pool? To be honest, he found it somewhat difficult to comprehend. Who has spread this rumor? Chang Yan inquired darkly, his tone grave. The young disciple, upon observing the figure before him, felt that it differed somewhat from his preconceived notions. He hastily lowered his gaze, uncertain of the individual's identity. However, he distinctly recalled the day when Chiyu stormed into the alchemy chamber, a sight witnessed by many. Chang Yan rubbed his forehead and reprimanded. What thoughts could two children, merely 11 or 12 years of age, possibly entertain? It is you lot who are derelict in your duties. I shall assign you to the task hall to undertake an additional year of alchemical assignments. Although he held little faith that Chiyu and Qin Shu would engage in a confrontation, he could not simply turn a blind eye and promptly made his way to the alchemy chamber. Upon arriving at the entrance, he cautiously probed within using his spiritual sense, only to discover that the two individuals inside were seated on their respective cushions, conversing while holding a communication jade slip. Their demeanor, filled with laughter and banter, bore no resemblance to the rumored altercation. If they were to truly fight, it was indeed difficult to predict the outcome. He gently rapped on the door and entered, just in time to catch a snippet of their conversation. Senior sister is currently excelling at alchemy. But the ordinary alchemical furnace always explodes. Master, what shall we do? His gaze shifted to the center of the room, where a purple-gold alchemical furnace stood. How could it be here? Could it be that the master had visited? Before he could ponder any further, he heard Qiyu and Qin Shu exclaim, "Elder brother." They both nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Cheng to inquire, "Oh, have both of you made such progress?" The response came from two small heads nodding incessantly. Cheng chuckled, remarking, "It seems that when Qi's guidance has indeed proven to be somewhat effective." However, the smile on Qin Shu's face quickly faded as she lamented, "Senior brother. The rent for the alchemy furnace from master brother and second senior brother is exorbitantly high. I have already paid him 960 pills as rent." Even Cheng, who prided himself on being worldly wise, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath at her words. 960? Would Wen Qi not fear facing his master's wrath? Qin Shu managed a smile, and Cheng turned his gaze to Qiyu, inquiring, "Have you also succeeded in alchemy, junior sister Qiyu?" This was indeed something he had not anticipated. The demon race predominantly possesses singular spiritual roots, which restricts their development in alchemy, weapon forging, and talismans. Yet, Qiyu now possessed a heavenly spiritual root with an exceptionally dense fire spiritual energy. It seemed implausible for such innate talent to be applied to alchemy. How could she have succeeded in forging pills? If this information were to reach other demon clans, it would undoubtedly provoke great envy. His keen eyes soon caught sight of a piece of paper discarded by Qin Shu, detailing the time required to refine various spiritual plants of different years. A mere glance was sufficient for him to recognize it as her handwriting. So, it can be done this way? If this method were to be widely disseminated, disciples of any spiritual energy attribute could engage in alchemy. Lacking fire spiritual energy is inconsequential. One could utilize earth fire instead. And if wood spiritual energy is absent, it is of no concern. One merely needs to remember the time for refining the spiritual plants. A multitude of ideas surged in his mind, ultimately converging into a singular thought. Chapter 85. Beginning to question life, the stall owner lifted his gaze and encountered two young children, barely taller than his fortune-telling table, clearly of tender years. How could such youngsters be engaged in fortune-telling? Surely, they were yet unaware of the very essence of fate. The man held a crow feather fan in his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, the strands of hair at his temples danced in concert with his movements, presenting a visage that appeared quite youthful. However, Qin Shu was well aware that appearances were deceiving in the realm of cultivation. Some individuals who seemed youthful could very well be 8 or even 1,000 years old. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu deliberately regarded him and inquired, "Could it be that your predictions are actually inaccurate?" Her elongated eyes, combined with her tone at that moment, immediately unsettled the stall owner. He let out a dismissive scoff, leaning back in his chair, and with a raised chin, he retorted, "Have you not inquired elsewhere? Is it possible that my predictions as Luli are inaccurate?" Furrowing her brow, Qin Shu raised her hand to tousle her hair, pondering why that name sounded so familiar. Had she heard it somewhere before? After a prolonged moment of reflection, a fleeting thought struck her, and she looked up at the man before her, asking, "Are you Lu Li of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion?" The crow feather fan in Lu Li's hand began to sway even more vigorously. "Indeed, that is I. Since you are familiar with my name, do I need to elaborate on my fortune-telling prowess?" Qin Shu solemnly shook her head. Indeed, no elaboration was necessary. As soon as Lu Li's expression began to show off, he heard the little girl beside him turn to the crane and say, "Since he is Lu Li, let us be on our way. Others charge for divination, but he demands a life." Rui Ming had no intention of foretelling the future. He was merely a crane, and should calamity befall, the fortunate old man would surely shield him. Hearing Qin Shu's words, he nodded in agreement, suggesting they leave, and that his senior would buy spiritual fruits for her. However, Lu Li was displeased and called out to the two small figures who were turning to leave, "You two, halt." Rui Ming instinctively stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Qin Shu. This celestial master was undoubtedly more powerful than they, and together they could not match his strength. Yet as a demonic beast, his natural defenses surpassed those of his junior sister, making him more resilient. Mimicking Lu Li's stance, she raised her chin slightly, narrowing her eyes and arching an eyebrow. Master Lu Li is undoubtedly a wise individual. I shall say merely 2 words, and whether they are accurate or not, I trust the master will discern." Upon hearing her words, Lu Li's expression shifted, an unsettling premonition brewing within him, just as the little girl suddenly smiled and uttered 2 words, "Spirit vein." Lu Li's heart sank, and he quickly replied, all right, I will read your fortune for free. Is that satisfactory? Please, no more." Observing his reaction, Qin Shu's smile deepened as she replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, esteemed master, but we shall forego the divination and take our leave." As the little girl wandered away with the crane, Lu Li furrowed his brow and turned, striking the table with a fan, which emitted a sudden flash of light, revealing a piece of oracle bone upon its surface. "If the celestial maiden wishes to learn the art of movement, perhaps I could impart my knowledge," he offered. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu's heart raced with alarm. As the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. One who offers unsolicited kindness may harbor ill intentions. She was not a naive 11-year-old, oblivious to such truths. "No, I shall not learn. We cultivators of the physical body do not flee," Qin Shu declared earnestly, her words a whimsical fabrication. However, the simple and honest Rui Ming was taken aback by her statement. With a puzzled expression, he looked up at Qin Shu and inquired, "Junior sister, are you not an alchemist?" Yet before he could finish his sentence, Qin Shu interrupted, "Senior brother, I am indeed a practitioner of the physical arts." Rui Ming believed her, his admiration for Qin Shu deepening. His master had once said that humanity possesses the ability to cultivate various arts and comprehend the Tao. Heaven has bestowed upon them remarkable talents, yet it has also granted them the most fragile of bodies. For mortals to refine their physiques, one must endure the trials of strengthening muscles and tempering skin, suffering countless agonies that far surpass those faced by the beasts. To endure the pains of physical cultivation at such a tender age, the little junior sister was truly remarkable. Qin Shu remained oblivious to his thoughts. Had she known, she would undoubtedly feel a sense of shame. After all, she was merely a practitioner of the physical arts who had yet to undergo a single refinement. Standing beside her, Lu Li observed Qin Shu's slender limbs, wondering where the signs of physical cultivation might be found. He did not even need to cast a divination to discern that she was speaking nonsense. This celestial maiden truly has no desire to learn the art of movement? "My esteemed senior, I once acquired a technique in the realm of the small spirit that allows one to traverse great distances in an instant. Should you wish to learn?" The legendary art of shrinking the earth beneath one's feet stirred a tempest of excitement within Qin Shu, yet a voice within her incessantly cautioned her. There are no free lunches in the heavens. Even if there were, such an offering would merely serve as bait for a trap. She gazed at Lu Li, her dark and lustrous eyes resolute. "I shall not learn." Lu Li, taken aback, wondered, how could someone possibly refuse the unparalleled technique of traversing space? Had this naive child any comprehension of the rare opportunity she was rejecting? As he opened his mouth to speak again, the nearby vendor could no longer contain himself and interrupted with a gruff voice, "Doesn't the little fairy simply wish to peruse my jade scroll?" Qin Shu nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, I do not believe you." Lu Li felt a misunderstanding must have arisen. He forced himself to clarify, "I never mentioned any payment." Qin Shu shook her head vigorously, adamantly refusing. Not only did she express her sentiments, but she also turned to earnestly advise her little senior brother, "Wise brother, one must not covet the favors of strangers while outside. The world is fraught with treachery, and it is a perilous time, filled with nefarious individuals." Rui Ming nodded in agreement. "Sister, do exercise caution. Should you encounter danger, call for me with a crane feather. I am capable of taking a beating." As Qin Shu listened, a warm sensation enveloped her heart. This little junior brother was truly delightful. Meanwhile, Lu Li, with a face laden with unspoken complexities, stood nearby. Did he harbor any malicious intent? He merely sought to uphold his own heart's resolve. Subsequently, he casually lifted his garment before Qin Shu and sat cross-legged. Observing him close his eyes, Qin Shu noted that the turbulent energy surrounding him seemed to settle almost immediately. Turning her gaze towards her master's cave dwelling, she wondered why. Despite reaching the entrance, Lu Li had chosen to sit down. Could it be that he was fatigued from the journey?
As Qin Shu pondered this,
She sensed a peculiar shift in the air around her. Turning her head, she was surprised to see her master appearing beside her. He had attained a moment of enlightenment. It was indeed unexpected that Master Lu Li, during his visit to me, would encounter such an opportunity. Master Ling Su stroked his beard, expressing his sentiments. Enlightenment? Qin Shu could hardly fathom that a casual remark she made, invoking a famous saying, would lead to such a revelation. Not only was she astonished, but even Master Ling Su appeared intrigued. He turned to Qin Shu and inquired, "My dear Shu, what did Master Lu Li perceive?" He had gazed upon this mountain scenery for centuries without such a moment of clarity, yet a visitor experienced it in a single visit? Qin Shu bit her lip, her expression a blend of emotions, as she recounted how she had guided him from the foot of the mountain, casually sharing with him a phrase of unparalleled wisdom along the way. Many travelers tread the path, transforming it into a well-worn trail. The gaze of Master Ling Shu seemed to rest upon the void, and he repeated to himself, "Marvelous! Marvelous! My dear Shuer, though still young, possesses remarkable insight, capable of articulating such profound words." Qin Shu's petite face flushed crimson. Even with her audacity, she dared not claim such a statement. Hastily, she waved her small hand in protest, asserting, "No, no, no. That is not my own saying. How could a mere disciple possess such ability? It was spoken by a senior before I arrived in the realm of cultivation." Upon hearing this, Master Ling Shu chuckled, for it then made sense. He had originally wondered how a child could comprehend such wisdom, which must surely come from someone with considerable experience. As Qin Shu gazed at Lu Li's figure, she fell into contemplation, seriously considering the possibility of compiling a book titled Treasures of Enlightenment, wherein she would record the timeless sayings of renowned figures. Master Ling Shu remarked, "This is the sacred mountain of my essence. I shall watch over him. So dear Shuer need not worry." With his reassurance, Qin Shu felt considerably at ease. After all, he was a person she had enlightened, and it was indeed his fortune to attain realization through such a single utterance. Lu Li's moment of enlightenment lingered for 3 days. And when he finally opened his eyes, his gaze burned with intensity as he exhaled a breath of stale air. Rising, he performed a cleansing spell and surveyed the path he had ascended, feeling a surge of clarity wash over him. Truly, he was favored by the Tao, having stumbled momentarily. His resolve restored, he was bestowed another fortunate opportunity. The path he traversed may have been untraveled by anyone before, yet surely there would be those who would follow in his footsteps. Divination, even when imprecise, is a common occurrence. The pursuit of celestial secrets seldom yields unwavering results. In Chapter 88, I Shall Begin Alchemy, Qin Shu cast a glance at Lu Li, her gaze tinged with newfound peculiarity. As far as she knew, the Tao heart of an individual is the most resolute aspect of their being, seldom swayed. Yet if it were to falter, it would be akin to shattering the very foundation of a towering edifice, leading to utter ruin. His candid revelation momentarily eased some of Qin Shu's vigilance. She mused, "From where did you discern such connections? I had never encountered you before." Qin Shu fiddled with the small spade she held in her hand. Lu Li chuckled, for indeed, there were wise individuals who had offered guidance. The wise one, Sui Han, inexplicably sneezed, turning his attention to Lu Jin. "How would I know where your brother has gone?" "It seems you have mistaken the person." Lu Jin's brows furrowed, causing the small red mole on her forehead to appear even more pronounced. "Elder brother, can't you divine it and find out?" Lu Jin suggested. Sui Han's eyes reflected a dismal hue. Lu Jin's words stirred not a ripple within him. His response, devoid of joy or sorrow, implied that if it were truly as simple as casting a divination, then why did you not do so yourself? "Junior sister?" Lu Jin huffed. "Elder brother, do you truly refuse to assist me?" Sui Han slowly shook his head. "It is not a matter of refusal, but rather one of impotence." Enraged, Lu Jin swept her sleeve, sending the items from his desk clattering to the ground. "What impotence? Is there truly anything in this world that you cannot divine? Do not presume that I am unaware. You simply wish for me to remain distant, to cease troubling you." The icy gaze remains a pallid gray, undisturbed by tumult. "My dear junior sister, your words are misguided. I had not anticipated the loss of my sight. His eyes, once vibrant, now lack focus. Lu Jin departed without uncovering the whereabouts of her brother, leaving her quite vexed. Meanwhile, the Luli they spoke of was presently imparting the technique of spatial contraction to Qin Shu. Following Lu Li's guidance, Qin Shu concentrated her spiritual energy in her legs, attuning herself to its allure. Gradually, she took a step forward, indistinguishable from her usual stride, merely larger in scale. Observing this, Lu Li chuckled and reassured her. Do not be overly anxious. Though I appear to master this technique effortlessly, it took me the better part of a year to learn it. Qin Shu nodded slightly, sensing that she possessed a deeper comprehension of the technique's mechanics. If one were to regard the heavens and earth as an axis, establishing an XYZ coordinate system with her current position as the origin, the next landing point would be x, 0, 0, where the value of x represents the threshold supported by her current spiritual energy. The variable x is primarily influenced by earth-type energy. If she could forge a connection between the landing point and the origin using earth energy to commune with the might of the earth, would it not enable her to traverse 3,000 miles in a single day? Qin Shu closed her eyes, meticulously attuning herself to the spiritual energy beneath her feet. The earth energy, emanating from the ground, is dense and ceaseless. In simpler terms, it is about harnessing the earth's spiritual energy to set the ground beneath one's feet into motion. Qin Shu, in essence, likens this to running on a conveyor belt. It appears as though one has taken a step, yet in reality, they have traversed a considerable distance. Chapter 89. Do you wish to learn divination? Lu Li gazed at the composed young girl before him, once again lost in contemplation. What had he just heard? Alchemy? Logically, as a disciple of Lingshu Jinren, it would be entirely expected for her to practice alchemy. However, given his awareness of her dual cultivation in swordsmanship and body refinement, why was he so astounded? Can you truly perform alchemy?
Lu Li inquirat.
Qin Shu, observing the confusion etched on his face, appeared even more perplexed than he. Is it so strange that a disciple of the Dan sect can practice alchemy? Her daytime cultivation progressed at a sluggish pace. Meditating during the day felt like a waste of time. Nighttime practice alone was undoubtedly insufficient. Lu Li was poised to impart wisdom when he suddenly recalled Qin Shu's cultivation level, the fourth layer of qi refinement. The words he intended to express caught in his throat, swallowed back. If his memory served him correctly, the Xiantian sect had only recently accepted a new batch of disciples last year. Thus, this little one had only been cultivating for a little over a year? Reflecting on his previous boastful claim that this child possessed merely 3 spiritual roots, he felt a wave of relief that he had not shared this with others. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to find a crack in the ground to hide within. If she could cultivate so swiftly with 3 spiritual roots, what would become of her if she were granted a singular spiritual root? Indeed, it was not surprising to Qin Shu that he could discern her cultivation level. Naturally, the elders of the Tiangong Pavilion possessed formidable abilities. Lu Li felt compelled to say something, yet he feared that expressing his true feelings might reveal his lack of experience. He remained silent, prompting Qin Shu to inquire, Lu Li, is there anything else you wish to discuss? With a gentle shake of his crow and sparrow feather fan, Lu Li suppressed the tumult of emotions within him and replied, please refrain from calling me real person. Just refer to me as brother. Qin Shu responded with confusion. You are an elder alongside my master. By convention, I should address you as uncle. Lu Li shook his head, correcting her. That is a misconception. I am over 500 years younger than your master. I cannot bear the title of uncle. Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that her master was of such an advanced age. The intricacies of seniority within the cultivation world eluded her understanding. She decided to employ a technique she had only recently comprehended, the ability to traverse distances instantly, and with a single step, she found herself 8 zhang away. Lu Li hastily followed suit, calling out, Junior sister, wait for me. I have yet to witness the art of alchemy. Qin Shu found herself at a loss regarding how to deal with him, unable to deter him, and resigned to his company. Alchemy was an exceedingly tedious endeavor. If she ignored him, would he not linger indefinitely? For 2 consecutive days, Ling Su, the master, had not caught sight of Lu Li, prompting him to summon a disciple to inquire, where is Lu Li now? The disciple replied, he is observing junior sister Qin Shu as she concocts elixirs. Ling Su furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling notion that someone might be vying for his beloved disciple's attention. This was intolerable. He too must see what transpired. Just then, Qin Shu's first batch of elixirs was completed. She had performed the sequence of actions to refine the elixir countless times, so much so that she could do it without even glancing at her surroundings, effortlessly summoning a pill bottle to store the spiritual pill. In Chapter 90, otherwise, I shall take you as my master. He recalled his early days of learning the great divination method when he struggled to grasp its intricacies. It was only after his master demonstrated with 50 euro stocks repeatedly that he finally comprehended the technique. Qin Shu, being 4 years younger than he was back then, might find it challenging to understand, yet it was still within the realm of possibility. Do you truly comprehend?
Luli qastionat, skeptical.
Wary that a child might feign understanding for the sake of pride. If you genuinely grasp it, please continue. Luli elaborated on the interplay between the yin and yang, explaining the principle of opposites and the potential for change. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. Luli inquired, once more, do you truly understand? Qin Shu nodded, affirming, senior brother, your explanation was thorough and quite comprehensible. Luli remained uncertain whether she truly understood or was merely putting on a brave front. He decided to test her. Since you claim to understand, let us see. The Xiantian sect will hold a grand competition next month. Calculate if you can secure a place in the top 10. Qin Shu, reminded of the upcoming competition, realized that she had been sensing a potential breakthrough in her abilities. If she were to successfully advance to the 5th level of Qi refinement, she might indeed rank among the top 10. Of course, this was merely her speculation, but now that Luli had prompted her to calculate, she was determined to display her skills. With a swift motion, she retrieved a stack of ordinary paper along with ink and writing tools from her storage ring. Luli originally intended to present her with a set of oracle bones, but upon observing her actions, he was suddenly filled with curiosity. What are you doing? He inquired. Qin Shu, grasping her brush and dipping it into ink, replied, do not rush, senior brother. I shall arrive at a conclusion shortly.
Luli, intriga.
Craned his neck to observe her as she inscribed incomprehensible symbols upon the paper. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could this girl possibly be a diviner? Although this notion seemed somewhat implausible, it now appeared to him that anything occurring in Qin Shu's presence was inherently reasonable. She filled an entire page with a dense array of Arabic numerals, each comprehensible only to her, before arriving at a conclusion. Senior brother, the divination indicates the sun. According to the transformation, it is the moon. Based on my current cultivation level, I cannot attain the top 10, yet I am not destined for the moon either. Hence, I also calculated a divination for this upcoming disciple competition, which likewise points to the sun. In my estimation, this competition may not transpire. Luli was taken aback. You completed 2 divinations so swiftly on a single piece of paper? Who exactly is she? Is she truly only 11 years old? Doubtful of her prowess, he extracted the oracle bones to conduct his own divination, meticulously calculating for an extended period. Qin Shu, growing impatient, had refined 2 batches of elixirs by the time he finally ceased, his expression a mixture of complexity as he murmured, indeed. Is this girl truly experiencing the Yen divination method for the first time? Senior brother, have you reached a conclusion? Am I correct in my calculations? She queried, all the while forming seals and condensing elixirs. Luli looked up at her actions, exclaiming, You can still be distracted while refining pills. Qin Shu shrugged. Let me introduce you to the concept of multitasking. She was indeed managing 2 tasks effortlessly, without any pressure. Luli, embodying the spirit of inquiry, followed up with another question. What exactly is multitasking? Qin Shu, having just completed the pill refinement, placed the finished elixir into a porcelain vial, then retrieved a blank jade slip. She proceeded to inscribe the fundamental principles of multitasking for Luli, tossing it to him. Here, this is a gift for you. You teach me the Yen divination method, and I will teach you multitasking. That way, we will be even.
Luli reflecta.
It is truly humbling to see such awareness in a junior sister so young. I have indeed wasted my 300 years. Qin Shu, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Lu Li in astonishment. The realm of immortals had clearly transcended the superficial age-based judgments of the past. A seemingly youthful individual could possess centuries of experience. Perhaps I should address you as Master Uncle? Qin Shu suggested earnestly, attempting to rectify the distorted form of address. Lu Li responded with confusion. You compliment her, yet she deflects?
How can this be?
Is it that my junior sister finds my age unappealing? Lu Li inquired with a hint of melancholy. Qin Shu, taken aback, quickly shook her head. Oh no. In the world of immortals, your age is indeed the prime of life. You must not belittle yourself. As Lu Li's expression improved slightly, he remarked, in the past few days, I have greatly benefited from my time spent with my junior sister. What she just said resonates within me. I intend to enter seclusion for a period of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu felt a surge of joy in her heart, for she would finally have the opportunity to cultivate alone for a while. I wish you a successful breakthrough, senior brother, she said, clasping her hands in a gesture of respect. Watching Lu Li depart, Qin Shu then resumed her calculations with pen and paper. Should the sect's grand competition be postponed, it would mean that he Xian would have to remain in the outer sect for a longer duration. The distinction between the inner and outer sects not only manifested in the resources available, but also in the techniques taught, which was certainly not advantageous for her. Utilizing the Dai-Yen divination method she had recently learned, Qin Shu cast a fortune for herself. The interpretation of the oracle suggested that while there might be some idle gossip during the wait for the sect competition, as long as she remained steadfast, she would not face any significant calamity. With a sigh of relief, she recalled the inner Dan of the giant serpent she harbored within her dantian, and an idea struck her. She decided to cast a fortune for the serpent as well. However, this reading proved to be peculiar. Initially, it seemed to indicate that favorable events would soon unfold for the serpent, yet it was immediately followed by a sense of interference, causing the oracle to become muddled. The more she attempted to divine, the more unclear it became. Was it due to her lack of skill? After all, she had only just begun her studies, and it was not uncommon to struggle at this stage. Meanwhile, standing in the valley of Wangshu, Xie Shiwan gazed up at the sky, pondering the Tianji pavilion. Beneath his feet lay the spiritual vein of the Zhong family. To seal a spirit beast with such a precious vein seemed a waste of natural resources. Xie Shiwan gazed down imperiously, his golden vertical pupils locking onto the prey with unwavering focus. How could it possibly feel daunted? With a casual flick of his tail, he exhibited no sign of spiritual energy in motion, yet the illusory radiant night hound emitted a pained howl. You dare to imprison me? What significance does a human's barrier hold? Chapter 92. A single strike. Xie Shiwan allowed the billowing black demonic energy to envelop him. The illusory radiant night hound ascended to his level, its grotesque canine visage bared in a snarl, drool dripping onto the ground, releasing wisps of white vapor. Fool! The Xiantian Taoist could merely seal me here. A serpent with less than a millennium of cultivation dares to challenge me. Xie Shiwan calmly raised his head, brushing off his shoulder as a flash of golden-green radiance enveloped him. He seemed to create a vacuum around himself, the surrounding demonic energy appearing to gain sentience and retreat from his presence. Only then did Xie Shiwan speak slowly. Is that so? How do you presume that what the Xiantian Taoist cannot achieve, I too cannot? Ha! Merely a foolish dog. The foul stench of this base demonic energy is truly nauseating. Seeking its demise, it moved with remarkable speed, the pervasive demonic energy serving as an excellent cloak. However, as soon as it materialized before Xie Shiwan, it was swiftly struck down by a powerful tail. The golden-green spiritual energy, the nature of which remained a mystery, nearly shattered the solidified demonic essence enveloping its form. It became enraged, emitting a roar so piercing that the disciples of Xuantiangmen hurriedly covered their ears, fearing to be ensnared by its influence. The dark golden hue in its eyes intensified, and in the instant the spirit beast lunged forward, the surrounding air seemed to solidify into an impenetrable barrier. The laws of space. The illusory light night spirit beast gasped in astonishment. Xie Shiwan, however, lacked the patience to elucidate. With a serpent's tail infused with the power of heavenly thunder, he struck towards it. Each time the serpent's tail made contact with the spirit beast, Its demonic energy appeared to dissipate into fragments. Attempting to retaliate, it found itself ensnared in midair, unable to ascend or descend. Even as it sought to conjure a counterattack, it could not gather its demonic energy. This serpent was indeed sinister. Although it was a venomous creature, a manifestation of the world's malevolence. It could manipulate the laws of space and wield the formidable heavenly punishment of thunder? What level of cultivation did it possess? It remained entirely inscrutable. Xie Shiyuan glanced toward the distance, sensing an approaching presence, and softly remarked, "What a pity! You are destined to perish so soon." His hands moved swiftly, forming seals with such rapidity that they left behind afterimages. The spatial prison that had ensnared the illusory light night spirit beast gradually contracted, squeezing inward. As his voice trailed off, his palm clenched into a fist. The overwhelmed space could withstand the pressure no longer, shattering into countless fragments. The illusory light night spirit beast, trapped within, was swept away into the vast expanse of the spatial river, utterly defenseless. Xie Shiyuan then produced a handkerchief, leisurely wiping each of his fingers clean with meticulous care. He cast one last glance at the entrance of the illusory valley before turning away and heading in the opposite direction. As he wandered past, the surrounding demonic energy dissipated, and the blazing sun, which had hung high in the sky, once again illuminated the valley, rendering everything seemingly as it had always been. The only exception was the carpet of withered yellow plants, signaling that something extraordinary had recently transpired here. Chapter 93. The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. As soon as her words fell, Xie Shiyuan indeed turned over, propping his head up with one arm, his inky hair cascading down like a waterfall with his motion. The stone bed could barely accommodate his tail, forcing him to curl up at the other end of the bed, resembling a coiled incense. He responded with a soft HM, his profound eyes reflecting a tiny shadow. After a few days apart, she had grown a tad taller, just enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. Of course, he did not voice this thought. Should the sharp-tongued little girl hear it, she might very well deduct some of his consultation fee. Qin Shu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. Youth had its advantages, yet her current form was somewhat too youthful. With her petite arms and legs, everything was rather inconvenient. If only she could grow a bit taller. That would be most splendid. Xie Shiyuan gently acknowledged her words, his reaction akin to the casual act of performing a trifling task. Qin Shu had expected him to have set up a formation for the cave, only to be surprised when Xie Shiyuan spoke again, mentioning that he had planted a small section of spiritual vein within her mountain. He had wished to plant an entire vein. Yet Qin Shu's peak was merely a small part of Lingxiao Peak, insufficient to accommodate a complete spiritual vein.
Oh.
So you have planted a small fragment of the spiritual vein, Qin Shu remarked casually. As soon as the words escaped her lips, she realized her folly. Her eyes wide with disbelief as she turned to gaze at the enormous serpent on the bed. Wait, what? A spiritual vein? Where did you acquire such a thing? I found it by the roadside, Xie Shiyuan replied nonchalantly. A sudden thought struck Qin Shu, causing her eyes to widen even further. The one from the Wushu Valley? She countered. Indeed, he confirmed. However, upon hearing his words, Qin Shu fell silent. After a moment, she resumed her inquiries. What about the monsters there? The last time, she had nearly perished alongside He Xian in that place. They're dead, he stated matter-of-factly. You killed them? Qin Shu stepped forward, unable to suppress her curiosity. Xie Shiyuan lifted his gaze to meet hers, a hint of mockery flickering in his cold eyes. Otherwise, it seems your Xiantian sect lacks the capability. At that instant, all of Qin Shu's perplexities from the past few days suddenly resolved. She now understood why her calculations suggested that the sect's expedition to Wushu Valley would be smooth sailing. The monster had already been slain by the serpent. Her brows knitted tightly as she contemplated the serpent's formidable cultivation, which even surpassed that of her master. Yet, she had never imagined, nor dared to consider, that his power could be so immense. His inner elixir was in her possession, and he bore injuries. Yet, even in such a state, that creature was no match for him. This realization led her to conclude that if he wished to take her life, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Xie Shiyuan observed the myriad expressions flitting across her face, more unpredictable than the weather in June.
Come.
"Tend to my wounds," he commanded. As Qin Shu reminisced about the moment she discovered him, his pitiful state evoked a profound sense of sorrow within her. She couldn't help but ponder the identity of the being who had inflicted such torment upon him. With hesitant steps, Qin Shu approached, placing her delicate hands upon his tail. After a moment's contemplation, she could not restrain her curiosity any longer and asked, "Do you think my meager spiritual energy can mend your wounds?" Xie Shiyuan replied, "Better than nothing." His tail bore numerous scars, with faint arcs of electricity coursing through the flesh. These were remnants of the divine retribution he had endured during his ascension through the tribulation. Chapter 94. The remnants of Xie Shiyuan gazing at the Grand Serpent Lord comfortably sprawled on the bed, eyes closed in serene meditation. Qin Shu felt an inexhaustible surge of strength welling within her. It was as if she harbored boundless ambition, yet in reality, she could only act with trepidation. "Well then, I shall take my leave," she finally uttered before tiptoeing toward the entrance of the cave. The cave was a suitable abode, especially considering the generous offering of a portion of a spiritual vein as rent. It was a small price to pay for such luxury. Just as she intended to sit beneath the vibrant red flowers of the small nursery to soak in the abundant spiritual energy and diligently cultivate, Xie Shiyuan suddenly called out to her, "Wait." Qin Shu halted and turned her gaze toward him. In that moment, a dark orb was tossed in her direction. She instinctively reached out to catch it, only to find that the orb paused just a step away from her. Confused, she wondered if he had reconsidered. In the next instant, Xie Shiyuan spoke. "The demonic energy within this inner core has been purged by me. It serves no purpose for me, so take it and amuse yourself." Upon uttering these words, the inner elixir, suspended in the air, glided towards Qin Shu as if its force had been withdrawn. Plummeting from the sky, Qin Shu extended her hands, and the obsidian elixir landed perfectly in her palms. The elixir was as large as her hand, and the weight of it conveyed to her the reality that the creature capable of annihilating them merely with its roar had been vanquished. The wheel of fortune had turned. Once wounded by that monster, its inner elixir now resided in her grasp. The serpent had uttered two words, which she had etched into her memory: demonic energy. Could it be that this creature was of the demon race? As she pondered this, a gust of wind swept her outside, and just as she steadied herself, Xiao Xiao burst forth from within, colliding directly with her face. Qin Shu thought to herself, "What a petty man. He cannot even tolerate a little squirrel." Watching the stone door slowly close before her, she felt no displeasure. On the contrary, it was because he had given her so much. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled the untainted air, filled with spiritual energy, which set every cell in her body agitating with excitement. What a delightful sensation. Qin Shu retrieved 2 cushions from her storage ring, these trivial items, which she had purchased in bulk during her last visit to Qijin City when a vendor offered a buy 5 get 1 free deal. They were just what she needed, small and convenient. Tonight was a full moon, and the radiant moonlight bathed the entirety of Lingxiao Peak in a silvery glow. Qin Shu sat beside the vibrant red flower, and though she could not ascertain whether it was merely her imagination, she felt that today the blossom appeared even more resplendent than before. Gathering her thoughts and centering her focus, she swiftly entered a meditative state within the span of just 2 breaths. The evening's cultivation was exceptionally gratifying, as the pure spiritual energy cleansed her meridians, leading to a seamless breakthrough once she had been thoroughly refined. In that fleeting moment of transcendence, her internal elixir resembled a small boat gently bobbing in her sea of qi. The ethereal violet energy flowed into the golden-green elixir, akin to a delicate thread meticulously mending the cracks within it. In the cave, Xie Shiyuan also opened his eyes, taking a moment to sense the surroundings before succumbing to slumber once more. It was not until dawn that Qin Shu's absorption of spiritual energy began to wane, leaving her with a lingering desire for more. Chapter 95. The Spiritual Vein. "Do you no longer wish for the wind-running pill?" Qin Shu inquired, aware that this was a second-grade elixir. Though it was merely 1 rank higher than the first-grade spirit-replenishing pill she currently concocted, the difficulty of its refinement increased exponentially. The wind-running pill could significantly enhance the user's speed for a short duration, making it a favored choice among junior disciples when embarking on tasks, as it proved invaluable for swift travel and, at critical moments, for escape. Master Uncle, I understand you have my best interests at heart. Yet I have never attempted to refine the wind-running pill. My current cultivation is still rather shallow, and the success rate of forming the pill. Qin Shu's brow furrowed slightly, revealing her apprehension. Ma Qingkai, with his hands clasped behind his back, chuckled at her words and replied cheerfully, "No worries. One must start somewhere. Who can master alchemy without first learning the basics? Do not hesitate to refine," Elder Chongqing remarked. The first 10 batches of elixirs are merely for you to hone your skills. Beyond those 10, you shall submit 70% of the elixirs you produce. While this condition might not be considered harsh, and could even be regarded as rather generous, Qin Shu instinctively inquired further. What if I can only produce 3 elixirs from a single batch? Ma Qingtai, discerning the girl's hidden apprehensions, chuckled and replied, "It is common for the success rate to be low at the outset. However, it is unlikely that your success rate will remain consistently low. Fear not. The sect is substantial and will not concern itself with such trivialities." Reflecting on her past experiences of producing numerous restorative elixirs, from which she retained 30% while relinquishing the remaining 7 exquisite ones to the sect, she realized that this arrangement was mutually beneficial. She profited, the sect benefited, and senior brother Wenchu, who lent her the furnace, also gained some advantage. Recognizing that standard alchemical furnaces could not withstand her modest 73 strands of fire spirit energy, she concluded that if she wished to refine 2 batches concurrently, she would need to borrow another furnace from her second senior brother. "With your assurance, I shall proceed with confidence. I will gather the spiritual herbs and give it a try," she declared. Observing the young girl's enthusiasm, Ma Qingtai felt a wave of nostalgia. In the lengthy years of the cultivation world, practitioners often moved at a leisurely pace. Only these youthful souls, fresh from the mortal realm, exhibited such vibrant energy. He pondered how long her spirited attitude would endure. Qin Shu's subsequent plan was clear. She intended to first assess the difficulty of refining the wind spirit elixir. And once she attained proficiency, she would seek out her second senior brother to rent an alchemical furnace. 3 months have passed, and when the once financially strapped disciples went to exchange for elixirs, they were astonished to discover that the wind flight pill, which previously required 20 points for a single piece, now only demanded 5 points. Given that 1 point could be traded for 2 inferior spirit stones, this meant that a single wind flight pill could be procured for merely 10 inferior spirit stones. What were they waiting for? They hastily proceeded to make their exchanges. Having such a pill on hand while undertaking tasks could prove invaluable in times of peril. "Sister Shuang, please help me exchange for 2. He casually mentioned this, inadvertently prompting other disciples to stock up as well. Observing this frenzy, Shuang couldn't help but chuckle and explained, "Sister Qianshu mentioned that should she find herself with spare time, she would take on some alchemical tasks. Therefore, it is unlikely that our sect will face a shortage of elixirs in the future." No sooner had she finished speaking than a gasp echoed through the crowd. A superior wind flight pill. They had all been exchanging for inferior wind flight pills and had accepted this as the norm. Now, the prospect of acquiring a superior wind flight pill for merely 5 points was simply irresistible. The allure was undeniable. While the ordinary inferior wind flight pill could enhance speed for a mere quarter of an hour, the superior variant could extend this effect to half an hour, offering a far greater augmentation in speed. What bacteria? Antibiotics? Xie Shiyuan was left utterly perplexed, pondering how he could comprehend each word she uttered, yet failed to grasp their collective meaning. The little girl, emboldened by an unknown source of courage, pushed against his lower back, urging him towards the stone bed. Her strength was hardly worthy of mention, yet Xie Shiyuan was intrigued to discover what tricks she was attempting to employ. Thus, he acquiesced to her force and reclined upon the bed. Qin Shu tugged at the tip of his tail, attempting to pull his serpentine form, which lay languidly on the ground, onto the bed. Xie Shiyuan felt quite unwell. Her palm radiated a warmth that was notably higher than his own. With a flick of his agile tail, he deftly freed himself from her grasp, instinctively coiling into a spiral shape, concealing the part of his tail that she had previously grasped at the bottom. Faced with his tangled tail, Qin Shu found herself at a loss, letting out a sigh as she turned her gaze to the great serpent. "If you wish for my assistance in healing, you must first reveal your wounds," she remarked, her tone tinged with resignation. Xie Shiyuan met her clear gaze, seemingly attempting to discern whether this young girl harbored any ill intentions. Observing the dust clinging to his tail and the blood seeping from his wounds, she involuntarily furrowed her brow. Had he not improved significantly since their last encounter? When he departed previously, his wounds had already begun to heal. Although the scales had yet to regrow, at least the bleeding had ceased. She pondered whether his injuries had reopened during his battle with the demon from the illusory Void Valley, or if he had merely scraped himself while walking. As Qin Shu contemplated these matters, he casually uttered a remark. Qin Shu. Did she appear so easily deceived? The physical form of a demon beast rivaled that of tempered steel. A mere scrape would hardly suffice to injure him, let alone a blade. Moreover, the nature of his injuries was evidently not due to a simple scrape. Her nostrils flared slightly as a mingling scent of blood and charred remnants invaded her senses. Without uttering a word, Qin Shu drew upon her innate spiritual energy, gathering it within the palms of her hands. With a deft motion, she enveloped the gaping wound of the great serpent. To her astonishment, her fingertips detected faint arcs of electricity, sending a subtle tingling sensation through her digits. How could there be electrical arcs within your body? Qin Shu inquired, bewildered. Xie Shiwan raised an eyebrow, responding, "Is that a question you should be asking?" As she spoke, Qin Shu retrieved a golden ointment from her spatial jade pendant, pouring it onto Xie Shiwan's tail. Observing her actions, he was aware of its limited efficacy, but chose not to intervene, recognizing that the scars were remnants of the thunder punishment. A trace of its power was indeed to be expected. Thunder punishment power? You sustained such severe injuries due to the thunder tribulation? Qin Shu raised her gaze to him. He reclined languidly against the headboard, his eyes half closed, lost in thought. He ultimately conceded. Perhaps she could surmise her own identity from that point regarding the thunder tribulation. What would she do? Would she confide in Ling Su, the true person? Chapter 97. No one here can harm you, the translucent, ethereal robe of pure qi floated gently on the surface of the warm water, while the heat and medicinal properties gradually alleviated the soreness coursing through her legs. Taking a deep breath, she submerged her entire head into the soothing embrace. The commotion atop the mountain lay enveloped within Xie Shiwan's consciousness, and every one of Qin Shu's movements was laid bare before him. At first, as he observed her running up and down the mountain, he found it difficult to comprehend her intentions. It was only later, when he watched her begin to boil medicinal herbs in an iron pot, that he realized what she was truly aiming to accomplish. The little one had a rather frail constitution. It was evident she needed to engage in some serious training, especially after becoming fatigued from such a short distance. Just as his eyes began to close, he felt a slight flutter of his eyelashes, sensing something was amiss. Abruptly, he opened his eyes wide. Something was indeed wrong. There was no sign of breathing. It appeared this little girl was unable to swim. He had never encountered someone who could potentially drown even during a bath. With a flicker of thought, Xie Shiwan reappeared beside Qin Shu, who was soaking in her bath. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and lifted her from the tub. The water splashed out, dampening his sleeves, the dark fabric clinging to his arms and accentuating his well-defined physique. Just as Qin Shu felt the nourishing effects of the medicinal bath, she was suddenly exposed to the air. Confused, she opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, only to be met by a pair of enlarged vertical pupils. "What are you doing?" Qin Shu inquired, bewildered. Fortunately, she had not removed her clothing while taking the medicinal bath. Otherwise, being pulled out like this would have left her utterly embarrassed. "You weren't breathing," Xie Shiwan stated, his lips pressed into a firm line, his expression serious. Qin Shu replied, "Could it be that the near-drowning incident in the lake triggered a stress response from the giant snake?"
She sighed,
wondering if she truly appeared to be the kind of fool who could drown in a bathtub. The air fell silent for a moment before Qin Shu once again struggled to escape, demanding to be released. Xie Shiwan loosened his grip, causing Qin Shu to tumble back into the bathtub, a splash of water striking her forehead. "Brain death?" Xie Shiwan pondered briefly before retorting. "Are you suggesting a collapse of the sea of consciousness?" Qin Shu replied, "Some snakes may appear quite pleasing to the eye, yet upon speaking, they suddenly become repugnant. Brain death signifies the dissolution of consciousness." She attempted to elucidate her point further. Dissolution of consciousness? A scattering of the soul? Xie Shiwan inquired softly. Just as Qin Shu was about to impart her atheistic beliefs regarding the denial of supernatural phenomena and the notion that the 3 souls and 7 spirits are mere legend, she found her conviction wavering. After all, this was the realm of cultivation, where ascension is possible and one may transmigrate into a ghostly existence post-mortem. Thus, the existence of souls and spirits could indeed be plausible. Her expression grew complex, and upon noticing Xie Shiwan still observing her, she sighed softly and said, "One could also interpret it that way." Chapter 98. A share of experience, Cheng Yan nodded, affirming her astuteness. Ling Suzhenren, upon hearing this, sighed again, reflecting that the child was perhaps too clever for her own good. The original intention of the sect was to provide disciples with practical experience, yet she had preemptively completed tasks for others. What then remained for the rest to practice? Cheng Yan, however, interjected, "Master, your concerns have not escaped the clever mind of our junior sister. She has only accepted tasks from disciples who have been within the sect for over 30 years. Ling Suzhenren fell into silence, only to hear Cheng Yan continue. The fervent dedication of our junior sisters to alchemy has yielded positive outcomes. Under their guidance, the younger disciples of our Dan sect have become increasingly industrious. The alchemical chambers are perpetually bustling, and aspiring alchemists must now arrive early to secure their place in line. Over the past few months, our stock of spirit recovery pills and wind-running pills has significantly increased. I have come today to inquire whether we might consider selling the inferior-grade pills that our disciples do not require to the neighboring Tianji Pavilion. This would be beneficial. As our disciples strive with fervor, their proficiency in alchemy has markedly improved, to the extent that they now disdain anything less than premium-grade pills. After conversing for a spell, it was only then that Qin Shu, panting and flushed, finally ascended the mountain. She formed a hand seal to dispel the sweat from her brow and called out towards her master's cave. "Master, I have arrived late." Having grown accustomed to the ways of communication in the cultivation world, Ling Suzhenren and Cheng Yan were momentarily taken aback by her loud summons. They then lifted the barrier to allow Qin Shu entry. Observing her flushed countenance, Ling Suzhenren curiously inquired, "Did you climb the mountain again?" Qin Shu nodded and, tilting her head to meet her master's gaze, asked, "By the way, Master, there is another matter I wish to consult you about." Ling Suzhenren casually retrieved a cup, poured tea for Qin Shu, and handed it to her, saying, "First, have a sip of tea, catch your breath, and then we shall discuss it at a leisurely pace." Standing there conversing for quite some time without a drop of water, Cheng Yan remarked, "Master, could your favoritism be any more evident?" Qin Shu, not one to stand on ceremony with her master, took the cup and drank it all in one go, feeling a refreshing clarity wash over her. Her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "Master, your tea is truly delightful." Ling Su, the esteemed master, stroked his beard with a chuckle and replied, "Since you like it, I shall prepare some for you to take home later." Qin Shu, somewhat shy, discreetly retrieved a porcelain vial from her storage ring and hesitantly inquired, "Is this inappropriate?" Ling Su observed her subtle gesture, his amusement deepening. "Once a master, forever father, there is no need for formality between us." Cheng Yan hesitated, noting that the master usually did not speak so casually with them. Qin Shu glanced at Cheng Yan and casually asked, "What about you, senior brother?" Seeing her concern for her senior brother, Ling Su chuckled, "Such fine treasures I possess. And yet you all have your eyes on them. Very well, I shall send some to Wen Qi, and Qiyu as well." It was only then that Qin Shu clasped her fists in gratitude, respectfully stating, "Thank you, Master." After a moment, she lifted her head and asked, "Master, what is it that you summoned me for?" Ling Su replied, "I found your summary of the alchemical methods for Qiyu rather intriguing." Qin Shu smiled and responded, "It merely helped my senior sister find some patterns. While this method may assist her in refining elixirs, achieving perfection remains a formidable challenge. If she wished to concoct other elixirs, she would have to experiment anew." Chapter 99. It is truly a pity that you did not attend the sword sect. Qin Shu accepted the token handed to her by her master, her gaze falling upon the 2 characters Ling Su inscribed upon it, and she instantly comprehended its significance. Her master had bestowed upon her a VIP card, no less, and one that was registered under her name. "Master, does this token grant any discounts at the pharmacy?" Qin Shu inquired eagerly, secretly rubbing her hands together in anticipation. Ling Su, observing Qin Shu's somewhat unrefined demeanor, chuckled softly. Acquiring medicinal materials from the pharmacy does not require spirit stones or points, but rather, it necessitates the exchange of elixirs. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu's eyes sparkled with delight. How splendid! Although I am lacking in many respects, I am not short of elixirs. Ling Su recalled how she had repaid the 60-year debt owed to Wenqi within just half a year, and how her alchemical creations were consistently flawless. Thus, she must have accumulated a considerable number of elixirs. Cheng Yan, upon hearing her words, reminisced about his own unfinished tasks and found himself envious of Wenqi. With this thought in mind, he suddenly raised his gaze to Ling Su and suggested, "Master, I shall be visiting the Hall of Transmission in a couple of days to seek clarification on certain matters. Might it be prudent to invite Wenqi to assist my junior sister in refining elixirs together? It could expedite the process considerably." Ling Su nodded slightly in agreement. "Very well, let us have Wenqi join in." Consequently, Ling Su sent a sound transmission to Wenqi, who, upon hearing that his master intended for him to collaborate with the senior brother in aiding the junior sister with her elixirs, initially assumed it involved high-grade elixirs that required the cooperation of two individuals. However, upon seeing the alchemical formula, he leaned back in his chair, delicately pinching the jade slip between his slender, fair fingers. Raising his head, his expression was one of utter disbelief. "Senior brother, do you truly require my assistance to concoct a fifth-tier elixir?" Cheng Yan shook his head. Just as he awaited Wenqi's response indicating that help was unnecessary, he heard the latter speak. "No, it is not assistance you shall provide, but rather, you shall forge it yourself." Wenqi cast a sidelong glance at Qin Shu, who stood beside him with her head bowed like a timid quail, her entire demeanor radiating a palpable sense of guilt. Cheng Yan sat confidently on his seat, gazing at Wenqi, and sighed, "Who else is there to assist me with my 60-year-long alchemical endeavors?" At this, Wenqi felt a wave of relief wash over him, erupting into hearty laughter. "Indeed, if that is the case, as your junior brother, I shall extend my hand in aid. Fear not, senior brother. This elixir shall be entrusted to me." He then turned to Qin Shu, inquiring, "Little junior sister, what purpose do you intend for this elixir?" Observing her petite limbs, he found it difficult to imagine her engaging in combat like the robust body cultivators. The more he pondered, the more furrowed his brow became, until he finally spoke earnestly. "Junior sister, do you possess any suitable magical artifacts? I have a piece of Tianju Lanine silk that you may borrow. It is a lovely lotus color, a hue that I believe appeals to you celestial maidens, does it not?" As he spoke, he rummaged through the 5 storage rings adorning his hand, eventually unearthing a myriad of disordered items, including the crimson serpent clear sky bracelet and the moonlight heart lantern. Feel free to choose any one of these. In chapter 100, may I also learn the sword? However, her junior sister did not leave her in doubt for long, as the communication jade slip soon illuminated once more. With a tap, the voice of Qi Yu resonated, declaring that no sword cultivator could refuse the camaraderie of an alchemist, especially one who could refine hundreds of pills in a single day. "If you wish to go, shall I inquire with Master Wanjian on your behalf?" Qin Shu immediately responded, "Thank you, junior sister." Just as she set down the communication jade slip, she noticed Cheng Yan gazing at her, seemingly hesitant to speak. She casually inquired, "Senior brother, do you have anything to convey?" Cheng Yan shook his head, a rare blush gracing his usually pale cheeks. After a light cough, he feigned composure and asked, "Might you inquire for me as well? I wonder if I could also learn at the sword sect?" Wenqi's forehead twitched. "Should Master discover that both of you are contemplating betrayal, I shudder to think of the punishment that would await." Qin Shu promptly stood at attention, puffing her chest, and assured, "Though my heart yearns to practice the sword, I shall forever remain a member of the pill sect." Cheng Yan nodded in agreement. Such delicate skin and tender flesh, would it not be a pity not to engage in body refinement? She probed once more, "Second senior brother, are you truly not considering body cultivation?" Wenqi took a delicate sip of the tea before gently declining, "There is no need. The defensive artifacts I possess are more than sufficient. Common individuals cannot breach my defenses. If I were to encounter a situation where my artifacts fail to protect me, then no amount of physical fortitude would avail me. Qin Shu fell silent, pondering if this was the confidence of a wealthy cultivator. Though they could not penetrate your defenses. A single utterance from you shattered mine. She understood now. Body refinement was indeed suited for someone of her circumstances, simply due to her financial constraints. Senior brother. If that is the case, I hope you will prioritize my request for the marrow-cleansing blood essence pill. It is typically impolite to rush someone for favor. Yet considering her senior brother's lingering debt to the sect for 60 years, she felt a persistent unease. Rest assured, I will commence the process within 3 days. With this assurance, Qin Shu felt her heart settle. She clasped her hands in respect towards Wen Chu and said, I will head to the pharmacy shortly to collect the necessary herbs. Thank you for your assistance, senior brother. Following her senior brother Cheng Yan, they exited Wen Chu's cave abode. Just as they stepped out of the protective barrier, Cheng Yan abruptly halted. Qin Shu, caught off guard, nearly stepped on his shoes. Senior brother, what is the matter? His swordsmanship was indeed commendable, yet he had not made any progress in years. If only he could receive guidance from the elders of the sword sect. Perhaps he could finally break free from the shackles that had plagued him for so long. Qin Shu smiled. Do not worry, if I am able to go, I shall certainly inquire on your behalf. Chapter 101. Allow me to pay a visit to the neighboring master first.
Take it and enjoy.
Qin Shu gazed at the multicolored storage ring nestled in his palm, and the tone of his voice always evoked a sense of him clearing out inventory. Undoubtedly, the items he was offering were treasures in her eyes. She had only seen such a grand storage ring with her second senior brother. Just as Qin Shu hesitated, Xie Shiwan's clear voice resonated in her ears. Once more, does our agreement to assist me in alchemy still hold? Qin Shu responded.
Indeed.
There are no free lunches in this world, nor are there gifts of storage rings without a price. What elixirs do you require? Xie Shiwan's eyes gently closed, his long lashes distinctly framing his gaze. Qin Shu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This isn't merely a snake spirit. He is clearly a master of lashes. After a moment's contemplation, Xie Shiwan lifted his gaze to meet hers. I haven't decided yet. I will seek you out once I have.
Goodness.
Should she accept this offer or not? Xie Shiwan unmistakably discerned her yearning, yet she found herself inexplicably hesitant. Do you not wish for it? He inquired. Qin Shu shook her head. It's not that I do not desire it, but I fear that the elixirs you request may be beyond my current capabilities to concoct. Upon hearing her words, Xie Shiwan let out a soft chuckle, turning his face away. No need to worry. Just as Qin Shu thought the serpent had suddenly developed a sense of conscience to comfort her, he continued, given your current cultivation, you might manage to refine a mere second-grade elixir, which would indeed hold little value for me. Qin Shu. She resolved then and there to diligently hone her alchemical skills, determined to earn the respect of the serpent. Xie Shiwan tossed the storage ring into Qin Shu's hands. Observing the small object adorning all 10 of her fingers, he couldn't help but curiously inquire, how did you acquire so many storage rings? You don't seem to need them. Upon lifting his gaze, he met her with a profound look, slightly raising his chin as he casually countered, what do you think? Initially, Qin Shu had not given it much thought, but upon witnessing his expression now, an epiphany struck her. Her pupils contracted, a detail not lost on Xie Shiwan, whose lips curled ever so slightly in amusement. Such a timid heart, yet you dare to raise snakes? Qin Shu's lips tightened, her expression a tapestry of complexity, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Had he overheard her mention of raising snakes while treating his injuries? Yet at that moment, she never anticipated the snake would grow so large. Now, with her resolve to abandon the idea, she murmured, and yet, you refuse to leave. She had yet to discover a method to extract his inner core. Without returning it to him, he would undoubtedly remain. Xie Shiwan, ever perceptive, absorbed her mutterings with keen awareness. Do me a favor, he stated. What favor? Qin Shu asked, her curiosity piqued. Xie Shiwan produced a token from behind him and tossed it to her. She extended her hand, adorned with rings, and caught it securely. The token was obsidian in hue, devoid of any inscriptions, save for the intricate carving of a serpent with closed eyes. As Qin Shu meticulously examined the token, a voice resonated from above her, requesting that she deliver this token to the Misty Rain Tower in Tailai City, to a person named Lin Yang. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu suddenly raised her eyebrows and inquired with a hint of gossip, "Is it a romantic interest?" Chapter 102, The Sword Testing Stone there. Squatting outside the gates of the sword sect. The imagery was vivid. Ling Su, the esteemed master, let out a sigh as he briefly imagined the scene. Even if one could keep you by their side, they could not hold your heart. If you have a passion for swordsmanship, then pursue it. Listening to her master's words, a frown creased Qin Shu's forehead. Her master's statement sounded rather peculiar, as if she were referring to a notorious scoundrel, one who indulges in what he possesses while coveting what belongs to others. Nevertheless, she had already arrived at the gates of the sword sect, and there was no reason to turn back now. So be it, she would endure this scoundrel's presence. Ling Su, however, was not particularly troubled. His disciple displayed considerable talent in alchemy, and her skills in swordplay were commendable as well. Approaching the gate of the sword sect, Qin Shu presented her waist token. Upon seeing her name inscribed on the token, the eyes of the gatekeeper brightened instantly. Junior sister Qin Shu. The surprise in his tone genuinely startled Qin Shu, as she was certain she had never met this senior brother before. "You know me?" she countered. The senior brother before her chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits. "Junior sister, is there anyone in Shantian sect who doesn't know you? The esteemed Master Wang Jian has already issued orders regarding your arrival. He is currently at the sword testing stone formation. Allow me to escort you there." Qin Shu politely cupped her hands in salute and said, "I shall rely on you." Senior brother. The senior brother, leading her along, introduced himself. "Junior sister, my name is Xiong Jun, a disciple under the esteemed Duge Jinren." Senior brother Xiong Jun. Qin Shu responded courteously. "Junior sister, when you arrive at the sword testing stone array, do not be overly astonished." Xiong Jun chuckled. Qin Shu, puzzled, inquired, "Why is that?" Xiong Jun grinned and continued, "What you may not know is that due to your extensive alchemical endeavors, the quality of the elixirs our sword sect disciples can exchange for during their journeys has significantly improved. Just yesterday, when I went to the task hall to receive a mission, I discovered that many of the rewards now offer enhanced elixir qualities. It's only our sword sect disciples who venture out that much, and everyone holds you in high regard." As they conversed, they swiftly approached the legendary sword testing stone array. Despite Xiong Jun's prior mention, Qin Shu was taken aback by the throngs of people gathered there. The area was filled to capacity, with even individuals standing atop the stone tips of the sword testing stones. The moment Qin Shu appeared, a chorus of voices erupted. "The junior sister has arrived. Junior sister Qin Shu. How adorable she is. Junior sister, you are my idol." Qin Shu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Although she had lived 18 years in her previous life, she had never encountered such a spectacle. Even in the realm of celebrity fandom, one could hardly imagine such a scene. Certainly, fans could not soar through the skies. Gritting her teeth, she followed closely behind Xiong Jun as they made their way forward. Disciples of the sword sect, regardless of gender, are imbued with formidable strength. The celestial swords require the refinement of various rare treasures, which are not light in weight. If one's power is insufficient, it is likely that they will inflict harm upon themselves rather than their adversaries. In contrast to these disciples, Qin Shu appears as a mere sprout, barely emerging from the soil. Yet, the fervent gazes directed at her by the disciples are imbued with an indescribable zeal, leading Qin Shu to suddenly comprehend why many alchemists shy away from the rigors of sword training. With such formidable attendants at their beck and call, who would still wish to engage in the toil themselves. Chapter 103. This disciple shall be mine, ecstatic at receiving praise from the elder of the sword sect. Qin Shu gazes up with eager anticipation and inquires, "Master, may I join the sword sect?" Master Wang Jian did not affirm nor deny her request. His hands, clasped behind his back, were nearly marked with crimson imprints from his own grip, yet his demeanor remained calm and unruffled. At that moment, the multitude of surrounding disciples fell into an extraordinary silence, holding their breath, seemingly even more anxious than Qin Shu herself. At last, Master Wang Jian spoke, "Follow me." Upon uttering these words, the sword at his back unsheathed, and he stepped upon it, soaring towards his mountain peak. The instant he turned, a triumphant smile crept upon his lips. Apologies, Ling Su, but this disciple shall be claimed by me. Seeing this, Qin Shu dared not delay, fearful of losing him, and promptly propelled herself forward, traversing the distance in an instant to keep pace. Even though Master Wang Jian had slowed his speed, it still felt swift to Qin Shu. She mused that even the legendary Qua Fu chasing the sun could not have experienced the arduousness she faced at this moment. Yet, in the eyes of the onlookers, Qin Shu had already leaped 10 miles away in a mere few strides, leaving them utterly astonished. What manner of footwork is this? They pondered. I have never encountered such a skill before. In this vast world, there exists an abundance of wonders yet unseen. If I possessed such agility, I would certainly challenge the fiery azure fox once more. Even if I were to falter, I could retreat unscathed. Do not be foolish. This technique appears quite formidable. You would be better off procuring a couple of wind-running pills instead. Unbeknownst to Qin Shu, after her departure, the sword trial formation stirred with commotion. She had followed the illusory sword master for quite some time before finally arriving at his secluded abode. Pausing at the entrance, the protective barriers of the cave automatically dissolved. Enter, the voice of the illusory sword master resonated. Upon stepping inside, Qin Shu noticed that his dwelling was even more austere than her own master's. Within, there were merely 2 mats and a table, with not even a stone bed in sight. She silently noted this. Evidently, she was not the sole disciple of the Xuantian Gate who forwent slumber in pursuit of cultivation. She could not presume herself to be ahead of others. There remained much effort ahead. The illusory sword master sat cross-legged upon one of the mats, a cup of tea resting upon the stone table before him. Upon noticing Qin Shu's entrance, he spoke directly, "Kneel and pay your respects." Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback. "You wish for your disciple to acknowledge you as master?" The illusory sword master fixed her with a stern gaze, his voice gruff as he inquired, "What? Do you not deem me worthy of assuming that role?" Quickly shaking her head, she replied, "Indeed, you are." Taking a step forward, she lifted the teacup and bowed deeply, proclaiming, "Disciple pays respects to master." The master of the wandering sword took a sip of the tea handed to him by Qin Shu, finally easing the tension in his heart. Thankfully, there had been no unforeseen mishaps. "Qin Shu, have you truly grasped the essence of the sword path?" he inquired with curiosity. The previous stroke she had executed was etched vividly in his mind, although her current cultivation was still lacking and the power she wielded was insufficient. Her thrust unmistakably drew upon the might of the heavens and earth. Upon hearing his question, Qin Shu nervously scratched her head, uncertain herself. During her time as a disciple in Tailai City, she had experienced a sudden enlightenment for half a year, seemingly grasping something profound, yet it felt rather futile.
Uft.
The tea that the master of the wandering sword had just sipped spewed forth. What did you just say? Enlightenment for half a year? Chapter 104. From dawn till dusk, he genuinely valued the innate talent of this young girl, yet in the realm of swordsmanship, diligence and perseverance often outweighed mere talent. Realizing his misunderstanding from his words, Qin Shu quickly clasped her hands in a gesture of respect and clarified, "Master, it's not that I am incapable." Rather, her features contorted in thought, "I've never counted, but I practice swordsmanship from dawn until the moon rises. I take brief rests when tired, yet it hardly delays me. I estimate I must have practiced at least 1,000 times." The corners of the master of the wandering sword's lips could barely contain their composure. This not only was their talent, but also diligence. Among the younger generation of the Xuantian Gate, there would surely emerge someone remarkable. Indeed, one must never grow complacent due to innate gifts. You are doing exceptionally well. He restrained the tumult within his heart and spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet, only he knew that the turmoil within him rivaled the fiercest of storms. With the sun rising and setting, this was the first time he observed someone practicing swordplay in such a manner. If her approach were to be believed, her exceptional foundational sword techniques would indeed make sense. "Does your arm ache from practicing swordplay daily?" inquired the master of the wandering sword. As someone who had experienced this journey before, he had developed a set of massage techniques and intended to share them with this diligent disciple. However, to his surprise, the young girl shook her head, her high ponytail swaying with her movement. She then replied, "I possess a wood spiritual root. When my arms feel sore, I simply circulate the wood's spiritual energy a couple of times to alleviate the discomfort. The master of the wandering sword was momentarily taken aback. He felt a twinge of envy, though he was too shy to admit it. During his own early days of sword practice, the soreness in his arms was something he had endured in earnest. But the conversation was far from over. Qin Shu then looked up at him, smiling as she asked, Master, a few days ago I acquired a recipe for a medicinal bath that not only alleviates bodily aches but also replenishes one's vitality, enhancing physical training. Would you be interested? The master blinked, suddenly too preoccupied with the offer to worry about modesty. Absolutely. He responded eagerly. Although his own cultivation no longer required such remedies, countless disciples under his guidance would greatly benefit from them. Qin Shu, being forthright, immediately reached for her storage ring, retrieved a piece of rice paper, and began to write. The esteemed master Wang Jian also approached, for it is rather uncommon to carry paper when one steps outside, particularly when it is merely mundane paper. However, as soon as Qin Shu inscribed the first two characters, his lips tightened. Perhaps it would be best if I were to write instead? It seems I have finally discovered something my little disciple struggles with, which is no small feat. Qin Shu is aware that her handwriting leaves much to be desired. And upon hearing his suggestion, she promptly relinquished her position, without a hint of hesitation, and placed the brush into his hands. Qin Shu would utter a character, and Master Wang Jian would inscribe it. As the list of medicinal herbs grew increasingly extensive, the smile upon Master Wang Jian's face widened. The sword cultivators are regarded as the most impoverished within the realm of cultivation, a fact that is widely acknowledged. If the herbs for body refining are excessively costly, how could they possibly afford them? It is likely that most would choose to endure the discomfort. A fleeting ache can be overlooked, but spiritual stones, once spent, are irretrievable. Soon, I shall have this prescription delivered to the task hall, so that all may behold it while undertaking their missions, Master Wang Jian proclaimed, holding the completed prescription. Chapter 105. Master, I have caused trouble again, Master Wang Jian observed as his newly accepted disciples were taken away by Master Ling Shu, yet he remained seated on the meditation mat, composed and unperturbed, showing no signs of anxiety. The hearts of his disciples are devoted to sword practice. Though they departed today, they will inevitably return. However, he did not anticipate their return to be quite so swift. At the break of dawn, with the moon having just set and the sun yet to rise, the sky appeared shrouded in a delicate veil, exuding a soft, hazy light. Qin Shu secured a sandbag to her legs, rendering her devoid of any spiritual energy. Yet she sprinted towards the sword sect's trial stone formation. The moonlight had vanished, significantly impeding her cultivation speed. She had come to refine her physique, as it was rumored that this might even facilitate her growth. The medicinal pool of the sword sect was not yet excavated. Otherwise, she could have indulged in a soothing soak today. Yesterday, she had already discerned that within this trial stone formation, the gravitational force was twice as intense as outside. Thus the efficacy of her sword practice here would undoubtedly surpass that on her own mountain. She opened the cloud-piercing rain sword technique and committed the first move to memory. With that, she drew her jade-white sword and casually assumed a starting posture. The essence of the cloud-piercing rain sword technique lay in its momentum, and Qin Shu understood that her master bestowed this technique upon her precisely because she grasped the art of leveraging force. As her sword followed the trajectory outlined in the moves, it glided gracefully, yet an unsettling sensation suddenly surged within her heart. The fundamental purpose of swordsmanship is to amplify damage, yet some of the movements felt rather superfluous. Initially, she believed the fault lay with her. But as the discord became increasingly pronounced, she resolved to simplify the sword moves. The original technique, transformed by her hand, became grand and expansive. It was as if a tempestuous wind and rain had given way to a radiant beam of sunlight piercing through the clouds, illuminating the world. Startled, Qin Shu beheld the fissure she had cleaved into the trial stone before her and discreetly sent a message to her master. Master, I am in urgent need of assistance. The master of the wandering sword was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the first message she would send him would be of such nature. Had this child already gotten herself into trouble on her second day as his disciple? Qin Shu cleared her throat nervously and said, Master, I accidentally cracked a piece of trial sword stone. Should I compensate for this? Upon hearing her words, Wang Jian first sighed in relief, but then pondered. How could she arrive so early? This disciple is truly diligent. His heart swelled with immense gratification as he replied, "No worries. The trial sword stone experiences wear and tear each year, so compensation is unnecessary." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something amiss. A trial sword stone was cracked? By whom? A small disciple at the 5th level of Qi training managed to do that? Yesterday, she only made a small dent in the stone. Could it be that she was concealing her true abilities? Unbeknownst to Qin Shu, Wang Jian's mind was racing with thoughts. Upon hearing that compensation was unnecessary, her anxious heart finally settled. "Thank you, Master. I shall continue my sword practice." Thankfully, there was no need for compensation. Otherwise, according to the frugal regulations of the Xiantian sect, she would have no idea how long she would have to work without pay. Qin Shu put away the communication jade slip and looked down at the white jade sword in her hand. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to switch back to the piece of wood that had been struck by lightning. No wonder Master insisted she use a wooden sword yesterday. It turns out these trial sword stones are so fragile and cannot withstand a blow. Although the wooden sword was not as comfortable to wield as the white jade sword, she gradually adapted to it over time. As the first rays of sunlight peeked over the mountain, a disciple of the sword sect, as usual, approached with his treasured sword, only to find that this time he was not the first to arrive. He was taken aback, gazing at the figure within the stone array, where her wooden sword was wielded with formidable grace. Chapter 106. 10 rooms, 9 empty. Just then, a disciple struck the sword-testing stone with a single sword, leaving only a white mark. Qin Shu fell into silence. Well, a wooden sword it is. Perhaps her sword energy is rather unique. Under Qin Shu's guidance, the disciples who came to practice swordsmanship today diligently trained throughout the day. Some became so exhausted that they could no longer continue, sitting by the side and watching as Qin Shu repeated a single move dozens of times. How could they remain seated? With the slightest respite, they hurriedly stood up to practice again. The elders of the sword sect were both gratified and helpless. Their disciples were surprisingly being led by those from the alchemy sect. Yet, upon reflection, they realized that since they had already pledged allegiance to the esteemed master of illusory sword, they could be considered disciples of the sword sect. When the year-end competition among the various sects arrived, it would indeed surprise the other sections. However, to their dismay, Qin Shu had only been present for 3 days before she vanished. The disciples, not seeing her figure by the sword-testing stone array, felt as though they had lost their guiding star. Whenever they felt inclined to slack off, a mere glance at their junior sister would reignite their fighting spirit. Occasionally, she would use her wooden spiritual energy to help ease their muscles, and though she had only been there for a brief 3 days, she had brought about significant change to the sword sect. The elders, upon hearing this, furrowed their brows. How could one practice swordsmanship with such a lackadaisical approach? This young disciple was still too inexperienced. Of course, there were dissenting opinions. Master Bu Kun stroked his beard and remarked, in truth, with her method of practice, a couple of days of idleness could suffice. Master of illusory sword, his disciple had informed him of an absence, claiming to be undertaking a mission outside the sect. His initial reaction was that his disciple was financially strained. Indeed, no sword cultivator in this world can escape the predicament of empty pockets. At this moment, within the stone array, all the disciples formed a circle, their eyes fixed with envy on Xiong-jun, who sat in the center. They watched as he retrieved a communication jade slip to send a message to Qin Shu, their admiration palpable. He actually possessed the spiritual essence of his junior sister, which made them regret their earlier hesitation. A simple greeting could have allowed him to request her essence directly. The vast sword-testing stone array fell into a silence, so profound that the sound of an ant's movement could be discerned. Under the scrutiny of his fellow disciples, Xiong-jun opened the message from Qin Shu, and her voice resonated immediately. "Senior brother, I am out on a mission. The sword technique must be honed through actual combat." She conveyed her whereabouts, and then casually expressed her thoughts. Yet, her mere words nearly rendered the entire sword sect unable to issue tasks. The sword sect boasts the largest annual quota of missions, and they were already diligent in their duties, with each disciple undertaking 2 or 3 tasks before heading out. The once bustling sword sect now felt desolate, nearly empty in 9 out of 10 rooms. This situation even drew the attention of the sect leader. Upon entering, he encountered the concerned gaze of the master. The master of the unyielding sword found it somewhat difficult to navigate the situation. Furrowing his brows, he awkwardly inquired, "Master brother, what is the purpose of your summons?" Chapter 107. Seeking a title. Qin Shu truly ran all the way, her storage ring filled with 2 bottles of elixirs crafted by her senior brother. Throughout this arduous journey, she had anticipated numerous hardships. Yet one thing had eluded her imagination entirely. She could scarcely have dreamed that her swift cloth shoes would succumb to wear and tear. Bending down to retrieve the sole that had come loose, she let out a long sigh. Coming from a family of modest means, this was yet another burden to bear. With no shoes to wear, she resolved to go barefoot. The rugged mountain path may have been rough on her feet, but she embraced it as an opportunity for foot massage. After much effort, she arrived at a small town that boasted a marketplace, predominantly selling local specialties. Finally, she spotted a vendor selling shoes and hurried over. "Good lady, how much for these shoes?" The woman, stooped over with a headscarf wrapped around her hair, lifted her gaze upon hearing Qin Shu's voice. The smile on her face was oddly unsettling. A chill ran through Qin Shu, and she instinctively circulated her protective energy. Yet she sensed no imminent danger. Just as she steadied her nerves, the woman's smile deepened, her narrow eyes narrowing with apparent delight. Furrowing her brow, Qin Shu contemplated leaving, but before she could take a step, the woman spoke in a voice that was surprisingly high-pitched for her age. "Little fairy, do I not resemble a human being?" Qin Shu was taken aback, and in a flash a long-standing folk legend came to mind. Could it be that this was indeed a manifestation of a spirit? After a moment of reflection, she carefully replied, "I see you as a fairy." Upon hearing these words, the elderly woman before her became even more elated. A flash of red light illuminated her, and Qin Shu instinctively squinted her eyes. When she opened them again, the elderly woman had vanished, replaced instead by a young maiden clad in a delicate pink dress. Her slender brows arched gracefully, her eyes sparkled with life, and her skin was as flawless as freshly fallen snow. She bowed to Qin Shu and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, celestial being."
With that,
she presented a basket of shoes she had been carrying, offering them to Qin Shu. "These shoes are for you, my lady." Qin Shu felt a surge of joy at the sight of so many shoes, enough to keep her entertained for quite some time. She intended to offer the girl some spirit stones in return, but the maiden declined, stating, "You have aided me. It is only fitting that I gift you these shoes. Please do not refuse." Qin Shu discerned that these shoes were quite ordinary, lacking the remarkable efficacy of the pair she had previously worn. Nevertheless, she accepted them with gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the shoes, my lady." She slipped on a pair and turned to bid farewell to the maiden, only to find that the girl was trailing closely behind her. Gazing around, Qin Shu noticed the townsfolk casting envious glances at the maiden. A sudden thought struck her. Could it be that all of them were here to seek a blessing? This was no ordinary town. It was likely a gathering place for mystical beasts. "My lady, where are you headed?" The maiden in pink approached and inquired. "Please, refrain from calling me celestial being. My name is Qian, a spirit fox who has been cultivating on Zenon Mountain for a millennium. Had it not been for your benevolence today, I would not know when I could transform into human form." Chapter 108. The vanishing countenance. Qian was startled and hurriedly cast a spell to conceal her tail. She covered her lips with her hand and discreetly stuck out her tongue, somewhat overwhelmed with excitement. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu chuckled and, while making her way towards the city gate, inquired, "Sister Qian, where exactly is your clan uncle located in Tai City?" Qian shook her head. "I do not know. I have not seen him for nearly 3 centuries. 3 centuries. In the realm of cultivation, conversations often began at the century mark. Qin Shu, who was barely 20 at most, could not help but inwardly marvel. "No matter. Once we enter the city, we shall search diligently. We have a residence in Tai City, and I can enlist my senior brothers to assist in the search." "That would be splendid." As they approached the city, a fee of spirit stones was required for entry. Realizing that Kei Qian, having recently transformed into human form, possessed none, Qin Shu paid for both of them. Kei Qian increasingly felt that Qin Shu was truly a kind-hearted individual. In the past, our clan often spoke of your human race as treacherous, but it seems they were mistaken. One cannot generalize, Qin Shu replied. Every race has its miscreants, just as your fox clan has its share of deceitful foxes. The human race is not devoid of such malefactors. Sister Qian must exercise caution while traversing the mortal realm. Kei Qian nodded. I shall remember your words. Qin Shu continued. I need to attend to some matters on behalf of others. You may wander freely in the city and see if you can locate your uncle. If you grow weary, feel free to wait for me at the Xiantian sect office. Once I finish my tasks, I shall accompany you in your search. Very well. As Qin Shu took a few steps forward, she suddenly recalled something and quickly turned back to lean close to Kei Qian, reminding her, remember to hide your tail. Although Kei Qian had transformed into human form, her strength was still lacking. Currently, she could barely be considered a practitioner at the 5th level of Qi refinement. In Tai Lai City, there were all sorts of people, and it was entirely possible for her to encounter ill-intentioned individuals who might seize her to serve as a spirit pet or mere plaything. Kei Qian nodded obediently in response. And only then did Qin Shu leave. She had initially thought that the Great Serpent's mention of the Misty Rain Tower would lead her to it easily. However, after inquiring along the way, no one seemed to have heard of it. Qin Shu's first reaction was to wonder if she had been deceived by the Great Serpent. Yet, upon reflection, his demeanor did not suggest he was lying. Finally, she managed to learn about the Misty Rain Tower from an elderly man. The Misty Rain Tower? I truly did not expect the younger generation to still be aware of it. Qin Shu exclaimed, her excitement evident as she squatted beside him. Old sir, have you heard of the Misty Rain Tower? The old man nodded slightly, responding with a soft He explained the Misty Rain Tower was originally just a nickname. It first caught fire out of the blue, followed by 3 days of rain that finally extinguished the flames, leaving behind a choking white smoke everywhere. That is how the name Misty Rain Tower came to be. Qin Shu's expression shifted to one of realization, mingled with curiosity as she asked, Old sir, does the Misty Rain Tower still exist today? What has it become now? The elderly man held a pipe in his hand, releasing a delicate white smoke ring before continuing. There's no cover. That place is quite peculiar. Not just that location, but the entire street is strange, and respectable individuals tend to avoid it. A street? What is its name? Tungsher Street. Noticing the curious expression on Qin Shu's face, he chuckled, Little girl, that place is not meant for someone your age. Do not wander there carelessly. Qin Shu responded with a sweet smile and a cheerful voice. Chapter 109. I am his master, he resides in my home. I am his master. Qin Shu spoke without hesitation, as they had indeed formed a bond, so her assertion was not entirely unfounded. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's heart sank. The demon lord had always looked down upon mingling with humans, yet this little child claimed to be his master? Naturally, she found it hard to believe. Such a figure as the demon lord was beyond the worthiness of any human to claim mastery over him. This child was surely speaking nonsense. And where is your home? Lin Yang inquired. Beyond the mountain, Qin Shu replied. Lin Yang raised her hand and placed it on Qin Shu's shoulder, leaning slightly closer, her eyes glimmering seductively. Qin Shu remained unfazed, yet could not help but reflect on the inherent charm of the. Unfortunately, in this regard, Lin Yang could not even compare to a fraction of the Great Serpent. The serpent possessed an unparalleled beauty, standing there in silence. He would win without uttering a single word. The delicate fingers of Lin Yang resting on Qin Shu's shoulder gradually elongated and darkened, transforming into segments of vine that inched their way along Qin Shu's shoulder towards her neck. Little girl, are you toying with me? The fairy, possess not such patience. Qin Shu lifted her gaze to meet Lin Yang's countenance, a slight smile gracing her lips, an ethereal aura emanating from her dantian, enveloping her entire being. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from her shoulder, igniting Lin Yang's tendrils. Observing Lin Yang's flustered state, Qin Shu shrugged and remarked, I merely ran an errand for the Great Serpent. The delivery was all that was required. He spoke no further. If you doubt my words, Tilting her head in contemplation, Qin Shu ultimately extended her right hand, flipping her palm upwards to reveal a swirling mass of golden green spiritual energy nestled within. What do you think? Does this lend some credibility? Qin Shu observed the beautiful woman before her, whose expression had shifted dramatically, blinking innocently. Lin Yang gazed in disbelief at the golden green energy in her hand. The energy of the demon lord was laced with potent venom, and this young child wielding it could only mean it was a bestowed power from the demon lord himself. With a snap of her fingers, the energy dissipated. She clasped her hands behind her back and addressed Lin Yang, saying, "I have delivered the token as well. Kindly escort me out now." This time, Lin Yang did not dare to act rashly. The child's demeanor surely reflected the desires of the demon lord. Lin Yang bowed slightly, saying, "Fairy, may I inquire about the well-being of the esteemed one? Is he well?" Qin Shu mused that although the foul odor from his wound occasionally wafted towards her, he was still capable of tossing her around with ease. She nodded, reassured, for he was indeed in good spirits. Lin Yang exhaled in relief, and with this understanding, she felt at ease. She retrieved a porcelain vial and presented it to Qin Shu, saying, "Fairy, this is the mother of 10,000 venoms that my subordinates have procured. Please deliver it to the master. It will be beneficial for his injuries." She was not worried that Qin Shu might covet this item. Firstly, because the master was one who would even allow her to use his own spiritual energy, thus he was inherently trustworthy. Secondly, the mother of 10,000 venoms was a lethal substance that could not be wielded by just anyone. Qin Shu accepted it, curiously examining the vial in her hand. Chapter 110. Blame me. Qin Shu chuckled softly, the corners of her lips curving into an elegant arc. She turned and strode towards a fortune-telling booth by the street, where a white banner proclaimed the words divine calculation. Beside the stall, two individuals appeared to be in a heated dispute. A burly man, bearing a heavy sword on his back, had seized the collar of an elderly man and lifted him off the ground. "You told me my fortune would be exceptionally prosperous. I visited the treasure pavilion and opened 71 gift boxes, yet I found nothing. What do you say to that?" The old man, bowing repeatedly, lamented, "Fortunes are inherently fickle. I spoke of your legitimate wealth, but you insisted on pursuing windfall gains. Now, having lost your investment, you return to me. Such logic does not exist in this world." The burly man retorted, "I don't care. You must compensate me for the 71 gift boxes. Otherwise, I will smash your stall. Feel free to smash if you wish." "I truly have no money," he remarked. The man had sunk so low as to resort to deception. Where would he find funds to compensate? The burly fellow dared not engage in a physical confrontation, for this was Tai City, where brawls must occur within the arena. Private disputes would lead to expulsion. In the end, he could only vent his anger by wrecking the old man's stall. The elder, accustomed to such antics, retrieved another table from his storage ring, tidied up the chaos on the ground, and, stroking his beard with satisfaction, resumed his enigmatic and ethereal demeanor. Qin Shu approached and halted in front of his stall. The old man glanced at the young girl before him, furrowing his brow. "How can a child engage in fortune-telling?" he questioned. Qin Shu raised an eyebrow, finding the remark oddly familiar. The last person to pose such a query, Lu Li, was currently meditating at her master's mountain base. She grinned and shook her head. "Elder, I do not practice divination, but there is a matter I wish to inquire about." The old man, frowning and maintaining a stern expression, stated, 2 low-grade spirit stones for one question." Qin Shu produced 2 spirit stones, placing them on the table, her lips curving into a bright smile. "Elder, may I ask my question now?" The elder quickly pocketed the spirit stones, his eyes darting with curiosity, cleared his throat to mask his excitement. He absent-mindedly plucked a few strands of beard. "Go ahead." Qin Shu gestured for him to lean closer. The elder, intrigued, extended his ear, only to hear her whisper, "When you sought the title, what did that person say?" The elder's complexion darkened instantly as he pointed at her, stammering, How do you know?" Warily he scrutinized her, his eyes darting about like a cunning fox. Qin Shu ceased to tease him and directly inquired, "Are you not the clan uncle of Kei Qian?" The name Kei Qian seemed to ring a bell. Having not seen her in 3 centuries, he had welcomed and bid farewell to countless individuals in Tai City. His memory of her faded. After pondering for a moment, he replied, I believe I may know her. Are you a friend of Qin? Qin Shu affirmed with a nod. I became acquainted with her when she sought a title from me that day. Upon learning of their connection, the elder's demeanor grew solemn. For the granting of a title was a significant favor for their spirit fox clan. He rose and bowed to Qin Shu, expressing, Thank you, immortal maiden, for your kindness. My name is Su Qi, and I have resided in Tai Lai City for 8 centuries. Should you have any inquiries while in Tai Lai City, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Chapter 111. The laughter of the night. Qin Shu's comment, This is my fault, left Su Qi perplexed. How could this possibly be your fault? He scrutinized her from head to toe before continuing, When I sought a title, you were but a child, not yet born. Qin Shu lifted her gaze to meet his, her brow furrowed in guilt as she lamented, Why did I not think of such words back then? It is entirely my fault for not studying diligently. Otherwise, I could have secured Qin an unparalleled beauty. Su Qi was taken aback, having expected her to offer herself some consolation rather than utter such a remark. Qin Shu observed the corners of his lips droop and quickly inquired, You just mentioned that it was exchanged for your cultivation? What does that mean? Su Qi sighed and elucidated, In our fox clan, when seeking a title, if one is deemed a celestial being, their cultivation can be preserved. However, if labeled as human, one's cultivation dissipates, transforming them into human form. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu furrowed her brow and remarked, But I perceive an aura of spiritual energy surrounding you. Su Qi regarded her with a look that suggested the complexity of his thoughts. Startled, Qin Shu asked, What do you mean? He replied, Little girl, I have resided in this Tai Lai city for over 8 centuries. My innate talent is rather commendable. I can still cultivate anew. Qin Shu's smile faltered slightly. She cleared her throat and quickly shifted the topic. Let us hasten to meet Qin. She must be growing anxious. She almost forgot that in the realm of cultivation, one should not judge by appearances. Leading Su Qi, she navigated towards their Xiantian sect office, noticing that passers-by frequently cast glances in their direction. Qin Shu understood that these gazes were not directed at her. Su Qi's countenance, even among the multitude of handsome and beautiful beings in the cultivation world, was indeed remarkable. Yet, her curiosity got the better of her, and she turned her face to ask, Su Qi, having dwelled in Tai Lai City for 8 centuries, haven't these people grown accustomed to your appearance? Su Qi instinctively raised his hand to stroke his beard, but awkwardly let it fall back down. Realizing that he did not typically present himself in such a manner, Qin Shu understood that such a guise was indeed impractical for blending in. As soon as she spoke, Su Qi immediately became displeased. Who was being so brazenly deceitful? Surely fortune-telling cannot be so accurate on this occasion? Moreover, a person's fate is inherently subject to change. Qin Shu quickly clasped her hands in a gesture of contrition, admitting her ignorance and pleading that he not hold it against her. Only then did Su Qi let out a cold snort, choosing not to respond further. However, just as Qin Shu felt a slight sense of relief, he continued, Why have you stopped calling me Uncle Su Qi? Qin Shu retorted, With a face like yours, who could possibly utter such a title? Qin had already traversed Tai Lai City twice, yet she had neither found her clan uncle nor Qin Shu. Rubbing her growling stomach, she ventured alone to the Xiantian gate office. Upon learning that she was waiting for Qin Shu, Shu He personally poured her a cup of tea. Junior sister has arrived? Qin nodded. We came together, but Shu mentioned she had matters to attend to and asked me to wait here. As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach grumbled audibly. Shu He, hearing this, promptly offered her a pill to stave off hunger. Qin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. And just as she was at a loss for what to do, a commotion arose outside the door. She lifted her gaze, only to see Qin Shu entering alongside a man. Chapter 112. Captured a little demon revival. Beneath the tree lay several large stones, their surfaces remarkably smooth, indicating that many had previously sat here to converse. Beside the tree stood a well, where villagers likely came to draw water. After a cursory glance, she set her feet toward the village. Each household had its door tightly shut. Qin Shu looked up at the chimney, which was still emitting smoke, suggesting that the homes were indeed occupied. She raised her foot to knock on a door, calling out, "Is anyone home?" I pass by and seek but a bowl of water. The inhabitants peered out, only to see a mere young girl, which only heightened their reluctance to open the door. Such a small child, venturing out alone. Could her family truly be at ease? It certainly seemed peculiar. Qin Shu knocked on several doors in succession, yet none were answered. Peering through the cracks, she even glimpsed children bound within their homes. Many households exhibited this same strange behavior. The occupants huddled together in fear as Qin Shu addressed an elderly couple inside. "You are clearly at home. Why do you not open your door?" In a flurry, the couple knelt before her, bowing their heads, pleading, "Fair maiden, spare our lives." With a swift motion, she sealed the door again, and with a flicker of her with spirit energy, she mended the damage that had been done. Taking a seat at a nearby table, she turned her gaze upon them. "Please rise. Can you enlighten me as to why every household is inhabited yet none dare to open their doors?" The old woman, trembling, ventured to inquire. "Are you a celestial being?" Qin Shu extended her hand, a flicker of flame dancing at her fingertips. "What do you think?" The old woman exhaled a breath of relief and quickly exclaimed, "Celestial being, please help us." You see. It took quite some time for the elderly couple to relay their tale, but eventually, Qin Shu grasped the situation. Their village had been haunted for 3 months by the sounds of laughter echoing through the night. Initially, fear gripped their hearts, yet they merely refrained from venturing out at night, continuing their daily labors by day. Until one day, when they prepared to venture out for labor, they suddenly realized that they could not leave the village, which instilled fear among them. It was then that they noticed the children in the village frequently running out into the night. Families with children were in a state of panic, resorting to binding their little ones. The village's food supply was limited, and it would eventually be depleted. What would they do once the provisions ran out? Moreover, what was it that lured the children outside into the night? Was it not unsettling? At that moment, she understood the vague nature of their predicament. It was evident that these individuals were unable to leave. "Can I go out?" Qin Shu inquired. The elderly couple exchanged glances and shook their heads, expressing their uncertainty. Without hesitation, Qin Shu rose and opened the door, taking a step towards the village entrance. The elderly couple watched her actions, overwhelmed with joy and tears. "This little fairy, though young, appears quite formidable," the old man remarked. The old woman nodded in excitement, affirming, "Indeed, she is impressive." However, as Qin Shu approached the village's threshold, she found herself halted, as if an invisible barrier obstructed her path. Chapter 113. Unable to escape this barrier, noticing her puzzled expression, someone raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's the matter? You've come out, haven't you?" The young girl gazed at her, murmuring, "That shouldn't he be?" Qin Shu stepped closer to her and inquired, "What's wrong? I didn't expect you to be able to come out." The young girl nodded and, gazing earnestly, replied, "Indeed, I have tried before, yet I cannot escape this barrier." "A barrier?" Qin Shu keenly seized upon those words, and a thought suddenly emerged in her mind. Could it be that the reason this little willow spirit is unable to leave is not her true form, but rather the barrier itself? "Did you not create this barrier?" Qin Shu inquired. The girl shook her head, insisting, "Of course not, it was set by a Ling." "A Ling? Is she also a spirit?" Qin Shu asked. The girl pressed her lips together and, with a serious expression, nodded, explaining, "Yes, she is also a spirit." Qin Shu did not interrupt her, instead observing as she animatedly shared her story. "Her name is Lu Cheng, and she has a dear friend named a Ling. A Ling is a water spirit residing in the well beside the willow tree. The barrier here was established by her, as she simply wished to prevent those people from leaving. However, they brought this upon themselves." "Oh, what did they do?" Qin Shu probed further. "Initially, they implored a Ling for help, yet they ended up sealing her within the well, rendering her unable to leave." Lu Cheng exclaimed, her face etched with anger. Qin Shu continued her inquiry. "She must have been at that well for quite some time then? Why has the village only now been sealed off for 3 months? Lu Cheng's charming little face was also filled with disdain as she furrowed her brows and replied, "I was playing with a Ling, causing a commotion, and coincidentally, a Taoist priest arrived that day, informing them that I had already cultivated into a spirit. They sought to sever my true form, should my essence perish. My existence would be fleeting as well. Naturally, a Ling was unwilling, and thus confined them here. Qin Shu comprehended the situation. Might I devise a means to relocate your true form? Is that feasible? Lu Cheng was taken aback. Could it truly be moved? After a moment, her brow furrowed again. No, I cannot leave. If I depart, what will become of a Ling? She has endured solitude for many years. Qin Shu pondered and replied, let us proceed to the well and see if I can unravel the seal at its mouth. As Lu Cheng observed her retreating figure, her anger dissipated, and she blinked before following suit. Qin Shu arrived at the well's edge, surrounded by several large blue stones, which revealed no discernible clues to the naked eye. Channeling a surge of spiritual energy, she noticed white runes gradually manifesting on the well's stones. At that moment, Lu Cheng approached, her indignation flaring as she exclaimed, these are the runes that imprison a Ling. Lacking knowledge of formations, Qin Shu realized that breaking the array was impossible through conventional means. There was but one recourse. Her fingertips grazed her storage ring, and a pristine white jade sword materialized in her grasp. A Cheng, step back, she instructed, raising the sword high. Lu Cheng quickly called into the well, a Ling, conceal yourself. Just as Qin Shu prepared to strike, the runes at the well's mouth, which had dimmed, suddenly flickered, and a graceful figure emerged before her. A Cheng, what are you doing? Chapter 114. Does the Buddha save people differently by race? She rushed directly to the task hall, submitted her mission, and requested a method to break the formation. However, senior sister Shuang from the task hall informed her that if those individuals were not in imminent danger, they would not intervene. How could that be? That little willow spirit was about to be cut down, as was the water spirit Aling. They were innocent. This was profoundly unfair to them. Qin Shu was determined to argue her case. Senior sister Shuang regarded her impassioned junior with her signature smile and remarked, sister, in the realm of cultivation, where is there any notion of fairness? In our Xiantian sect, 3 to 5 disciples perish each day. We are merely cultivators, not enforcers of justice. The complexities of right and wrong are overseen by the heavenly principles. Qin Shu furrowed her brow, ultimately clasping her hands in salute before departing. While she could remain indifferent to others, she had promised Lu Cheng and Aling that she would rescue them, and she would not abandon that vow. The seal was established during the nascent soul stage, and both of her senior brothers were at the golden core stage. Thus, her only recourse was to seek her 2 masters. First, she hurried to meet Master Ling Xiu, only to discover that he was not in his cave abode. She learned that he had gone to play chess with Elder Tianqi of the Yanhua sect. Qin Shu then made her way to the sword sect in search of Master Wang Jian, only to find him absent as well. In fact, apart from 2 disciples left to guard the premises, everyone else was either in closed-door seclusion or out on missions. Qin Shu was taken aback. Was everyone working this diligently? The 2 disciples were delighted to exchange a few words with Qin Shu, smiling as they explained. Seeing our junior sister work so diligently at such a young age has inspired us all to reflect on ourselves and strive for improvement. Qin Shu felt a twinge of frustration. Her relentless efforts had left her unable to find a rescuer. Must she truly go back on her word? Sitting cross-legged atop the sword-testing stone, the elevated position helped her to calm her mind and contemplate her predicament. What should she do? How could she assist the 2 of them?
If only she could issue a task.
No. She could indeed issue a task. She nearly overlooked that possibility. Qin Shu took out her communication jade slip, accessed the public square, and chose to make an open request. I seek a powerful individual to assist in breaking a formation set by a nascent soul cultivator. The reward is 2 high-quality earth element crystal stones, in addition to 2 bottles of premium spirit replenishing elixirs. Qin Shu was aware that her recruitment would not be an easy endeavor. Cultivators at the nascent soul level and above, save for sword cultivators, rarely lacked for spirit stones. She could only hope that a certain sword master would be willing to lend their aid. Qin Shu then added, indeed. Do you wish to break the formation, or do you simply wish to rescue her? Is there a difference between breaking the formation and rescuing her? Qin Shu pondered, confused. Wouldn't rescuing someone necessitate breaking the formation? Just then, she noticed her jade slip glowing once more. Looking down, she saw the following words, I cannot break the formation. But if your sole intent is to rescue her, then I can assist. From the phrasing, Qin Shu easily deduced that this individual had not yet reached the nascent soul stage, yet they seemed confident in their ability to extricate the person, indicating they likely possessed some unconventional methods. At that moment, Qin Shu resolved to let him try. Come and see. I will await you beneath the willow tree at the entrance of a village near Tailai City. Chapter 115. Though compassionate, yet not bargaining, Kong Shun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Shu remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him. Beneath the vast expanse of twinkling stars, a gentle breeze caressed the scene, causing the willow branches to sway. The two humans and two spirits exchanged glances beneath the tree. Lu Qing looked up at Aling, intending to speak, but Aling silently shook her head. Lu Qing pressed her lips together and lowered her gaze. After a prolonged silence, a single leaf floated gracefully from the heavens, drifting softly until it settled upon Kong Shun's shoulder. As Kong Shun, deep in contemplation, was roused by the touch of the green leaf, he finally opened his eyes. How is it? Have you come to a conclusion, little master? Qin Shu inquired, her expression adorned with a smile. Kong Shun nodded. You're indeed correct. Upon hearing this, the corners of Qin Shu's mouth curved even more. Yet she was soon met with Kong Shun's question. Have you brought everything? Qin Shu sighed inwardly, reflecting, though my Buddha is merciful, one must still fulfill their promises. She replied earnestly, yes, I have brought it. I shall never go back on my word to you, little master. With that, she shifted the conversation, adding, I am simply curious about how you managed to rescue a Ling without breaking the formation. Kong Shun stepped closer to the edge of the well, peering down to behold the luminous moon reflected in its depths. Kong Shun picked up the wooden bucket that lay aside and cast it down to draw a bucket of water. The fairy reassured him, since I have promised you, I shall surely find a way to rescue her. Qin Shu squatted by the well, observing his every move with great care. Lu Qing, perplexed, squatted beside her, and the two of them, resting their chins on their hands, appeared strikingly alike in their watchful demeanor. Kong Shun poured the water from the bucket in 8 directions around the well and then drew a peculiar talisman on the bucket with a cut from his finger, one that Qin Shu had never seen before. He held the bucket aloft, the moonlight casting a halo upon him, rendering him extraordinarily sacred. Amitabha, he intoned, addressing Aling, at the moment I cast the bucket, the formation will experience a brief pause. You must emerge then. Otherwise, this method will prove ineffective. Aling nodded in agreement, returning a respectful gesture, expressing her gratitude to the young master. Her expression turned grave. Very well. Qin Shu, witnessing the unfolding events, felt a surge of tension. The success of their endeavor hinged upon this moment. Should Aling fail to emerge, she would have to seek another Yuaning master to dismantle the formation.
Kong Shun,
however, remained composed. With a relaxed grip, he let the dilapidated bucket fall. The bucket struck the water, perfectly landing upon the reflection of the moon, sending ripples across the surface. In that fleeting instant, the runes upon the large blue stone by the well reappeared. Qin Shu, holding her breath, fixated on the movements at the well's mouth. As the runes gradually spread across the stones, a brilliant light erupted at the entrance of the well. In that fleeting moment, Aling made her appearance. The chains of light binding her limbs momentarily loosened, and seizing this opportunity, she stepped beyond the barrier. Chapter 116. What are you doing here? Qin Shu also regained her composure, exclaiming, Ad. Was it your main account that sent me a message that day? The earnest Kong Shun, still oblivious to the concept of main and secondary accounts, gazed at Qin Shu with a puzzled expression and inquired, What main account? I only possess this one spiritual essence. Qin Shu, slightly embarrassed, brushed over his confusion with a vague smile, saying, Quickly add me as a friend. Cough. I mean, spiritual essence. Upon hearing this, Kong Shun accepted the notion with ease, reasoning that calling her a friend posed no issue. Henceforth, the junior sister would indeed be his friend. Noticing his amiable demeanor, Qin Shu hastily probed, Brother, what was that technique you just used? It was remarkably powerful, capable of breaking through even an infant soul-level formation. Flattered by Qin Shu's praise, Kong Shun's cheeks tinged with red as he lowered his head shyly, explaining, That technique is called Li Dai Tao Jiang. It is nothing too formidable. I merely happen to learn it.
Li Dai Tao Zhang?
If I were to master such a method, what formation could possibly confine me? As Qin Shu pondered this, Kong Shun unexpectedly slipped a few recording stones into her hands, advising, "Junior sister, should you encounter any rare formations in the future, be sure to record them for your brother to see." Without hesitation, Qin Shu accepted the recording stones, assuring him, "Rest assured, brother, I will take care of it." Kong Shun patted his chest in promise, adding, "If I come across any pill formulas during my training, I will surely save them for you." The two individuals reached a splendid agreement. As Kong Shun hurried to embark on her next task, she bid her farewell. Qin Shu observed the dawn approaching and made a pact with Lu Qing to release her once they reached her territory, before finally putting away the scroll. Just as Ling assumed she was departing, she noticed Qin Shu approaching the well, lifting the worn wooden bucket. With a swift motion, she tapped her storage pouch and produced a bucket for drawing water. Once she completed these tasks, Qin Shu turned to Ling and said, "Ling, it is time for us to leave." Gazing at the delicate and gentle girl, Qin Shu's voice unconsciously softened. Having resided here for millennia, she had witnessed the rise and fall of humanity and the passage of time. This place held a multitude of her memories, a blend of love and resentment. With her arms crossed, Qin Shu pondered, "But do you not feel reluctant?" Ling sighed and shook her head. "Let us go." She stepped onto the winding village path, with Qin Shu jogging to catch up. As their contrasting silhouettes departed, dark clouds began to gather above Wellmouth village, and a gentle drizzle fell, as if testing the waters. The villagers stood by their windows, watching the rain intensify, puzzled by the sudden downpour. "Why has it started to rain so heavily?" one remarked. "It has been ages since our village has experienced such rain, hasn't it?" "Indeed, since I can remember, we have not seen such weather. What could be the cause?" "Tomorrow, we should visit the well to pay our respects. Since the fairy said it would be beneficial, we ought to be diligent. The incense must not cease." Qin Shu felt the vibrant aura of water behind her and glanced at the serene Ling beside her. She sighed inwardly, realizing this must be her final gift to Jinko village. As the first light of dawn gradually broke across the horizon, a hint of unease flickered across Ling's tranquil face. Suddenly, an oil paper umbrella appeared above her head, and upon witnessing the little one struggling to hold it up, a smile blossomed in her eyes. Chapter 117. It matters not whether the 3 souls and 7 spirits are sought. Xie Shiyuan scoffed lightly, expressing his disinterest in using the soul-gathering lamp to search the world for her 3 souls and 7 spirits. Qin Shu, upon hearing this, blinked in surprise. "Would you truly seek my souls and spirits if I were to perish?" If he meant that, then she felt an unexpected fearlessness towards death. Strangely, Xie Shiyuan seemed to read her thoughts in an instant and immediately replied, "Let it be. A soul at the Qi refining stage is hardly worth gathering." Qin Shu was taken aback by his words and felt a surge of urgency. What's wrong with being at the Qi refining stage? Everyone starts from there, don't they? I am not an ordinary cultivator. I am destined to become a master alchemist. Qin Shu always maintained an exceptionally accurate perception of her own potential. Hearing her declaration, Xie Shiyuan chuckled softly. "Well, you must first survive until that time. Given your current abilities, I doubt everyone can digest the grand visions you paint." Qin Shu remained speechless at his remark. Observing her expression of incredulity, Xie Shiyuan continued, "Your cultivation is still in its infancy. It would be wise for you to refrain from wandering about aimlessly and focus on enhancing your skills within the sect." Qin Shu pressed her lips together, expressing her dissent, "But my senior brothers said that once we reach the 3rd level of Qi training, we can go out on missions." Xie Shiyuan let out a soft snort. "Have you ever heard the saying?"
What is it?
Qin Shu inquired with curiosity. Xie Shiyuan clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes narrowing slightly, his expression turning serious. "Today is not like the past." Qin Shu pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled something. She retrieved a porcelain vial from her bosom and tossed it toward him, saying, "Lin Yang asked me to give this to you. She said it would aid your injuries." Just as Qin Shu was about to question why he could not take it himself, she saw his figure dissolve into thin air as a gust of wind passed by. Stunned, Qin Shu realized that he had not truly appeared in person, but rather as a wisp of consciousness. The disciple of the beast control sect at the foundation establishment stage could not even withstand a fragment of his consciousness. Indeed, high cultivation allows one to act with impunity. Observing the chaos left behind, Qin Shu felt compelled not to let him off so easily. The small turtle at her feet had transformed into a green leaf, and she squatted upon it, contemplating for a long while. Ultimately, she took out a communication jade slip and anonymously sent a message, 700 kilometers south of Tailai City. A disciple of the beast control sect at the foundation establishment stage has killed a Qi training disciple of the Zhongyue sect. After sending the message, Qin Shu dared not linger and hurriedly made her escape. If anything were to occur next, she would have no one to rescue her. As a Qi training soul, she truly had no need to draw attention to herself. Little did she know, during her journey, the message she had dropped had already caused an uproar in the information square. Only because the Beast Master sect and the Hidden Moon sect are both prestigious orthodox sects. How could such esteemed factions possibly engage in mutual slaughter? Is it to be believed that even the renowned will become untrustworthy in the world outside? By sheer coincidence, the great-grandson of Elder Fuchin from the Hidden Moon sect perished during his recent expedition, and he has directly attributed this enmity to the Beast Master sect. The Beast Master sect, eager to uncover the perpetrator, dispatched individuals to accompany Elder Fuchin to a location 700 miles south of Tailai City. After 5 days had elapsed, the Beast Master sect finally released news of an invasion by the demon race, asserting that their disciples had likely been replaced by these fiends. At this juncture, Qin Shu had already arrived before her own mountain gate, having darkened 2 shades from the prolonged journey. Chapter 118. A masterpiece of ingenious craftsmanship. Upon hearing Lu Cheng's assurances, the little creature, Xiao Xiao, chirped a couple of times in response. She leapt from Lu Cheng's embrace, scampering up the willow tree, bouncing from branch to branch, visibly brimming with excitement. Observing this, Qin Shu deftly sprang onto a willow branch and pulled Xiao Xiao down. Do not think that a mere nap absolves you of all wrongdoing. I have yet to interrogate you. Did I not previously instruct you to refrain from wandering aimlessly? Not only did you stray, but you also indulged in others' provisions? Qin Shu reprimanded with a deliberately stern expression. Xiao Xiao shielded her eyes with her tiny hands, peeking through a narrow gap to gauge Qin Shu's expression, only to meet her fierce gaze. Cocooned by her bushy tail, she timidly murmured, Xiao Xiao did not intend to. She was merely hungry. Qin Shu recalled that her last alchemical retreat had indeed been prolonged, and Xiao Xiao had yet to reach the stage of fasting. She silently sighed within her heart, realizing that this was yet another reminder. In the future, she must prepare food for Xiao Xiao, lest she regret it again after consuming the spiritual plants grown by others. She took out several spiritual plants from her storage ring that Xiao Xiao usually enjoyed and handed them to her. Keep these for yourself. If they are insufficient, inform me in advance. Do not ever resort to eating others again. Last time, it was second senior brother's good temper. If you were to consume the spiritual plants of another elder, you might find yourself subjected to severe consequences. Xiao Xiao recalled the man who had immobilized her with a mere finger. Was that truly a display of good temper? What, then, would those with ill tempers be like? It was too terrifying, truly frightening her to the core. In a fit of indignation, Xiao Xiao stomped her feet on Qin Shu's hand, ultimately jumping onto Qin Shu's head, wrapping herself in her bushy tail and shivering in fear. Qin Shu gently removed Xiao Xiao from her head and handed her to Lu Cheng. Play with her for a moment. I have matters to attend to. She turned and walked toward the cave dwelling, indeed needing to confront that ancient ancestor who had saved her life a few days prior. Her gaze fell upon the stone bed nearby, where the serpent remained in the same position as before, its tail coiled in a spiral. Clearing her throat, Qin Shu tentatively inquired, Are you still awake? Xie Shiwan's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening his eyes. Just as he prepared to speak, he was met with the sight of a small, dark face drawing near. The dark golden vertical pupils constricted, and the intricate patterns within his gaze became even more complex. How did you become so dark? Qin Shu's gaze was laden with deep resentment as she furrowed her brows and remarked, Can it be darker than you? You, a black snake. Isn't it rather inappropriate to disdain others for their darkness? Xie Shiwan was taken aback. Was he expressing disdain? He had merely inquired casually. Besides, even if he were to express disdain, What of it? A mere young girl. Could she truly take offense? Has the matter been resolved? He queried. Qin Shu continued to stare directly at him, the shift in conversation feeling rather abrupt. Xie Shiwan gave a cold snort. It seems that the reward I intended for you is no longer desired. Chapter 119. No one can refuse a great sword. Observing Qin Shu's expression, Xie Shiwan tapped his fingers lightly on the stone bed, as if struck by a thought. He spoke slowly. Tell me honestly, why do you not wish to cultivate the sword? As Qin Shu met his gaze, she averted her eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. Who could possibly refuse a great sword? Xie Shiwan was taken aback by this reasoning, his brows knitted together as he retorted, a great sword? Qin Shu nodded, tapping her waist pouch, summoning forth a white jade sword. Watch closely. Xie Shiwan's attention fixated on the sword in Qin Shu's hands as she raised it and brought it down towards the stone bed. Yet, just as the blade was about to make contact with the stone, her movement abruptly halted. Stunned, Xie Shiwan watched as Qin Shu hurriedly turned to leave. I think I'll go outside to practice. I couldn't possibly afford to damage your bed. She hurriedly exited the courtyard, and Xie Shiwan, glancing at the half-closed stone door, chuckled softly before following her out. As Xie Shiwan stepped out of the cave, he witnessed the white jade sword snap in two. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the severed blade did not render the sword useless. Instead, the broken portion transformed into a violet blade. Meanwhile, Qin Shu, standing before him, continued to showcase its versatility, exclaiming, Look, this sword can lengthen and shorten at will. How convenient. Why should it be repaired? I find it quite useful as it is. Xie Shiwan's gaze fell upon the dual swords, which alternately elongated and shortened, and he suddenly recalled the long-forgotten name of this weapon, the Zixiao Baiyu sword. Could it be that the Zixiao in its name hinted at such origins? Yet, its previous owners had never discovered this potential. A broken sword was simply a broken sword. The sword possessed considerable power, yet its fragility necessitated constant reinforcement. While it was manageable in the early stages, as time progressed, the materials required for its fortification became excessively burdensome, rendering it somewhat impractical, and thus it was left unattended. Perhaps the Zixiao Baiyu sword had never encountered its destined wielder until now. Observing Qin Shu reveling in her newfound toy, Xie Shiwan decided to turn back towards the cave. Qin Shu, still preoccupied with thoughts of her promised reward for running errands, hurriedly chased after him, her steps light and eager. Perched upon a branch of the willow tree, Lu Cheng cradled Xiao Xiao in her arms, and upon seeing the two figures vanish at the entrance of the cave, she curiously inquired of Xiao Xiao. Who was that person? The small creature nestled against her leg, glanced up at Lu Cheng, narrowed its eyes in contemplation for an extended moment, and finally spoke. It must be Shu Shu's ancestor? Lu Cheng's expression transformed with sudden realization. It all made sense now. No wonder Shu Shu had offered her dwelling to him. In the past, a Ling had often informed me that humans cherished the elderly and cared for the young. That enormous serpent is quite fearsome. We should maintain our distance from it. However, Xie Shiwan remained oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly become the elder figure in the eyes of those two small beings outside. He settled onto a stone bench within the room, waved his sleeve, and a tea set materialized upon the table. Chapter 120. You truly are unreserved. Xie Shiwan uncorked the vial, and a noxious mist wafted forth. Bowing his head, he brought the vial's opening to his nose, inhaling deeply before resealing it. When Qin Shu noticed his gaze, she flashed him a mischievous smile, darted into the cave, secured the stone door, and then remarked, Serpent, do you recall the Beastmaster sect disciple you saved me from slaying a few days ago? Xie Shiwan's long fingers traced the intricate patterns on the porcelain vial, his eyes momentarily closing. In that moment, standing amidst the interplay of light and shadow, he emanated a delicate fragility as if he might dissolve into nothingness at any instant. He parted his thin lips and mused, such insignificant figures hardly warrant the attention of my true self. Qin Shu did not retort. Instead, she clasped her hands over her abdomen, exuding an air of utmost obedience. As Xie Shiwan paused, an icy chill enveloped Qin Shu, causing her to involuntarily shiver. And she lifted her gaze to the figure seated on the stone bench, not far away. His expression was concealed within the interplay of light and shadow, rendering it impossible to discern his thoughts at that moment. Qin Shu pursed her lips, meticulously pondering whether she had inadvertently uttered something amiss. After a lengthy pause, the great serpent finally spoke, lamenting humanity's tendency to err yet expect others to shoulder the consequences. Such was the case with the demon clan of yore, and it remains true for the current beast tribe. Qin Shu feigned nonchalance, remarking, "Since it is not the demon clan's doing, then all is well. I had feared an incursion, particularly after the incident in the illusory Void Valley. That demon was quite formidable. One can only imagine the repercussions should the demon clan launch a full-scale invasion." Xie Shiwan regarded her with an increasingly serious demeanor, a slight smile gracing his lips.
"You?
A mere girl," seemed to ponder quite deeply. "Should calamity befall us, your master will bear the brunt. There is no need for you to fret unnecessarily." At his words, Qin Shu chuckled. "Your sentiment resonates with me. Very well, I shall not intrude further. I shall take my leave." As she stepped outside, the chill that enveloped her began to dissipate in the sunlight, akin to melting snow. The smile that had graced her lips faded, and the mirth in her eyes gradually vanished, for a new suspicion had taken root in her heart. Unconsciously, Qin Shu sauntered towards the large willow tree beside the experimental field. From their perch upon the branches, Lu Cheng and Xiao Xiao spotted her emergence and promptly leapt down. Shu, you've finally come out. That great serpent didn't he bully you, did it?" Xiao Zhao's concerned voice resonated in Qin Shu's mind. Qin Shu lowered her gaze to her watery eyes, unwilling to let them share in her worries. She smiled at them, reassuringly stating that he was quite reasonable most of the time. Xiao Xiao then breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Lu Cheng, standing beside them, suddenly inquired, Shu, did Xiao Xiao mention that the great serpent is your ancestor? Does your lineage possess a trace of beastly blood? Chapter 121. The golden cicada sheds its shell. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Enough of that.
Today,
I came to bid farewell to Master Ling Xiu and fortuitously encountered my junior sister. Consider it fate." Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback. Her casual remark had unexpectedly led to his departure. She understood that when her senior brother broke through to the golden core stage, it took a whole half-day of spiritual veins. Luli seemed to be at the nascent soul stage. Such a breakthrough must demand a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. If he were to ascend at Lingxiao Peak, it would likely take a considerable time for their spiritual energy to recover. Without attempting to dissuade him, Qin Shu respectfully clasped her fists towards Lu Li and said, "Then, I shall congratulate you in advance, senior brother." Lu Li casually retrieved a communication jade slip and remarked, "As for congratulations, let us set that aside for now. Please leave a spiritual mark for easier communication in the future."
Luli,
A formidable figure at the nascent soul stage, was leagues ahead of Qin Shu, who was merely at the 5th level of qi refinement. Naturally, she could not refuse such a request. She promptly took out her communication jade slip, added him as a friend, and received the jade slip in return. To her surprise, when she looked up, she found Lu Li raising an eyebrow and saying, "Junior sister, my divinations have proven accurate these past few days. Would you like me to cast a fortune for you?" Qin Shu tugged at the corners of her mouth, meeting Lu Li's gaze, which burned with a fervent intensity. She could only silently lament how hard it is to refuse such earnest hospitality. "Brother, if you must calculate, then proceed. However, let us agree on one point. No matter the outcome, we must not disturb your serene heart." Qin Shu, with her youthful visage, wore an expression of solemnity that belied her tender years. Lu Li, taken aback by her words, seemed momentarily frozen, his lips forming a straight line. After a considerable pause, he finally raised his eyes to meet hers, reconsidering his stance. "Sister, perhaps we ought to refrain from calculating after all?" He feared that the results might lead him to question his very existence. It was the first time in his life he felt daunted by another's fate, especially when that individual was merely a child of a little over 10 years. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. "I shall follow your lead, brother. Should you wish to calculate again in the future, it shall be permissible." As they conversed, the door to the cave opened, and the esteemed Master Ling Xiu emerged, addressing them. "Why do you linger outside? Come in, so I may await you properly. Qin Shu quickly interjected, apologies, master. I was about to enter when I chanced upon brother Lu Li and exchanged a few words with him. Hearing her refer to Lu Li as brother, Master Lingshu's brow twitched involuntarily. Qin Shu, you must show proper respect. He should be addressed as Master Lu Li, your senior uncle. Qin Shu remained silent, casting a glance at Lu Li, understanding her unspoken plea. He swiftly interjected, Master Lingshu, I encouraged my sister to address me in such a manner. After all, he still needed to seek guidance from his junior sister. If he were to address her as Master Uncle, it would be rather undignified for him. In Chapter 122, can one assist others in crossing the thunder tribulation?
Lingshu.
The true man was perceptive. Upon hearing Qin Shu's words, he smirked with a hint of derision, his eyes betraying an unmistakable sarcasm. It seemed they were fabricating such a grandiose lie out of fear of failing to provide an explanation to the Hidden Moon sect. Just as Qin Shu was about to inquire further about Xie Shiyuan, her master continued, yesterday, Master Lu Li divined for the Beast Master sect and did not foresee any calamities befalling their sect. However, the omens are often subject to change. Perhaps the Beast Master sect is deceiving us, or the sole disciple of their sect who was invaded by the demonic clan has already been eradicated. Or perhaps Master Lu Li's divination was simply inaccurate. Ling Su offered several of his own conjectures. Yet the true nature of the matter was likely clearer to Qin Shu than to anyone else in the world. Indeed, the disciple of the Beast Master sect had killed a member of the Hidden Moon sect, but it was the Great Serpent that had obliterated the disciple. As for whether the serpent belonged to the demonic clan, further investigation was necessary to ascertain the truth. Observing the anxious expression on Qin Shu's face, Ling Su gently patted her head and advised, your cultivation is still low. The 8 major sects are resorting to underhanded tactics in their quest for ranking, which is a disgrace to the name of righteous sects. It would be wise for you to refrain from venturing outside until you establish your foundation. Recalling the sensation of being pierced by a sword, Qin Shu reluctantly acquiesced, nodding obediently in agreement. In the next moment, she raised her gaze towards Master Lingshu and inquired, Master, a few days ago, I came across a message on the communication jade slip mentioning the demon lord Xie Shiyuan. Do you think the recent invasion by the demon clan could be related to him? Master Lingshu playfully flicked his finger against Qin Shu's forehead and remarked, you little rascal. Always so inquisitive. Regardless of whether there is a demon invasion, that is a matter for the sect leader to ponder. Rubbing her forehead, Qin Shu looked at Master Lingshu with a face full of grievance. You truly have a heavy hand. Observing the expression on the young girl's face, Master Lingshu chuckled. You still claim to engage in body refinement, yet you cannot endure such a trivial pain? Do not let this become a source of ridicule for others. Feeling underestimated, Qin Shu straightened her back and declared, I have merely begun my journey in body refinement. I assure you, it will be different in the future. After saying this, she moved closer to her master, brimming with curiosity. Master, what is Xie Shiyuan's true form? At that moment, no one could fathom the apprehension swirling within her heart. Her small fists were clenched tightly, palms clammy, even more anxious than the day she awaited her examination results. Master Lingshu, not one to keep secrets, stroked his beard and casually revealed, Xie Shiyuan is a serpent. People were unaware of his true form until last year when he underwent the tribulation, transforming into his original shape to withstand the 81 bolts of thunder. As Master Lingshu continued his tale, he glanced up and noticed that his little disciple's expression appeared somewhat unusual, as if she were unusually excited. At this moment, Qin Shu was nearly certain that she had indeed saved the formidable figure of the demon clan, Xie Shiyuan. Could this be the law of the traversing maiden? Master, has the demon clan committed any heinous deeds? Why do the 8 great sects seek to annihilate him? Qin Shu inquired, her confusion palpable. Despite her extensive perusal of texts in the library, her current frequency of browsing through the jade slips had yielded no accounts regarding the demon clan, likely due to restrictions imposed by the sections. According to the conventions of the cultivation world, one only encounters the tribulation lightning upon reaching the golden core stage for the first time. She contemplated leeching off another's tribulation to refine her body, yet feared that a single bolt might reduce her to ashes. Nevertheless, harnessing the power of thunder for body refinement was indeed a shortcut, albeit one fraught with suffering. What was she to do? The use of the word, however, was quite delicate. The ability to pose such a question hinted that this individual likely possessed a lightning spiritual root as well. Are you also one of us? Qin Shu countered. To speak candidly, your inquiry reminded me of my youth, when I too considered absorbing the power of thunder from the tribulation for my cultivation. Although we disciples with lightning spiritual roots possess a certain degree of resistance to thunder, the tribulation is overwhelmingly potent. Even the weakest golden core tribulation is beyond our capability to withstand. The individual sent a lengthy message, the elegant handwriting exuding a refined charm. His sentiments aligned precisely with Qin Shu's concerns. However, the subsequent statement he relayed sparked a new avenue of thought for her. Although the power of the thunder tribulation cannot be harnessed, my friend might consider the thunder pool, where the thunderous energy increases progressively from the outskirts to the center. It is truly a sacred ground for those of us with the thunder spirit root. Should you have the opportunity, it would be worthwhile to venture there. Qin Shu's eyes sparkled with interest. May I inquire, where is the thunder pool located? At Wyashan, came the reply. Qin Shu silently committed this to memory. However, as she was still quite inexperienced, it would be prudent to wait until she reached the third level of body refinement before attempting to explore the thunder pool. Instead, she recalled the Jade Slip's suggestion to practice body refinement in areas rich in fire's spiritual energy. Thank you for your guidance, my friend. I shall make a note of it. On the other end of the Jade Slip, an elderly man gazed at the words inscribed upon it, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he stroked his grizzled beard. It was the 7th day since he had learned to utilize the Jade Slip, and he had now assisted another young friend. The world of cultivation was indeed evolving rapidly, especially with the advent of these communication Jade Slips, which were far more convenient than in their earlier days. Just as he reveled in his contentment, a young child called from outside the cave. Ancestor. The sect leader requests an audience. The elder Lei Yun tucked away the Jade Slip and conveyed to the outside. Please let him in. Jiang Qi, the sect leader of Tiangang Palace, entered and respectfully saluted the elder. Greetings, ancestor. Elder Lei Yun acknowledged him with a grunt. You sought me out. What is the matter? Jiang Qi furrowed his brow as he spoke. Ancestor, over the past 3 months, our sect has suffered the loss of 17 disciples below the golden core stage, and the lower-ranked disciples are now in a state of utter panic. Upon hearing these words, Elder Lei Yun felt a sense of unease. In the current realm of cultivation, there were no wars, and disciples below the golden core stage would not venture into perilous places. How could there be such a high casualty rate? Has the reason for this been thoroughly investigated?
Elder Lei Yun inquired.
Jiang Qi shook his head, having checked several times without finding any concrete evidence. Their Tiangang sect ranked third among the 8 major sects of the Eastern continent, which had agreed to hold a grand competition every 5 years to reassess their rankings based on the disciples' performances. Chapter 124. It is time for an omen. The moment Master Wang Jian furrowed his brow, Master Qi Nan continued. The assailants were all dressed in black, predominantly wielding swords, employing an array of sword techniques that were quite uncommon. However, upon reviewing several recordings of the attacked disciples, I noticed that the lightness technique used by some of them bore a striking resemblance to the moon invitation technique of the falling cloud sect. Master Wang Jian nodded slightly, and in the next instant, he stepped outside the cave dwelling. Where are you going? Master Qi then called out. I am going to spar with them and refine my swordsmanship. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Wang Jian had already reached the entrance of the cave. Master Qi Nan hastily reminded him, we lack sufficient evidence. Do not make things difficult to resolve. Rest assured, brother, I am well aware of my actions. Master Wang Jian replied, summoning his treasured sword as he ascended. Hearing this, Master Qi Nan seemed somewhat reassured, and he did not pursue him further. Upon witnessing the scene, Shu Yu, the foremost disciple under Qi Nan, inquired with a hint of concern, Master, the reckless nature of Uncle Wang Jian raises apprehensions. Should he provoke trouble? What are we to do? Qi Nan, exuding an air of confidence, sat upright in his bamboo chair, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He was well aware that if this grievance were not addressed, the sacrifices of our fallen disciples would have been in vain. As Shu Yu recalled the tragic demise of their fellow disciples, his countenance grew increasingly grim. Wang Jian, the master of reckless sword, stood aloft, his feet upon the Zhanlu sword, advancing relentlessly to the gates of the Luoyun sect. As the foremost sect in the realm of immortality, Luoyun sect had been feeling the pressure from the rapid rise of Xiantian sect, prompting them to take action against the junior disciples of Xiantian. With a resounding voice, Wang Jian proclaimed to the celestial peaks of Luoyun sect, Wang Jian of Xiantian sect has come to engage in a friendly contest of swordsmanship. I humbly request the esteemed friends of your sect to impart their teachings. His voice, imbued with spiritual power, reverberated like thunder, echoing throughout the entirety of Luoyun sect. The disciples of Luoyun sect swiftly reported this matter to their leader, Qiu Fei. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Qiu Fei furrowed his brow, his expression laden with worry. Is Wang Jian out of his senses? Is it truly necessary for him to confront us personally over the loss of 6 disciples? The neighboring Tiangang sect suffered 17 losses, yet they managed to suppress the situation. He had not anticipated that, despite deploying numerous personnel, most had managed to escape, leaving only 6 disciples behind. If they were to wait until the grand competition, those who had evaded capture would undoubtedly become formidable adversaries to his own disciples. His own disciples were equally anxious, urging, "Master, what shall we do?" Qiu Fei clasped his hands behind his back and paced around the room several times before finally speaking, with the protective formation in place. He is powerless to act. If he chooses to remain, so be it. The renowned Mad Sword Master was a formidable figure in the realm of cultivation, currently at the late stage of the Spirit Division. His swordplay, the cloud-piercing and rain-breaking dance, was executed with such vigor that even those at the integration stage would think twice before engaging him. People called him a madman. When he fought, it was as if he bore a grudge akin to that of avenging a father, turning friendly sparring into a fierce battle. Who would willingly face such a man? After waiting for an hour without a challenger stepping forth, the fire of frustration within him only intensified. In Chapter 125, The Unveiling of Cloud and Moon, the younger disciples observed as she spread a stack of mundane paper across the stone steps at the entrance of the alchemy chamber and dipped her brush into ink, calculating before the gathered crowd. Others curiously encircled her, while Qin Shu displayed no apprehension about their gaze, inscribing a series of Arabic numerals that likely only she could comprehend within the entire realm of cultivation. With unwavering focus, Qin Shu diligently wrote and sketched. The onlooking disciples dared not even breathe, anxious not to disturb her concentration. Once she concluded her calculations, she rummaged through her storage ring and retrieved a book of measurements and explanations that Luli had previously given her, turning to the relevant page. Upon reading the annotations, she exhaled in relief, realizing that her master should be safe, while it seemed that the Falling Cloud sect had not fared well this time. With her mind somewhat at ease, she tidied the disordered papers and rose to her feet. The other disciples, witnessing Qin Shu's actions, quickly inquired, "Senior sister, what have you just inscribed? Have you perhaps made remarkable achievements in the realm of runes?" Qin Shu smiled and shook her head, saying, "The study of runes is profound and vast. How could I possibly be so skilled as to comprehend it all?" Just as the other disciples began to breathe a sigh of relief, they heard Qin Shu continue, "I merely cast a divination for Master Wang Jian." The once restless disciples fell into a sudden, collective silence upon hearing her words. The study of runes is indeed intricate. Is not the art of divination equally profound? Yet, observing Qin Shu's calm demeanor, they pondered whether divination might not be so daunting after all. However, recalling the exceedingly challenging entrance questions posed by the Tianji Pavilion, they quickly shook their heads, dispelling any immature notions from their minds. Their gazes towards Qin Shu grew increasingly respectful. It was their first time witnessing someone divine, without the aid of a divination board or oracle bones, using merely a stack of mundane paper for writing and sketching. One inquisitive individual, having heard Qin Shu's statement, stood amidst the crowd and boldly asked, "Senior sister, what was the outcome of your divination? Will Master Wang Jian return safely?" Qin Shu nodded, replying, "My skills are modest, and I can only ascertain a general outcome. However, I can at least perceive that this situation is akin to clouds parting to reveal the moon, so there is no need for undue concern." With a playful wink at the crowd, she added, "Rest assured, if there were any real danger, the sect master would not permit Master Wang Jian to proceed so carelessly." With Qin Shu's prompt, everyone began to realize the truth. The senior sister was indeed correct. After all, the sect leader had their backs. I sincerely hope that the unfathomable sword master can teach them a lesson, avenging our fallen brothers and sisters. Yes. Observing the fervor on everyone's faces, Qin Shu quickly seized the moment to rally them. The unfathomable sword master, in disregarding his own safety to defend us junior disciples, demonstrates that the elders of our sect hold us in high regard. Although we may be weak, if we exert ourselves to the utmost, we can still offer significant assistance to the sect. Her gaze swept across the excited faces of her fellow disciples, and she continued, "Take our alchemical endeavors, for instance. While we may not be able to concoct high-tier elixirs, we can certainly attempt to create spirit-replenishing pills and wind-running pills. When our senior brothers and sisters venture into the world, we can prepare hundreds of bottles of elixirs for each of them. In that case, even if they exhaust their resources, they can wear down their enemies." Everyone, inspired by her words, began to envision such a battlefield scenario, a scene where their sect's disciples were frantically consuming elixirs, casting spells as if they were of no consequence, undeniably increasing their chances of survival during their expeditions. Chapter 126. The Enigmatic Runes. As Qin Shu surveyed the room, she noted, albeit sparsely, that at least 20 individuals had raised their hands, which brought her a sense of comfort. She then inquired, "When you succeeded in alchemy, did you ever ponder the reasons behind your success?" Upon her question, regardless of whether they had any documented successes, all the cultivators fell into deep contemplation. Is reflection still necessary after achieving success? They have always believed that the success rate of alchemical refinement is solely a matter of luck, and many times even the esteemed elders within the sect cannot guarantee their own success rates. Upon hearing senior sister Qin Shu's words, could it be that there are discernible methods to enhance the success rate of alchemical refinement? At this moment, Qin Shu continued to elaborate, stating that numerous factors influence alchemical success: the intensity of the fire's spiritual energy, the duration of the combustion, the sequence of integrating spiritual herbs, as well as various techniques and durations of hand seals. Some recorded notes with paper and pen, others utilized blank jade slips, while some more resourceful individuals jotted notes directly onto their robes, and a few clever ones even opened a communication jade slip to casually message a fellow sect member. Once Qin Shu had articulated all that she could conceive, she shyly smiled, remarking that these are merely the insights I have gleaned thus far. Yet I am certain there are factors I have overlooked. I encourage everyone to pool our thoughts and engage in discussion. As her words settled, silence enveloped the alchemical chamber. All present were still absorbing the impact of this newfound knowledge. Not only were they unable to brainstorm collectively, but they also struggled to fully comprehend the intricate details Qin Shu had just shared. At this juncture, the diligent disciples, who had been taking notes from the outset, gradually revealed smiles, relieved that they had heeded their senior sister's advice to prepare for note-taking. They had recorded every word she uttered. Conversely, the majority had not captured everything, leading to exchanges among them. "Did you take notes? Can you copy this for me? I noted 2 points, you noted 3. Let's see if we have any unique entries." Observing this scene unfold, Qin Shu could only reflect in awe. History often reveals striking similarities, and opportunities are invariably bestowed upon those who are prepared. Heed the counsel of others, for it leads to sustenance. From the outset, she had urged them to take notes. Observing the situation, Qin Shu felt that today, as sharing had reached its conclusion, it is better to teach a person to fish than to simply provide them with a meal. Today, she imparted the knowledge of enhancing the success rate of alchemy through the alteration of variables. With diligent practice, their skills in alchemy would surely ascend to new heights. Before the attentive gaze of all her disciples, Qin Shu presented a small turtle and stood upon it, her posture remarkably straight, as she endeavored to project the image of a reclusive sage. Regrettably, in the next instant, she lost her balance. The turtle flipped, and her feet became ensnared upon its shell, propelling her forward headfirst in a rather undignified manner. Her flowing robes obscured her face, and within the span of a mere breath, Qin Shu transitioned from an initial panic to a state of resigned acceptance. Given such an embarrassing display, what else could she do but retreat from the world for the ensuing months? The disciples standing at the entrance of the alchemy room, witnessing her predicament, were left bewildered. Sister, surely this must be a form of body training? I have heard from my peers in the sword sect that you are also a practitioner of physical cultivation. Chapter 127, a reward of 30,000 points according to the text. The initiation gestures for each type of rune differ, as the methods of gathering spiritual energy vary accordingly. Qin Shu opened the table of contents and promptly located the section pertaining to the names of the runes used for breaking formations. In a certain sense, the phrase Li Dai Tao Jiang can be considered a means of breaking a formation, albeit without damaging the formation itself. In a moment of inspiration, she took out her paper and pen, feeling immensely grateful for the habit she had cultivated of carrying a small notebook. She began to write and sketch fervently. Following the instructions from the book, Qin Shu meticulously drew the rune she had firmly etched in her mind using various initial strokes, yet there was still no response. She did not expect to resolve the issue immediately. With a calm demeanor, she repeated the strokes several times, committing them to memory before setting aside the initial strokes and reaching for another book titled On the Principles of Rune Drawing. The simple runes had been rendered by Qin Shu in countless ways, hundreds, if not thousands of times, and at last, she sensed a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy. A satisfied smile graced her face, signaling that her research was indeed on the right path. She retrieved a fresh sheet of paper and summarized her successful methods of drawing. Observing her hard-earned achievements brought her immense satisfaction. Even her previously criticized handwriting appeared more pleasing. However, when her gaze fell upon the empty deep runes inscribed on the wooden barrel, her brow furrowed once more. What had she yet to explore? This rune was proving to be exceedingly challenging. As she pondered, her eyes suddenly caught sight of the prominent veins on the back of her hand. A spark of realization flickered in her mind, and she was struck with clarity. How could she have overlooked such a crucial detail? That day, when Kong Shun had drawn this pattern, he had utilized his own blood, which undoubtedly served as a vital medium. Qin Shu's gaze fell upon her delicate, fair fingers. After a moment of steeling her resolve, she decided that one must take risks to achieve great things. She performed a blood extraction technique that her senior, Wen Qi, had previously taught her. Watching a droplet of blood form at her fingertip, she pressed it onto the paper and began to draw. However, another dilemma soon arose. The blood extraction technique could only yield a single drop, which was clearly insufficient for the intricate symbols she intended to create. The essence of drawing these symbols lay in maintaining an uninterrupted flow. She had to complete it in one continuous motion. Biting her lip and letting out a sigh, she realized she had no choice but to draw blood again. Taking out her sword, she made a swift cut on her fingertip, watching as blood surged forth. Quickly, she seized the paper and began to draw once more. After an initial failure, she refused to give up and experimented with different techniques. Finally, after the 39th attempt, she detected a faint ripple of spiritual energy on the mundane paper. However, this fleeting energy manifestation was short-lived, as the paper spontaneously ignited in flames the next moment. Startled, Qin Shu panicked. The library was not a place to catch fire. Hastily, she formed a hand seal and extinguished the flames with earth elemental energy. Surveying the disarray in the corridor, she feared that if her senior discovered the chaos, her spiritual energy would be penalized. Thus, she quickly rose to perform a cleaning spell, restoring the area to its original state. Chapter 128. A grave mistake. Watching her senior, Shuing, depart in a flurry, Qin Shu fell into silence. This seemingly gentle senior turned out to be quite impulsive. She realized she had to take a look for herself. Hearing is deceiving. One must witness with their own eyes to find solace in the truth of one's balance, be it in bank cards or, more aptly, in points. She dashed into the task hall, slamming her waist token onto the counter with a resounding thud. Upon meeting the puzzled gaze of the senior brother on duty, she finally caught her breath and inquired, "Could you kindly assist me in checking my remaining points?" It was not uncommon for juniors like her to seek clarity on their points, as they were hard-earned and treasured in these frugal times. Understanding one's balance was crucial, for the days ahead would demand both diligence in task acquisition and meticulous budgeting. The senior brother took her token and pressed it against the array, prompting a cascade of characters to emerge. 30, 0, 37. With a mix of both whole and fractional parts, Qin Shu gazed at the string of numbers, nearly grinning from ear to ear. The sudden influx of points was overwhelming. How long would it sustain her? You must be junior sister Qin Shu, the smiling senior brother remarked. She nodded in affirmation, and he continued, news of your reward of 30,000 points has spread throughout the sect, inspiring your fellow disciples to exert themselves with renewed vigor. At this, Qin Shu felt a twinge of bashfulness. The senior brother added, especially the disciples of the sword sect. They seemed to be either practicing their swordsmanship or enjoying the baths. Her eyes sparkled with newfound information. It appeared the sword sect's bathhouse had finally been restored. She resolved to indulge in it the following day. Thank you for your assistance, senior brother. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Due to expending an excessive amount of spiritual energy while controlling the little turtle upon her arrival, Qin Shu now found her remaining spiritual energy sufficient only for a few applications of the technique for shrinking distances. Upon dispelling the restrictions, Xiao Xiao and Lu Cheng rushed over. Xiao Xiao even leapt directly into Qin Shu's embrace, tugging at her sleeves. Recognizing that they must have just seen her, Qin Shu smiled and said, "There's a bit of good news. The sect has rewarded us with many points." Although Xiao Xiao and Lu Cheng were unaware of the significance of these points, they shared in her joy upon seeing her delighted expression. By now, Qin Shu had already relocated her meditation mat beneath a large willow tree. She performed a cleansing spell to rid it of dust and fallen leaves before settling into a cross-legged position. Reflecting on her recent gains, she realized her immediate priority was to find a suitable medium for inscribing runes. After pondering for a while, her gaze landed upon the stone frog sculpture by the pond. This object could serve well for rune inscription, perhaps? She raised her hand, using her spiritual energy to manipulate the object, but initially, the frog resisted slightly, and she found it challenging to bring it over with just a bit of energy. Deciding to channel more energy, the frog finally lifted into her grasp.
Now,
nourished by spiritual energy, the frog appeared even greener, its extraordinary nature evident. Captured in Qin Shu's grasp, it seemed to exude an air of excitement. Chapter 129. I visited a place of treasure. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu's previously anxious heart finally settled, and she exhaled softly in relief. Based on her understanding of the giant serpent, this matter, having reached this point, should be considered resolved. He is indeed remarkably magnanimous to the point of incredulity. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. Xiao Xiao and Lu Qing stood at a distance beneath the willow tree, too apprehensive to approach. Qin Shu intended to say something to shatter the stillness, yet she was at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Xie Shiyuan who first broke the silence, inquiring, "What were you just doing?" Qin Shu lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, and murmured softly, "Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit of research on breaking formations." "Breaking formations?" Xie Shiyuan raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his expression. When did she begin to delve into the intricacies of formations? From her demeanor, it seemed she had made some progress. Xie Shiyuan casually grasped the air, and the stone-carved frog that Qin Shu had tossed into the cave reappeared in his hand. "Is this your means of breaking the formation?" He regarded the small object with curiosity, somewhat incredulous. Although the stone frog exhibited a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy, it was hardly formidable enough to dismantle his barriers or summon him forth. Qin Shu herself was somewhat perplexed. When Kong Shen had previously used a wooden barrel to exchange a ling from the well, it had clearly required a ling's cooperation. Yet now, she had managed to summon him without the serpent's awareness. Could it be that there was an error in her rune drawing? Nonetheless, could it be deemed a success? Before Qin Shu could respond, Xie Shiyuan noticed the runes on the frog and looked back at her, saying, "So it turns out it was due to this rune?" However, he shook his head in disbelief. Xie Shiyuan was perplexed as he observed Qin Shu turning to point at the two runes inscribed on the stone door. It was not merely one rune. Both had to be activated together. Intrigued, Xie Shiyuan tilted his chin towards the stone door and said, "You go inside." Qin Shu paused, taken aback. Noting the confusion etched on her face, Xie Shiyuan raised a slender brow. a charming smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "You summon me once, and then I will summon you in return. Is that not reasonable?" Qin Shu responded. "It is reasonable, but unreasonably so," leaving her somewhat baffled. Was he truly indulging in this game? Despite the myriad of protests swirling in her mind, she succumbed to his gaze, feeling defeated. Very well, it was merely a swap. Why not experience the sensation of passing through walls? She approached the stone door, pushed it open, and stepped inside. Xie Shiwan weighed the stone-carved frog in his hand, watching as the door closed behind her. Only then did he reach the entrance and convey softly, "It has begun." His voice resonated in Qin Shu's ears as she stood within the stone door, her head bowed, eyes glimmering with anticipation. She was genuinely curious about the sensation of being displaced. Chapter 130. A transaction, a treasure land? Xie Shiwan felt a flicker of curiosity, having sensed a ripple in the fabric of space moments earlier. His gaze returned to the green frog nestled in her arms. The sanguine mark on its back still lingered. Yet the stone sculpture appeared somewhat altered from before. As he surveyed the scene, Qin Shu unexpectedly stepped forward and solemnly placed the frog in Xie Shiwan's hand. Observing Qin Shu's expression, which seemed to brim with avarice, Xie Shiwan raised an eyebrow, playfully teasing her, "Is it a 2-8 split? You take 2, and I take 8? Qin Shu." Her shoulders slumped, and she suddenly felt devoid of motivation. Only 2 parts? What a meager reward for her efforts. Perhaps it would be best to forego this venture entirely and instead practice her swordplay. She feigned an intention to stride outside, but was halted by Xie Shiwan's call.
Who caught her in time?
A gust of wind seemed to rush from behind, prompting Qin Shu to instinctively sidestep. Spotting the flying frog, she swiftly caught it. In the next instant, she vanished once more. The surroundings remained enveloped in darkness, yet a smile blossomed at the corners of Qin Shu's lips. This profound darkness provided an unparalleled sense of security. She ignited the fire spirit energy in her hands and began to crouch down, excavating the spiritual herbs. In the realm of cultivation, medicinal herbs possess a temperament of their own. Merely uprooting them could damage their roots, causing their medicinal properties to dissipate rapidly. As Qin Shu had yet to acquire the treasure capable of preserving the efficacy of these spiritual herbs, she was left with no choice but to employ this laborious method, digging them out bit by bit. She toiled throughout the night, and by dawn, as she was still busy harvesting the herbs, Qin Shu's form flickered and she vanished from the herb field once again. The scene before her shifted abruptly, prompting a sigh as she stood up. Qin Shu nodded, pondering why she could only gather herbs for one night. Was it truly a case of darkness beneath the lamp? Nonetheless, the spiritual herbs she had collected over these 2 nights were quite sufficient, allowing her to take a respite before her next venture. Her petite hand delved into the mystical pouch, retrieving the spiritual herbs she had painstakingly unearthed, placing them one by one upon Xie Shiwan's stone table. Observing her actions, Xie Shiwan inquired, "What are you doing?" Without pausing her task, Qin Shu replied, "I promise to give you 20%. She thought to herself that if she honored her commitment this time, he would likely not refuse her request to assist her again in the future. However, Xie Shiwan merely cast a cursory glance at the herbs and remarked, "There is no need to offer them. After all, he was the demon lord and would undoubtedly regard such trifles with disdain. In that case, she would graciously accept them." Yet, in the next moment, Xie Shiwan stated, "Refine a furnace of pills for me, and you may use these as payment." Qin Shu silently sighed, knowing well that the treasures of the serpent were not so easily relinquished. What kind of pill? If the elixir he wished to concoct exceeded her capabilities, she could not comply. Qingyuan pill. Qingyuan pill? Qin Shu furrowed her brow in response. She had never heard of this particular elixir. "What grade is it?" "I do not possess the formula," she stated. Chapter 131. Qiyuan rebirth pill. Is this coercion and temptation? With the realization that her small strength could not contend with his considerable power, she ultimately decided to acquiesce. She planned to procure a lighting spirit artifact in the next few days before entering, as maintaining the fireball was quite taxing on her spiritual energy. Upon emerging from the cave, she was greeted by the bright sun overhead. The glaring light caused a momentary discomfort in her eyes. She raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sunlight, and once she had acclimated, she turned her gaze towards the towering willow tree nearby. Lu Cheng and Xiao Xiao sat side by side on a branch, and as Qin Shu approached, the two of them leaped down from the tree. Shu, you finally emerged. He didn't bully you, did he? Lu Cheng inquired with genuine concern. Xiao Xiao, with her large, glistening eyes, nodded vigorously in agreement. Qin Shu, who had already experienced some bullying, smiled awkwardly and attempted to maintain her dignity, declaring, "How could he bully me? This is my territory." After uttering those words, noticing that Lu Cheng seemed poised to ask another question, she hastily interjected, "By the way, how long have I been inside?" Xiao Xiao, uncertain of how to express the passage of time, turned to Lu Cheng for guidance. Lu Cheng tilted her head in contemplation for a moment before replying, "It should be around 15 minutes. Qin Shu stood frozen in place, astonished. She had spent 2 evenings gathering herbs and even haggled with Xie Shiyuan. Yet only a mere 15 minutes had passed outside? It seemed that the cave was indeed a realm apart from the outside world. A sense of joy welled within her. This meant that her quest for spiritual plants would not hinder her evening cultivation. She pondered the origin of the stone-carved frog, which concealed such a small world within itself. Using her newly acquired points, she exchanged them for a night lamp, infusing it with a surge of spiritual energy. The lamp flitted its tiny wings and hovered gracefully in the air. Junior sister, this night lamp only costs 100 points, illuminating an area of approximately 3 feet. It can recharge under sunlight for an hour. It depends on what you intend to use it for. Although 3 feet was not extensive, it would suffice for her needs. Qin Shu was astonished to discover the exorbitant price of spiritual artifacts. A mere and rather mundane illuminating device required a staggering 100 points. Had it not been for her unexpected windfall of 30,000 points, even exhausting her own resources would have proven insufficient. It is prudent to remain mindful of times of scarcity, even in the presence of wealth, and avoid extravagance. Senior brother Chu Xing meticulously assembled the nightlight for her, and Qin Shu took the opportunity to exchange for several jade boxes capable of preserving the efficacy of spiritual herbs over time. Compared to spiritual artifacts, these jade boxes demanded considerably fewer points. She procured 10 jade boxes and 1 nightlight, totaling 200 points. To truly refine her swordsmanship, she needed to go to the sword sect, where the double gravity of the trial sword formation would enhance her practice significantly. Recently, her physical training had borne fruit, and her height had increased somewhat. She now stood at approximately 150 centimeters. As she traversed the stone path, she caught the eye of Xiong Jun, who brightened and warmly called out to her from a distance. "Junior Sister Qin." His robust voice commanded the attention of fellow practitioners nearby, halting their movements as they turned to regard her approach. "It's been a while. Have you sustained any injuries? You've grown taller. Many of our brothers who ventured out recently encountered attacks. Did you face any such dangers?" Chapter 132. Purchasing 6 lives. The Qi Yuan Regeneration Pill, a 7th grade elixir, possesses the remarkable ability to regenerate severed limbs. For those senior brothers and sisters in the sect who have suffered grave injuries, consuming a single Qi Yuan regeneration pill would likely restore them to vibrant health in an instant. Such elixirs are likely to require even the utmost caution from cultivators at the nascent soul stage, yet her second senior brother casually produced 10 bottles. She had always been aware of his affluent nature, but the extent of his wealth surpassed Qin Shu's comprehension. When she cast a disdainful glance at Qin Shu, performed a cleansing spell, tidied his table, and discarded all the tea before brewing a fresh pot. "Look at your lack of ambition. Fine, I've given you the elixirs. Hurry and deliver them. Do not squander my fine tea here." Qin Shu, still preoccupied with matters concerning the sword sect, quickly rose and bowed to him. "Thank you, senior brother." However, instead of departing, she continued to inquire, "Senior brother, I have another matter I wish to seek your assistance with." When Qi glanced at her, his hands remaining busy. "Oh, is there something else? Please do tell." Qin Shu pressed her lips together, suppressing her earlier mirth, and spoke with utmost seriousness. "Senior brother, I wish to meet the master. Might you be able to recommend me? I wish to purchase a few items from the master." When Qi led Qin Shu to the master's drunken immortal peak, where a junior disciple was sent in to convey their arrival. Before long, the disciple emerged, stating, "The master invites you in." Qin was already astonished to see Wen Qi, but even more so upon noticing the unfamiliar Qin Shu following behind him. "What brings you here today, Wen Qi?" he inquired. Wen Qi turned towards Qin Shu. "My junior sister insisted on meeting you, so I had no choice but to bring her along." Qin turned his gaze towards the diminutive Qin Shu, who stood half a head shorter than Wen Qi. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "You must be Qin Shu, am I correct?" The esteemed Lingshu Jinren had accepted 5 disciples in total, 2 of whom were female. Among them, the young master of the Fire Spirit Bird clan, Qiyu, was said to have refined the precious washed soul gold that Lingshu held, and he had since ascended to the status of a heavenly spiritual root. However, the fiery aura emanating from this female disciple was not particularly vibrant, suggesting she was a different disciple of Lingshu. Qin Shu offered a respectful salute, affirming her identity as a disciple. Her recent alchemical insights had circulated widely within the sect, ultimately being documented in the library, and the 30,000 sect points had been graciously bestowed upon her by him just days prior. While he could not fathom why Lingshu would take on a disciple with a mere 3 spiritual roots, it was undeniable that, in the realm of alchemy, this young woman exhibited remarkable talent. His demeanor towards Qin Shu softened, and he inquired, "What brings you to seek an audience with me?" Qin Shu bowed once more with utmost respect and replied, "Master, I wish to inquire whether our sect possesses a soul-gathering lamp." This implied that should they utilize the lamp to gather the souls of their deceased brethren, there might still be a glimmer of hope for their revival. Upon hearing Qin Shu's words, even Wen Qi, who stood with arms crossed, was taken aback. Qin, too, expressed his astonishment at the mention of the soul-gathering lamp. Qin Shu nodded affirmatively, and Qin continued, "Our sect does not possess such an item, but the Hidden Moon sect does. What is your interest in it?" Upon hearing about the whereabouts of the soul-gathering lamp, a look of anticipation blossomed on Qin Shu's face as she asked, "Master, may I borrow it?" The disciple yearned to gather the souls of the 6 deceased senior brothers and sisters. Their untimely demise weighed heavily upon him, and he wished for them to exact their own vengeance. Chapter 133. You cannot learn this, cultivation. Qin Shu gently caressed her thick, lustrous hair, which was her greatest pride in this life. She had no intention of shaving it off. In her previous life, she had nearly turned into a dandelion from staying up late to study. Although she still burned the midnight oil in this lifetime, her hair had not suffered as much. Qin Shu couldn't help but marvel inwardly how delightful it is to cultivate. As they were about to depart, Shu Yu, the eldest disciple under Qi Nan, looked at his master with a pained expression. "Master, how could we possibly gather 30,000 points? Even though we have a long-standing relationship with the Hidden Moon sect, they will not lend us assistance without demanding something in return. Moreover, rescuing each individual consumes an immense amount of spirit stones, which is a true drain on our resources." After a brief pause, he continued, "Let the remaining amount be charged to my account. In the world of cultivation, life and death are all too common. Perhaps this act may seem unfair to the other fallen disciples, but let it be seen as an opportunity granted by that young disciple, Qin Shu." With a plethora of Qi Yuan rebirth pills in hand, Qin Shu executed a spatial technique and appeared 100 zhang away before Wen Qi. It was the first time Wen Qi had witnessed such a skill, and out of curiosity, he hurried to catch up. "Junior sister, what kind of technique is this? Who taught you?" he inquired, pondering the likelihood of her sharing this technique in return for the 100 Qi Yuan rebirth pills he had sponsored her. This method of appearing and disappearing was far more graceful than his own maneuver of stepping on a fan. "Lu Li, when I first taught him algorithms, he introduced me to divination and this elusive technique of movement. I must say, it is indeed quite effective." "The Lu Li from the Tianji Pavilion?"
Yes, Wenki remarked.
"Lately, she has been as busy as a dragon that has vanished without a trace. And I never anticipated she would secretly acquire so many skills and even forge a close friendship with an elder from the Tianji Pavilion." Although Lu Li's predictive abilities may have waned, he still ranks as a Yuaning stage cultivator. He imparted his treasured skills to Qin Shu solely for the sake of learning an algorithm? What algorithm could possibly warrant such a commitment? Could it be that Lu Li harbors intentions to undermine our master? Wen Qi inquired with keen interest. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shu shook her head, asserting, "Impossible." He even wished to take me as his master at one point, but I turned him down. When Qi faltered, nearly tumbling from his fan. Lu Li has already reached the yuaning stage, and he desires to be taught by a mere Qi refinement disciple? What was he thinking? He was momentarily stunned when Qin Shu distanced herself again. It's merely a form of arithmetic. Next time you find yourself in a quandary, brother, come to me, and I shall cast your fortune. When Qi harbored doubts about her divination skills, yet her identity. Junior sister, your technique of movement appears quite impressive. May I learn it from you? Qin Shu pondered the feasibility of teaching him but ultimately shook her head and replied, "Brother, it is not that I am unwilling to teach you, but rather, you lack an earth's spiritual root." Chapter 134, I will consider not accepting your compensation moreover. Senior brother Wen Qi, with so many Qi Yuan rebirth pills, we cannot simply take advantage of others. Next time, when we unearth spiritual plants, let us send them directly to the alchemy sect to avoid being exploited by the sect for profit. The atmosphere within the sword trial array was lively, with everyone exchanging their opinions animatedly. At this moment, Qin Shu chose an unoccupied alchemy room and plunged into her work. The sect leader had agreed to utilize 30,000 points to assist her senior brothers and sisters in gathering souls, yet she was still 163 points short. If she were to exchange spiritual plants directly for points, it would not be entirely worthwhile. It would be more beneficial to refine them into pills instead. Just as Qin Shu had commenced her secluded cultivation, news spread outside regarding her expenditure of 30,000 points to gather the souls of disciples harmed by the Luoyun sect. Among the 6 deceased disciples, 5 belonged to the sword sect, while 1 was from the talisman sect. Upon hearing this, the initial reaction of everyone was disbelief. Was Qin Shu out of her mind? Why should she care about the lives of others? Even a monk of Putua Temple would not be this benevolent. Qin Shu had refined most of the herbs she had stored, and when she finally emerged from the alchemy room, 10 days had already passed. The news of her spending 30,000 points had circulated widely, reaching even the distant Kongsin, who was breaking formations on the outskirts of the eastern continent. Upon retrieving her communication jade slip, the first message she received was, "Junior sister, I see you have a connection with our Buddha." Qin Shu replied, "There is a slight connection, but it is not profound." Qin Shu pondered. Even the Pure Land of Buddhism had heard of this matter. Did that not mean everyone was aware? Frowning, she stepped out from the alchemy room. As the door swung open, all the disciples outside turned their gaze towards her, their eyes reflecting an indescribable peculiarity, as if they were observing a fool. At that moment, Sister Lingxi from the pharmacy sent her a message, stating, "Sister Qin Shu, the disciples of the sword sect have sent numerous spiritual herbs, expressing their gratitude for our Dan sect's noble assistance this time. Since we did not contribute much, shall I deliver these herbs to you?" However, Qin Shu declined her offer, replying, "Sister, those herbs are a gift from the sword sect to our Dan sect, not exclusively for me. Let us keep them for everyone's use." Upon hearing her words, Lingxi promptly responded, "If the disciples of the sword sect bring us the spiritual herbs they gathered, we could reciprocate by providing them with a batch of pills each month. I will report this to Manager Ma, as such cooperative matters should be discussed by the management." Qin Shu found this proposition agreeable. Mutual benefit and collective advancement were indeed commendable ideals. She took the pills she had refined to the task hall, replenishing her owed contribution points. Observing the mere 40 points remaining on her identity token, she felt a sense of satisfaction. She was unaware of the path of soul gathering, but now that she was aware, she felt compelled to explore it. Otherwise, this matter would become a knot in her heart, potentially affecting her future cultivation mindset. Points could always be earned back. She currently lacked neither agility nor techniques, and she could create her own pills, requiring minimal points for daily needs. Taking a hypothetical step further, should she successfully gather souls, it would not only save her fellow disciples, but also significantly enhance her influence within the sect. 8 years from now, no, just 7 years remain. Even after 7 years, should Qin Mian once again embark on her journey, supported by numerous senior brothers and sisters, she would not find herself in such a tragic predicament again. Chapter 135, The First Batch of Pills for You. Qin Shu fell into silence, pondering what it truly meant to be of use to him. Was it to tend to his wounds? Yet his injuries would eventually heal. Just as her thoughts wandered, Xie Shiyuan provided her with an answer. Go and refine the Qin Yuan pill. Let me see whether you possess any true worth. Qin Shu stifled a yawn, choosing not to respond to his words. Instead, she gazed up at the moon in the sky, adopting a posture of serenity, her eyes gently closing. The night had deepened. She decided to speak of it again on the morrow. As the first light of dawn began to break, Qin Shu concluded her meditation, sensing a fluctuation in the barrier. Upon inspection, she discovered another transmission talisman from her master. Shu, come quickly. These 4 succinct words signified that her alchemical endeavors would be postponed yet again. She pushed open the stone door, offering a brief explanation to the great serpent before swiftly traversing the distance to the mountain peak of Ling Suzhenren.
Master.
You have finally emerged. Though Ling Suzhenren had not yet appeared, his voice echoed with joy, a smile gracing his features. With a cheerful demeanor, he opened the barrier at the stone door, welcoming Qin Shu inside. Shu, Master has succeeded. His radiant countenance revealed the excitement of a significant event. Qin Shu, taken aback by his words, had anticipated a reprimand regarding the soul-gathering incident, only to realize it was not the cause for his elation. Observing her stunned expression, Ling Suzhenren mysteriously retrieved a porcelain vial from his sleeve and pressed it into Qin Shu's hands. The porcelain vial, entirely cloaked in a deep emerald hue, shimmered with an ethereal glow, unmistakably a mystical artifact. Shu, take this carefully. It is the first elixir crafted by our esteemed master, said Ling Suzhenren, placing the vial into Qin Shu's palm, still warm from the essence of the potion within. A flicker of curiosity crossed Qin Shu's mind. What could possibly be so extraordinary about this elixir that stirred such excitement in her master? Before she could voice her inquiry, Ling Suzhenren continued, his face alight with enthusiasm. This is a formula exchanged with Master Wanjun of the Tianji Pavilion not long ago. Our master has been in seclusion refining this elixir, and today it has finally been perfected. This potion is called the Concealing Spirit Elixir. It allows you to mask all but one of your excess spiritual roots. Many cultivators struggle due to the overwhelming number of spiritual roots they possess. By retaining only one, they can focus their practice, significantly enhancing their cultivation speed. Indeed, it appeared to be a remarkable item. However, Qin Shu reflected that her cultivation under the moonlight remained unaffected. Thus, the elixir seemed somewhat extravagant for her needs. Master, how long does this elixir last? She inquired. One day, replied Ling Suzhenren, stroking his beard thoughtfully. If one were to refine a superior version of the Concealing Spirit Elixir, it might last up to 5 days. Pondering this, Qin Shu nodded slightly. Could it not serve as an essential companion for travel? If one wished to conceal their identity while venturing outdoors, consuming such an elixir, coupled with the transformation elixir, would provide a dual layer of encryption for one's identity. Ling Suzhenren chuckled heartily. I shall give you a vial to keep. You can play with it. Your junior sister possesses only a single fire spiritual root, rendering this elixir of little use to her, so I shall withhold it from her. Qin Shu chuckled softly, remarking that it would be delightful for her master to concoct a pill for enhancing spiritual roots for her junior sister next time. Chapter 136. The rift grows wider. To be candid, the illusory sword master was merely a sword cultivator who possessed the typical traits associated with his kind. Aside from matters pertaining to swords, he exhibited little interest in anything else. Among the various innate spiritual bodies, he was only familiar with the innate sword body, a true prodigy in swordsmanship. As for the so-called innate moon spiritual body, he had never even heard of it before. He pondered why the innate moon's spiritual body could not exist without the water spiritual root, but the illusory sword master found himself perplexed. His question inadvertently echoed Qin Shu's own thoughts. Her little head bobbed in agreement, wondering why the absence of a water spiritual root was insurmountable. The illusory void master glanced at the duo, both large and small, and sighed in resignation. He had consulted relevant texts, which indicated that all innate moon spiritual bodies were indeed associated with the water spiritual root. The illusory sword master inquired once more, if that is the case, how can you be certain that she is indeed an innate moon spiritual body? With a wave of his sleeve, The illusory void master summoned a small table adorned with 2 tea bowls, inviting the illusory sword master to take a seat. After pouring tea for his companion, he continued, I cannot say for certain, but aside from the difference in her spiritual root, everything else about her aligns perfectly with the descriptions of the innate moon's spiritual body found in the texts. I remain baffled as to why this is so. Qin Shu stood beside her 2 masters, watching them converse. Unable to contain herself, she interjected, Masters, do you think it is possible that my spiritual roots have undergone a mutation? Ling Suzhenren was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. I have encountered mutated thunder and wind spiritual roots before, but this is the first time I have seen someone with mutated mixed spiritual roots. Master, I believe having 3 spiritual roots is quite advantageous. The variety of attributes is beneficial and does not hinder my cultivation. Wan Jianzhenren nodded in agreement, affirming, What you say makes perfect sense, Shuer. All cultivators understand that the more spiritual roots one possesses, the better, provided it does not impede their cultivation. In ancient times, spiritual energy was far more abundant, allowing cultivators to progress swiftly. Under equal circumstances, the more spiritual roots one had, the mightier their strength. However, the present day differs greatly from the past. It has become increasingly rare to witness cultivators with more than 3 spiritual roots ascend. The reasons for this phenomenon remain unclear. Yet as Qin Shu's cultivation deepens and she embarks on journeys to broaden her horizons, she may eventually unravel this mystery. The trio collectively decided to set the matter aside for the time being. Ling Suzhenren then turned to Wan Jianzhenren, inquiring, After guarding the entrance of the Falling Cloud sect for so long, have you finally found your peace? Ling Suzhenren found this amusing, acknowledging that the sword sect was indeed the most protective of its own. While a severed limb might eventually regenerate, the sword intent that lingers on the wound would surely bring them some hardship. As he spoke, Wan Jianzhenren glanced at Qin Shu, his expression revealing a complex array of emotions. After much contemplation, she finally uttered, Shuer truly astonishes me. Qin Shu touched her nose, lowering her head in silence. Xie Shiwan sat alone on the stone bed, closing his eyes to meditate. Suddenly, his eyelids fluttered, and in the next instant, he found himself at the edge of a cliff outside the sect. The cliff was adorned only by a bare stone, and the fierce wind seemed intent on sweeping everything into the abyss below. He casually set up a barrier and spoke in a deep voice, Come forth. 3 vividly colored figures gradually appeared, starkly contrasting with the desolate backdrop. If Qin Shu were present, she would undoubtedly recognize the leader among them. Chapter 137. Out of energy, the crafting of 3rd-grade elixirs presents challenges that extend far beyond mere amalgamation. Even the initial step of extraction has already escalated in difficulty. The spiritual herbs required for 3rd-grade elixirs are of a much higher grade than those she typically uses for 1st and 2nd-grade concoctions, necessitating a significantly greater amount of fire spiritual energy. She maximized the ground fire in the alchemy room, harmonizing it with her own fire spiritual energy. Although her fire spiritual energy was of exceptional quality, even so, the extraction of medicinal potency consumed over half of her spiritual energy. Qin Shu ingested a replenishing elixir and endeavored to merge these spiritual liquids. However, these liquids seemed to possess minds of their own. When she subdued one, another would surge forth. As she struggled to control them, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, and her spiritual energy started to dwindle, compelling her to divert her attention in order to obtain another replenishing elixir. The spiritual energy enveloping the elixir successfully broke free, producing a crisp sound of collision within the alchemical furnace. Startled, Qin Shu hastily swallowed the spirit-replenishing pill in her mouth and rose to inspect the purple gold furnace before her. Upon careful examination, she discovered that the furnace remained intact, without a single crack. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Thankfully, it was unharmed. Or she would have had to seek compensation from Xie Shiwan for her losses. She directed a stream of spiritual power toward the lid of the furnace, which flew open, revealing a scene of disarray within. Qin Shu sighed, feeling a pang of regret for her spiritual plant as well as her furnace. She raised her hand and executed 2 cleansing spells, tidying the furnace to perfection, leaving no trace of impurities behind, before embarking on her second attempt. Human experience is indeed remarkable. Often, the second endeavor proves significantly more successful than the first. This time, she efficiently eliminated all impurities from the spiritual plant, yet, much like the initial attempt, she found herself stalled at the fusion stage. She experimented with various fusion techniques, acutely aware that such a tug-of-war would eventually deplete her spiritual energy. While spiritual energy could be replenished with spirit-replenishing pills, physical stamina could not. Once again, her fusion attempt ended in failure. Qin Shu swallowed another spirit-replenishing pill, collapsing onto the floor of the alchemy chamber, sprawled out in defeat. After much contemplation, she mustered the resolve to attempt a third, fourth, and fifth time, yet all were met with failure. By the sixth attempt, she boldly decided to completely remove the fire spiritual energy that had originally enveloped the elixir, relying solely on the earth fire to maintain the furnace's heat. As her ethereal energy transformed entirely into wood essence, she raised her hand to form intricate seals, each one infused into the alchemical furnace. With the wood essence serving as a conduit, the previously disparate spirit liquids gradually began to amalgamate. This endeavor persisted for the entire duration of an hour, until the liquids fully merged, revealing a shadowy figure suspended within the crimson furnace. Chapter 138. Are you happy now? Qin Shu bit her lip, gazing intently at Xie Shiwan for an extended moment before subtly hinting, I feel a bit fatigued. To her surprise, Xie Shiwan raised an eyebrow, his expression one of genuine astonishment. Oh, the King of Scrolls grows weary? Qin Shu remained silent, her lips pursed, before finally expressing with a hint of melancholy. Isn't it because you've drained me dry? I've never encountered anyone so frenzied as to compel another to ascend multiple tiers in alchemy, to concoct this batch of elixirs. I've consumed an entire bottle of spirit-replenishing pills. Xie Shiwan regarded her with an unusual look of admiration, noting that sometimes one must be pushed to realize their potential. Otherwise, would you dare attempt a fourth-grade elixir tomorrow? Qin Shu rolled her eyes, unwilling to engage with someone so oblivious to the toll of their demands. She turned to exit, the evening sky darkening as the moon perched atop the willow branches, an ideal time for cultivation. However, just as she took her first step out, Xie Shiwan's voice echoed behind her once more, when will you next open the furnace for alchemy? Though she appeared weary, it was of no concern to him. He was determined to procure the Qingyuan pill. Qin Shu halted, contemplating responding next month, but suddenly an idea sparked in her mind. A faint smile graced her lips as she replied, I shall tell you when I feel inclined. In the next moment, she pushed the door open and stepped outside, deciding that she would speak once her spirits were lifted. The criteria for her happiness were indeed quite broad. She could easily be in a foul mood simply because of the sweltering heat or his lack of a smile that day. Who would truly concern themselves with such matters? Xie Shiwan watched as the stone door of the cave was closed, and he found himself unusually lost in thought. How could she find joy? It was a perplexing question for him. He retrieved the communication jade slip that Qin Shu had initially gifted him and composed his first anonymous message in the tumult of his life. How can a child be made happy? He sent it without harboring any particular expectations, as he believed that in the realm of immortality, few would concern themselves with the trivialities of others. Yet it appeared that there were indeed many who did. After sending his message, it quickly resonated with a multitude of responses. Does your family also have a child?
How old are they?
Children are far more challenging than demonic beasts. Not only are they difficult to manage, but the expenses are significant. Just to refine her essence, I have nearly exhausted half of my assets. Yet she remains reluctant to immerse herself. The immortal master provided 4 sets of spiritual herbs, and now only 3 remain. It feels like wasted money. What the esteemed friend above has said is quite accurate. My child is the same. I have to coax him into bathing, and then I reward him with little trinkets. Xie Shiwan read through the responses attentively, and a notion began to form in his mind. Compared to these children, the one outside seemed far less burdensome. Children generally have tempers that flare quickly and dissipate just as swiftly. Perhaps the friend should prepare some of her favorite spiritual fruits or seek out small delights from the young immortal workshop. She will soon be delighted. I too possess experience in this matter. Whenever our little one throws a tantrum, I take her out to play, allowing her to frolic amidst the clouds. Xie Shiwan diligently noted down the suggestions put forth by these individuals, and among them, The most easily attainable was undoubtedly the spiritual fruit. Holding the spiritual fruit thoughtfully, his form gradually began to dissipate from the cave, unnoticed by the solitary figure and the two demons outside. Qin Shu sat cross-legged on the mat, her eyes closed as she absorbed the increasingly potent spiritual energy in the air. A sudden thought crossed her mind. Had her spiritual root value increased once more? Chapter 139. Is this your first time as a father? It must be said that cultivating in an area rich in fire spiritual energy is indeed a remarkably efficient endeavor for those with fire spiritual roots. Most disciples of the Dan sect possess fire spiritual roots, which is precisely why the alchemy chamber is the most favored place among them. As usual, Qin Shu sat cross-legged, her gaze lowered, perceiving the scattered spiritual energy in the atmosphere. However, due to her unique constitution, she was unable to sense much spiritual energy during the day. This time, the absorbed spiritual energy did not flow through her meridians into her dantian. Instead, she slowly integrated it into her lungs. In that fleeting moment, her complexion flushed a deep crimson, and even the smoke escaping her nostrils billowed with white vapor. A singular thought consumed her mind. It was hot. After completely absorbing this small amount of fire spiritual energy, Qin Shu finally exhaled in relief. Once her body temperature subsided, she dared to attempt a second absorption. She raised her hand to retrieve the alchemy furnace, only to inadvertently catch sight of her own hand. What is this? Why does it seem that her complexion has become remarkably fair and delicate? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Recalling the knowledge she had encountered while hastily delving into alchemical studies, the lungs govern the skin. And although the practice of refining one's lungs through the cultivation of fire energy is arduous, its benefits to the body are undeniably evident. Qin Shu speculated that these female cultivators in the realm of immortality were likely unaware of the advantages of lung refinement. Otherwise, this singular aspect would suffice to inspire the disciples to pursue it fervently. However, Qin Shu was indifferent to this notion. It was not that she lacked an appreciation for beauty, but rather that her physical form was merely 12 years old, the prime age for optimal skin condition. She gathered her thoughts, successfully concocted a batch of elixirs, and realized that her rented alchemical chamber had reached its designated time limit. Just as she stepped outside, a sudden impulse surged within her, prompting her to retrieve the communication jade slip, whereupon she discovered a message from Xian. Sister, I have emerged from seclusion. I have made a breakthrough. 2 messages in quick succession. Even though Xian was not physically present, Qin Shu could vividly imagine her joy merely from the tone of her voice. Xian had genuinely secluded herself for 5 whole months, and her playful nature meant that she had hardly touched the communication jade slip during that time. Thankfully, her diligent efforts bore fruit, culminating in her breakthrough. With attributes of both spiritual roots failing to exceed 80, yet achieving advancement to the 3rd layer of qi refinement within 2 years, her determination was evidently commendable. Shall we celebrate in Qijin City? Proposed Qin Shu. Cultivation requires a balance of diligence and leisure, and after such an extended period of seclusion, it was indeed time for Xian to enjoy some fresh air. Excellent. The two had arranged a time to meet. The next morning, Qin Shu astonishingly refrained from practicing her swordsmanship, cultivating her body, or even refining elixirs. Instead, she donned a fresh outfit and sat among the green leaves to await Xian's arrival. As Xian beheld her familiar figure soaring towards her, Qin Shu shifted aside, allowing Xian to leap onto her. Sister Shu, I believe I've successfully broken through to the 3rd layer of qi cultivation, so I should be ready to refine elixirs now. You previously advised me to store the spiritual herbs I gathered, and I have kept them all. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but marvel at her sister's foresight. Among her peers in the outer sect, she knew a few who, having recently broken through to the 2nd layer of qi cultivation, hastily rushed to refine elixirs, squandering 10 portions of spiritual herbs within a month. Chapter 140. This person is quite strange. The shop assistant extended his hand to catch a hefty piece of spiritual stone, which felt weighty in his grasp. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover it was a top-quality spiritual stone. The individual had even stated there was no need for change. He glanced around, but the mysterious person had indeed vanished. Not only did this individual possess considerable wealth, but they also exhibited the patience to personally select these trinkets for their young companion, clearly demonstrating a thoughtful nature. He felt a twinge of envy. Some individuals are simply born to be the envy of others. Achoo! A sneeze echoed from the entrance of a shop. The very child who incited such envy stood outside. Xian inquired with concern, "Are you alright? Have you caught a chill?" "That shouldn't be the case. Isn't your fire spiritual root quite robust?" Qin Shu rubbed her nose and replied, "I'm fine. It's merely a sudden itch. Allow me to treat you to something delicious." During my last visit with Brother Weiming, I stumbled upon a quaint establishment, owned by a master of ice spirit roots. He crafted a delightful ice fruit sorbet from these roots and spirit fruits, which was absolutely delectable. At first glance, Qin Shu was so thrilled by this treat that she mistakenly believed she had encountered a kindred spirit from the 21st century. Covertly attempting to exchange a secret code with him, the Imperial Jade liquid wine. To her surprise, he merely shot her a cold glare, admonishing, "You little child, so young yet wishing to indulge in alcohol? Summon your master." Qin Shu. Her dreams were shattered, yet not entirely, for the sorbet was indeed quite scrumptious. It was rare for Xian to see Qin Shu extolling something so fervently. The last time she spoke with such enthusiasm was when discussing sword practice.
Oh,
Is it truly that delightful? Then we must certainly try it. In her previous life, Qin Shu's frail constitution had deterred her from indulging in icy treats. But in this life, she felt no such trepidation. The cultivation realm's approach to procreation differs greatly from that of the mortal world, liberating them from the burdens of menstruation. Moreover, with her fire spirit root, she anticipated that consuming sorbet daily would pose no threat. The two of them arrived at a modest shop, aptly named a small shop. They settled at a table outside and ordered 2 generous bowls of sorbet. As they savored their meal, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. "Shuju?" Qin Shu was taken aback by the remark, having only emerged from her seclusion the previous night, and yet she was already privy to so much information.
yeah.
Just then, 2 large bowls of sorbet were placed before them on the table, inviting them to enjoy at their leisure. The shopkeeper maintained a stern demeanor, and it was likely that if his exquisite shaved ice were not irreplaceable, few would be inclined to visit. After the two finished their meal and departed, Xian increasingly felt that something was amiss. She paused her steps and turned to Qin Shu, inquiring, "Sister, do you not find anything peculiar?" "Peculiar about what?" Qin Shu countered. "That is a mutated ice spirit root, a rare genius among thousands, favored by the heavens. Such talent surely does not need to run a modest stall selling shaved ice," Xian remarked. Chapter 141. This demon lord is different. Qin Shu's mind was overwhelmed. No matter how formidable she felt, the sudden jolts of sensation were too much to bear. Her scalp tingled, and goosebumps erupted all over her skin as she silently pondered. What on earth is the serpent up to? Is the sensation within this illusion truly so intense? Unable to contain herself, she opened her eyes, yet when she beheld the unfolding scene before her, she was once again rendered speechless. What manner of surreal world is this? The dark shadow before her continued to stretch its claws menacingly, yet it was refracted and divided by countless bubbles, rendering the entire shadow a whimsically uneven sight, akin to a nightmarish amusement park. The fear within her dissipated, replaced by curiosity. She raised her hand to poke at one of the bubbles, experiencing both the sensation of shattering and the frigid touch as remarkably vivid. It seems this phenomenon is not merely an illusion. Qin Shu instinctively became cautious. However, the spiritual energy within her dantian surged rapidly, and the inner core belonging to the serpent floated up, spinning a few times without detecting any toxic mist. In the dim light, Qin Shu reluctantly departed from her meditation mat, brandishing a flickering flame as she advanced towards the direction of the floating bubbles. With each step she took, the dark shadow retreated, and the bubbles shattered like fragile dreams. The fire in her hand danced gracefully, and with each bubble's demise, a delicate sound echoed in the air. Qin Shu fixed her gaze upon a small clay figure at the entrance of the cave. Its lips pursed as it exhaled a stream of bubbles, a testament to its mischievous artistry. Her expression remained inscrutable, and after a brief pause, she sprang into action. She deftly retrieved a carved stone frog, activating the runes etched upon its back to fling it outwards with fluid motion, devoid of hesitation. Impressed by her own agility, she observed the scene before her, noting that even the chibi-like serpent reflected a mood of discontent. Seizing the moment, she spoke first. "It seems you rather enjoy this damp and eerie ambience. I couldn't possibly indulge in it alone, hence I summoned you to join me." Xie Shiyuan regarded the diminutive mushroom figure before him, its cherubic face animatedly moving as it spoke. A peculiar expression began to manifest on his face as he pondered. Is this truly terrifying? Yet, he quickly reminded himself that she was merely a child of little more than 10 years. Fear was a natural response for her. His thoughts then drifted to another whimsical trinket he had acquired, a wooden chicken that, upon being released, darted towards Qin Shu, pecking at her backside while incessantly repeating, "Train. Train." Qin Shu. She comprehended why it was said that Xie Shiyuan was the demon lord. This demon must indeed be of a fantastical nature. Qin Shu resumed her seated posture, and the chicken finally settled down, standing before her with an air of defiance, reminiscent of an overseer from a bygone era. The persistent sensation of bubbles bursting upon her skin was gradually becoming bearable, allowing her to once again immerse herself in tranquility. Xie Shiyuan stood beside a resplendent crimson flower, gazing down at her with an expression that was cold yet more enchanting than the bloom itself. As the violet aura ascended from the horizon, the illusions upon the mountains began to dissipate, and the multitude of bubbles fluttering in the air was sufficient to induce panic in those afflicted with claustrophobia. Nevertheless, Qin Shu accepted it with grace. Chapter 142. The Celestial Chessboard and the Stellar Pieces. The narrative within the text regarding the surge of demonic energy was rather ambiguous. However, Qin Shu was certain that by then, Qin Mian had already entered the realm of cultivation. With just over 6 years remaining, she intended to make her escape at the end of that period. If she were to encounter the surge of demonic energy at that moment, she would find herself in a situation devoid of refuge for her sorrow. Could it be that this little girl had fled? Were the preparations he made insufficient to bring her joy? Xie Shiyuan furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of disapproval. The words of these human beings seemed rather misguided. Although they were all children, there existed a distinction between boys and girls. Boys revel in play, while girls are enamored with beauty. If one were to have a daughter, it would be more fitting to present her with lovely garments and jewelry rather than trivial trinkets. That little girl, adorned in boy's attire and sporting a high ponytail, was hardly recognizable as a young female, were it not for her striking eyes. What Xie Shiyuan was unaware of was that, in the present day, both the Dan sect and the Sword sect had seen many female disciples influenced by Qin Shu, who believed it rather unworthy to squander a significant amount of time each day on hairstyling. Consequently, they all sported neat high ponytails or tied their hair up like men. With a stoic expression, she pushed open the stone door of the cave dwelling. Qin Shu produced 10 vials of Qingyuan pills and handed them to Xie. He uncorked a vial and inhaled the familiar fragrance of the elixir, momentarily taken aback. "Have you been refining pills recently?" he inquired. Qin Shu nodded in affirmation. "Yes. I managed to produce this much. You may take it for now." In truth, she had concocted a total of 20 vials, intending to share equally. Xie Shiyuan enveloped the porcelain vials with his spiritual sense and noted the varying qualities of the pills inside, which were noticeably inferior to her previous perfect concoctions, indicating that refining third-grade pills still posed a challenge for her. Yet he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. According to the jade slips, those children typically only thought of play. Persuading them to cultivate was arguably more challenging than ascending themselves. In contrast, this young girl required no urging from him, as she busily organized her training and pill refining. A contented smile graced Xie Shiyuan's lips as he casually tossed a storage ring toward Qin Shu. "Take this to enjoy." She caught it with an outstretched hand, and upon glancing inside, she was utterly astonished. The storage ring, approximately 40 square feet in size, was brimming with a kaleidoscope of colorful garments, all hues she had never donned in her 2 lifetimes combined. Chapter 143. Through the clouds. Is not this expanse of medicinal fields akin to a chessboard? What would it be like if the stars in the sky were to be inscribed upon this board? Qin Shu retrieved the green leaves once gifted to her by Wen Qi and ascended, yearning to behold the entirety of this medicinal realm. Yet, the illumination cast by the night was woefully insufficient, rendering the edges of the fields obscured in darkness. Descending once more, it became evident that it was not merely the shadow of the lamp, but rather that all within her vicinity was shrouded in obscurity. To discern the full panorama, she would have to await the dawn. Qin Shu continued her meticulous gathering of herbs. Exercising discernment in her selection, she did not strip the land bare but rather chose one plant out of every three. As the first light of daybreak began to seep into the small world, she abruptly ceased her actions. The dawn arrived far too swiftly here, and once the sun illuminated the skies, her time in this place would come to an end. Thus, she resolved to ascend into the air for just a fleeting moment before the brightness enveloped her completely. Seizing the moment, Qin Shu extracted the green leaves and soared upwards. Gradually, the surroundings unfolded before her eyes. The landscape was dotted with medicinal fields, though not every expanse bore vegetation. She had barely taken in the view, insufficient time to study it closely, when she was once again propelled outward. Upon her emergence, Xie Shiwan displayed no surprise. He casually inquired whether she intended to venture inside again. Although initially perturbed, his curiosity piqued as his gaze swept over her artwork. What was it that she had captured on the canvas? Qin Shu paused her movements, scrutinizing the grid she had drawn. After a moment of contemplation, she hesitated with her brush, ultimately deciding to lift her gaze towards Xie Shiwan and imploringly stated, "Allow me to enter once more." He casually tossed something towards her, and in the next instant, Qin Shu vanished. Xie Shiwan idly tapped his fingers 3 times on the stone bed, and promptly, Qin Shu's figure reappeared. She held a piece of paper in her hands, now adorned with the completed drawing. It appeared to depict a chessboard, yet could this young girl truly understand the game? Reflecting on the 10 vials of elixir she had provided, Xie Shiwan inquired, "Do you require assistance?" Qin Shu shook her head. "No need, you likely wouldn't comprehend this." Xie Shiwan was taken aback. Was she belittling him? Unbeknownst to him, Qin Shu had her own intentions. The frog stone carving was discovered in a secret realm of the Western continent, and the board within would undoubtedly not resemble Go. Chapter 144. 3 life tokens illuminated. Qin Shu found herself encircled by a group of fellow disciples eager to spar with her. What sword cultivator does not relish a good duel? Intrigued, she felt a surge of excitement. Practicing alone could never match the rapid improvement gained through confrontation. Just as she was about to accept their challenge, a figure raced towards her, enveloped in a golden aura, shouting, "Brothers and sisters, hurry, let's south go to the square. The sect leader is about to summon the souls of our 6 fallen comrades." Qin Shu also felt invigorated. The opportunity for sparring was ever present, yet the chance to gather souls might not arise again for some time. It seemed the other disciples shared her sentiments. As some retrieved their magical artifacts while others took to the skies atop their swords, each showcasing their unique abilities as they rushed toward the mountain's base. The sword sect was situated farther from the square than other sects, and by the time they arrived, the prime viewing spots had already been claimed by disciples from other peaks. Qin Shu stepped onto a green leaf and extended her hand to pull the overwhelmed He Xian up from the throng. Gazing at the myriad of flying devices before her, He Xian couldn't help but sigh. Was she not still obstructed? Nevertheless, Qin Shu maintained a hopeful demeanor, pointing to a gap between 2 flying spiritual artifacts and remarked, "Let us make do with what we have. After all, our sect is quite populous." Furthermore, many disciples, having fallen victim to previous attacks, were now hesitant to venture out for training and remained within the sect's confines. As the two conversed, a small red bird fluttered into view. Soon after, a fiery figure materialized before them, standing atop a feather. It was Qiyu. "I can't believe our sect has amassed so many members. The vibrant array of spiritual artifacts nearly obscured my search for you," Qiyu exclaimed. He Xian looked up at her and replied, "At least half of our members have yet to arrive. Some are in seclusion, while others lack interest." Qiyu clicked her tongue, then turned her gaze to Qin Shu, saying, "I have just emerged from my retreat, and I've heard this matter pertains to you in some way?" Qin Shu nodded thoughtfully, then shook her head, responding, "There is indeed a slight connection, though it is not significant." The crimson feather atop Akabane's head had now regrown. She raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Although I had approached the sect regarding this matter, they would surely not acquiesce merely based on my word. They must have other considerations. As soon as I finished speaking, the sect leader, Qin, casually retrieved a precious artifact, and a massive azure water curtain surged skyward. Many of the younger disciples, having never witnessed such a spectacle, gasped in awe. However, Qin Shu, who had previously experienced the Dolby giant screen, found it rather acceptable. The water curtain before her was merely a more extravagant version of that grand display. As the water curtain ascended, the previously obscured scenes became magnified and vividly appeared before everyone. Standing with his hands at his sides was Master Qin, flanked by his eldest disciple, Shu Yu, along with the esteemed Jianzong's Master Wang Jian and Master Bukun, as well as Master Qingqi from the Fuzong. Before them lay a table upon which were placed the shattered nameplates of those who had encountered misfortune. Chapter 145. The heat is intense. After Qin concluded his remarks, he summoned the 3 illuminated nameplates into his hand, and then he vanished from sight. The other elders followed suit, leaving the younger disciples in a state of bewilderment. Exchanging glances. Life and death are inherently opposing forces. The living cannot touch the aura of death, and naturally, souls are influenced by the vitality of the living. It was no small feat for the sect leader to establish a formation that allowed everyone to witness the gathering of souls, and it seemed they could only await further news. Xian then suddenly realized, so that is how it is. With a bittersweet smile, he remarked, "It seems we must diligently cultivate our skills. Should our abilities remain insufficient, there may come a time when we fall and others wish to gather our souls, yet be unable to do so." Upon hearing these words, Qiyu offered a faint smile, acknowledging the inevitability of life and death and the futility of excessive attachment. At that moment, from a distance, the senior disciples of the sword sect called out to Qin Shu, "Junior sister, care for a spar?" As the surrounding disciples gradually dispersed, Qin Shu bid farewell to Hashin and Qiyu, swiftly making her way towards the alchemy sect. The situation had indeed escalated. To cultivate, to cultivate, to cultivate. Qin Shu thought incessantly, grasping a chicken by its neck and lifting it. With a surge of fire elemental energy, the bubbles within the confinement shattered. Qin Shu, stepping onto the dark shadow, dashed into the cave dwelling, only to find Xie Shiyuan transformed into his original form, coiled upon the bed. Though the words seemed nonsensical, Xie Shiyuan understood. His upper body morphed back into human form, reclining on the stone bed. The once pale skin now bore an unusual flush of red. Squinting, he said, "No worries, they cannot see." Qin Shu blinked, seeking confirmation. "Are you certain?" Xie Shiyuan replied affirmatively, reluctant to elaborate. These individuals could only trace back to the past within the same space, while the disciple of the Beastmaster sect had been isolated in another realm when he was killed. After a prolonged sense of apprehension, Qin Shu finally exhaled with relief upon hearing his words. It was then that she noticed something amiss with Xie Shiyuan and inquired, "What has happened to you?" Xie Shiyuan's eyes remained squinted as he remarked, "The weather has become rather warm." A spark of inspiration ignited in Qin Shu's mind as she gazed at the colossal serpent before her, recalling a scientific program she had once watched. Chapter 146. The Last Bowl of Shaved Ice. The wood spirit energy adeptly seeped through the crevices of the serpent's scales, traversing its meridians before locating the bone-corroding poison. Initially, Qin Shu could only employ the wood spirit energy to soothe the tumultuous energy within Xie Shiyuan. During this process, a portion of the poison would be consumed. Although the amount of poison expended was minuscule, it significantly alleviated Xie Shiyuan's suffering. She attempted to slice through the mass of black poison and was pleasantly surprised to find she could indeed cut through it. Her eyes lit up with determination as she skillfully maneuvered to sever the black toxin. However, she was cautious not to extract too much, fearing she might be unable to manage it properly. Thus, she carefully removed a thin slice, encasing it meticulously in wood spirit energy and drawing it out from Xie Shiyuan's meridians. Qin Shu was not so reckless as to invite the very toxins that had troubled Xie Shiyuan into her own body. She severed her connection to the mass of energy the moment the poison had just vacated his system. Just as she felt a sense of triumph, Xie Shiyuan unexpectedly coughed up a significant amount of blood. The crimson liquid splattered at her feet, staining the hem of her garment. The pale moon-white fabric bore splotches of red, reminiscent of plum blossoms defiantly blooming on winter branches. Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback, paralyzed by fear. After regaining her composure, she softly inquired, "How are you?" At this moment, Xie Shiwan's golden vertical pupils ceased to be intimidating. Instead, they appeared somewhat unfocused. Upon hearing Qin Shu's voice, his gaze seemed to sharpen slightly. He shook his head, assuring her, "I am fine." Qin Shu glanced at the chaos strewn across the ground, feeling an unsettling sense of having caused trouble. "Is this what you call fine?" she questioned. In truth, Xie Shiwan was indeed unscathed. The young girl had eliminated a portion of the toxin, causing the spiritual energy he had been using to suppress it to be released instantaneously. The blood he had coughed up was merely a byproduct of his turbulent vitality. For a serpent of his size, such a small amount of blood was hardly significant. With a casual hand gesture, he performed a cleansing spell, erasing the bloodstains from the ground and from Qin Shu's attire. After pondering for a moment, she retrieved a bottle of rejuvenating pills and tossed it to him, advising him to rest well, promising to return in 5 days. As she departed the cavern, Qin Shu did not blindly trust Xie Shiwan's reassurances. Instead, she produced a communication jade slip to closely monitor the movements of the Moon Concealment Sect and the Beast Master Sect. Recently, the number of sword cultivators receiving tasks via the jade slip had diminished, inadvertently providing ample opportunities for rogue cultivators. Qin Shu anonymously sent out a message soliciting information. Who exactly is responsible for the deaths of these disciples from the major sects? Those with traceable evidence will receive a reward of 1 low-grade spirit stone, distributed by the 7 Kills Pavilion. A low-grade spirit stone? Perhaps the proud children of heaven would scorn picking one up from the ground, yet the prospect of a reward posted on the communication square was a different matter altogether. Who could resist the allure of gossip coupled with monetary gain? First, the 8 major sects are about to be re-ranked. None of them are innocent. Mutual destruction, indeed. The remarks from above are unfounded. Our Moon Concealment Sect has never engaged in such acts. Neither has our Xiantian sect. Speaking of which, I have recently heard whispers regarding the Xiantian sect's leader expending considerable resources to gather souls for his disciples. Could it be that they have uncovered something significant? Are there any disciples from Xiantian sect willing to speak on this matter? One disciple has confirmed that the soul gathering is indeed real, yet beyond this, we remain utterly oblivious. Chapter 147. The pain of a lightning strike. Just as Qin Shu was preparing to flee, she paused upon hearing these words, a question mark slowly materializing above her head.
What?
Is this gentleman a math enthusiast? While she may not excel in combat when it comes to mathematics, she possesses a modicum of confidence as a young person from the 21st century, having endured 5 years of rigorous examinations and 3 years of mock tests. Sir, Hong Yuan's mind was a whirlwind, half pondering what comes after 9,999, and half contemplating why he was such a fool, utterly unaware of what followed that number. Qin Shu's sudden exclamation was akin to Pangu splitting the heavens, clearing the fog from his mind. He released his grasp on his head, opened his eyes, and cast a glance at the little girl before him. She wore a cheerful smile, reminiscent of her usual demeanor when purchasing ice. Seeing him lift his head, Qin Shu exhaled in relief. As long as she could hear his voice, there was still hope. Fearing he might spiral into confusion once more, she hastily interjected, 1,000. Sir, the number that follows 9,999 is 1,000. 10,000. Hong Yuan murmured to himself, standing frozen in place, seemingly lost in thought. Qin Shu stood before him, watching as he retrieved a blank jade slip and began to write. 1, 2, 3. Qin Shu was puzzled by his behavior. It is often said that the line between genius and madness is exceedingly thin, yet she had never witnessed anyone counting themselves into madness. Soon, the enforcers of Qijin City arrived, yet this man remained utterly engrossed in his task of writing numbers. Qin Shu quickly stepped forward, producing her disciple token from Xiantian sect, and explained to them, "This gentleman appears to be suffering from a severe mental affliction. I sensed a volatile surge of spiritual energy within him, which prompted me to summon you." Upon seeing Qin Shu's token, the enforcer's attitude shifted from disdain to respect. As they prepared to approach, Qin Shu halted them, saying, "Please hold on. This fellow seems to possess some artifact capable of restraining the upheaval of his spiritual energy. He likely understands his condition. Let us observe for the moment. It was precisely because of Qin Shu's words that a peculiar scene unfolded on the streets of Qijin City, where a group of enforcers, accompanied by a young girl, stood at a counter, watching the middle-aged man intently scribbling arithmetic. 9,995. 9,996. Qin Shu, observing his laborious efforts, wished fervently to impart her lifelong knowledge of Arabic numerals to him, hoping it would expedite his writing. At last, the numeral once again reached 9,999, and one could distinctly perceive the tumult of his emotions. The stroke of the character 9 was executed with extraordinary vigor, as if he were on the brink of a frenzied outburst. Observing this, Qin Shu promptly reacted, leaping onto the counter to clasp his hand, channeling all her strength to urge him to inscribe 2 crooked characters on the jade slip, 10,000.
Bang!
A surge of spiritual energy erupted, sending Qin Shu tumbling over, while the furnishings of the room were already in disarray. Fortunately, the enforcers had been well prepared, having set up a formation around his shop, granting the bystanders a chance to flee. Chapter 148. The Playthings of Childhood. Thank you, fellow cultivator. Although Hong Yuan was considerably senior to Qin Shu in both age and experience, he sincerely performed a gesture of respect toward her, grateful for her assistance in dispelling the tormenting heart demon that had plagued him for so long. Qin Shu hastily returned the courtesy, stating, "You are too kind, senior. I merely—" She intended to express that she had overstepped her bounds, yet to the esteemed elder before her, such intervention hardly seemed an imposition. Scratching the back of her head, she found herself at a loss for words. Perceiving her discomfort, Hong Yuan spoke up, "There is no need for excessive words, fellow cultivator. Whether intentional or not, your spontaneous action has indeed alleviated my heart demon. I am Hong Yuan of the Formation Sect. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Upon hearing that his heart demon had been dispelled, Qin Shu's first thought was whether he would still be able to indulge in shaved ice in the future. She gazed up at the disheveled, blackened Hong Yuan, marveling at her restraint from laughter. "Senior, I am Qin Shu of the Pill Sect. Might I inquire if you will cease operations at this establishment?" Qin Shu asked earnestly. Hong Yuan was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. Reflecting on her frequent visits to his shop, he grasped the underlying significance of her words. A faint smile graced his lips, and the usual coldness of his demeanor softened considerably. "Although the shop may close, should you desire to indulge in some shaved ice, simply send me a message." As Qin Shu's communication jade slip recorded the name of yet another esteemed figure, she was astonished to discover that this elder belonged to the Array sect. A smile slowly blossomed on her face as she realized she now had connections within the Array sect. Hong Yuan wished to present Qin Shu with a token of gratitude. Yet upon probing into his storage ring, he found that the valuable items he had previously accumulated had been entirely consumed during the recent thunder tribulation.
Now,
His storage ring contained only inconsequential items. A hint of embarrassment crept onto his soot-blackened face as he clenched his right fist and coughed lightly to mask his awkwardness. Suddenly, he soared into the sky and addressed the elder who had come to congratulate him. "Have you come to offer your congratulations empty-handed?" His lips were tightly pressed together, and the other elders were momentarily taken aback by his remark before bursting into laughter. While in Qin Shu's presence, he had gifted her a storage ring filled with valuable treasures. However, Qin Shu hesitated to accept. After all, she had merely assisted him in composing a lengthy text of 10,000 words, a task for which others would demand a fortune. "Senior, it is truly unnecessary. I feel unworthy of such generosity," Qin Shu declared. "You must accept it," he insisted. Hong Yuan has never been adept at socializing, and his manner of speaking and handling affairs lacks finesse. In the realm of cultivation, those with such straightforward minds often find it easier to achieve great success. Even the sect leader, Qi Nan, could not have anticipated that he would become entangled in the matter of counting. As Qin Shu watched their group depart into the skies, she glanced down at the ring that had mysteriously appeared on her finger, unable to suppress a soft click of her tongue. Upon opening the barrier, she discovered an unfamiliar face before her. The newcomer greeted her with a respectful bow, saying, "Junior sister, I am Feng Qi, a disciple of Taoist Hong Yuan. I have been entrusted by my master to deliver this item to you." I am grateful for your assistance in helping my master overcome his inner demon. Should you ever find yourself in need of our support, do not hesitate to ask. Chapter 149. Why is the disparity between people so vast? It was no surprise that a declaration of war against the falling cloud sect was anticipated, although they previously lacked concrete evidence. The disciples had long since accepted that the perpetrators were indeed from that sect. Behind closed doors, there was undoubtedly a palpable tension brewing, though such matters had yet to be openly addressed. This time, not only did the sect leader secure compensation for everyone, but he also boldly declared war on the falling cloud sect, much to Qin Shu's astonishment. The sect leader truly lived up to his title, managing to compel the falling cloud sect to bleed profusely even while fully aware that relations would be irrevocably severed. Truly impressive. The disciples of the sword sect were stirred into a fervor upon hearing this, declaring, "If I encounter a disciple of the falling cloud sect again, my azure water sword shall not spare them. We must diligently cultivate to avenge our senior brothers and sisters." Indeed, with a single stroke of the sword, a mere servant of the falling cloud sect was vanquished. At that moment, a resounding chime echoed through the heavens, prompting all to gaze skyward. There, a white scroll unfurled gracefully across the skyline, radiant golden characters gradually materializing upon its surface. All eyes were transfixed until the scroll vanished entirely, igniting a fervor within the Xiantian sect that surpassed the excitement from before. The date for the sect competition had been set. It would commence next month. I shall forgo sleep this month. I feel on the cusp of a breakthrough, just one more level of cultivation to ascend. I will venture forth to undertake several tasks, amassing points to exchange for a fine sword. I shall gather herbs and trade with the alchemists for a couple of elixirs in preparation, as the sect competition will be a grueling battle. In an instant, all disciples were invigorated, as if infused with vitality, for the long-awaited sect competition was finally at hand. Prior to this grand event, it was imperative to hold internal trials, as only the top 100 would earn the privilege to represent the sect in vying for resources. Yet the announcements did not cease there. The sect soon released further news. In the sect competition, disciples from all levels of cultivation who managed to breach the top 50 would gain entry into the inner sect. Qi refinement disciples could select a superior spirit weapon and receive 3 foundation establishment pills. Foundation establishment disciples would be rewarded with an inferior treasure weapon and 3 nourishing origin pills. Golden core disciples would be bestowed with a superior treasure weapon and 3 infant cultivation pills. Upon the announcement of these rewards, even those disciples who were indifferent to fame and fortune, solely devoted to the pursuit of cultivation, found themselves stirred with excitement. The distinction between treasure and non-treasure was trivial. It was the elixirs that truly held their allure. Regardless of the level of cultivation one attains, possessing a few elixirs that pave the way for one's advancement is akin to having one foot already firmly planted on the path of success. Who could possibly refuse such an enticing offer? Enrollment. It is imperative to enroll. Yet, while the entire Xiantian sect seemed to revel in a festive atmosphere akin to a grand celebration, the ambience atop Lingxiao Peak was far less jubilant. The esteemed Master Lingxiu sat cross-legged on his mat, his expression clouded with discontent as he regarded his 2 disciples. "Divide the foundation establishment pills and the nourishing essence pills among yourselves. I shall personally refine the infant nurturing pill. First, concoct 30 of each type of pill. And should we find ourselves lacking later, we will supplement as needed." Hearing his master's words, Cheng Yan, who had recently endured countless defeats in swordplay against the formidable master Wang Jian, felt a sudden pang of guilt. He had nearly forgotten that he was also a pill refiner. The thrill of combat had consumed him entirely. Just as he resolved to reform and dedicate himself to concocting a few batches of elixirs for the pill sect before resuming his martial pursuits, he observed his younger brother, Wen Shi, deftly producing several vials of pills, placing them upon the stone table before their master. With a flick of his wrist and a playful smile, he remarked, "Why go through such trouble? Master, do these suffice? If they are insufficient, I have more at hand." Cheng Yan, taken aback, pondered. If he possessed a spiritual vein, would he still need to explore methods of generating wealth? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He glanced at his brother, whom he had known for over a century, and an inkling of suspicion began to take root in his mind.
Could it be that when Qi
Possessed more than one spiritual vein? As this notion surfaced, it became increasingly difficult to suppress. Considering Wen Qi's usual demeanor and expenditures, one cannot entirely dismiss this possibility. Reflecting on the fact that he had utilized half of another's spiritual vein and was now nearly on the verge of selling himself to repay the debt, he suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Noticing the unwavering gaze of his senior brother, who seemed to regard him as a plump lamb awaiting slaughter, Wen Qi promptly made his escape, exclaiming, "Senior brother, I must continue my cultivation. I shall take my leave." As for the sect competition, Wen Qi harbored no interest whatsoever. The rewards were merely drawn from his own purse. Would he truly care for such trivialities? As he soared towards his cave abode, he made sure to send a message to Qin Shu, inviting her to visit their master's dwelling. Meanwhile, Chang Yan lingered at the entrance of the cave, contemplating whether he should participate in the sect competition. The rewards mattered little. His primary desire was to bring honor to their sect. When Qin Shu received the message from Wen Qi, she was engaged in a sparring session with her fellow disciples at the sword sect. She had been forced back several paces by a strike from her senior brother, causing the soles of her shoes to wear thin. Leaning against the sword-testing stone, she caught her breath while listening to the voice of her second senior brother emanating from the jade slip of communication. Realizing that Master Ling Su rarely summoned her without cause, she concluded that there must be an important matter at hand. Thus, she sheathed her wooden sword and clasped her hands in gratitude towards her fellow disciples, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, brothers. My master has called for me. I must take my leave." In a flurry, she hurried to Ling Shao Peak, plunging headlong into the protective barrier without hesitation. "Master, the disciple has arrived." Upon hearing her voice, Master Ling Su's spirits lifted. "I have recently heard that you have been diligently practicing your swordsmanship at the sword sect?" he inquired. Upon hearing these words, Qin Shu was momentarily uncertain whether he was reproaching her for the brevity of time she had devoted to alchemy. Yet, observing the smile upon her master's face, it seemed unlikely. Confounded, she simply nodded in affirmation. "Sure, do you wish to participate in the sect's grand competition?" asked the esteemed Ling Shuzhenren. Qin Shu was taken aback and burst into laughter. "Master, I truly have no such intention. Consider it. I am merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Who could I possibly contend against in the competition for the Qi refining stage? I fear I would be eliminated during our sect selection process." As she spoke, she stroked her chin thoughtfully and added, "However, it might be beneficial to partake in the sect's internal competitions to enhance my combat experience." The stone in her hand resembled lapis lazuli, yet it felt somewhat warm to the touch. Curiously examining the stone, she inquired of her master, "Master, what is this?" "Fire essence," Qin Shu exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. As an alchemist, she had certainly heard of fire essence before. "What has it increased to?" Ling Shuzhenren asked, both anxious and exhilarated, as it had been years since he had experienced such a surge of emotions. Upon hearing Qin Shu's remark, he felt a surge of frustration, wishing to roll his eyes. How could she forget something so significant? Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. Without further ado, he retrieved a spirit-testing stone from his storage ring and placed it before Qin Shu. "Let us measure again." Qin Shu understood that her master was seeking verification. She pondered that the testing stone might yield a significant discrepancy in measuring the spiritual roots, and thus placed her hand upon the testing stone. Gradually, the colors red, green, and yellow emerged. Observing the fluctuations of the values on the stone, they ultimately settled at 78, 62, and 53. Feeling somewhat abashed, she nonetheless remained unfazed. Her previous spiritual root values had been 71, 56, and 48. "Master, my fire spiritual root is nearly reaching 80, and my wood spiritual root has exceeded 60. I find alchemy much more manageable now." "How curious," the esteemed Ling Shu pondered, stroking his beard. In his over 800 years of existence, it was the first time he had encountered such an increase in spiritual root values. "Calm your breath and concentrate. Allow me to investigate further." Qin Shu closed her eyes and followed his instructions, sensing a large hand pressing gently against the back of her heart. This was the first time her master had examined her internal condition. However, she suddenly became acutely aware of the possibility that he might discover the inner elixir within her dantian. How would she explain that? Panic surged through her mind as her heart raced uncontrollably. Noticing no sign of concern on her master's face, as if he were oblivious to the inner elixir, she tentatively inquired, "Master, am I all right?" Ling Shu shook his head, his brow furrowed. "At present, I see nothing amiss. What of your spiritual energy?" Qin Shu extended a finger, from which a delicate wisp of violet spiritual energy floated forth. Upon witnessing this, Ling Su Jinren widened his eyes in astonishment. "Sure is this your spiritual energy?" Qin Shu nodded affirmatively. "But are you not of the fire, wood, and earth spiritual roots?" His mind was engulfed in confusion. This implied that had the ethereal energy emanating from her fingertips manifested in any hue corresponding to those three elements, his astonishment would have been considerably lessened. Qin Shu continued to nod, yet as her thoughts shifted, so too did the manifestation of her spiritual energy, transforming into a radiant display akin to a shimmering lantern, ultimately culminating in a smoky violet hue. Chapter 152. Rebound. Though his eyes had long been veiled from sight, within the realm of cultivation, he still possessed the ability of spiritual perception. However, the scope of his vision was inherently limited, far from the acuity of his spiritual awareness. Wuchen Jinren sighed. Turning to his companion, Suihan. "Junior brother, it is best if you speak with Ling Sujinren." Suihan's alabaster visage exhibited little in the way of emotional fluctuation, his inky hair cascading over his deep violet robes. As a gentle breeze swept by, it seemed to stir the ripples within his gray-white eyes. He was acutely aware of his own condition, understanding that the esteemed Ling Sujinren before him would be unable to remedy his ailment. A soft curve graced his lips as he stated, "Esteemed Jinren, my affliction stems from unraveling the secrets of the heavens, which has resulted in my blindness." Wuchen Jinren, upon hearing this somewhat evasive explanation, felt a surge of urgency and hastily interjected, "It is not merely a matter of blindness. His current state resembles that of a tattered sack. No matter how much spiritual energy he absorbs, it dissipates. His cultivation has stagnated for decades without any tangible progress." Upon hearing these words, Ling Sujinren was taken aback. In the celestial realm, the exploration of heavenly secrets often incurs a measure of backlash. However, it is precisely because they can glimpse a fraction of these divine mysteries that they receive certain assistance along their cultivation journey. As for the youth before them, what exactly has he discerned that warrants such a steep price? Ling Sujinren gazed at Suihan in disbelief, while Suihan offered a modest smile. Moreover, there was a detail he had never divulged to anyone. His physical condition was far worse than they could imagine. Not only had he made no progress in his cultivation over the decades, but his body also suffered from the repercussions of his pursuits. Should he fail to discover a remedy soon, he might only have 7 or 8 years left to live. Wuchen Jinren furrowed his brow, pondering what insights he might have gleaned. They must not allow any unfounded speculation. What if he learned something he should not, potentially jeopardizing his cultivation? At over 800 years of age, he preferred to remain oblivious to too much, desiring merely to extend his existence a few more years. Suihan stared ahead, his gaze vacant yet adorned with a gentle smile, seemingly unaffected, albeit his vitality had waned considerably. Ling Sujinren contemplated for a moment, retrieving 2 vials of high-grade restorative pills from his storage ring and presenting them to Suihan. Wuchen Jinren produced a jade box from his mustard seed space as a token of gratitude, but Ling Sujinren declined, insisting that there was no need for such formalities. After all, he had come today primarily to express his thanks. Reflecting on that day, when the sage had advised him to take on disciples, he felt fortunate to have heeded the counsel. Otherwise, he would have missed the opportunity with his apprentice. Upon hearing her words, the dustless master erupted into hearty laughter. "It seems, master, that you are quite pleased with your new disciple." Ling Shu master genuinely wished to showcase his prowess, yet considering the numerous peculiarities surrounding Qin Shu, the more she is known to others, the more detrimental it may be to her future development. Chapter 153. Nothing more at long last. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the selection within the sect commenced. The sword sect mobilized nearly all its members, with only those in secluded meditation absent. The number of applicants from the alchemy sect was rather meager, for their alchemists were primarily supportive figures, lacking in combat prowess. However, spurred by the sect's rewards, several individuals stepped forward to try their luck, Among them the alchemy sect's esteemed senior brother, Cheng Yan, and the reluctant second brother, Wen Qi, who was forcibly registered by Ling Shu master. When Qi found himself at a loss for words, he was the one who had provided the sect's rewards. And now he was expected to exert himself to compete for them? What was the purpose? He had intended to merely go through the motions, aiming to eliminate himself in the very first round. Upon hearing this exchange, Wen Qi's expression turned serious. With his elongated eyes slightly raised, he gazed at Ling Shu master and earnestly confirmed, "Is this truly the case?" Ling Shu master nodded, affirming, "I assure you, if you can accomplish it, I shall certainly allow you to go." Agreed. With that, Wen Qi departed, striding away through the stone door. Only Ling Shu master remained seated on the stone bed, contemplating the figure of his departing disciple. What could possibly motivate Wen Qi to desire a journey to the mortal realm? It is not that he cannot go, rather. During his last visit to the mortal realm, he could not resist meddling in earthly affairs. Had it not been for his timely intervention, he would have nearly caused a grave disaster. If he truly intends to go this time, it is imperative to devise a way to restrain him. Cheng Yan was far more astonished to see Wen Qi than Qin Shu and the others. Standing side by side, Cheng Yan casually inquired, "What brings you here? Is it not for the honor of our sect?" Wen Qi replied, crossing his arms nonchalantly. Cheng Yan thought to himself, in that case, his little schemes might appear rather trivial. Noticing Cheng Yan's gaze upon him, Wen Qi reciprocated with the question, "And what brings you here?" Naturally, Cheng Yan could not divulge the truth. He cleared his throat and, tilting his chin, proclaimed, "Of course, it is also for the honor of our sect." The two exchanged glances, each harboring inscrutable thoughts in their eyes. Cheng Yan assumed Wen Qi was coveting a particular reward, while Wen Qi believed Cheng Yan, like himself, was compelled by their master. Only Qin Shu and He Xian, genuinely there to engage in combat, huddled together. "Sister, are you here to fight as well?" Qin Shu asked. He Xian winked mysteriously at Qin Shu, signaling her to lean closer. As Qin Shu drew near, He Xian whispered, "To be frank, I simply wish to showcase my abilities. I am aware my cultivation is not remarkable, yet I have been earnest in my training over the past 6 months, though no one has noticed. However, once I step onto the arena, it will be different. Everyone will see me. Who knows, perhaps an elder might take an interest in me. If I could just wait until I gain entry into the inner sect, I would no longer need to exert myself for the next sect competition." They have been in the sect for 2 years, and during this time, He Xian has shed her childlike appearance, blossoming into the form of a young maiden. Chapter 154. Surely, no one would allow him to have his way for a lifetime. Qin Shu and He Xian struck a chord and immediately made their way toward the third arena. Numerous individuals around them shared the same objective. As Qi stood out as the most gifted and formidable among their cohort of new disciples, everyone was eager to witness the extent of the disparity between them and Qi Yu, given that they had all entered the sect together. Naturally, aside from these junior disciples, others were less concerned about the event. After all, the realm of their cultivation was evident, and such battles were akin to child's play in the eyes of more advanced practitioners. Qin Shu grasped He Xian's hand, navigating through the throngs of people with great effort, ultimately securing a spot in the front row. The disciple facing Qi Yu had joined the sect earlier than they had, thus benefiting from an additional decade of cultivation. This senior brother was at the 8th level of Qi refinement, surpassing Qi Yu, who was at the 6th level, by 2 minor realms. He too was a disciple with 3 spirit roots, and such a cultivation pace was typical for those with 3 spirit roots. Some exceptionally gifted disciples could linger for 2 additional realms during the Qi refinement phase, achieving a flawless foundation establishment. However, that was not the case for him. The difficulty of achieving a perfect foundation at the pinnacle of Qi refinement was considerably greater. Should he miss this opportunity, the prospect of future foundation establishment would become increasingly daunting. Upon participating in the selection for the sect's grand competition, he merely harbored the intention of engaging in friendly sparring with others. Little did he anticipate that the first opponent he would encounter would be Qi Yu from the Sword Sect. It is said that she possesses a heavenly spirit root, advancing in her cultivation at an astonishing pace. Perhaps now she could even compete with them on the same stage, leaving them at a significant disadvantage by their next encounter. Such a prodigious talent, even though his cultivation level was somewhat superior at present, left him no room for arrogance. He clasped his fists before Qiyu and said, I am Zhou Qing from the Fuzong, and I humbly seek your guidance, junior sister. Qiyu returned the gesture, introducing herself as Qiyu from the sword sect. With a graceful motion, she summoned her stunning Hongjian sword to her hand. The aura of spiritual energy surrounding her was remarkably dense, and the tuft of red feathers atop her head resembled a flickering flame. Although her cultivation appeared slightly inferior, the solemn expression on the face of the disciple opposite her suggested a reversal in their perceived strengths. The sect competition adhered to certain rules, permitting the use of magical artifacts and talismans, regardless of their grade, provided one could wield them competently. After all, magical artifacts and talismans constituted a portion of one's strength. Qiyu's artifact was the Hongjian sword she held, whereas the disciple before her, being a talisman practitioner, readily produced a stack of talismans. She had always believed that talisman practitioners relied on overwhelming their opponents with an array of offensive and defensive talismans, capable of exhausting their foes through sheer quantity. However, observing the talisman practitioner from the Fuzong facing Qiyu, she noted him employing agile movements to maintain distance, intermittently launching talismans in his offensive attempts. After a considerable time, he managed to release a single talisman, prompting a sense of anxiety in Qin Shu on his behalf. The child does not consider the considerable effort these young disciples must exert to exchange for a vial of cinnabar, nor the tasks required to acquire the talisman paper for drawing symbols, even if the symbols are crafted personally, thereby saving a portion of spirit stones. The act of drawing the symbols also incurs losses, as success is not guaranteed. Who would be so reckless as to scatter their talismans indiscriminately? What they are dispersing are not mere symbols, but precious spirit stones. Chapter 155, Jade Essence Pill. Qin Shu shook her head, stating that she had yet to witness it. She informed her scoring senior sister, Shuing, to call out to her once it was her turn. Upon hearing this, Qiyu felt a newfound respect for his junior sister. No wonder both of their masters spoke highly of her diligence. She did not squander even a moment of her free time. He clasped his fists towards Qin Shu and remarked, I eagerly anticipate the day I shall face you. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu was equally invigorated and readily agreed. Indeed, each day, she diligently purged the residual toxins from Xie Shiyuan's body. Through her decisive interventions, the toxins within him steadily diminished. He had even managed to form 2 elongated legs, albeit he walked with a slight limp. The moment Qin Shu entered, Xie Shiyuan transformed and lay back down on the stone bed, manifesting a tail once more. Qin Shu vaguely sensed something amiss, yet she could not ascertain whether her vision was deceiving her. She opened her mouth to speak, your legs. Before she could finish her sentence, Xie Shiyuan interrupted, this body does not possess legs. Qin Shu. Xie Shiyuan cast a fleeting glance at her, his dark golden eyes reflecting an inscrutable expression that Qin Shu could not decipher. His thin lips formed a straight line, exuding an air of aloofness. Noticing Qin Shu's gaze upon him, he parted his lips slightly, as if to argue, when have you ever seen a snake with legs? Qin Shu. He was indeed correct. She had never encountered such a phenomenon. Snakes are devoid of legs, a fact that is indisputable. Can your serpent kin truly transform into human form, yet fail to manifest a tail? That seems rather implausible. She vividly recalled the day he had distractedly rushed to her aid. He had possessed a pair of long, straight legs then. Naturally, it was possible. However, he let out a derisive snort, his chin lifting slightly, showcasing an exquisite jawline that radiated superiority, dismissing her thoughts. Qin Shu fell into silence once more.
Ah.
You are noble, you are extraordinary. If you possess such prowess, then do refrain from transforming into legs for your entire life. As she prepared to depart, she severed another slice of lingering poison for him and tossed a bottle of cooling pills in his direction, her actions far from gentle. Yet, he appeared somewhat dejected, lowering his head as he reformed his tail, mentally calculating the time required for recovery. It would likely take another 6 months before his legs returned to normal, and only then could he reappear in the heavenly palace. Qin Shu remained oblivious to Xie Shiyuan's inner musings, as she casually seated herself on the mat and retrieved a communication jade slip. The young monk Kong Shun had sent her 2 messages, and upon opening them, she read, Divine Sight Herb, White Moonlight, Dragon Blood Sunflower. The formula for the Jade Radiance Pill. Junior sister, there is no need for thanks. If you truly manage to concoct this pill, a single one for your senior brother would suffice. The Jade Beauty Pill, a single consumption of which can grant eternal youth, is indeed an exceedingly popular commodity in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 156, An Irresistible Proposal. Junior sister, are you certain it is the Jade Beauty Pill, and not merely the Youthful Appearance Pill? Such jokes are not to be taken lightly, Wen Qi remarked. Despite the tempest of emotions swirling within him, he sought confirmation from Qin Shu once more. The young apprentice, still in her youth, might not fully grasp the distinction between the 2 pills, yet it was imperative for him to ensure clarity and prevent any potential blunder. Upon receiving Wen Qi's message, Qin Shu scrunched her nose in exasperation. Elder brother, the difference between the Jade Beauty Pill and the Youthful Appearance Pill is substantial. If it were merely the Youthful Appearance Pill, would I even seek your collaboration? Wen Qi, upon reading her response, felt a surge of exhilaration. That is splendid. May I be so bold as to inquire about the origin of this pill formula? It is legitimate, I trust? Although he posed the question, his determination was unwavering. Regardless of the formula's provenance, he was intent on securing it. The Buddha said, It cannot be spoken of, Qin Shu replied, her words not mere evasion. After receiving the formula from Kong Shen, she had been expressly cautioned not to disclose its source. Given that it was indeed the genuine Jade Beauty Pill, she was resolute in her desire to be involved. I shall provide the formula, but for every pill you sell, I must receive a share, Qin Shu stipulated. What are you thinking? You are being foolish. Then I shall inquire with others about potential collaboration, she retorted, understanding the importance of knowing when to withdraw. If she were to partner with outsiders, there was no guarantee of their integrity.
Deal.
Thus, the 2 reached an agreement, both parties thoroughly satisfied. Seated nearby, Cheng Yan observed the unabashed joy radiating from Wen Qi's countenance and inquired, What delightful news has brought you such elation? Wen Qi cast a sidelong glance at him and, as if struck by a sudden inspiration, positioned his hands upon the armrests of his chair, straightened his posture, and turned his gaze towards his elder brother. Elder brother, did you not previously inquire about methods to acquire spirit stones? I now possess a splendid opportunity for profit. Would you care to join me? Having grown up alongside Wen Qi, Cheng Yan could discern his intent to devise a scheme. Yet, despite his reservations, he found himself genuinely intrigued. Pray, elaborate further. Just as Wen Qi was about to speak, Xu turned his attention towards them. Wen Qi promptly fell silent and discreetly transmitted to Cheng Yan. After today's arena competition concludes, let us convene at Junior Sister's cave abode. Meanwhile, Qin Shu was practicing her swordplay within her secluded dwelling. Upon sensing a disturbance in the surrounding protective barriers, she ceased her training and ventured outside. To her surprise, she discovered that both her elder and second elder brothers had come to visit. While she could comprehend the rationale behind her second brother's business proposition, she found it curious that her elder brother had accompanied him. When she entered, casting a glance around Qin Shu's sparsely furnished cave, and without a moment's hesitation, he extracted a set of elegant tables and chairs from his storage ring. The lustrous white jade possessed an aura that starkly contrasted with the surroundings. With no hesitation, Qin Shu took a seat and inquired, What brings both elder brother and second elder brother to my humble abode? Chapter 157. The legendary foolish one. After the trio of siblings reached an agreement, they each departed their separate ways. Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback as Wen Qi solemnly remarked, Junior sister, it matters not that you are unwilling to disclose the origin of the formula. However, I still wish to discuss the possibility of acquiring it outright. Should the opportunity arise, we shall purchase this formula at a premium. Only by having it in our possession can we truly dictate its value. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu nodded slightly, understanding that only through monopolization could they wield pricing power. Indeed, selling to anyone else would yield no advantage. Perhaps it would be wiser to sell to her second senior brother instead. After contemplating for a moment, she lifted her gaze to Wen Qi and said, Brother, I can seek out someone to purchase this, but my current supply of spirit stones is somewhat insufficient. What do you think? With a grand gesture, when she replied, "Fear not, the spirit stones are not an issue. Go ahead and negotiate the price." After all, the cost incurred would ultimately come from the same source. The more expensive the formula, the pricier the elixirs produced. Once she bid farewell to Qin Shu retrieved a communication jade slip, her excitement leading her to seek out the section pertaining to Kong Shen. After careful consideration, she sent a message. "Senior brother Kong Shen, have you sold that formula?" "Not yet," came the response. Confined in a small, dark room, Kong Shen had little to occupy his time besides cultivating or studying the formations he had inscribed. Just as boredom was about to engulf him, the communication jade slip illuminated, prompting him to hastily retrieve it. "Why not simply sell it to me? Name your price," Qin Shu boldly declared, emboldened by the support of her second senior brother. The audacity of a mere Qi refinement junior sister to demand a price was astonishing. One could only speculate on the wealth of those advanced alchemists. The thought was beyond his imagination. Qin Shu found herself momentarily at a loss for words, yet she refrained from elaborating excessively, simply stating, "It is funded by my elder brother, Kong Shen," recognizing that the elixir formula was destined to be sold regardless. Considered selling it to junior sister Qin Shu as a viable option. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously quoted a price, 300 top-grade spirit stones. Qin Shu responded, "Is that the price you have always charged, brother?" Upon seeing this, she realized that Kong Shen had likely been taken advantage of previously. In the immortal cultivation realm, those who had lived for centuries possessed cunning minds, intricately woven with complexities that a naive disciple like Kong Shen could hardly comprehend. Recalling her second brother's earlier words, that a single elixir could fetch thousands of top-grade spirit stones, she boldly declared, "Brother, I offer 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Moreover, should you come across any elixir formulas in the future, please consider selling them to me first. What do you think?" Kong Shen was momentarily taken aback, nearly unable to recognize the phrase 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Could a mere elixir formula truly be worth such an extravagant sum? From what he had seen, it was not even a legendary elixir capable of resurrecting the dead. Chapter 158. Unskilled yet victorious, Duan Shou observed the petite girl across from him, who was a head shorter, her high ponytail swaying gracefully. Most of the young women in the sect were adorned in a similar fashion. "I am Qin Shu from the Dan sect. I humbly seek your guidance, senior brother," she said, clasping her hands in respect. Qin Shu erupted into a bright laugh and, with a swift motion, retrieved her white jade sword from her storage ring, eager for the challenge. Competitions were meant to be pursued with utmost effort. If the opponent were to concede from the outset, she would have lost before the contest even began. As soon as Qin Shu stepped onto the arena, the entire platform's restrictions were triggered. A pale egg-white barrier enveloped the stage, and someone around exaggeratedly shouted, "Junior sister Qin Shu has arrived." The disciples of the Dan sect and Sword sect, who had previously gathered at other platforms, quickly surrounded her. Despite her relatively low cultivation level, which placed her at a disadvantage in this competition, the spirit of the contest was paramount. Qin Shu gazed upon the wall of onlookers forming outside, listening to their encouraging cheers, and felt a subtle warmth in her heart. "Junior sister, brace yourself." Acknowledging the essence of friendly rivalry among fellow disciples, her opponent approached, hammer in hand, ready to strike. The powerful fluctuations of gold elemental spiritual energy radiating from the hammer caused considerable concern among the senior brothers and sisters outside the formation. "This is surely hopeless. It is not my intention to diminish our junior sister's spirit, but she has only been cultivating for 2 years. Even a prodigy requires time to mature. Fear not. Even if our junior sister falters, once I have this lad in my grasp, I shall impart a good lesson on her behalf. With equal cultivation levels, it remains uncertain who will teach whom a lesson. Under equal circumstances, no one can rival a sword cultivator." Amidst the clamor, various opinions floated around. Some even initiated betting, proclaiming odds of 36-1 on junior sister Qin Shu, exclaiming, "Place your bets. I am betting on my junior sister to win. Regardless of the outcome, I will support her. Do not speak of reason. I am devoid of rationality at this moment. I am betting on my junior sister to triumph." As Duan Shou delivered his strike, One would have expected Qin Shu to at least evade the blow, to sidestep its destructive force. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, she boldly advanced with her sword in hand. Qin Shu knelt on one knee, her palms split and her entire arm tingling, yet she sensed the body-refining technique imparted by the great serpent swiftly mending her physique. Every fiber of her being, each cell, resonated with a delightful numbness, as if immersed in a profoundly invigorating dream. This sensation was indeed exquisite. Qin Shu wiped the sweat from her brow, her blood smeared across her face. Once more. Chapter 159. Harnessing strength for body refinement, it was indeed the Peiyuan pill that she had consumed, as the disciple from the pill sect confirmed nearby. To refine one's body through another's strength? She seemed unfazed by the possibility of being severely injured by a single blow. What a madwoman! Some marveled in astonishment. How did she accomplish this? Might we learn from her? Inquisitive individuals dared to ask. It must be related to her body-refining technique. Observe how, despite her hands enduring a portion of the force, she dispersed the impact throughout her body with each breath. We likely cannot replicate this without the corresponding technique. Recklessly enduring such strikes would only lead to demise, a fervent responder elucidated. No wonder Master Wang Jian agreed to accept her as a disciple. Her reckless demeanor mirrors that of the master himself, showcasing a remarkable legacy of surpassing the predecessor. The murmurs beneath her were distinctly audible to Qin Shu. Yet at this moment, she could not afford to dwell on them. The onslaught from her opponent was becoming increasingly relentless, prompting her to silently assess how much longer her petite frame could endure such assaults. Duan Shou was equally troubled. His expression was exceptionally grave. He had initially believed this contest to be devoid of any suspense. However, his attacks were being effortlessly countered, and his spiritual energy was depleting at an alarming rate, while his adversary had yet to unleash a single offensive maneuver. He had assumed that, given his superior cultivation, he would eventually exhaust the little girl's spiritual energy, nearly forgetting that she was an alchemist, unperturbed by the consumption of medicinal pills. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Shu had only consumed a Peiyuan pill, and she had not taken a single replenishing pill. In the end, she withstood one of his blows, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her sect robes clung to her, indistinguishable whether soaked by sweat or blood. She recognized that she had reached the absolute limit of her physical endurance. Straightening her posture, she consumed a Peiyuan pill. Naturally, Duan Shou would not grant her any reprieve. The dual hammers in his grasp were imbued with golden spiritual energy, descending upon her. The air was drawn into a downward vortex by the force of his hammers. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the Qin Shu, previously ensnared by his aura, vanished. She stepped forward, asserting, "Senior brother, do we still need to continue?" The energy he had amassed dissipated, leaving him with a sense of defeat. He understood that her words were merely an attempt to preserve a semblance of dignity for herself. He was unable to win against her. Just moments ago, he could not discern the whereabouts of junior sister Qin Shu, nor could he fathom how she had appeared before him. With such agility, she didn't even need to employ her sword techniques. Duan Shou forced a bitter smile and clasped his fists, conceding, "I admit defeat." With furrowed brows and a countenance marked by disappointment, Duan Shou looked up at Qin Shu as she called out to him. To his surprise, she smiled at him and, in the next instant, tossed over a vial of medicinal pills. "Thank you for today, senior brother." Before Duan Shou could comprehend why Qin Shu expressed her gratitude, his hands instinctively caught the vial she had thrown. Chapter 160. It has been quite some time since you last struck me. Qin Shu nodded earnestly. That is sufficient. Consider it a consultation fee, Xie Shiwan remarked, reflecting on the items he had provided her. Qin Shu glanced at the storage ring in her hand and mused that this consultation fee seemed rather excessive. Xie Shiwan's gaze settled upon her, causing Qin Shu to tense as she clutched the storage ring tightly. Xie Shiwan then remarked, "Could it be that my body is not worth such a trifling amount of spirit stones?" Qin Shu replied, "What if someone eagerly seeks to be a fool? I can only oblige him then. Rest assured, I will cleanse the toxins from your body thoroughly, leaving not a trace behind," she assured him. Xie Shiwan let out a light scoff, his voice laced with languor. "As long as you are careful not to injure my meridians again, I will be eternally grateful." Given the strength of his meridians, it was evident that Qin Shu could not inflict any harm upon him. His words were merely a jest. Upon hearing his remark, Qin Shu offered an awkward smile, affirming, "Of course, of course." Yet at that moment, a sudden thought struck her. Her gaze fell once more upon Xie Shiwan's tail. Perhaps. Was there a possibility? An audacious idea flashed through her mind as she recklessly pressed her hand against the freshly membraned wound on Xie Shiwan. According to his self-defense mechanisms, her actions at this juncture could indeed cause him harm. Surely, he would retaliate, wouldn't he? However, the anticipated response was conspicuously absent. Furrowing her brow, Qin Shu averted her gaze to glance at him, only to find him still reclining on the stone bed, propped up on one hand, eyes closed in a state of tranquility. His pronounced brow and nose appeared as if meticulously sculpted. She could no longer apply pressure, setting aside his striking visage. She had just received a considerable amount of spirit stones from him and could not afford to be ungrateful. Contemplating her options, she devised another reckless course of action. Drawing forth a substantial portion of black toxin with her spiritual energy, she recalled from past experiences that such a degree of extraction would be sufficient to induce excruciating pain. Yet, as she observed the veins on his forehead and arms bulging ominously, he still showed no inclination to retaliate. Exhaustion overcame her. The removal of such a significant toxin was a tremendous drain on her spiritual and mental faculties. Weary, she collapsed onto the ground, propping herself up with her hands behind her, gazing at Xie Shiwan on the stone bed. Beads of sweat emerged on his forehead, dampening the wisps of hair at his temples, while his lips bore a pallid hue, enveloping him in an aura of fragility. Qin Shu pondered that since martial prowess was lacking, she might as well try wit, and thus spoke. "You truly embody a vivid charm, more enchanting than the fairies of our sect." Xie Shiwan lay languidly upon the stone bed, his eyes closed, as the tumultuous spiritual energy surged through his expansive meridians, immersing him in a blissful euphoria. He was so absorbed that he paid no heed to Qin Shu's words. After a prolonged silence, as Qin Shu wondered about his utter lack of response, Xie Shiwan, with his eyes still shut, unleashed his unique, husky timbre within the confines of a cave. "At your tender age, the pursuit of cultivation is of utmost importance. Do not be ensnared by mere beauty." Chapter 161. "This is unfair to our alchemy sect." Shu Yu instructed Qin Shu to wait at the steps while he entered the room to make an announcement. Shortly after, he emerged with a cordial demeanor, inviting Qin Shu to join him. Just as she approached the threshold, her master's booming voice reached her ears. "Can your meager cultivation truly ruin so many arena tiles, Shuer? I say, Qinan, must we be so unscrupulous in our pursuit of spirit stones? How many points can a Qi condensation disciple possibly have? You demand over 1,000 in one go. How many tasks must she undertake?" Qin Shu was taken aback, pausing in her steps. Upon comprehending his words, a warmth blossomed in her heart. Her master was indeed a charming old man. It was the first time in her 2 lifetimes that someone had stood up for her after she had felt wronged. Although his voice was somewhat thunderous, it only added to his endearing nature. If the esteemed Lingshu Jinren were to discover the thoughts harbored by Qin Shu, he would surely be overwhelmed with indignation. Why does he raise his voice? Is it not a consequence of her influence? For centuries, he had communicated through divine consciousness. Yet her arrival has led him astray. Shiyu was evidently taken aback as well. The realm of cultivation emphasizes self-cultivation and tranquility, rarely witnessing such heated disputes. The contention at hand was hardly of great significance, merely a matter of over 1,300 points. Were it the sword sect vying for the same, one could comprehend the situation better. As Qin Shu and Shiyu entered, they found the dissatisfaction etched on Lingshu Jinren's countenance, palpable in the air. He inquired, "Why is it that only my Shu has been penalized? Why not that lad from the Qi sect? Do you presume our Dan sect to be gullible fools?" Qin cast a glance at the 2 disciples who had just entered, sighed, and clarified, "Was it not your Shu who shattered those bricks on the arena? This truly has nothing to do with a disciple from the Qi sect. He could not have broken that floor even with a full-force strike." Lingshu Jinren furrowed his brow,
questioning, "What do you mean by that?"
"My Shu's cultivation is not yet superior to that Qi sect disciples. She has only reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. As he spoke, he turned to glance at Qin Shu, and his expression shifted to astonishment as he exclaimed, "Oh, she's reached the 7th level? This little girl is progressing swiftly, truly worthy of being my disciple." However, when he turned his gaze back to Qi Nan, the look of pride quickly dissipated, replaced by a scowl. Even at the 7th level, she still does not surpass the cultivation of the Qi sect disciple. Your judgment is fundamentally unfair. Qi Nan gazed at the disciple before him, feeling a sense of helplessness. The protective array undoubtedly functioned without fault. The issue lay with your little apprentice. What exactly has she done? She is well aware of it herself. Perhaps you should inquire her directly. Upon uttering these words, he turned his attention to Qin Shu. Master Ling Shu, seizing the moment, inquired, "Sure, now that we are in the presence of the sect leader, do share with us what transpired." Qin Shu, with her head bowed low, felt a pang of guilt. The disciple merely, well, she practiced her body refinement. Her voice was barely audible, and the final words were uttered with such vagueness that even Master Ling Shu, with his keen hearing, could scarcely discern her meaning. Chapter 162, a gift to bring home. With her head still lowered, upon hearing her master's words, Qin Shu's lips curled into a smile, her ears perked up in attentive curiosity. Qi Nan, in response to Master Ling Shu's comment, fell into a contemplative silence. Ling Shu continued with determination, "Sect leader, it seems that when I accepted my disciples, you did not provide them with a welcoming gift, did you?" Qi Nan? Shu could not help but lower her head further, while Qin Shu could barely contain her laughter. Ling Shu shot her a disapproving glance, pondering how naive this disciple was, unsure for whose benefit it was all unfolding. Qi Nan sighed, resigning himself to fate. He retrieved a pair of elegant women's boots and glanced at the black cloth shoes adorning Qin Shu's feet. He paused for a moment, suddenly feeling quite pleased with his choice of gift. He beckoned Qin Shu over, saying, "Shuer, come here." Qin Shu promptly approached, eager to seize the opportunity for a reward. As I raised my gaze, I beheld the delicate pink boots held by the master, adorned with a small bell that jingled with each step. While undeniably charming, I couldn't help but think that such a bell would surely betray one's presence during a hunt or a hasty retreat. A flicker of resistance stirred within Qin Shu, yet she reminded herself that an item bestowed by the master would surely possess extraordinary qualities, compelling her to listen to his words. Qi Nan presented the boots, addressing Qin Shu. "These silver bell swift boots were procured by me from a hidden realm. Once donned, they can double one's speed, making them ideal for both travel and escape." At this moment, having already grasped the art of shrinking distances, Qin Shu found herself less fixated on speed. Nevertheless, the prospect of enhanced velocity ignited a spark of excitement within her. With these boots and a skirt, she felt a renewed sense of confidence in evading pursuers, regardless of whether the great serpent would come to her aid. The bell emits sound only when infused with spiritual energy, serving as a magical artifact with hallucinatory properties. Naturally, the duration of the illusion depends on one's cultivation level. Given her current realm of Qi training at the 7th level, she surmised that against a golden core cultivator, the illusion would last but a fleeting moment. A fleeting moment, indeed, yet that would afford her enough time to utilize a teleportation talisman. With enthusiasm, Qin Shu accepted the boots, bowing deeply to the master. "Thank you, master, for your generous gift. I truly cherish this item." The master chuckled warmly, replying, "As long as you appreciate it, that is all that matters." Ling Suzhenren observed that after presenting Qin Shu with a superior spiritual artifact, his countenance brightened considerably. The exchange of 1,320 points for such an item was indeed a profitable venture. Noticing that Qin Shu had swiftly stowed away her silver bell boots and retreated behind him, he resolved to press on with his request, undeterred by any embarrassment. Qi Nan, pursing his lips, regarded him with a complex expression, pondering the peculiar custom of offering a greeting gift upon first meeting. Ling Suzhenren nodded in agreement, but just when Qi Nan thought he might relent, Ling Su casually retrieved a transmission talisman, summoning, "You're come to the Master's cave for a discussion." Chapter 163. Perhaps I am not your opponent after all. Ling Suzhenren, being an alchemist, had never participated in any sword formation trials, however. One does not need to have experienced everything to comprehend its essence. With numerous sword cultivators within the sect, a little inquiry revealed much. It was said that even a single day spent in the sword formation trial would yield rewards. The legendary Wang Jianjinren, who once endured 49 days within, was celebrated by the sect as a once-in-a-millennium genius, a title he had not diminished in his subsequent progress. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu inexplicably recalled the luminous figure that had instructed her in sword techniques within the transmission hall. Considering the passage of time, it had indeed been a long while since her last visit, and she wondered which was more formidable, that luminous figure or the sword formation trial. After mastering the fundamental sword forms, she had struggled to learn even a single technique from that figure. Understanding well that her insufficient cultivation rendered her incapable of sustaining the spiritual energy consumption within that golden realm. However, her cultivation has indeed improved somewhat. Could it not mean that she can continue her studies? Although she lacks bloodline power, fortune seems to favor her. After voicing these thoughts, Master Ling Shu cast a disdainful glance at the black cloth shoes adorning Qin Shu's feet and remarked, "Since the sect leader gifted you new shoes, you ought to wear them. A young lady should not present herself so disheveled." Qin Shu glanced at her masculine attire, and the thought of donning a pair of dainty pink shoes seemed utterly unappealing. Her master's rather straightforward sense of aesthetics left much to be desired. She quickly bowed and sought to dissuade her master from this notion. "Master, let us reserve the new shoes for when they are truly needed. Wearing such fine footwear within the sect might attract undue attention." Master Ling Shu pondered this and nodded in agreement. "Very well, as long as you are aware of your own circumstances." As they passed by the residence of Dream Camel Peak, he also presented 2 bottles of cultivation pills to Wei Ming. Observing Qin Shu's fleeting figure, he was reminded of her hurried demeanor. For the first time, he resolved to seek out his master, Master Fuqing. "Master, I wish to enter seclusion for cultivation." Master Fuqing was quite taken aback. They had always indulged in leisure and revelry, while their demon beasts simply grew stronger with age, without the arduous struggles faced by humans. "What has prompted this sudden epiphany?" he inquired. "Junior sister Qin Shu cultivates daily. Her prowess now surpasses mine by a considerable margin. I find myself unable to keep pace with her. When she first began, I was at the 3rd level of qi refinement, yet here I remain, still at the same level." Wei Ming lamented, rubbing his small head in frustration. Fuqing Jinren was taken aback and inquired, "What is Qin Shu's current cultivation level?" Upon hearing this, Fuqing Jinren inhaled sharply, astonished by her prowess. Regret flooded his heart. Why had he not been more resolute in the past? Had he taken Qin Shu as his disciple then, this remarkable student would now belong to him. Wei Ming had resolutely decided to enter seclusion, leaving Fuqing Jinren with no choice but to remind him earnestly not to isolate himself completely. Should he experience any discomfort, he must send word without delay. Chapter 164. Not a comparison of sword techniques any longer. Zhuang Heng's demeanor was neither arrogant nor hasty, exuding the elegance of a refined gentleman. Qin Shu produced her white jade sword, declaring, "Brother, there is no need for false modesty. Let us engage in a duel before we speak further." They had already sparred 4 times, becoming well acquainted with each other's techniques. Zhuang Heng initiated with a mere 40% of his spiritual energy, while Qin Shu boldly met his advance. The aura emanating from their swords flared brilliantly as she deftly dissipated the force upon her arm. Stepping back a few paces, she discerned that Zhuang Heng had not exerted his full strength, for her sword remained unbroken. However, she had no time to ponder this, as Zhuang Heng's subsequent strike was upon her. As her cultivation method activated, she felt confident in her ability to counter this attack and responded with her sword in hand. After 4 exchanges, Zhuang Heng had progressed to the 5th form of his shadow blade sword technique, with sword shadows raining down like a tempest. He was genuinely curious to see how Qin Shu would respond to this assault, yet he was taken aback when his blade struck nothing but air. Qin Shu deftly maneuvered through the gaps in his sword shadows, executing a move he had never witnessed before. Zhuang Heng cast a surprised glance at Qin Shu, who then raised her sword, twirling it in a flourish, as a wisp of smoky purple spiritual energy danced along the blade. The multitude of sword shadows shattered, revealing Zhuang Heng behind them. He had claimed that aside from his swordsmanship, he possessed little else of merit, Yet Qin Shu found herself in a similar predicament. Her knowledge of techniques beyond swordplay was scant. In truth, if one were to draw a comparison, Qin Shu held a slight advantage in physical cultivation and agility. The spectators below the platform observed the ongoing exchange between Qin Shu and Zhuang Heng with rapt attention. Not only did Qin Shu show no signs of defeat, but her internal spiritual energy appeared inexhaustible. They had not even witnessed her consuming any replenishing elixirs. What level of cultivation had she attained to possess such abundant spiritual power? As Qin Shu noticed Zhuang Heng's sixth stance nearing completion, she formed a sword gesture and initiated the first move of the piercing clouds and breaking rain technique. To be frank, she could only execute 2 moves proficiently. The remaining 4 were mere imitations, and utilizing spiritual energy to perform them was out of the question. Qin Shu's swordplay was imbued with her own comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. Though her understanding was limited, it was sufficient to counter Zhuang Heng's sword techniques. A flash of golden light intertwined with a streak of smoky purple brilliance, and Qin Shu couldn't help but smile, pleasantly surprised that she had indeed managed to intercept the attack. Her right arm, holding the sword, felt somewhat weary. Sparring with a senior brother at the 10th level of Qi refinement was indeed no simple task. Zhuang Heng regarded her with astonishment, recognizing that his master was indeed extraordinary. Given time, her future prospects seemed boundless. "Thank you for your praise, senior brother," she replied graciously. Zhuang Heng continued, "Next, senior brother will also exert his utmost effort." Qin Shu nodded earnestly. Her agility was newly acquired from the transmission palace, and she found it remarkably effective. However, Qi Nan, seated on the platform, appeared slightly perturbed. Initially indifferent to the skirmishes among the junior disciples, his interest piqued upon hearing that Qin Shu would face a disciple from the sword sect today. He thought to observe how the young lady honed her physical prowess. Chapter 165. I scored 105 in the English exam. With a wave of his hand, Qi Nan summoned a set of tea cups onto the table. He gestured for Qin Shu to sit down and poured her a cup of tea before inquiring, "Dear Shu, may I ask where you acquired the agility you displayed in the competition?" Cradling the exquisite white jade teacup, Qin Shu furrowed her brow slightly at the question. The sect leader, noticing her reaction, chuckled amiably. "Our sect does not seek to uncover your secrets. Each individual possesses their own fortuity, of which I am aware. However, do you know who previously employed this technique?" Taken aback, Qin Shu gazed up at the beaming sect leader and shook her head. As anticipated, she soon heard the leader say, "This technique was created by our venerable ancestor, the Xiantian Daoist, and is known as Misty Shadows. It was through this technique and the misty swordplay that our ancestor established a foothold in the realm of cultivation. Alas, both the technique and the swordplay vanished completely with the ancestor's ascension." Qin Shu was left speechless. She contemplated various possibilities, but had never imagined it could be linked to the venerable ancestor. "Dear Shu, could you kindly disclose where you learned this technique?" Qin Shu pressed her lips together, her expression somewhat complex. "Master," she said, "you might find it hard to believe, but I merely bowed at the transmission hall." Qin Shu was candid, explaining that the image hung in the transmission hall by the ancestral master was intended for the guidance of disciples. It wasn't exclusive to her. She recounted how she had approached the transmission hall, noticed the door wide open, and walked inside. Upon entering, she encountered a portrait of a celestial-like swordsman clad in white. Assuming he must be a predecessor, she bowed and proceeded further. Qi Nan listened, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Having served as the sect leader for 6 centuries, it was the first time he had heard of the transmission hall's doors opening unaided without a password when approached. Yet, observing Qin Shu's demeanor, he sensed no deceit. He chuckled softly. "It seems the ancestral master's legacy sought you out on its own. You need not feel burdened. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." As Qin Shu exited the master's abode, she held a communication jade slip in her hand. Smiling silently, a prominent figure in her contact list had just been added. She sighed, pondering how one could evade the initial trials of the month, yet not the subsequent ones. Ultimately deciding to proceed. Upon arriving at her master's dwelling, she discovered her senior brother, second senior brother, and master standing in a row, arms crossed, gazing down at her. Instinctively, Qin Shu took a step back. Master, senior brothers, what is this about? When she, representing the others, was the first to voice a question. Junior sister, how did you come to learn the techniques of the central continent? You haven't been possessed by them, have you? Qin Shu furrowed her brow. Since her senior brother had said so, how could she prove her innocence? Otherwise, should she recount the tale of the golden rainbow pomegranate? When she observed a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, realizing that this girl was not one to suffer in silence, he quickly cleared his throat and interrupted her, asserting that there was no need. His junior sister was undoubtedly innocent, and he was well aware of that. Chapter 166. Is luck on your side? Emerging from their master's cave, when she crossed his arms, gazing at Qin Shu with a look that was both approving and tinged with a hint of envy. Little Shu, your fortune is truly remarkable. He reflected on his own journey in cultivation, which had also been blessed with good fortune. Yet he had never encountered such exceptional skills or talents as hers. Moreover, her innate gifts were indeed enviable. Upon hearing his words, even his senior brother, who typically held a contentious relationship with him, nodded in agreement. His junior sister was indeed exceptionally fortunate. Qin Shu managed a faint smile, though it did not quite reach her eyes. Was her luck truly that remarkable? At first glance, it might seem so. But who among the fortunate would find themselves drowning after barely gaining admission to Tsinghua University, only to inherit the mess left behind by the previous owner? Truly a hellish ordeal. You two are overly complimentary. In my eyes, you are the true paragons of heaven's favor. Before she could finish her thought, when she interrupted her, saying, all right, let us not indulge in mutual flattery any longer. Since we both recognize each other's boundless potential, how about we establish a gentleman's agreement? Qin Shu blinked her eyes, contemplating that the future was not without bound. However, a sharp glance from when she silenced her chatter. What gentleman's agreement? Cheng Yen inquired. Qin Shu nodded fervently from the side, her demeanor radiating innocence. After a moment of thought, when she proposed, if anyone among us is destined to ascend, let that person accomplish a task for the other two before their ascension. This endeavor shall not hinder one's cultivation, violate moral principles, or oppose the heavenly order. What say you? Qin Shu acquiesced, recognizing that, given their respective levels of cultivation and apparent talent, the likelihood of her two senior brothers achieving ascension was considerably greater. Presently, she enjoyed a modicum of fortunate luck, yet the future remained uncertain. If she could endure until her two brothers ascended, she would request them to establish a barrier for her, allowing her to quietly exist within it, ultimately living out her days peacefully. Should her brothers discover this lofty aspiration of hers, they would undoubtedly mock her. Yet, individual pursuits vary, after all. After pondering for a while, Cheng Yen ultimately nodded in agreement. Thus, the three siblings reached a delightful gentleman's agreement, as the setting sun cast a gentle glow upon them, elongating their shadows behind. Only after witnessing her two brothers ascend did Qin Shu proceed down the narrow path she had taken to descend the mountain. She still needed to visit the transmission hall, for the misty footprints of the immortals was highly esteemed by the sect leader, and she was determined to master it. Moreover, she had previously informed the sect leader of the method to enter that golden realm. If the ancestral master were to teach this technique to only one person, what would happen if she arrived too late? It would leave her with no place to lament her misfortune. This technique, when paired with swordplay, proved remarkably effective. To take a hypothetical step back, as long as she mastered the movement technique, even if Qin Mian arrived, she could still evade him, couldn't she? She returned to the transmission hall, which remained enveloped in silence. Qin Shu scratched the back of her head, attributing this to the disciples of Xuantiangong being rather disinclined to study. Even if one could not enter the golden realm, wouldn't learning from the multitude of movement and spell techniques within the hall enhance her own strength? Little did she know that each direct disciple was permitted to visit the transmission hall only thrice a month, and the reason for her ignorance remained a mystery. Chapter 167. What does the senior brother think? Those disciples at the 11th and 12th levels of Qi cultivation were relentless in their pursuit of perfection, holding themselves to exceedingly high standards. There was no doubt that Qin Shu had been defeated. She was forced to the edge of the arena by a single strike from Sister Lian Yun, with another blade of sword energy following closely behind, one she dared not withstand head-on. With admirable composure, She leapt down from the platform and clasped her fists in gratitude towards Sister Lien Yun, expressing her thanks for the sister's esteemed consideration. Lien Yun, tall and elegant, exuded an aura of icy beauty. Upon hearing Qin Shu's words, she merely nodded in restrained acknowledgement, choosing not to speak. Qin Shu, however, was acutely aware that injuries were an inevitable part of sparring. Throughout the entire bout with Sister Lien Yun, not a single hair on her head had been harmed. This served to highlight Sister Lien Yun's remarkable control, solidifying Qin Shu's determination to achieve perfect foundational cultivation. The distinction between the 10th and 11th levels of Qi cultivation may appear minimal. Yet the disparity in strength between senior brother Zhuang Heng and senior sister Lien Yun was significant. It was only after senior sister Xu Ying announced Lien Yun's victory in the competition that Qin Shu and Lien Yun departed the arena, one after the other. Qin Shu was wholly focused on making her way to the transmission hall when she was called upon from behind. "Qin Shu," the voice said with great seriousness. "If you have time, we could spar together." Qin Shu smiled and cupped her fist in salute, affirming, "Certainly." Before her stood the strikingly beautiful and aloof senior sister, who then produced a jade slip for communication. "Might you leave a trace of your spiritual essence?" As she watched Lien Yun's retreating figure, Qin Shu couldn't help but reflect on whether she would someday resemble her. She found Lien Yun's appearance and figure utterly captivating. Lien Yun had also mastered the 6th form of the cloud-piercing rain sword, and although she couldn't yet utilize the subsequent 4 techniques, she had diligently noted them down. Just as Qin Shu was pierced by the golden phantom to her heart once more, she felt a numbing sensation envelop her entire being. Chapter 168. Adapting to circumstances, Qin Shu observed her brother's flashy starting pose and sighed inwardly. As expected, he stumbled upon the same pitfalls she had. As this ostentatious stance proved to be of little practicality, it failed to connect with the first move. Displaying such a technique served merely to create an illusion of prowess. As both of them launched their attacks simultaneously, Chungyan was astonished to find that Qin Shu's speed surpassed his own. In the instant their wooden swords made contact, Qin Shu's strike withdrew just in time, revealing it to be a mere feint. Chungyan observed her movements with intrigue, and in a swift moment, he deftly disarmed her with a single stroke of his sword. As Qin Shu was cast aside, she executed a graceful somersault to land on her feet, her expression devoid of any surprise. After all, her senior brother was a practitioner at the Golden Core stage. It was entirely natural that she could not best him. However, Chungyan sheathed his sword and inquired, "You promised to spar using the cloud-piercing and rain-breaking sword technique. Why does it appear different?" Qin Shu arched an eyebrow and replied, "I modified it. What do you think?"
Not bad, right?
Chungyan was taken aback by her audacity. This sword manual was even employed by the esteemed sword master Wang Jian, yet here was his junior sister, a mere Qi refinement disciple, daring to alter its techniques. While Chungyan's words were tactful, Qin Shu grasped his underlying meaning. With a furrowed brow, Chungyan fixed his stern gaze upon her, stating, "You are the only one I have encountered who, despite your youth, possesses such a profound understanding of fundamental principles." Qin Shu shrugged, "Don't doubt me. Consider your earlier starting posture. Apart from its aesthetic appeal, what purpose does it serve? The first stroke should ideally be executed at the chest level. Yet your sword was positioned behind you, completely disconnected from the initial move. Furthermore, when you attacked me just now, I trust you noticed that the larger the maneuver, the slower the strike." Listening to Qin Shu's elucidation, Chungyan pondered for a considerable time before nodding slightly. "Your argument holds some merit. However, the creator of this sword technique is undoubtedly a formidable being with mastery beyond our comprehension. His insights into swordsmanship far exceed ours, and what you are able to discern, he would certainly recognize as well." Qin Shu interjected, "Brother, this is precisely what I mean by adapting to circumstances. Perhaps the swordsmanship crafted by that esteemed predecessor was solely suited to his own unique prowess. For instance, he might have cultivated a particular agility or possessed formidable body protection techniques. He need not concern himself with the myriad complexities that we do. He merely had to unleash his formidable power." Qin Shu, observing the exchange, interjected, "Brother, you might wish to ponder this matter more deeply." Changyan contemplated for a considerable time before retrieving his wooden sword once again, addressing Qin Shu, "Come, let us try once more." Qin Shu raised her sword with a smile, declaring, "Allow me to showcase the fruits of my recent enlightenment." As Cheng had articulated, the higher one's cultivation, the more profound the understanding of swordsmanship becomes. However, from his perspective, his junior sister's refined version of the cloud-piercing and rain-breaking sword technique displayed significantly fewer flaws. Qin Shu was knocked back 6 times by her senior brother, yet, thanks to her own physical training, she managed to withstand the exertion. Although her complexion flushed, she was not so fatigued as to be unable to lift her sword. Chapter 169. A sudden turn of events. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu felt no hint of shame, firmly explaining, "I am merely discussing swordsmanship with my senior brother." "Ah well, it seems I have become the subject of disdain." There was a nuance in his tone that momentarily stirred a sense of guilt within Qin Shu. Just as the words left his lips, the gaze of the deer before them dimmed once more, and a spiritual talisman affixed to its body spontaneously ignited, causing the deer to vanish. Qin Shu blinked and turned her face towards her senior brother Qingyan, inquiring with curiosity, could that deer possibly be second senior brother? Having spent considerable time in the realm of cultivation, Qin Shu was no longer as astonished by the remarkable transformations of others as she once had been. Even now, if someone were to tell her that her second senior brother was, in fact, the very deer they often encountered, she believed she could accept it with equanimity. However, upon hearing her words, her first senior brother merely tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. That deer was merely a puppet of her second senior brother. If he were to learn of her thoughts, it would likely infuriate him. Qin Shu quietly pressed her lips together, secretly relieved that her second senior brother was not present. Otherwise, given his petty nature, he would surely have kept a mental note against her. Yet, as the saying goes, when one speaks of the devil, he doth appear. This adage held true in the realm of cultivation as well. The peaks they resided upon were in close proximity, and it took but a mere step for Wen Qi to traverse from his dwelling to the entrance of first senior brother's abode. When he appeared, one hand holding a jade-boned fan and the other casually resting behind his back, Qin Shu was struck by a singular thought. It was over. Her second senior brother had come to settle the score. "Little junior sister, do you truly perceive me as no more than a foolish deer?" he inquired, his visage as refined as jade, his face adorned with a continuous smile. Yet, Qin Shu did not dare to breathe deeply. With her head bowed, she nervously fidgeted with the hilt of her wooden sword, inadvertently creating a small indentation. "And no," she stammered, her tone betraying her unease. Wen Qi, however, let out a cold snort, his gaze slowly drifting from the two individuals before him as he stated, "Did we not agree to practice our swordplay? You both shall practice, and I shall observe." Qin Shu glanced at the sword in her hand, then at her first senior brother, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Cheng, however, remained unfazed, sheathed her sword, and addressed Wen Qi, saying, "Aren't you eager for that Yuyong Dan? I shall go and refine it now. I'll take my leave." As he swiftly departed, Qin Shu was left in a state of utter disbelief. Wasn't he the second senior brother once rather intimidated by the eldest senior brother? How had the tables turned so dramatically? She extended her hand, parted her lips, and thought, "Ah, eldest senior brother." Yet, before she could utter a word, he had already vanished without a trace. Turning her gaze back to her second senior brother, she found him engrossed in examining a piece of paper she had left on the stone table. "Did you write all of this?" Wen Qi inquired, without lifting his head. Qin Shu nodded obediently. Sensing something, Wen Qi finally glanced up at her and continued, "I suspected as much. The eldest senior brother could not possibly pen such unsightly characters." Qin Shu, if one must be fierce, then let it be decisive. What hero would scorn her handwriting? After neatly arranging the papers in his hands, Wen Qi returned them to Qin Shu and advised her, "At such a young age, why burden yourself so? Your cultivation speed already surpasses many. Progressing too swiftly may not necessarily be advantageous. It is important to maintain a balance." Chapter 170. A mere illusion. Qin Shu felt her entire being stiffen, a solitary tear hanging on her eyelashes, as if caught in a moment of suspension. A gentle breeze caressed her eyes, causing her long lashes to quiver ever so slightly. She felt somewhat dazed, her emotions unable to transform perfectly in that instant. Was this an illusion? Yet, how could this illusion feel so vividly real? Previously, when the great serpent conjured a forest of 100 ghosts within the cave, she had immediately recognized it as a mirage. The blood within her heart began to circulate once more, and her icy hands and feet gradually regained a semblance of warmth. She parted her lips and found herself asking, "Are you unwell?" Establishing such a barrier within the cave, Xie Shiyuan's handsome brows knitted together as his golden slit-like pupils fixated on Qin Shu, seemingly expressing a hint of dissatisfaction. However, before he could utter a word, a small figure descended from above, landing atop Qin Shu's head. The high ponytail she sported was flattened under the weight, and the little creature's tail, resembling a miniature umbrella, drooped over her face. As Qin Shu removed it from her head, she heard the excited voice of the little one exclaim, "Squeak!
Squeak.
Shu. Isn't the illusion impressive? Did it frighten you?" The incessant chatter echoed within her mind, and Qin Shu fell into silence. After a long pause, she lifted the little one in her grasp and, with gritted teeth, remarked, "I suddenly find myself craving squirrel jerky." The little creature looked at her in shock. "Wah, what? Isn't it impressive?" Covering its eyes with its tiny hands, it pleaded, "No, no. Don't eat squirrel jerky. It's not tasty." Seeing this, Qin Shu could no longer contain her laughter. She embraced the little one, tears of joy streaming down her face. "I'm so relieved you're all right. You scared me to death. I truly thought you had vanished." The tiny hands of the little one clutched her arm, gently patting it. "Don't be afraid. Shu won't abandon you." Just as the atmosphere between the master and servant was perfectly delightful, a sudden cold snort pierced through, creating an incongruous interruption. It was only then that Qin Shu realized she might have wronged Xie Shiyuan. Her heart sank, and she raised her head to offer a sheepish smile to him, saying, "Oh, great serpent, I have misjudged you." Xie Shiyuan let out a soft scoff, a glimmer of disdain crossing his dark golden eyes. "Such a clumsy illusion. And you fell for it. If I were to create a true illusion, you would be trapped in it for eternity." Qin Shu quickly followed his lead, responding, "Indeed. You are right. My skills are lacking, and I failed to discern the flaw, wrongly accusing you. I truly should not have. A good person?" Xie Shiyuan's lips curled slightly. "In your eyes, do I qualify as a good person?" To his surprise, Qin Shu shook her head. Xie Shiyuan's expression darkened instantly. As if her response had struck a nerve, he fixed her with a piercing gaze, as if warning her that any further words might evoke the wrath of a serpent tail. Yet, Qin Shu, with a serious demeanor, nodded and corrected herself. "No. Not a good person, but a good serpent." She was quite meticulous in her speech. "Xie Shiyuan, are we now engaging in a pedantic debate?" Lu Cheng was far more perceptive than her friend, and the formidable aura of the great serpent made her hesitant to approach. Chapter 171. The importance lies in participation. Xie Shiyuan discerned her insincerity, but chose not to confront her further. Qin Shu continued to watch him enter the stone door of his cave before she joyfully bounded towards Lu Cheng beneath the great willow tree. "Ah Cheng." Lu Cheng, upon seeing her, was equally thrilled, descending from the tree and warmly grasping Qin Shu's hand. Qin Shu had just failed to respond to her in a timely manner, and it felt somewhat awkward to admit. After all, under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. She sincerely apologized, explaining that she had been speaking with the great serpent, which caused her delay. Lu Cheng, however, understood her predicament well. She shook her head and remarked, "It is only to be expected. He is quite intimidating, and it is wise to acquiesce to him for now. I do not mind waiting." Though she could not discern Xie Shiyuan's level of cultivation, they both belonged to the demon clan, and she instinctively felt the oppressive aura emanating from him. It was a peculiar sensation that she could not quite articulate, whether it stemmed from bloodline suppression or the weight of his power. Yet, one thing she was certain of, that serpent was extraordinarily formidable, capable of crushing her with a mere finger. It is an inherent instinct of all species to seek advantage and avoid danger. Thus, she naturally kept her distance. Qin Shu regarded the understanding young girl before her with warmth in her heart and inquired, "How have you been these past few days? How are you adapting here?" "Quite well." Lu Cheng brightened at the mention. The small village we were in had rather thin spiritual energy, but here, the abundance is palpable. In just this short time, I feel on the verge of a breakthrough. Seeing her round, sparkling apricot eyes, Qin Shu shared in her joy and informed her that she would be leaving the sect the following day to participate in the grand competition, urging her to continue her cultivation at home. She also mentioned leaving Xiao Xiao to keep her company. Lu Cheng acquiesced, yet her expression suggested she had something more to say. Qin Shu pressed gently. What is it? With a sigh, Lu Cheng's head drooped slightly. It is nothing much. Merely that I miss a Ling. Since the moment I was bestowed with consciousness, I have never parted ways with a Ling. The thought of her now traversing the world alone fills me with a certain apprehension. Qin Shu comforted me, saying, the path of cultivation is inherently solitary. No one will accompany us eternally. However, should I encounter a Ling again, I shall inform her to come and visit you. The night swiftly passed, and Qin Shu concluded her meditation, rising from the meditation mat. Today marked the day of departure. As she had arranged with the great serpent to journey together to the Wanfa platform, she stepped outside the cave, poised to knock on the door, when a shadow darted out from within, swirling around her before finally settling on her wrist. It was identical to the moment it first arrived, the vivid serpent pattern alive and vibrant. Qin Shu tugged at her sleeve, wishing to conceal her elaborate tattoo. A wave of helplessness surged within her. Was he truly afraid she might change her mind? She realized the truth. Xie Xiuan was indeed concerned about her potentially having second thoughts, opting to forego any argument by directly manifesting a serpentine mark upon her wrist. Qin Shu enlisted Lu Cheng to keep an eye on Xiao Xiao, meticulously instructing her not to wander off. She also bestowed upon her numerous spirit fruits, fearing that in her absence, mischief might ensue. Once she had ensured the household was in order, she summoned her green leaf and soared towards the gathering square. Chapter 172. Visionary Senior Brothers. While the two conversed, the other disciples had nearly gathered. This time, leading them to the Wanfa platform was the relatively composed Master Bukuan of the Sword Sect. To ensure the disciples would not provoke trouble while away, Master Bukuan had specially borrowed the self-reflection tower from the sect leader. The self-reflection tower is a precious artifact, shrouded in darkness, capable of shielding the five senses and the divine consciousness. Once confined within, one can only meditate and reflect, unable to engage in any other activities. Within the sect, there are few unruly disciples, and Master Bukuan is well aware of their tendencies. He could easily deal with these students with a mere gesture, and the mere presence of the self-reflection tower serves as a deterrent to them. Qin Shu stood between the elder and second elder brothers, observing Master Bukuan's imposing demeanor, and noticing the subdued demeanor of those around them, she quietly inquired of her brothers, is this tower truly as formidable as it seems? Cheng Yan shrugged, turning his face to cast a sidelong glance at Wen Qi, who stood on her other side, and remarked, I haven't experienced it myself, otherwise I would have asked your second brother to enlighten you. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Qin Shu's eyes as she realized Cheng Yan's implication. It appeared that the second brother had indeed undergone self-reflection within the tower. A smile graced her features as she turned to face Wen Qi, however. She found that Wen Qi had already put away his fan, his expression awkward as he retorted, How would I know? I am the pride of the sect. The sect leader would never confine me within. Cheng Yan cast a meaningful glance in his direction, choosing to remain silent. Wen Qi shot him a warning look, signaling him to refrain from speaking unnecessarily. Cheng Yan scoffed lightly and turned his gaze towards Master Bukuan, who was holding the tower, and explained to Qin Shu. It is said that there are 49 distinct spaces within that tower. Being confined inside will obscure the five senses and divine consciousness, rendering one incapable of communicating with the energies of heaven and earth until released. Release. When Qi paused, glancing at the tower, a lingering unease evident in his heart. If only it were as simple as you say. A spectral figure will incessantly recite the great compassion mantra to you, day and night. Just as he finished speaking, he caught the scrutinizing gaze of Qin Shu and Cheng Yan, who regarded him with identical expressions. When Qi cleared her throat and remarked, I have merely heard this from others, just hearsay, cough. Cheng Yan exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Shu, who responded with an understanding smile, leaving Wen Qi utterly exasperated. Nevertheless, she had begun to grasp the purpose of the self-reflection tower and vowed to be obedient and conscientious in the future, aspiring to be a model disciple of her sect. Real Master Bu Kuan then produced a flying boat, which was markedly more sophisticated than the one she and He Xian had previously boarded from the Zhong family. The vessel was entirely adorned in crimson gold, featuring dragon heads at both the bow and stern, with intricate magical formations etched around its perimeter. It boasted 4 opulent levels, exuding such grandeur that one might mistakenly believe they were embarking on a vacation. Real Master Bu Kuan inserted a premium gold elemental spirit stone into the dragon's mouth. The dragon's golden eyes shifted slightly, almost as if animated, and it emitted a resounding roar. Qin Shu instinctively shielded her ears with spiritual energy, yet was still jolted by the reverberation. In the next moment, her 2 senior brothers seized her, one on each side, propelling her towards the flying boat. Qin Shu was utterly stunned, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Wasn't it supposed to be a serene journey, free from worldly concerns? Shouldn't they wait until everyone had boarded before following suit? Chapter 173. Utilization of resources. The two, who had been gazing at one another, were momentarily taken aback by the sudden voice. Turning in unison to observe the excited expression of Qin Shu standing nearby, Chang Yan inquired, "What does keep it up mean?" "The warm pool. How can 2 people defeat 1,000? Qin Shu furrowed her brow, her lips pressed into a straight line, perplexed by the conundrum. How could their perspectives be so uniquely challenging? Is this indeed the generational divide that spans millennia? Encouragement is. As she raised her head, she met the eager gazes of the 2, and with a sigh, she explained, "It's akin to discovering mid-battle that your spiritual energy has depleted and needing a boost of restorative elixirs. In simpler terms, it's uplifting. But how can 2 achieve the slaughter of 1,000? Wen Qi's spirit of inquiry is truly commendable." Qin Shu, her expression blank, fabricated an answer. "Even though only 2 have arrived, one must possess the valor to vanquish 1,000. "Ah, I see." Chang Yan nodded and continued, "Yet I wield a sword." Qin Shu raked her fingers through her hair, growing weary of conversing with these 2 dull ancients. Just then, someone on the deck called her name. "Qin Shu." "Junior sister Qin Shu." Qin Shu felt as though she had been rescued. She leaned out to glimpse the scene and spotted brother Xiong-jun, who was gazing up with enthusiasm. Upon seeing Qin Shu, he beamed with excitement. Realizing she was sandwiched between the 2 elder brothers, he grinned broadly and shouted, "Junior sister Qin Shu. So it turns out that green-haired figure is you, Qin Shu." Her reflexes outpaced her thoughts. She leaned against the railing and leaped down, swiftly covering his mouth before he could speak again. "Brother." Xiong-jun was taken aback, and it was only then that she gritted her teeth and managed to squeeze out a few words. "Do I not care for my dignity?" Suddenly, Xiong-jun's body began to tremble without warning, as if laughter was a struggle for her. Qin Shu attempted to negotiate with him, whispering, "Keep your voice down. Don't expose us. If a third party learns of this, next time, don't expect to have any elixirs." The absence of elixirs was indeed a significant matter in life, and under Qin Shu's oppressive aura, Xiong-jun quickly nodded in agreement. Only then did Qin Shu cautiously relax her grip. Seeing Xiong-jun laugh in a manner that seemed to disregard her dignity, she weakly explained, "The protective shield was set up by my senior brother. It was not my choice." Xiong-jun took a moment to compose herself, suppressing the wildly rising corners of her mouth before continuing, "It is merely that your senior brothers cherish you. We envy you instead and would never mock you." Qin Shu let out a sigh of relief, glanced around, and shifted the topic. "Senior brother, which room do you reside in?" Xiong-jun pointed to a room on the 2nd floor, saying, "That one." His cultivation level was only slightly superior to that of a novice at the Qi refinement stage. He had been a beat slow in boarding the ship and had managed to secure only a room on the 2nd level. Qin Shu curiously explored his room, discovering it to be somewhat more austere compared to her own, lacking any dressing table or incense burner. It dawned on her why the 2 senior brothers had rushed in without hesitation to occupy the rooms. Indeed, the difference in conditions between the levels was quite substantial. Once everyone had settled down, the voice of Master Bu Kuan resonated throughout every corner of the flying vessel, urging the disciples to remain calm as they would embark in a quarter of an hour. Chapter 174. Assured success, Qin Shu was a kind-hearted child, always eager to lend a helping hand, especially when it was a charming older sister seeking her guidance. Upon hearing this, she readily nodded in agreement, suggesting, "Why not discuss this today?" Lian Yun was taken aback by the young girl's eagerness and glanced at her with surprise. It was an opportunity she could hardly resist. Though Qin Shu possessed a somewhat capricious nature, she approached serious matters with utmost sincerity. The senior sister spoke the other day. "When I observed you employing the cloud-piercing rain sword technique amidst a rainstorm, it appeared to possess significantly greater power than at other times. During my sparring session with you, I also felt something akin to that." She continued, "While I may have a slight edge over you in sword control, your comprehension of swordsmanship surpasses ours by a considerable margin." Her statement was indeed modest. If one were to truly assess mastery of sword control, she exceeded Qin Shu by far more than just a little. Aware of her own limitations, Qin Shu smiled, her eyes sparkling with clarity. "You flatter me, senior sister. I must admit that due to fortuitous circumstances, I have witnessed the full might of our senior brother Cheng Yan's sword strike, which has granted me some insights. However, my understanding of swordsmanship can hardly be deemed profound, merely a drop in the ocean." Qin Shu spoke with seriousness, and Lian Yun listened intently. Each word Qin Shu uttered was clear to her, and while she could comprehend their collective meaning, the depth of the conversation lingered in the air. Yet she faced a most pressing dilemma: how exactly to leverage this opportunity? Qin Shu found herself at a loss, as if a sudden inspiration had graced her, and she had caught a glimpse of some underlying principle. Unable to articulate her thoughts, she ran her fingers through her hair, contemplating for a considerable time before finally raising her gaze to Lian Yun. "Sister, since we cannot elucidate this matter, why not venture outside? Allow me to demonstrate. Perhaps it will spark an epiphany within you." The chance to glean insights into another's swordsmanship is indeed a rare stroke of fortune. Many who have grasped the essence of the sword tend to guard their knowledge jealously, unlike this naive child, Qin Shu, who seemed eager to impart her understanding. Lian Yun felt a stir in her heart. It was no wonder so many disciples of the sword sect were fond of Qin Shu. This young girl possessed a genuinely endearing disposition. The two of them stepped out onto the deck, where only a handful of disciples lingered, most of whom were engrossed in their meditative practices within the confines of the cabin, while a few first-time travelers aboard the flying vessel exhibited a palpable sense of excitement. As prominent figures within their sect, a master of strategy and an exquisite beauty, they invariably drew attention wherever they went. Subtle glances flitted across them, prompting Lian Yun to furrow her brow as she turned her gaze to Qin Shu, hesitant to voice her thoughts. She contemplated suggesting that, given the crowd, it might be better to postpone the demonstration. However, Qin Shu was unperturbed by the idea of others learning from her. She had deeply contemplated the essence of the world, and the only element she could harness was the wind. Without drawing her sword, she looked at Lian Yun and said, "Sister, keep your eyes on my feet." Chapter 175. Harnessing the power of thunder. Even the esteemed senior brother Cheng Yan would not dare utter such words, yet when she did, and therein lay his confidence. Since the sect competition forbids the use of spirit talismans and various magical artifacts, those cultivators below the golden core stage likely could not even breach his defenses. What suspense could possibly remain in such a contest? It seemed merely a formality. Qin Shu. Second brother, how formidable! When Qi's elongated eyes narrowed, a gentle smile gracing his lips, though the words he spoke were far from amiable. "Instead of worrying about me, you should be more concerned about yourself. Do not falter in the very first match." Qin Shu. Regret washed over her. There had once been a silent spell before her, yet she had failed to cherish it properly. Her second brother was undeniably handsome. If only he could refrain from speaking, he would surely be adored. Resolutely, she turned away, declaring, "I will undoubtedly make it to the second round." Wen Qi's laughter echoed behind her, particularly infuriating. At that moment, the moon had yet to rise, and she concentrated on refining her heart with fire spirit energy. Just as Qin Shu immersed herself in her meticulous practice, the flying vessel suddenly jolted violently. She withdrew from her meditative state, opening the door to step outside. Upon emerging, she was taken aback. They seemed to be enveloped in a mass of dark clouds. the dense formations kept at bay by the vessel's protective shield. In the next instant, a cacophony of lightning erupted outside the shield. Vibrant purple bolts illuminating half of the barrier, transforming it into a sphere of static electricity. The flying vessel trembled once more, and an increasing number of disciples rushed from their chambers. The voice of Master Bu Kuan resonated at the opportune moment, urging the disciples to remain calm. Fear not, for we have merely encountered a thundercloud. Such clouds cannot breach our protective shield. This was Qin Shu's first experience, so close to a thundercloud. Their vessel weaved through the tempest, the crackling thunder reverberating above and below them. She pondered the possibility of refining her body amidst such chaos, her spirit ignited with eagerness. Yet, with so many eyes upon her, she refrained from drawing too much attention. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She could harness the energy around her. Lowering her gaze, she quietly regarded the serpentine mark upon her wrist, a sly smile curling at the corners of her lips. Her left fingertips lightly rested upon her right arm, and the fiery spirit surged gently within her, yet it seemed to vanish into the abyss. On this sweltering summer day, she plunged into the water, reveling in the refreshing swim, unconcerned with the other followers or the encroaching demonic energy. However, before long, the scene shifted abruptly. She found herself lying in a pot, the water within gradually reaching a scalding boil. A mischievous child grinned widely, clamoring for snake soup. Xie Shiwan awoke, sensing the indifferent warmth, and furrowed his brow in resignation. A languid voice echoed in Qin Shu's mind. What is the matter? Chapter 176. He deserves it. Then as you wish. Xie Shiwan's deep voice resonated explosively within Qin Shu's consciousness. Accompanying this was a surge of thunderous energy, twice the thickness of a hair. At this moment, Qin Shu could no longer engage in conversation with Xie Shiwan. She hurriedly embraced Yuan Shui, focusing her mind to combat the rampant force within her body. After much effort, she finally absorbed the two strands of energy, only to find her nostrils filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Displeased, she wrinkled her nose and casually conjured a cleansing spell, which alleviated the foul odor in the room. She then summoned a spark and tossed it into the incense burner, from which wisps of delicate smoke began to rise from the mouth of the immortal crane alchemical furnace. The electric energy was indeed formidable. However, it must be acknowledged that its effect on awakening cellular vitality was extraordinary. At this moment, she felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through her entire being. Note: this is false. Do not believe or attempt it. Excitedly, she urged for more. Xie Shiwan, curious to witness how many waves she could endure, noted that it was indeed rare for a mere human child to train in such a manner. Qin Shu persevered until dusk, pausing only when the night descended. Turning to Xie Shiwan, who was preparing to unleash another wave of energy, she declared, "That will suffice." Xie Shiwan transitioned from initial astonishment to surprise, and ultimately to a state of numbness. Upon seeing her finally cease her exertions, he quietly exhaled in relief. Yet, he observed as Qin Shu rose from her mat, approached the window, and pushed it open. In the pitch-black night sky, a radiant moon hung on the horizon. Wonderful, there's a moon. I shall cultivate now, and we will continue tomorrow. Xie Shiwan thought to himself, is she attempting to exhaust the serpent? He believed he had been quite diligent. Throughout his lengthy existence as a serpent, it was precisely due to his greater industriousness compared to other beasts, coupled with his commendable innate talent, that he had attained such a remarkable level at a young age. Despite the turmoil within him, upon witnessing Qin Shu in a state of concentration, he succumbed to slumber. It was not until the sun rose the following day that Qin Shu grasped his tail, rousing him from his sleep. Xie Shiwan resumed his role as an emotionless conduit. He wondered why his temperament had suddenly improved. Had anyone dared to command him in such a manner before, he would have swiftly cleaved them in two with his tail. Perhaps this was the nature of seeking favors from others? Qin Shu continued her cultivation until the afternoon, when she finally decided to release him. It was not that she had lost interest. Rather, the voice of Master Bu Kuan could be heard outside, indicating their arrival at Putuwa Temple. Qin Shu exhaled a deep breath, her very breaths now infused with arcs of electricity. She contemplated that if this state persisted, it would surely enhance her resistance to lightning. When the time came to face the heavenly tribulation, it would be considerably easier, and she might even achieve her modest goal of refining her body through the storm. Rising from her cushion, she turned to Xie Shiyuan, who lay upon the small table, and said, "Let us go." Xie Shiyuan remained silent, but as she prepared to leave, he transformed into a serpentine mark that rested upon her arm. Qin Shu then performed a cleansing spell once more, ensuring to extinguish the embers in the incense burner before departing. The moment she stepped out, the door of the adjacent room opened as well, revealing her senior brother. Chang Yan glanced at Qin Shu, momentarily taken aback, and before he could speak, another door swung open. Wen Qi, however, was not as subtle as Cheng Yan. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Junior sister, what mischief are you up to this time?" Qin Shu, puzzled by his words, tilted her head in inquiry, without responding verbally. When she executed a swift stroke of calligraphy that adorned her hairband, causing her long locks to cascade freely. Chapter 177. Ironhead Technique. Qin Shu thoroughly examined the meditation room, ensuring that no formations, spiritual symbols, or puppets were concealed within. With her mind set at ease, she decided it was time to strengthen her bond with her companions. She retrieved a communication jade slip and sent a message to senior brother Kongshin. "Are you there? I have arrived at your sect. In the meditation room, next to the Nanning Hall." "That's good to hear. The journey from the Xiantian sect is quite lengthy. Junior sister should rest well. We shall meet again tomorrow." Qin Shu furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Was that truly all? Such a brief response seemed uncharacteristic of the warm and hospitable Kongshin. "Senior brother, have you encountered any difficulties?" she inquired cautiously. A sigh from Kongshin reached her ears. "Only you understand me, junior sister. I have been confined by our master. I am unable to go anywhere aside from my daily cultivation." Qin Shu sent a voice message back, feigning a look of sympathy. "I brought 2 formation plates with me, originally hoping to seek your guidance on them. It seems I must abandon that plan. Wait for me, I shall come." The message abruptly ended, leaving Qin Shu gazing down at the jade slip in her hand, stifling a laugh. Indeed, she possessed the formation plates, gifted to her by Taoist Hongyuan. It is of no consequence to allow brother Kongshin a glance. Given his insightful nature, should he truly comprehend this formation, she would undoubtedly possess an inexhaustible supply of formation plates in the future. Indeed, Kongshin's movements were remarkably swift. In less than a quarter of an hour, the communication jade slip in Qin Shu's hand illuminated once more. "Junior sister, which meditation chamber are you in?" Qin Shu cast a spell upon the door, dispelling the barrier. And as she stepped outside, she beheld a figure in the courtyard. With excitement, she waved at Kongshin, exclaiming, "Brother, over here." Kongshin hurried over and, upon entering, promptly shut the door behind him. The furtive manner in which he conducted himself made it evident that he had sneaked out. A glint of mischief sparkled in Qin Shu's eyes as she inquired, "Brother, weren't you in confinement? How did you manage to come out?" Kongshin raised a hand to stroke his bald head, utterly resigned, and replied, "I climbed over the wall." In truth, however, the master had devised a formation that only allowed for an escape through a hidden passage. Such a clandestine means, however, was best kept unspoken. Fearing that Qin Shu might delve further into questioning, he swiftly redirected the conversation. "Junior sister, what formation plates do you have? Let us take a look." In the realm of cultivation, the boundaries between men and women were often disregarded. A fleeting night of intimacy was hardly deemed a significant affair. And there were even those who specialized in dual cultivation techniques, such as those from the Hehuan sect, which could lead to profound enlightenment if mastered, albeit with the challenge of confronting inner demons. Thus, the two of them engaging in a discussion about formation plates was truly a trivial matter. Qin Shu touched her storage ring and retrieved the 2 formation plates bestowed upon her by Master Hongyuan. Kongshin accepted them, his eyes sparkling as he examined the intricate patterns inscribed upon them. "The 7th level formation plate? And there are 2 more? Junior sister, where did you acquire such a splendid item?"
Kongshin acquired.
"It was given to me by Uncle Master from our sect," Kongshin replied, clutching the formation plate tightly, his expression tinged with envy. "Your Uncle Master truly dotes on you. Ours only makes me practice ironhead techniques." There was a palpable bitterness in his tone that seemed to solidify in the air. However, Qin Shu's eyes brightened at the remark. Does brother not appreciate it? If not, I could practice on your behalf? Calm Shun was diligently memorizing the patterns on the formation plate, momentarily unable to process her suggestion. Chapter 178. Advancing by retreating Qin Shu. It was evident that Calm Shun felt a bit embarrassed when he made that remark. He offered a sheepish smile and explained, I merely slipped out without permission. If our master were to find out, I might be confined for an additional couple of days. I will be released tomorrow. So, junior sister, wait for me in the morning, and I shall take you to see Uncle Master Wang Qi. Qin Shu sighed, thinking that since it was only a matter of half a day, she nodded in agreement. As night gradually descended, she pushed open the window and gazed outside. The layout of the meditation rooms at Putuo Temple differed slightly from theirs. There were no skylights, meaning she could not ensure whether the moonlight would grace her throughout the night. With the Great Serpent providing protection, Qin Shu felt reassured that her cultivation would not incite any spiritual energy disturbances. Thus, she was no longer as cautious as before. She picked up a cushion from within the room and boldly made her way to the courtyard, settling down to meditate. With the competition approaching, various sects were keenly observing one another. Qin Shu's actions did not go unnoticed, as many watched with curiosity, yet none dared to inquire further. As dawn broke, Calm Shun arrived to awaken Qin Shu, who was deep in meditation. Wasn't it time to seek out Master Wang Qi? Shouldn't they be hurrying? Qin Shu glanced up at the moonlight still lingering on the horizon, her expression one of mild astonishment. So early? Calm Shun urged her to hasten, remarking, It's still early. Just look at the time. Master Wang Qi's morning lesson always begins at 1/4 the hour of the tiger. If we delay any further, we shall surely be late. Without further ado, Qin Shu tidied her cushion and followed him towards the training hall. As they walked, she inquired, Brother Calm Shun, isn't today the day of the grand sect competition? Wouldn't our absence be somewhat inappropriate? Calm Shun, however, appeared entirely unconcerned. Fear not, our abbot is quite eloquent. With him present, the competition may not commence until noon. He has never let us down. Qin Shu recalled her high school principal, who would eloquently speak for 2 to 3 hours during midterm and final addresses. From exam results to study methods, weaving in classic cases from both home and abroad, he would meander into philosophical reflections on life. She couldn't help but wonder who would prevail in a comparison between her former principal and the abbot of Putuo Temple. Lost in thought, her feet continued to move steadily, and the two hastened to the training hall. Contrary to her expectations of a crowded gathering, only 3 disciples were present. With the addition of themselves, there were merely 5 in total. Qin Shu cast a surprised glance at Calm Shun, who discreetly conveyed to her that Master Wang Qi was exceptionally stringent in his teachings, causing many disciples to attend only once before abandoning their studies. Were it not for the relentless pressure from his own master, he too would likely have given up. Master Wang Qi, however, did not impose his will upon anyone. He taught those who came to him and was indifferent to those who did not, finding joy in his leisure. Yet today, his gaze lingered on Qin Shu a tad longer, for she was the first girl he had ever instructed in his lifetime. If memory served him correctly, he was teaching the iron head technique, and he wondered why a girl would seek to partake in such a rigorous endeavor. Had she perhaps been the subject of some jest? In Chapter 179, titled The Widely Affiliated Junior Sister, if this strike were to land upon cotton, it would surely make no sound at all. Master Wang Qi stood by, observing as Qin Shu gradually experimented, aware that she would switch to a different block if the current one proved too painful. Her spiritual energy began to transition from enveloping her entire head to merely encasing her brain. As the techniques of the iron head shifted into motion, the initial pain from the strikes lessened, and Qin Shu's furrowed brow began to relax. This young disciple displayed commendable comprehension, yet whether she would return in the future remained uncertain, and it was not something he felt compelled to dwell upon. Over the years, he had encountered countless talented disciples, only to see them treat their studies as a mere pastime, attending for a day before vanishing. With time, he had grown accustomed to this reality. He had imparted his knowledge, yet whether they could fully absorb it was beyond his control. Cultivating oneself in the realms of immortality and Buddhism alike is a pursuit aimed at ascension, but among the myriad beings in this world, How many are truly capable of soaring to greater heights? In this world, the majority of individuals are merely inconspicuous mediocrities. On this particular morning, the 5 disciples practiced for a total of 2.5 hours, which translates to 5 hours, commencing at 4 in the morning and continuing until 9. Surprisingly, Qin Shu, the female disciple who was initially deemed unworthy by the deluded master, managed to persevere throughout the entire session. Remarkably, she appeared not to be fatigued at all. Once he departed, the other 4 collapsed onto the blue stone floor, resembling a puddle of mud. Yet, Qin Shu maintained her upright posture, astonishingly supporting half of her body as she posed a question to her. "Junior sister, why are you not tired?" Qin Shu cast a complex gaze down upon him, remaining silent for a considerable time. Just as Kong Shun anticipated that Qin Shu might impart some wisdom worth learning, her expression turned serious. Her lips pressed into a straight line, and she solemnly replied, "I am merely pretending. What need is there for pretense? Exhaustion is exhaustion. You cultivators simply lack candor." Qin Shu said nothing further. She was genuinely tired, to the point of wishing to empty her mind, not wanting to think at all. Though she typically practiced swordplay with great diligence, she would never engage in such an intense training session for 5 consecutive hours. It is no wonder that the cultivation realm speaks of the Buddhists as having a solid foundation. With such rigorous training, how could they not be robust? After meditating for another quarter of an hour to regain some energy, she remained oblivious to the fact that her senior brothers were searching for her all over the world. "Have you seen junior sister?" Wen Qi inquired worriedly as he found Cheng Yan. Chapter 180. A little tabby cat observing Wen Qi as he busied himself with a communication jade slip to send a message to his aunt. Cheng Yan could not restrain his curiosity any longer. "Junior brother, should we consult our esteemed master instead?" Wen Qi replied, "There is no need to rush. We will inquire in due time. I intend to gauge my aunt's sentiments first. The members of the Wen family are known for their fiery tempers. Surely, upon receiving this news, my aunt would not hesitate to traverse great distances to chastise me. At that moment, I might seize the opportunity to have her meet our master, which could prove advantageous." While the two conversed, their younger sister, who had been absent for quite some time, finally made her appearance. Shortly thereafter, when she received their location from Qin Shu, accompanied by Kong Shun, the two hastened their journey while engaging in a friendly competition of agility. Qin Shu, however, did not resort to the frightening technique of shrink the earth to an inch, but rather showcased the ethereal footwork she had learned from their ancestral master. While this technique proved effective in combat due to its element of surprise, it paled in comparison to the speed offered by the she had previously learned from Master Lu Li when it came to travel. As they arrived at their destination, Qin Shu, initially brimming with excitement to share her newly acquired ironhead skill, quickly fell silent upon noticing the grim expressions of her 2 senior brothers. Xiong Jun received her signal but merely shrugged, offering her a helpless glance. Accepting her fate, Qin Shu inwardly sighed and, with a respectful clasp of her fists, addressed her brothers earnestly. "Esteemed brothers, I acknowledge my error." Kong Shun cast a perplexed glance at them, while Wen Qi stood nearby, arms crossed, gazing down at her. What was her mistake? She pondered, furrowing her brow, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Indeed, where had she erred? Was it in being overly diligent? Just as Qin Shu finished speaking, Wen Qi let out a cold snort and remarked, "Your mistake lies in messaging the senior brother first. You should have contacted me first." Qin Shu was taken aback, and Cheng Yan was equally stunned. Xiong Jun couldn't help but find amusement in the situation. Wen Qi had initially seemed so concerned for Qin Shu, yet now, in her presence, he dared not voice his true feelings. The trio of senior and junior siblings exhibited quite a sense of humor. Cheng Yan, however, was at a loss for words. As the senior brother, he felt it was only right for her to message him first. Why was he feeling so jealous? Qin Shu acquiesced, promising to message him first next time. This response only served to further irritate Cheng Yan. Qin Shu was left speechless. How could these two, with their combined ages approaching 400 years, behave so childishly? The world of cultivation was undeniably inconvenient, although these communication jade slips could be likened to phones in some respects. They paled in comparison to the fully functional smartphones utilized by billions. If only there were a group chat feature. Qin Shu muttered softly, her voice barely audible, yet heard by all. However, everyone merely listened without comment, except for Kong Shin, who quietly took note of her words. Chapter 181. Patterns implicit with rules. As Qin Shu found herself idly passing time, she deemed it a fortuitous opportunity to analyze the trends of their impending grand competition. She was enveloped in a state of tranquility, not only due to her mastery of the Dewey technique, but also because of her second senior brother's reassuring words. As long as he secured a place among the top 3, their sect would not suffer significant losses in the forthcoming allocation of resources from the secret realms. However, her concerns lingered. Although her senior brother possessed numerous hidden talents, some sects, lacking any sense of decorum, might consolidate their forces to vie for higher rankings. Momentarily taken aback, Qin Shu distributed several sheets of paper to him and offered one of her handcrafted feather pens.
Kong Shen squatted beside her,
Grasping the pen and began to sketch and write. As he illustrated, he remarked, "You truly are astute. This paper and pen are far more practical than the blank jade slips." Leaning in with curiosity, Qin Shu glanced at the symbols Kong Shen had drawn. To her bewilderment, she could not decipher them. Could it be that this gentleman hailed from a new world? "Senior brother, what are you drawing?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. Without pausing in his work, Kong Shen replied, "Did you not wish for a group chat? Once I delve into the intricacies of formations, I should be able to facilitate that." Qin Shu was taken aback. Could it be that Kong Shen was akin to a programmer within the realm of cultivation? The notion that he could resolve the issue of a group chat was astonishing. Determined to probe further, she cleared her throat and asked, "Senior brother Kong Shen, if you can devise a solution for a group chat, what if we wish to meet in person? Is it possible to arrange a projection?" The profound brows of Kong Shen furrowed deeply, tightening with each passing moment. The young monk, with his crimson lips and pearly teeth, appeared genuinely troubled. Qin Shu, feeling somewhat embarrassed herself, offered an awkward smile and remarked, "I was merely inquiring, just asking, haha." Yet Kong Shin spoke up, indicating that it was not entirely impossible. However, if one wished to meet someone, it would be necessary to retain the essence of the other's soul rather than merely leaving a lingering breath. Qin Shu responded, "Perhaps not then. The cost is too great. To forge multiple friendships, I would not have enough of my own soul to spare." Chapter 182. Presenting a Qingyuan pill to the senior sister while everyone else was anxiously concerned for Lian Yun, she maintained an air of calm, seemingly unfazed. Subsequently, before the eyes of the assembly, she retrieved the wooden sword they had used for practice from her storage ring. It is well known that wood, devoid of carbon atoms, does not conduct electricity. However, this particular wooden sword was nothing extraordinary. For a sword cultivator, the significance of a fine blade is paramount, comparable to the beasts of the Beast Master sect. At that moment, she faced a disciple from the Beast Master sect, who was already at an advantage of 2 against 1, and now she would have to sever her own arm. Qin Shu nearly wished to lend her precious sword. Though the material of her jade blade remained a mystery, it was assuredly not metallic. Regrettably, the competition had commenced, and the protective barrier of the arena was locked in place. It would not be lifted unless a victor emerged or someone forfeited. With a wooden sword in hand, Lian Yun addressed the disciple opposite her, saying, "I humbly request your guidance, fellow cultivator." The disciple of the Beast Master sect, named Peng Shi, felt a surge of confidence upon witnessing Lian Yun draw her wooden sword. Instantly, the expression on his face brightened considerably. He offered her a smile and remarked, "I am honored to receive your guidance, but please rest assured, I shall not wield my might against a delicate flower." He patted the head of his thunder-flying tiger, which echoed his sentiment. Being underestimated is, indeed, a rather unpleasant experience. Lian Yun cast a glance at him, her expression remaining unperturbed. What merit is there in a war of words? Only the victor earns the right to deliver a speech of triumph. The duo, one person and one tiger, commenced their movements, acutely aware that this was merely the first match and that they must not reveal too much. Lian Yun observed the pair before her, understanding fully that to contend with the disciple of the Beast Master sect, she must dismantle them one by one. In contrast to the rugged and resilient thunder-flying tiger, It was evident that the disciple named Peng Shi presented a more accessible target for her offensive strategies. She feigned a strike with her sword, combining it with her agile movements as she advanced toward Peng Shi. Well aware of the peril posed by a sword cultivator drawing near, Peng Shi hastily retreated, summoning his thunder-flying tiger to shield him from her impending strike. A bolt of lightning crashed down before Lian Yun, momentarily halting her as she opened her arms and glided backward. Despite her own high ponytail and sleek attire akin to Qin Shu's, her actions possessed an ethereal grace. With a deft step forward, she unleashed her sword technique once more, charging at Peng Shi. Lian Yun was acutely aware that the general prowess of the Beast Master sect disciples paled in comparison to that of sword cultivators. Relying on the power of the demonic beasts is naturally inferior to the strength cultivated through one's own efforts. The tiger, witnessing its master being harmed, lunged once again at Lian Yun, who found herself embroiled in a fierce struggle with the beast. This was not the end of her troubles, for Peng Shi was still off to the side, engrossed in his calligraphy, adding to Lian Yun's sense of frustration. She realized that if this dragged on any longer, her spiritual energy would soon be depleted. Although Lian Yun had received replenishing elixirs from Qin Shu, it was hardly prudent to resort to them so early in the competition. The three combatants, 2 individuals and 1 tiger, engaged in a back-and-forth battle on the stage, leaving the audience anxiously rooting for Lian Yun. With a swift twist of her wrist, she unleashed her sword techniques once more, feigning an attack on the thunderclap tiger. However, midway through her maneuver, she utilized the first form of the Qi Yu sword technique to momentarily hinder the beast before gracefully vaulting towards Peng Shi. Chapter 183. There is demonic energy about her great serpent. What do you mean? Qin Shu felt a tightness in her throat, as if all her blood were rushing to her head. If her suspicions were correct, then the earlier incident involving the disciples of the Yen Yu sect being slain by those from the Beast Master sect, coupled with the rumors of a demonic invasion, painted a grim picture. At that time, nearly everyone, herself included, had dismissed the situation as incomprehensible, believing the demon clan would take the blame for it all. It is exactly as you think, Xie Shiwan stated ambiguously before falling silent once more. Finally, the sound of a door creaking open reached her ears. She looked up to see Lian Yun stepping over the threshold. Qin Shu hurried forward, anxiously inquiring, "Sister, are you alright? Do you feel unwell?" Lian Yun gazed at her, noticing the flush of urgency on her face, with beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Clearly, she had not appeared in such a state before entering. "I'm fine. It's not a serious injury, and I'm already well," she reassured, though uncertain of the reason. Lian Yun patiently offered an explanation. Qin Shu said little in response, instead retrieving a porcelain vial and presenting a pill. "Senior sister, please take this pill," she urged, her lips pressed together, her expression profoundly earnest. Lian Yun felt it to be rather excessive, as she had no substantial ailment and had already received treatment. There was no need for any medicinal remedy. Nevertheless, Qin Shu remained resolute, her brows knitted together as she implored, "Senior sister, you must take it. Only then will I feel at ease." Observing her insistence, Lian Yun pondered for a moment before ultimately accepting the offering. Satisfied, Qin Shu noted that the malevolent energy surrounding her senior sister was minimal, and 1 Qin Yuan pill should suffice until they could consult with the Great Serpent once more. After parting ways with her senior sister, Qin Shu once again retrieved the communication jade slip, seeking her second senior brother. "Second brother? Where is the eldest brother? Why can't I reach him? Has he gone to battle?" she inquired. "He must be off fighting. After all the top talents from the 8 great sects are gathered here. How could an esteemed sword cultivator like him refrain from joining the fray?" When she remarked, somewhat perplexed, wondering why his junior sister had not joined in the excitement. Wasn't she always the most competitive? It was indeed a rarity to see the queen of competition feeling fatigued. With a sigh, Qin Shu conceded, "Well then, I shall come find you instead. Where are you located?" She found Wen Qi and sat down opposite him. "Senior brother, I didn't expect you to finish so early." Wen Qi's puppet maidservant presented her with a plate of spirit fruits, which she devoured with gusto. Meanwhile, Wen Qi cast a fleeting glance her way, remarking that such a level of competition was rather trivial. Qin Shu was unwilling to heed his nonchalant words. How could someone who had seemingly unlocked extraordinary abilities dare to dismiss it as uninteresting? Nevertheless, she decided to address more pressing matters. Senior brother. Be wary of the beast tamer sect. They seem rather unusual, Qin Shu cautioned. Chapter 184. You actually have a secret stash. Her hair stood on end, and despite considering herself well-versed in various experiences, the situation before her still evoked a sense of unease. She retrieved the defensive talisman bestowed upon her by her master from her storage ring and affixed it to the door. Yet she remained anxious about the potential intrusion from whatever lurked outside. In a mere second of contemplation, an idea sparked in her mind. She swiftly sent a message to her two senior brothers. Senior brother, help. There seems to be something outside my door. After putting away the communication jade slip, she rummaged through her storage ring and pulled out a collection of colorful skirts, the very ones gifted to her by Xie Shiyuan. At that moment, she could scarcely concern herself with the extravagance of the garments. Her sole focus was on survival. She examined the skirts for their properties and ultimately selected one with the best defensive capabilities that also offered a speed enhancement. She donned the pair of crimson swift boots provided by the sect leader. But that was not all. Qin Shu also produced a defensive rune headband and fashioned it into a bow atop her head. The earliest defensive tortoiseshell, capable of withstanding 3 attacks, was strung with a cord and hung around her neck. At this moment, Qin Shu appeared as a striking figure, clad in a grass-green dress and red ankle boots, adorned with a dark tortoiseshell around her neck and a yellow bow atop her head. The color scheme was undeniably flamboyant. Typically, Qin Shu would never don such an ensemble, but survival took precedence over all else. She retrieved a teleportation talisman that Xie Shiyuan had previously given her, clutching it tightly, feeling that her current equipment was sufficient to hold out until her two senior brothers arrived to rescue her. She cautiously approached the door and peered through the crack. Her gaze met a pair of dark yellow eyes, with oval pupils fixated intently upon her. Recognizing it as the tabby cat she had encountered earlier that day, Qin Shu recalled the tales that a cat's pupils only become round during a hunt. Coupled with the incident involving senior sister Lian Yun, she could no longer regard this little tabby as merely adorable. Retreating 2 steps, she called out for Xie Shiyuan in her mind. Receiving no response, she felt a surge of frustration. Why was he sleeping now of all times? Pacing anxiously, she was at a loss for what to do when her gaze suddenly caught a shadow perched on the windowsill. A jolt of fear coursed through her, and her reflexes surpassed her thoughts. A defensive talisman flew from her hand, affixing itself to the window. You don't come any closer. If you do, I want to hold back. The soft, mewing sounds that followed would usually melt her heart, but considering its potential connection to the demonic realm, her resolve hardened. More unyielding than steel. It is futile to call. I shall not be swayed by pity. The little kitten mewed twice more, but Qin Shu remained unresponsive. Outside the door, the dissatisfied kitten scratched at the wooden barrier with its paws. Qin Shu sat at the edge of her bed, her legs dangling in the air. Yet her thoughts drifted far beyond the confines of the room. If that little tabby cat from outside had indeed been tainted by demonic energy, it should be fearful of the Qingyuan pill. If only she could find a way to administer the pill to it, would that not resolve the issue? However, the current predicament was that she dared not even open the door. What do cats desire? Catnip, yet it seemed such a thing was absent in the realm of cultivation. Qin Shu's heart skipped a beat as she pondered, What are you doing? Xie Shiyuan calmly lifted his gaze. His dark golden eyes reminiscent of the little tabby, yet on his sharply defined face, they exuded an air of otherworldliness. I am curious to see what unspeakable secrets the Beast Master sect harbors. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu immediately grasped the implication. It appeared a soul search was imminent. She recalled the books she had read, where soul searches were invariably depicted as excruciatingly brutal, often leaving the victim utterly bereft of spirit. Hastily, she offered a gentle plea. Great Serpent, did you not say that the cultivation of demonic beasts is fraught with difficulty? This small creature has endured countless years to attain sentience. Now that the demonic energy has been purged, could we not grant it a chance at life? If this little tabby cat were truly a heinous creature, it would undoubtedly support soul searching. However, before she could elaborate, Qin Shu heard Xie Shiwan gaze at her in astonishment and inquire, "Who informed you that soul-searching would lead to death? Although it would not result in death, it would surely have repercussions on the divine soul, rendering it incapable of cultivation in the future." As Qin Shu's words fell, she noticed Xie Shiwan casting a perplexed glance her way, his hand still resting atop the little tabby's head, which showed no signs of retreat. Instead, it nuzzled affectionately against his palm, prompting a slight smile to grace Xie Shiwan's lips as he delved his consciousness into the cat's spiritual abode. Qin Shu quickly turned her attention to the little feline, who was seated on the bed, joyfully meowing and even lifting a paw to groom itself. In a rush, Qin Shu asked, "Are you all right?" The little tabby rolled its eyes at her, then turned its back, presenting her with its rear. Qin Shu. It seemed she had been scorned, but that was of little consequence. It was not her lack of wit, but rather the novel's misguidance. Clearing her throat, she endeavored to dismiss the incident and redirected her focus to Xie Shiwan, asking, "Great Serpent, did you perceive anything?" Xie Shiwan nodded slightly, causing Qin Shu's eyes to brighten as she pressed further. "What?" His gaze casually swept over her, a hint of disdain evident as he remarked, "I do not converse with those clad in green skirts." Qin Shu. She nearly choked on her breath. Was he not slightly unhinged? After all, that very skirt was a gift from him. Very well, she would wear this dress every single day from now on. Have the ability to never speak to her again. Indeed, Xie Shiwan did not utter a word to her, yet his voice resonated directly within Qin Shu's consciousness. A few small creatures had scurried over from the demon realm, disguising themselves as beasts hidden within the beast-taming sect. Qin Shu inexplicably recalled a phrase, and as she calmed the unspoken fury within her, she fixed her gaze intently upon Xie Shiwan and said, "I offer you a piece of advice. When you discover a single cockroach, countless others may already be lurking in the shadows." Qin Shu observed as Xie Shiwan nodded slightly, believing he comprehended her words. However, to her astonishment, he turned his head and inquired, "What is a cockroach?" Qin Shu responded, "Is this the generation gap?" Alas, what was she to argue with a snake that despised the color green? Chapter 186. I do not wish for this either. Qin Shu racked her brain in contemplation, instinctively raising her hand to scratch the back of her head. Suddenly, her expression froze. The size of this hole seemed to correspond with her own head. "Junior sister, are you all right?" Wen Qi's voice rang from outside the door. Qin Shu hurriedly stepped out to find her second senior brother, clad in azure, anxiously leaping down from the flowing light fan. Upon locking eyes with Qin Shu, his expression faltered and he dramatically inquired, "Junior sister, why are you dressed like this?" Even without a mirror, Qin Shu was acutely aware of how utterly mismatched her attire appeared at that moment. However, this was not the time for such concerns. "Senior brother, why have you only just arrived?" Her voice served as a reminder to Wen Qi that this was not the moment to dwell on appearances. His consciousness radiated outward from the meditation room where Qin Shu resided, yet he found nothing of significance. Turning his attention back to Qin Shu, he inquired, "Junior sister, what about the creature you mentioned outside?" Qin Shu's brows knitted tightly. "It ran away." Wen Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Ran away? Junior sister, is that so? You are now capable of confronting monsters on your own?" With this revelation, he suddenly found her attire more acceptable, if it were for the purpose of combat. Everything made sense. Qin Shu responded, "This is truly a delightful misunderstanding. Brother, you are quite imaginative. As a mere novice in the Qi training phase, my priority is to preserve my life. Even with both our courage combined, I would not dare to seek the limelight. Brother, you may not believe this, but the beast fled on its own." Fled? Although somewhat puzzled, Wen Qi accepted this. As for why the creature had singled out his junior sister, he speculated that she must harbor some undisclosed secret. He refrained from probing further, and instead focused on the large hole in the door. "The door is broken? Were you harmed?" Wen Qi's expression was one of acute concern as he scrutinized Qin Shu from head to toe. "No, brother. The hole in the door was made by me," Qin Shu murmured defensively. Wen Qi raised an eyebrow. "You did this? This door is made of ironwood. How could you have caused such damage?" Qin Shu, with a tinge of insecurity, gently touched her small head, muttering to herself, but I have practiced the iron head skill. Fearing that he might ask her to collide once more, she hastily shifted the topic, inquiring, I noticed that the protective array of Putua Temple has been activated. Senior brother, what is the current situation? What about Master Brother and the others? When Qi lightly waved the fan in his hand and replied, You shall accompany me to see for yourself. Initially, he had intended for his junior sister to hide away, but it now seemed that hiding was not entirely safe. It was better to keep her close and under watch. Qin Shu obediently acquiesced, yet she felt his scrutinizing gaze upon her once more, and he helplessly remarked, Junior sister, are you certain you wish to venture out in that attire? Her colorful outfit was indeed rather garish to behold. Qin Shu retorted, This ensemble is the best survival gear I could muster at present. The dangers here are ever present, and with 6 years remaining until Qin Mian emerges, my future appears promising. I have no desire to perish before achieving my goals. In comparison to life, aesthetics hold little significance. Senior brother, I do not wish for this either. But the clothing offers substantial protection. She had gained a modicum of understanding regarding spiritual and treasure artifacts. Initially, she assumed that the Great Serpent had casually bestowed upon her a collection of ordinary robes, only to discover that these garments were far from mundane, barely reaching the level of treasured artifacts. Chapter 187. Do you believe I cannot hear you? Did it bite you? When Qi inquired, the disciple lifted his garment, revealing a minor injury on his ankle, merely 2 faint scratches. It was an accidental scrape that occurred during play, and thus, I had not given it much thought. When Qi casually retrieved a spirit-pacifying pill, intending to administer it to the disciple. However, Qin Shu quickly intervened, exclaiming, Brother, wait a moment. When Qi turned to her, only to see Qin Shu presenting a pill before him. Brother, use this instead. Yours would be an extravagant choice. Such a trivial amount of demonic energy, even less than that which Sister Lianyan possesses, truly does not warrant the spirit-pacifying pill. Wouldn't that be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Even if a sledgehammer could indeed crack a nut, the issue remains that the pill is not a suitable remedy. The spirit-pacifying pill, a 5th-grade elixir, serves the purpose of confining toxins within the body, preventing them from wandering through the meridians and bloodstream. Qin Shu surmised that her brother likely did not possess any pills capable of dispelling demonic energy, which is why he thought to first subdue it. When Qi brought the pill closer to his nose and inhaled gently, detecting a scent unfamiliar to him, one belonging to a type of elixir he had never encountered. What is this? He inquired. Qin Shu explained, Brother, this is a Qin Yuan pill, which can eliminate demonic energy. When Qi was taken aback, How did you come by this? Qin Shu had already devised a rationale before producing it. That spirit beast alerted me, and I have been vigilant regarding demonic energy. To my surprise, I actually managed to find this recipe. When Qi chuckled softly, realizing, I see. If your words hold true, then the Qin Yuan pill is indeed more effective than the spirit-pacifying pill. As for the veracity of the reasons put forth by Qin Shu, it has become inconsequential. From the very beginning, he was aware that his junior sister harbored secrets. How many do you possess? When Qi inquired, Qin Shu rummaged through her small storage ring, ultimately producing a porcelain vial, her expression radiating servile delight as she handed it over. Senior brother, 10. When Qi casually tossed her a vial of spirit-calming pills in exchange, saying, Here, let us trade. The 3rd-grade elixir for a 5th-grade one. And while the Qingyuan pill merely dispels demonic energy, the spirit-calming pill can counteract various toxins. She had indeed struck a splendid bargain. Clutching the jade vial, her joy was palpable. Senior brother, you are so generous. When Qi, flattered by her praise, felt a surge of happiness. Just as the 2 siblings basked in their camaraderie, an electric current surged through Qin Shu's arm, rendering it numb. Her smile froze on her face as the familiar voice of Xie Xiuan echoed in her ears. So, you've been hoarding quite a stash. Qin Shu retorted, having a personal bodyguard has this drawback. One can't even harbor small secrets. 20 furnaces, Xie Xiuan declared. His demands audacious. Qin Shu indignantly replied, even Zhou Baopi wouldn't exploit people to this extent. Chapter 188. Please include me next time. Just as Qin Shu was about to speak, her second senior brother suddenly shot her a knowing glance. Though he uttered not a word, she understood perfectly. Complying, she sealed her lips, and indeed, she soon heard her second senior brother whispering mysteriously to the elder brother. Elder brother, I have another lucrative opportunity here. Would you care to join? History seems to be repeating itself as Qin Shu gazes helplessly at her two senior brothers. Yet, just like last time, the eldest brother is stirred by temptation. What opportunity has arisen? Are they in need of someone to refine elixirs again? Qin Shu and her brother Wen Qi exchanged knowing glances, both breaking into smiles simultaneously. Indeed, Wen Qi readily agreed. Qin Shu noticed the subtle movement of Wen Qi's lips, though no sound emerged, presumably conveying a message to the eldest brother. Cheng Yan, increasingly astonished, glanced between Qin Shu and Wen Qi before nodding in agreement, stating, "Should such a fortunate occasion arise again, do remember to call me along." Wen Qi chuckled, assuring him, "Fear not, we are not likely to forget you." Unlike other sixth-tier alchemists, who are quite scarce, it is only their eldest brother who toils tirelessly, without expectation of reward. The entire Beastmaster sect is now isolated, and Elder Xingqing, who led the contingent, initially opposed this course of action. However, faced with the collective dissent of the other 7 major sects, she ultimately suppressed her objections. She remains unaware of when the Beastmaster sect was infiltrated by the demonic forces, but through her scrutiny, she discovered that nearly 100 of the 300 disciples brought along with their beast companions, have been tainted by demonic energy. The fate of the other disciples within the sect remains uncertain. Elder Xingqing could no longer remain composed. She recalled the jade slip given to her by her elder before her departure, which contained a warning that should she encounter trouble, she must shatter the slip. At first, she contemplated the potential troubles she might encounter. Although the 8 major sects exhibited varying degrees of strength, it seemed unlikely that anyone would dare to act against them in broad daylight. However, she was utterly unprepared for the significant predicament that awaited her. She retrieved a jade slip and shattered it. A fragment of the sect leader's spirit emerged, and just as Elder Xingqing was about to speak, the leader interjected, "Xingqing, our sect is in turmoil." Elder Xingqing was taken aback. "Leader, are you already aware? 300 disciples and beasts of our beast control sect have been imprisoned, and nearly half of those disciples have succumbed to demonic energy. What has happened to our sect? Did you receive the message I sent?" The leader sighed, revealing that the situation within the sect was even direr than that of their side. "I have activated the protective array of the sect, preventing the disciples from leaving. I know you have not been tainted by demonic energy, which is why I chose you to lead the mission. You must swiftly seek assistance from the 8 major sections. This time, we can only rely on their aid to navigate this calamity safely. But will they truly assist us?" Elder Xingqing inquired, furrowing his brow. There existed rivalry among the 8 sects. The decline of their beast control sect might even be a source of delight for them. Chapter 189. First come, first served. Qin Shu needed to utilize the ground fire of the alchemy room to refine the 3rd-grade Qingyuan pill, which was of little use at this moment. However, to her 2 senior brothers, 3rd-grade elixirs were hardly significant. They could even refine 3 or 4 furnaces simultaneously. Even the second elder brother, Wen Qi, who had always regarded money as mere refuse, has now begun to tirelessly forge elixirs day and night. In just one night, the 2 brothers managed to concoct a total of 476 Qingyuan pills. Wen Qi hastily sent messages to summon people to collect the pills, placing them in the Nizhong Pavilion, and fervently promoted them in the communication square. Qin Shu initially intended to impart various modern marketing techniques to her second elder brother. But upon opening the communication jade slip, she was inundated with an overwhelming amount of information about the Qingyuan pills, leading her to reconsider. The second elder brother's innate talent for business rivaled his aptitude for cultivation. "Have you heard of the Qingyuan pills? They can dispel demonic energy. If that's true, then the Beast Master sect is saved. The Beast Master sect has truly acted with righteousness this time. I heard that the Nizhong Pavilion announced a 50% discount for purchases made by the Beast Master sect." Qin Shu casually glanced through the messages, astonished to find that her second elder brother was indeed offering a 50% discount to the Beast Master sect. This not only aids the sect in overcoming its current crisis, but also enhances his reputation, all while still earning the spiritual stones he deserves. After all, such substantial orders may not be forthcoming in the future. Indeed, he too had been afflicted by demonic energy. His cultivation was silently eroded by it, let alone the younger disciples under his tutelage. This demonic energy was truly insidious. He procured the finest Qin pills, consumed one, and then sat in meditation to introspect on the changes within him. He discovered that the demonic energy within him seemed to disperse with a single strike. The once consolidated demonic energy in his dantian gradually scattered and diminished significantly. A sense of joy surged within him, prompting him to consume 2 more pills. Upon discovering their remarkable efficacy, he promptly instructed others to distribute these elixirs. The Xiantian sect was astonished to learn that the Nizhang Pavilion had begun to sell the Qingyuan pills. They were unaware that this potion merely shared a name by coincidence and were uncertain whether it truly possessed the ability to expel demonic energy. Given the Nizhang Pavilion's formidable strength, having previously unveiled the rare Yuyong pills, their introduction of the Qingyuan pills suggested that the pavilion might soon transcend the confines of the eastern continent. After a day had passed, they were informed that the Qingyuan pills sold at the Nizhang Pavilion were indeed genuine. Following the crisis involving the Beast Master sect, it was only prudent for them to remain vigilant. The Beast Master sect itself remained oblivious to how they had fallen victim, indicating that the demonic factions were likely far more insidious than they had anticipated. They pondered the dire possibility that such distressing events could befall the Xiantian sect in the future. When they attempted to purchase the pills, they discovered that the Nizhang Pavilion had sold them to the Beast Master sect at half price, leaving them to question whether purchasing at full price would render them foolish. The steward of the Xiantian sect engaged in prolonged negotiations with the steward of the Nizhang Pavilion, ultimately reaching a deal at a 70% discount, with a stipulation of confidentiality. Unexpectedly, representatives from the Chongtian Palace also arrived. Chapter 190. Do you know how to negotiate? Upon hearing Kei Qian's words, Lin Yang glanced around in search of the Crimson Fox but found it absent. She then turned to Kei Qian and inquired about her uncle. This place was predominantly inhabited by demons, with only a scant number of humans, resulting in a somewhat rougher social demeanor. Thus, her uncle had seamlessly integrated within just 2 days. Indeed, it was not long before a horde of demons came rushing after his uncle, all intent on collecting debts. Su Qi hid behind Kei Qian, and upon spotting Lin Yang, the group of demons came to a halt. Lady Li, they acknowledged. Lin Yang responded with a slight hum and inquired, "What is the purpose of so many of you pursuing a red fox?" Upon her question, they clamored to voice their grievances. One lamented that he had no offspring, another accused his wife of infidelity, while yet another claimed his business was doomed to fail. The crowd spoke in a cacophony, and Lin Yang listened attentively before raising her hand to silence them. She then turned her gaze toward the timid Su Qi, who was cowering behind Kei Qian. The young demoness, freshly emerged from the mountains, felt overwhelmed by the multitude of demons fixating on her. In a moment of desperation, she discreetly pinched her uncle's arm and whispered through clenched teeth, "Uncle, Sister Li is watching you." Realizing he could no longer evade the situation, Su Qi cautiously emerged from behind Kei Qian, offering an awkward smile as he spoke. "They seek my fortune-telling. Whatever I predict is merely a reflection of fate. While one may claim my predictions lack accuracy, how could one accuse me of deceiving demons? Would you not agree?" Faced with the expectant eyes of the demons awaiting her judgment, Lin Yang found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, she resolutely waved her sleeve, dispersing the assembled demons with a flourish, and declared, "From this day forth, no one, be they human or demon, shall engage in fortune-telling within the heavenly palace. Those who defy this decree shall be expelled." With those words, she turned to stride toward the misty rain tower, and as she passed Kei Qian, she discreetly conveyed, "Bring your uncle along." Kei Qian swiftly tugged at the bewildered Su Qi, urging him to follow her behind Lin Yang. Just as they stepped over the threshold of the misty rain pavilion, the wooden door slammed shut with a resounding thud. "Kei Qian, this is not a place we should be. Why have you brought me here? We must leave quickly, or else Lady Li will surely become angry again. When that female demon gets upset, she can easily dispatch countless creatures with a flick of her sleeve. With our meager cultivation, we are utterly powerless to resist." Seeing Su Qi turn to leave, Kei Qian hastily grasped the hem of his garment. Uncle, it was Sister Lin Yang who asked me to bring you in. She requested us to enter? For what reason? Su Qi inquired, his curiosity piqued. Just then, Lin Yang reappeared before them, asking, Su Qi, are you skilled in haggling? Su Qi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded. Indeed, when I first transformed into human form, my life was quite impoverished. I would have split a single spirit stone in half to make it last. Yet, Lin Yang was unconcerned with such details. All she needed to know was that he could negotiate prices. This little red fox can still prove useful. Help me with the bargaining, and I shall grant you 30% of the spirit stones saved, Lin Yang proposed. Su Qi's eyes lit up with excitement, his emotions overwhelming him to the point that he lost control of his illusion, transforming from a frail old man into a youthful and vigorous figure. Chapter 191. Do you wish to fill in the missing parts? Qin Shu's suggestion was, in fact, a veiled attempt to further her own interests. If the Great Serpent could procure the Qingyuan pill elsewhere, it would not incessantly pressure her to refine pills. However, when her second senior brother inquired about the reasoning, she could not reveal the truth. She smiled, and a glimmer seemed to flicker in her dark, luminous eyes, reminiscent of a cunning little fox. Senior brother, it is utterly implausible for the Chongtian Palace to completely monopolize the third-grade elixirs. Having a steady patron like this ensures a stable income. Wouldn't you agree? When Qi furrowed his brows, his thin lips pressed together. He harbored his own judgments. If the Qingyuan Dan were indeed a rare high-tier elixir, even the plea of his beloved junior sister would not sway him to sell it to the Chongtian Palace. What, in your opinion, is the true intention behind the Chongtian Palace acquiring so many Qingyuan Dan? 300 years ago, they roamed the realms of cultivation, only to subsequently vanish without a trace. The last news we heard regarding the Chongtian Palace was the failure of the demon lord Xie Shiwan's tribulation. When Qi found himself perplexed by the underlying motives of the Chongtian Palace. Listening to him, Qin Shu felt the weight in her left arm increase significantly. Seizing the opportunity presented by her senior brother's mention, she inquired, Senior brother, what precisely did the Chongtian Palace do? Why have the 8 major sects united against them? With a sigh, he continued, at that time the nearest sect to Jibei City, the Tiangang sect, sent someone to investigate. But they only witnessed the fleeting figure of the demon lord Xie Shiwan departing. Qin Shu pondered, is it truly the case that I have misjudged the serpent? Is the great serpent not as benevolent as it appears? As this thought crossed her mind, a faint arc of electricity once again coursed through her left arm. Raising her gaze to Wen Qi, she proposed, Senior brother, should we perhaps sell fewer elixirs to the Chongtian Palace? No sooner had she spoken than another arc of energy spread along her meridians. However, it was unexpected that Wen Qi would not release her at all. Enough. Who doesn't know that you never take a break? Over the past couple of days, things had been rather restless, so she chose to meditate here with her senior brothers, sparing herself the distraction of worrying about them. Qin Shu. Ultimately, she acquiesced, yet she insisted on having both senior brothers sit in the courtyard to meditate for an entire night. Seizing the opportunity while they were both in deep concentration, she once again summoned the great serpent with fire spirit energy, quietly inquiring within her mind, now you know how to play dead? Why were you so eager when you discreetly struck me earlier? Xie Shiwan's cold voice resonated in her mind. The true self requires Qingyuan Dan. Are you suggesting that they should sell us less? Do you intend to compensate for the shortfall by refining the pills yourself? Chapter 192. You may act as my senior brother. Upon hearing the words of the 100 Flowers sect's leader, the representatives of other sects pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Some even followed her line of reasoning, suggesting that it was indeed plausible for Xie Shiwan to have gone to the Beast Master sect. Qin retained his capacity for independent thought and was not swayed by others' opinions. Instead, he turned to look at the Stardust Real Person from the Tianji Pavilion and inquired, Stardust Real Person, has the Year Cold Real Person cast any divinations this month? The Stardust Real Person took out a communication jade slip and, in front of everyone, posed the question to the Year Cold Real Person. Before long, the jade slip glowed, and the voice of the Year Cold Real Person emanated from within, Martial Uncle, I have already cast divination for this month. A wave of disappointment washed over the crowd, and the Stardust Real Person furrowed his brow, taking out the star plate to perform further calculations. The gaze of the crowd once again fell upon the star chart in his hands, and as the chart radiated with brilliance, a sense of anticipation gripped everyone's hearts. However, almost immediately, the lights emanating from various directions of the star chart began to fade one after another, leading to a wave of disappointment among the onlookers. Xing Chun sighed, shaking his head in despondence. It was still to no avail. The leader of the Moon Concealment Sect, Tong He, could not help but make a sarcastic remark. Xing Chun, your divination skills seem to fall short even compared to your own disciple. Xing Chun cast a casual glance at him. Although Xie Shiwan had sustained severe injuries, he had ultimately survived the Thunder Tribulation. Now, with an additional 2 years to recuperate, the disparity in their realms was significant, making it entirely reasonable for him to be unable to deduce anything. Sui Han, known for his precise calculations, not only relied on his innate talent, but also had to overexert himself each time he performed divination. If you doubt my ability to divine, feel free to attempt it yourselves, he mused. Despite harboring a lingering disdain, Tong He understood that provoking the practitioners of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was unwise, and thus, he remained silent. After deliberation, they ultimately resolved to temporarily seal off the Beast Master sect, at least until next month, when Sui Han would discern the whereabouts of that serpent. Tong He added, Xing Chun, you would do well to remind Sui Han to avoid making us wait in vain for a month. Upon receiving a reassuring response from Sui Han, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sui Han's monthly divinations were predominantly focused on Qin Shu, and those of them who delved into the art of divination often found themselves ensnared in their own convoluted reasoning. The more he struggled to comprehend Qin Shu's destiny, the more he yearned to unveil it. Despite the backlash he faced each time he attempted, he found himself inexorably treading further down the path of self-destruction. Master Tu Rin mused that in a mere month's time, while it may seem lengthy to mortals, was but a fleeting moment for cultivators like themselves. This interval was fortuitously suitable for him to subdue the malevolent energies afflicting his disciples. Meanwhile, within the confines of Putua Temple, Master Xingqing hastily administered the Qingyuan pills sent by the sect to her students. 5 days elapsed before she could ascertain that all disciples and beasts participating in the sect's grand competition were free from any trace of demonic aura. At this juncture, revered Master Xianzhen began to announce throughout the temple that details regarding the competition would be displayed on the luminous screen, urging everyone to stay vigilant for updates. After being confined to their meditation chambers for half a month, the disciples were finally permitted to step outside for some fresh air. Qin Shu, having been secluded by her second elder brother for the fortnight, soon heard a commotion at the door following Master Xianzhen's announcement. As when she rose to open the door, he was greeted by the sight of Cheng Yan standing outside. Curiosity piqued, Qin Shu leaned out to observe the red-eyed Cheng Yan and inquired, Elder brother, what has caused you to appear so haggard all of a sudden? Chapter 193. Not a concern at all when Qi remained silent, and Qin Shu blinked in surprise. Unable to fathom how her usually earnest elder brother's demeanor had begun to take a peculiar turn. At that moment, she found it increasingly difficult to reconcile him with the individual who had urged Qin Mian to grant her a swift resolution. Even beginning to entertain doubts that that brief existence might merely have been a fleeting dream. Chen Yan, who would dare to underestimate the young master of the Wen family, the second disciple of the esteemed Ling Shuzhenren? Cheng Yan and Wen Qi have grown accustomed to the peculiar vocabulary that occasionally escapes her lips, and they have embraced it well. After consuming the nourishing spirit pill, Cheng Yan has restored his vigor to a more typical state. He slightly nodded and affirmed his intention to strive diligently. Excellent. Once my senior brother breaks into the top 50, I shall be there to cheer for him, Qin Shu vowed. The trio of siblings closed the door and proceeded towards the luminous screen. The square was bustling with energy. Those disciples who were not engaged in matches today were weary from the tense atmosphere and had now emerged to join in the excitement. Qin Shu, being of shorter stature, was quickly engulfed by the crowd upon entering the square. It was only when her second senior brother lifted her onto his radiant fan that she caught sight of her opponent on the screen, the enchanting Yunyan from the Baihua sect. Qin Shu felt a surge of exhilaration. She had heard that the Baihua sect was home to many beautiful fairies. She pondered how the enchanting Yunyan might compare to her own senior sister, Lianyun. She was also curious about her opponent's cultivation level and the nature of her magical artifacts, prompting her to seek out senior brother Xiong-jun for information. Senior brother, I have heard that you possess extensive connections. Might I trouble you to inquire about the details of the Baihua Sex Union? The Baihua Sex Union is at the 9th level of Qi refinement, with wood, metal, and water as her 3 spiritual roots. Her commonly used artifact is an illusionary divine umbrella. I went early to gather information for my junior sister. Thus far, this is all I have learned. I hope it proves beneficial to you. The playful immediately conjured the image of Xiong-jun's earnest smile in Qin Shu's mind, filling her heart with a touch of warmth. It is precisely your words that I have been waiting for. Qin Shu put away the jade slip and meticulously examined the message sent by senior brother Xiong-jun regarding the fairy union. With a cultivation level 2 tiers above hers, this illusionary divine umbrella evidently specializes in mental attacks. Moreover, as a practitioner with 3 spiritual roots, her ability to represent the 100 Flowers sect in the competition undoubtedly signifies her exceptional prowess. While she could only glean this information for now, it was certain that she possessed additional hidden cards. On the other hand, upon learning that Qin Shu's cultivation was merely at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, Fairy Yunyan wasted no time in dismissing her curiosity about her. A mere practitioner at the 7th layer of Qi refinement was likely just a pawn summoned by the Xuantiangmen. Recently, the Luoyun sect had clashed with the disciples of Xuantiangmen, affecting many of their cultivation levels. It was indeed a challenge to gather even 100 disciples. Fairy Yunyan remarked. Her senior sister, Shihua, wore a worried expression. Junior sister, do not speak so lightly. Just look at her age. It indicates she has only recently joined the Xuantiangmen, achieving the 7th layer of Qi refinement in just 2 years, given her 3 spiritual roots. Suggests she must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity, even if the Xuantiangmen is not at its peak. Those older disciples who have been in the sect for a long time should not be outdone by a mere novice. In my view, this Qin Shu may possess some remarkable treasures. Chapter 194. A flower's smile. Fairy Yunyan stared at Qin Shu for a moment, initially imagining her to be a delicate young girl, given that she had only just turned 12. Yet now, gazing at the young lady before her, who was only slightly shorter and clad in eccentric attire, Qin Shu found her quite different from her imagination. She had no desire to draw attention with her peculiar outfit, but just moments ago, Brother Xiong-jun had sent her a message announcing that a game was afoot with odds of 142. A mere 30 low-grade spirit stones? Was that truly a means to earn a considerable profit? It was well known that the disciples of the sword sect were not affluent. She had discreetly wagered 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, which had consequently adjusted the odds to 127. She overheard others around her analyzing her likelihood of losing, even suggesting that betting on her was akin to charity. With a resolute heart, Qin Shu decided to unveil her most prized possessions. It was time for these individuals to learn that looking down upon others would come at a cost. Are you Qin Shu? Yun Yan inquired. Qin Shu performed a respectful gesture, affirming, Indeed, I am. I humbly request your guidance, Fairy Yun Yan. Yun Yan chuckled, her demeanor brightening. Your attitude is commendable. I shall certainly offer you some valuable insights shortly. You are young, so do not weep should you find yourself on the losing end. Qin Shu lifted her gaze to meet hers, asking, Fairy, have you ever heard a saying? Yunyan raised an eyebrow. What saying? Qin Shu wore a charming smile. Yet her words were designed to provoke. Villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. The one who speaks first does not always emerge victorious. Yunyan's haughty expression swiftly darkened as she fixed her gaze upon Qin Shu, declaring, Then let us see who will truly be the one to laugh in the end. As her words fell, the floral umbrella in her hand lunged towards Qin Shu. Caught off guard, Qin Shu could not comprehend the nature of the assault, and certainly would not withstand it forcefully. With one hand grasping her white jade sword, and the other raising a soil-colored shield before her, she braced for impact. Just as the umbrella was about to collide with the shield, it halted, unfurling and beginning to spin. Before Qin Shu's eyes, the single umbrella transformed into 2, then into 4. Realizing the impending danger, she quickly shut her eyes. Should she succumb to an illusion at this moment, she would indeed be at the mercy of her adversary. In the face of mental assault, her previous physical defenses would prove futile. With her eyes closed, the shifting winds and flowing spiritual energy around her vividly delineated the scene on the arena. Raising her hand, she invoked the fireball technique. The fireball soared accurately towards the umbrella of the cloud smoke fairy, whose expression shifted as she hastily conjured a glob of vapor to counter it. However, as Qin Shu altered her gesture, the solitary fireball bifurcated into two, then into four, spiraling in the air. The cloud smoke fairy's countenance darkened. If she possessed the capacity, she should keep her eyes shut. Just as she approached Qin Shu, the latter suddenly opened her eyes and addressed the cloud smoke fairy. Fairy, has no one ever advised you against approaching a sword cultivator? Chapter 195. Junior Sister, she is an alchemist. The power of Qin Shu's strike indeed astonished all present, but what truly surprised them was the depth of her spiritual energy. The celestial fairy of cloud smoke had surpassed her by 2 minor realms, yet at this moment, she found herself somewhat at a loss. Strangely, throughout the encounter, she had not consumed any elixirs to replenish her spiritual energy. Qin Shu, during the day, experienced a sluggish recovery of her qi, and even with the small gathering spirit formation provided by the Great Serpent, its efficacy was limited during daylight hours. Deep down, she was acutely aware that her spiritual energy was nearing depletion. However, it mattered little. As a novice alchemist, she possessed an abundance of replenishing elixirs, all of the highest quality. In front of everyone, Qin Shu retrieved a replenishing pill and consumed it, prompting the celestial fairy of cloud smoke to react swiftly and take one for herself as well. It was indeed extravagant to utilize a replenishing pill in the very first match. Some spectators expressed their astonishment. Who would have imagined that the two of them would engage for half an hour, and without the use of replenishing pills, they would scarcely make it to the second round? This year's sect competition was proving to be significantly more challenging than in previous years. As Qin Shu spoke, she raised her sword once more, executing the fourth stance of the cloud-piercing rain sword technique. Observing this, the celestial fairy hurriedly summoned her fractured flower umbrella from the ground to defend herself, yet the umbrella remained motionless. Her eyes widened in realization. She discovered that, unbeknownst to her, a vine had ensnared the umbrella. If her memory served her correctly, the plants on the ground were indeed those she had sown. Qin Shu was quite pleased with her reaction, remarking, "Isn't it infuriating that the plants you cultivated do not heed your command? Inferior plants lack consciousness, and the one with the greater wood spiritual energy ultimately exerts control over them." Even Qin Shu herself did not anticipate that the wood spiritual energy of this Yunyan fairy would prove so feeble. It could be surmised that her wood spiritual root was not particularly high. Although Yunyan was astonished, she could see the sword technique advancing towards her, accompanied by a tempestuous force. Should she relinquish her resistance, she would not only suffer severe injury, but also be expelled from the arena by the formation. Frustration welled within her. She truly did not expect to unveil her trump card in the very first contest. Pressing her lips together, her expression darkened as she retrieved a golden brick. Indeed, it was a golden brick, resplendent and gleaming. This brick gradually expanded in her grasp before she hurled it towards the floating, white jade sword. This commotion undeniably attracted considerable attention,